This is a shabby revolver that everyone despises, yet you treasure it as if it were priceless, even disregarding the threat to your life. All the players think you're truly insane, but only you know this will be the key to your survival. Just point the revolver at your head, pull the trigger, and if you survive, you'll gain a 3S level ability. Right now, you and 8 others are trapped in a dimly lit bar. As you wake up, the others slowly open their eyes, looking around in confusion. Where is this? Is this hell? How did I get here? Wasn't I just in a fight? A guy with dyed yellow hair scans the surroundings. Wasn't I in the middle of surgery? How did I end up here? I was cooking. What's going on? Just as everyone is panicking in shock, a round of applause draws their attention. The crowd quiets down, casting uneasy glances at you, the one clapping, looking at the people around you. You sigh slightly and say in a low voice, "The quality of newcomers this time isn't great." "Who are you?" someone asks, puzzled by your youthful face. "He's a newcomer just like you. Why the hell are you stealing my line?" A burly man in a black trench coat with a scar over his eye glares at you, his lips twitching. He didn't expect his line to be taken. You glance at the scarred man in surprise. "And you are?" "I'm the spokesperson for this death game." "So you're also a death game spokesperson? How about you explain the rules too?" The scar-faced man stared at you expressionlessly. "I'm Yuang, a top-tier actor graduated from Imperial City Film Academy. I couldn't resist improvising just now. Please continue." Then you fell silent. The scar-faced man was momentarily speechless. After collecting himself, he recited his prepared lines. "Congratulations on becoming players in the death game. You're not dead, you've just entered a game world. Some were brought here as dying individuals. Others were unlucky souls dragged into this death game, but none of that matters now." The man tilted his chin up, looking down at the crowd. "Remember, from the moment you enter the death game, you have only one goal, to survive." Yet the people around paid no attention to the scar-faced man, continuing to complain and question, until a gunshot rang out, instantly silencing all 8 people in the bar. "A bunch of trash. Shut up if you want to live. There's only one way for you to return to reality. Gamble." Snap! The man clicked his fingers, and a dice appeared out of thin air on the table before him. You can see the numbers on the table. "Look at your hands, each of you has a chip. This chip represents your life. Guess right, you live, guess wrong, you die." A cruel smile spread across the man's rugged, scarred face as he sneered at the panicking newcomers. "Ha, wanna bet? Is this the only way to gamble?" You smirked darkly. It seemed Lady Luck was on your side, that car didn't kill you but instead brought you into this death game, and the first challenge was a test of luck. Maybe this was your fortune at work. The scarred man turned to you in confusion, baffled by your laughter. Who in their right mind would laugh at a time like this? Ha ha ha. Interesting. Another laugh rang out. The scarred man, here. Li Guang should be corrected to scarred man based on the context, looked over to see an unusually pale foreigner with Western features, short hair, and a twisted grin, like a circus clown. "Why are there so many lunatics?" the scar-faced man muttered. "Anyone who could still laugh at a time like this must have some screws loose. Besides dice, there's another way to gamble. You can choose either method." The scar-faced man waved the revolver in his hand, then slammed it onto the gambling table with a bang. "This revolver is one of the gambling options. Fire it at your head. If you survive, you pass. You can choose how many bullets to load. The more bullets, the greater the reward. If you live." He pointed his finger like a gun at his own head. "Everyone who survives gets a reward. Those abilities you've seen in anime, movies, and novels could all become your rewards. Of course, if you want better rewards, the difficulty will be higher. But let me kindly remind you, it's better to choose a more challenging gambling method. Otherwise, even if you survive, you might not make it through the next death game. The initial ability is the most important and the easiest way to gain power. The subsequent death games will become increasingly difficult, so never rely on luck. Also, here you can only depend on luck. Don't even think about trying any tricks. One last rule, no attacking anyone, including me. So, who's first?" The scar-faced man glanced around and grinned. "I'll go first. Bet on 1 bullet in the revolver." The bespectacled man who had just been scolded stepped forward first. 1 bullet, the highest survival probability among all choices. The scar-faced man said nothing, picked up the revolver, removed the extra bullets, and handed it to him with only 1 left. The bespectacled man sneered, pressing the revolver against his own head. Everyone watched the gun aimed at his skull, their breaths slowing, tense yet curious whether he would survive. Suddenly, the bespectacled man turned the gun and abruptly aimed it at the scar-faced man. Click, 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 bang. He fired 5 times in a row, the 5th shot discharging the bullet as a fiery projectile flew straight toward the scar-faced man. "What kind of sick game is this? You think you can mess with me? I'll kill you, since I've already killed. 1 more won't matter." His face twisted with madness, his tone suggesting he had taken lives before. Yet the next second, an invisible barrier appeared before the scar-faced man. Immediately, A mechanical voice echoed through the bar, assault on the death game agent. Elimination. A ghostly blue flame erupted from the bespectacled man's body, engulfing him in an instant under the horrified gazes of the crowd. He didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes, leaving only a pile of pale gray dust. The onlookers recoiled in terror, the sight of a man burning to nothingness searing an indelible shadow into their minds. Watching the man die before him, the scar-faced man showed no pity, only a cold smirk. Dare to attack me after the rules were clear. Next. No tricks, only winning the bet keeps you alive. He. Interesting. I'll take one bullet too. The unnaturally pale foreigner stepped forward, raising a finger. Thought you were some hotshot, but this is all you've got? Only daring to take one bullet? The scar-faced man eyed the man's sickly grin with disdain but still loaded a single bullet and handed it over. It didn't matter what the other did, as long as he didn't break the rules. The clown man twirled the revolver in his hand, spun it around, then turned to the crowd, pressing the gun against his own temple. He grinned, "Ladies and gentlemen, what's the secret to comedy?" Click, the gun fired. But nothing happened. Timing. The crowd was speechless. What kind of show was this? Just as Scarface was about to take back the revolver, the clown man showed no intention of handing it over. Instead, he pressed the gun against his chin, eyes filled with madness. So, what is courage? Another shot. The bystanders flinched. But again, no bullet fired. Still laughing maniacally, the clown tilted his head toward the crowd. Grace under pressure. Scarface and the others thought it was over, but then the clown aimed the revolver at his own eye. Who's the real boss among the players? Click, another empty chamber. The crowd's hearts nearly stopped. I am the true boss. Remember my name, Jerome Mike. This name will become a god among all players. The clown's grin never faded as he finally lowered the revolver under the horrified gazes of the crowd. This insane display made the others look at the clown man with newfound fear. Congratulations to player Jerome Mike for winning one B-level reward draw. The system prompt sounded. Yuang narrowed his eyes at the clown man, seeming to memorize each other's faces. This person will definitely be a great talent if he doesn't die in the future. He only got a C rank reward for his first bet in the first place. And almost pissed my pants. He subconsciously glanced at the yawning Yuang. This one didn't look like a normal person either. He didn't know what kind of choice he would make. As luck would have it, the first death game is rewarding you. The better the rewards, the easier it will be to survive later on. A game of death is required every week that. While the game does have rewards, it's incredibly difficult to get B-level rewards that. Newcomers don't get it, basically. There won't be such a good chance to get a B draw in the future. The harder the bet, the better the reward. The crowd looked enviously at the clown man. Yuang has said so you can imagine how precious the B-class rewards are. And Joker Man actually got it easily. They weren't looking for such good luck as the clown man, just to survive. Come on, next one, there's someone waiting in the back. Yuang yawned as he watched the clown man's performance, completely unconcerned. The clown man scanned Yuang and his eyes lit up, sizing Yuang up for a few seconds before walking to one side of the chair and sitting down. Down, then. I'll do it. This time without waiting for Yuang to say, a yellow hair walked up. Hurry up, I have to go back to the gang firefight. 3 bullets. I'm tough, I'll never die. Yellow hair had a big grin, and although he was nervous in his heart he didn't show it. The clown man fired 3 times just now. He should not die if he fired 1 shot with 3 bullets, right? The clown man firing 3 shots in a row gave a lot of people courage. Good. Yuang handed the loaded revolver to yellow hair. Without even thinking about it, yellow hair aimed the gun at his temple and fired a shot without hesitation. Boo! A gunshot! Yellow hair collapsed to the ground with his eyes dulled. A shot to the soul, the bullet pierced through yellow hair's head. Blood, slowly flowing out of yellow hair's head, snaked like a small river crawling forward on the ground for some distance before stopping. Ah! Dead. Really dead. The bright red color kept stimulating the nerves of the people present, making everyone feel the fear of this death game more intuitively. This also makes just now still want to hold a fluke want to bet big crowd at this time had to once again think about their own life in the end is not hard enough. Rewards are precious, but the price of life is even higher. This is a real death if you lose. Shoo away. Blue flames appeared on yellow hair, and another person turned into flying ash. This is the game of death. I advise you not to take life and death too seriously. Many people will die within the game every day. Enjoy the moment, hee. Yuang gave a strange laugh, not caring about another dead player on the ground. There were yellow hairs to help the crowd recognize reality. No one in the next group dared to joke about their lives. More people chose to press 1 bullet for the revolver. There was another person who chose the point size of the dice. In the end, 2 more of the 8 of them died. The one who pressed the size is dead. The one with 1 bullet is dead. Except after the Joker, it's all F-rated lowest level rewards. This also made Yuang quite disdainful. These people, by choosing the lowest rewards, proved that they would only be the lowest tier players in the future. The game of death, where luck and strength both matter. Everyone who enters the game of death for the first time has to face this level. With the current experience of most death game players, the ones who got F rank rewards basically declared that there would be no achievements in future death games, and that death was just a matter of sooner or later. There are players who have climbed up from F rank, but they are few and far between. Millions and millions of them might show up one. No longer concerned about this waste, he locked his eyes on the last player who hadn't played yet. Yuang. It's finally my turn. The corners of Yuang's mouth grinned. It attracted the attention of many people in the room. Those who were still alive looked at Yuang. There were only 2 people present to say that they were abnormal, a clown man, and another, Yuang. Because while everyone was nervous, only Yuang was as relaxed as if he was watching a movie. The best performances are always saved for the end. Yuang smiled faintly. Compared to luck, I haven't convinced anyone. Yuang said. Cut the crap, how many bullets? Yuang looked at Yuang with an expressionless face. Swish. Yuang raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers apart. Hiss. 5, he doesn't want to die. Only 6 bullet holes in all. We're a 1 in 6 chance of dying, he's a 1 in 6 chance of surviving. Looking for death. No different than looking for death, 1 in 6 chance of survival, basically dead. The 3 who survived muttered in whispers. The only one who didn't say anything was the clown, who just teasingly looked at Yuang. Is it really crazy, or are you really confident in your luck? Yuang also looked at Yuang in surprise. Are you sure? Sure, though. But can you, bet on both? Yuang looked down at the dice on the table. Seems like there's no rule that says you can't bet on 2 at the same time. Yuang casually threw his chips onto the leopard. Yuang's eyes glared when he looked down and saw the points Yuang had thrown. When he looked up, he looked at line. Yuang's face had become a little unnatural. Yes, you can bet on both together, but the people who did that, as far as I know, are dead, and I'll make sure one last time. Are you sure you want to bet on 5 bullets and have the dice points bet on 3 sixes? Crazy. This guy is absolutely nuts. The people around them were in an uproar when they heard that Yuang's 5 bullets were not enough and that he had to bet on the dice at the same time. It's not a gamble anymore, it's a total death wish. I don't want to die. Even a psychopath wouldn't dare to play like this. Does he want to die? The clown man only dared to fire 3 shots, Yuang 5 bullets not to mention, but also to bet on the leopard. Yuang glanced at the few surviving players next to him and smiled playfully. Let's get started then, I have to go eat when we're done, I'm hungry. You're afraid you won't get this meal. Yuang. Several people thought so in their hearts at the same time. Chapter 5. What is the trick to comedy? Hearing that Yuang had said so, Yuang didn't say anything more. Yuang wanted to die, there was no need for him to stop. Passing the revolver to Yuang, followed by a shake of the dice cup in his hand. Pattering, pattering, pattering. The sound of dice shaking resounded within the dice cup. Taking advantage of this time, Yuang aimed the revolver at his head. Then turning his head to look at the others, especially the clown on the sidelines, he smiled slightly and... So, what's the trick to comedy? Clown man? Isn't that his line? Pattering sound. The finger pressed the revolver's trigger. The crowd all subconsciously held their breath, some even closed their eyes, all already having a premonition of the image of Yuang's death. And yet, no gunshots? The crowd froze and opened their eyes to look at Yuang unexpectedly. Timing. Yuang's light and playful voice came out. Seeing these people's unexpected expressions made him feel extraordinarily amused. Winning the bet? Yuang's eyebrows jumped. 5 bullets, this ing can win, this luck is too good. Boy, good luck. Yuang complimented. 5 bullets and still survived, just this hand is at least an A rank reward. Wait, what do you want? I thought this would be the end, but I didn't expect the gun in Su Yueguang's hand to be aimed at his chin again. Still smiling at the clown man, so, what's courage? Chow! There are 5 bullets in there, not 1. Seeing that Su Yueguang seemed to still want to shoot, Li Guang hurriedly tried to stop it. The reason why the clown man dared to shoot continuously that is because there is only 1 bullet inside, and Su Yueguang chose 5 bullets. There was only 1 empty round. That was the only empty round just now. But it's too late. Su Yueguang pressed her finger. Pattering sound. Even Li Guang was a little reluctant to look at it. However, to everyone's surprise something else happened. Revolver, still not ringing. Staying graceful in the face of pressure. Su Yueguang's relaxed and smiling voice reached the ears of the crowd. How can that be? The crowd exclaimed. So, in the end, who is the boss? Su Yueguang grinned a smile that made one's scalp go numb. Used as phonetic ka. Not surprisingly, the pistol still didn't go off. I am the boss. Su Yueguang casually threw the pistol onto the table. No way. There were obviously 5 bullets, why didn't they go off? It shouldn't be, I saw 5 bullets loaded into it with my own eyes. What's going on here? Did the pistol jam? Revolvers don't jam. Unless the parts inside are broken, but... Li Guang was silent as he picked up his pistol. The revolver was broken? This is a revolver given by the system, how can it be bad? The fingers subconsciously pressed the trigger. Boo! Ouch! A shot rang out, a bullet aimed at the table, and a small hole was instantly pierced through the top of the table. Li Guang's hand shook and his revolver almost fell to the ground, the shot startling him. At the same time, it made him look at Su Yueguang in horror. Treadmill, with bullets. So what's going on here? Li Guang looked at the smoking muzzle and then looked up at Su Yueguang. Just now, he had seen Su Yueguang fire 3 shots in a row with his own eyes. How? Stuck with the game of death bug? Play with it. He had never heard of any bugs in the death game. The few people next to him all had their eyes wide open and mouths growing at this time, half unable to react. Even the clown's smile next to him disappeared. Looking at Su Yueguang's eyes a little dumbfounded, how did it happen? Open the dice cup. Su Yueguang reached out and waved her hand in front of Li Guang's eyes. Oh. Open. 3 6s, leopard. Looking at the leopard inside the dice cup, Li Guang was numb. The others also stood frozen in place as if they were wooden. Su Yueguang. Why does it feel like it's no surprise at all that the leopard is out? After a moment of silence, Li Guang raised his head to look at Su Yueguang, serious and incomparable. Brother, honestly, are you Death Game's own son? Su Yueguang. Of course not, just lucky. Su Yueguang helplessly spread his hands. There is no way. He is so lucky. He's helpless. He can't even die if he wants to. I'll give you hell. Is this something you can do with just a little bit of luck? This is no longer luck, this is really favored by the game. Congratulations to player Su Yueguang for obtaining an SSS ranked reward. Rewarded with 1 SSS ranked draw and an infinite bullet attached revolver. SSS class draw. Li Guang was shocked as if he had been struck by lightning and took a step backward on his feet. What did he hear? SSS rewards. He had witnessed a newcomer receive an SSS ranked reward. Witnessed the birth of a king. There was no doubt that under the SSS rank rewards, the starting point was too much higher than ordinary people. If anyone has a chance of surviving this game of death, it's definitely the big guy with the SSS tier rewards. Because the highest reward is the SSS-level reward. As long as they don't die, the winner of the SSS rank reward will definitely be able to reach the end of this death game. It might even be able to uncover the truth about the sudden appearance of this game of death. So far, he hadn't heard of anyone receiving an SSS rank reward, the highest being an S rank reward. Hug a thigh. This has to be a hug. Congratulations! Received the highest SSS reward. Li Guang looked at Su Yueguang with heartfelt envy. The eyes of the others looking at Su Yueguang were also tinged with incredulity and envy. Just hearing the SSS rank was unusual, and the reward definitely wouldn't be anything ordinary. Hey, I actually don't want to obtain SSS level skills, I also want to be the same as ordinary people. Why am I lucky this also? But at that moment, Su Yueguang suddenly sighed. Li Guang. Crowd. Clown man question mark. Su Yuan looked at the crowd sadly. You know what? My first girlfriend made me realize that handsome really can't be a meal, and money really can't buy feelings. Even if I'm rich and handsome, I can't get true love. Li Guan. Crowd. Clown man. After that, my second girlfriend showed me again that people, really, can't be too good. Being too good makes the other person feel unworthy. Third. Wait. Just when Su Yuan wanted to continue to tell his miserable experience, Li Guan finally couldn't help but stop Su Yuan. Speaking out loud to the people around him, he said, "The game of death is over, exit the game of death in 10 seconds, the rules of the game of death are available for you to view by calling out the interface in your minds. Everyone prepare to leave the death game." He couldn't stand it anymore, seeing Su Yuan acting so pretentious. He wanted to beat Su Yuan to death. But reason told him he couldn't do that. A big shot like Su Yuan, he couldn't defend. So it's only over as soon as possible. As the words fell, the system's mechanically cold and emotionless voice echoed in the room. Game of death is over, countdown to the end, 10, 9, 8. Su Yuan. What's the hurry, these people? Can't you even be a decent listener? Doesn't he even have a place to talk about his pain? Oh, this agonizing world, destroy it. By the way, big brother, my name is Li Guan, I live in the Imperial City. If you need anything, feel free to come and find me. The address is Tianshui Street. 3, 2, 1, back to reality. The next death game will begin in 1 day, please prepare all players. Su Yuan only had time to take one last look at Li Guan before she passed out. Chapter 6, The Beautiful Landlady. When he woke up again, he was already in a park chair by a river somewhere. Opening his eyes, he stood up in a daze to look around, and the occasional scattered passerby passing by would give him a curious glance. Those eyes, with the slightest hint of pity, regret. Hey, I'm not a bum. When I came to the river breeze with a hint of fishy smell brushed my face and refreshed my heart. Vomit. Su Yuan dry heaved. This river water pollution is a bit serious. Su Yuan pondered over what had just happened, as if her dream soul had returned to the Imperial Palace. It's like a big dream, but so clear. Ding, congratulations to the player for completing the first death trial. Please enter your player nickname. This nickname will be used permanently in future games. Nickname? Su Yuan froze, thought of a name, and said tentatively. Jerome. Is Mike okay? Ding, player fills in nickname, Jerome. Mike. This name has uniqueness, all players' titles shall not be repeated, and can be modified with a name change card. Uniqueness? Never mind, it's just a designation that can be changed anyway. Full of unconcern, Su Yuan opened the lottery interface and found the SSS-level lottery. 6 chakra eyes, infinite rebirth, super recovery, fraud master, reverse. This was the ability within the SSS class lottery interface, and if one of them was taken out at random, it would be able to easily destroy a city. Unlimited rebirth, whenever you die, you will be reborn 1 hour ago, without any limitations. Fraud master, you can have a certain ability as long as someone believes you have it, and the more people who believe it and trust it, the more powerful the ability becomes. There is no upper limit to the ability. The ability remains in effect after the death of the person who believes in it. Inversion, you will have the ability to invert everything, physical attacks, mental damage, and even time. This ability is, in fact, somewhat perverse. Even Su Yuan could not help but marvel at the rewards. These rewards were truly gil cow. By acquiring just one skill at random, he was afraid that he would be invincible within the game of death. It's worthy of being an SSS rank skill. Su Yuan turned off the interface and did not continue the lottery. The bonus times are always on, there's no rush. Because, he has a bonus. Opening the skill panel, Su Yuan checked the skill. Infinite Enchanted Revolver, a revolver with unlimited bullets, which can be randomly attached with special attributes when releasing bullets. Example, wind, fire, thunder, lightning, weakness, thorns, freezing, demon removal, additional silver attribute, holy water attribute, etc. An enchanted revolver with unlimited bullets? To him, random means whatever he wants. In other words, it's a revolver that can come with whatever enchanted bullets it wants. It can be shortened to Universal Revolver. Su Yuan smiled. An ordinary person who got it might just be able to shoot bullets with strange enchanted attributes attached to them by luck, but he got it, and it was a perfect match. Ha! Stretching, he turned to look at the street behind him. found the nearest restaurant and walked in. Didn't cross the road this time, went through the crosswalk as a rule. I don't know what's going to be behind the game of death, so let's take care of the place to stay tonight. Just as Su Yuan was eating. Within a certain gloomy room in the Divine Dragon Kingdom, a clownish man with a shockingly white face was silent as he looked at the interface in his head. Above the blue interface displayed a few words: "This title has been occupied 10 seconds ago, please change the title." Clown Man. His name had been used 10 seconds ago. He's pissed off. He wants to get his name out there. But now it's actually occupied. He wants to blow up a city to vent his anger. For some reason, he subconsciously thought of Su Yuan's face that smiled a bit. Could it be him? The meal was served. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan ate and drank. Just as we finished eating, a couple of uniformed officials walked in outside, looked around the restaurant and... Police. We got a report that the owner of this place is a fugitive. Where is the owner? Swish. The middle-aged boss who was about to ask Su Yuan to settle the bill immediately ran towards the kitchen where there was a back door when he saw the police appear at the door. Trying to run. All give chase. We must catch him today. The official chased the owner out, leaving a confused crowd of diners in the restaurant. Su Yuan calmly walked out of the restaurant. Get used to it. It's fine when you have money, but when you don't, all sorts of things happen. Another day of bullying. Su Yuan touched her stomach. Toward the inside of the city. With food taken care of, it's time to take care of a place to stay. Where to find it? Su Yuan searched aimlessly through the streets of traffic. In his experience, this is the easiest way to find what you want. About 10 minutes after 10 minutes, he met the right person in the right place. It was a girl in jeans who was posting signs outside her neighborhood. Tall and fresh looking, with a long ponytail hanging behind her, the breeze blowing by, the 2 strands of hair around her ears fluttering in the wind. The girl subconsciously raised her hand to gently stroke her hair, pulling the green silk behind her ear. What a pretty girl next door. Su Yuan walked over. Of course, the reason why he walked over was not because of how beautiful the other party was, but because the things posted by the other party were advertisements for rent. Recruiting for rent and seeing how the situation can lower the rent? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. You want to rent a room? Yi Xiaoyu heard the voice and curiously turned her head to look at the figure that appeared beside her. Eek, it's a big handsome man. Yeah, I'd like to rent a room, but I don't have the money at the moment. As she got closer, Su Yuan also took the opportunity to see the other party's face. Bright eyes as if the stars in the sky flickered, especially good-looking, and the high nose was as beautiful as alabaster. The fair face painted with light makeup, paired with that just right figure, could hit at least 90 or more among the girls Su Yuan had seen. That girl next door clear smell was extraordinarily soothing. Depends on the rent reduction? How much can you reduce? Su Yuan asked tentatively. He can still get it for a little money. Just scratch the price. No money? How much do you have? Yi Xiaoyu inclined her head, looking up and down at Su Yuan's new clothes curiously and asked. Although long and handsome, the body is also good, is wearing how to feel a little strange. This is summer, but Su Yuan were very strict. There's no money, I'm trying to get a job. Su Yuan spread his hands helplessly and said that he felt like he had to change his next family. It was true that he still had to make some money, or else everyone would look down on him. Not to mention looking for a house. Making money came easy to him. He once made $1 million with one day. Pick up $1 scratch to earn 100, and then use this 100 to go to the antique street to casually find something, or to go to the gambling stone, $1 million basically to hand. Making money is just so easy for a very lucky person. Great. Okay, I'll read it again then, huh? No, what did you just say? Su Yuan was about to say that he would go look again, but he realized that something was wrong. What did the other guy just say? It's good. I say that's just right. I've got a job here, food and lodging included, and the job is easy, 10,000 a month. Do you want to do it? Yi Xiaoyu's eyes were glowing. What luck. Just wanted to find someone to clean up after himself for a moment and found it. And a handsome one at that. Perfect. Su Yuan froze. He just casually said that, but he really even arranged a job for himself. Okay, where do you work? At my house. Yi Xiaoyu looked at Su Yuan with a smirk, as if she was a big gray wolf staring at a little sheep. Su Yuang froze, then looked at Yi Xiaoyu with wide eyes and subconsciously took a step back. Chapter 7 The Game of Death 10,000 years ago, the second game begins. I only sell my art, not my body. Su Yuang covered her ferocity with both hands. Think about what? I'm talking about you going to my house to clean for me. I'm often not at home, so I need a nanny to clean. Yi Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. That's right, Su Yuang realized, thinking that the other party was coveting his beauty again, and nodded, that's fine. Yi Xiaoyu was speechless as she looked at Su Yuang's relieved look. How come it feels the other way around? Shouldn't she be the one who's a big beautiful woman worried that she's losing out? How is it that now instead, Su Yuang looks like she's worried about being taken advantage of? Who? Yi Xiaoyu exhaled a cloudy breath, casting away her wild thoughts. Okay, since you promised come with me, it's in a neighborhood near here. By the way, do you have any luggage? Want to take it along now? Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Xiaoyu turned her head. No need, Su Yuang shook her head, I don't have any luggage. Can you advance half a month's salary for me to buy some clothes? Nothing? Yi Xiaoyu suspiciously surveyed Su Yuang. It was so strange, living in the city, how could she not have any luggage? An advance of half a month's pay would be fine, but you don't have anything, it wouldn't be. Su Yuang's heart thumped, it wouldn't be guessed, right? You didn't get kicked out by your wife, did you? No, it's just that I came to the city to work, things were stolen. Su Yuang squeezed out 2 tears from the corner of her eyes, it's so hard for me. Stuff got stolen? Okay, then come with me and I'll get you some clothes and toiletries. It didn't matter what Su Yuang was, it didn't matter if she was a bad person or not, and even if she wasn't a match for her. Just long enough to clean up after her. Half an hour later. Su Yuang came to Yi Xiaoyu's home with a big bag. This is a girly room. 3 bedrooms with pink walls and a cute little bear on the pink walls. Su Yuang surveyed everything in the room, wooden chairs and tables, gorgeous chandeliers, exquisite decorations. There was that cute little triangle on the couch as well as the bustier, and well, there seemed to be some weird stuff mixed in. Yikes. You don't look. You turn around and I'll clean up. Seeing her own underwear on the bed, Yi Xiaoyu's pretty little face instantly turned bright red like an apple. She'd gone to the rent call today and hadn't expected anyone to show up so soon, and the room hadn't even been cleaned up yet. Well, why don't I help you pack? Su Yuang looked at the somewhat dirty surroundings and took the initiative to say. After so half a day, Su Yuang basically understood each other. Lively and cheerful, with a somewhat big personality and very generous to others, she is the girl next door that geeks love. The other guy had helped him buy a few things, and he couldn't bear not to do something about it. Okay, but you wait a moment, Yi Xiaoyu looked at the sofa on the intimate apparel, small face read very cute. She bowed her head and walked into the room, clutching her fat ass. I'll take my clothes in first. About an hour later. The two of them were lying on the couch in a sweaty state, their ferocious mouths heaving, and the whole room was refreshed and finally cleaned up. It's almost evening, too. Nightfall. After eating dinner, Su Yuang laid down on the sofa to rest. The sound of water clattering from Yi Xiaoyu's bath in the bathroom was unceasing. Tomorrow morning, at 8 a.m., the game of death officially begins. Like Li Guang said, betting on luck is just the first welfare game. It's the real game of death back there. The difficulty is definitely much greater than the first game. You can choose the difficulty yourself for the first game, but later games, the death game, will be considerably more difficult, ramping up the difficulty with each game, and there's no choice, you pass or you die. Right, remember to wear clothes when you walk around the living room at night. Yi Xiaoyu walked out after her bath wearing a pink silk dress with a white rabbit pattern. Small legs exposed in the air, white jade shoulders slightly exposed, there are still some drops of water above flashing crystal luster, such as just out of the water hibiscus, charming and attractive. Looking at Su Yuang, the more he looked at her, not only good looking, but also durable. Good. Su Yuang casually replied back, not even looking at the big beauty beside him, who had just gotten out of the bath. Pondering the need to prepare for a game of death. Women aren't as much fun as a game of death. But, after feeling my pants pockets and not having a penny left, I'll let it go. Others are trying to prepare and don't know what to prepare. He was trying to prepare, but there was nothing for him to prepare. Yi Xiaoyu was really busy, even in the evening, and went out after getting cleaned up and putting on a sweatshirt. If he didn't see that Yi Xiaoyu didn't have any makeup on, he would have thought that Yi Xiaoyu was that person. But even with a veiled face, Yi Xiaoyu is still pretty. The loose sweatshirt can't even wrap its sexy body. The moon and the stars are thinning, and the magpies are flying south. The white moon is in the sky, and the good time is in the sky. Su Yueguan looked at the sparrows on the wires outside the window. At this time of the year, it was the beginning of people's nightlife. So he went to bed early. A real man has to be different. If other men are small, he will be big. If other men are soft, he will be hard. The others play and he has to sleep. Well, all of the above is nonsense, mainly because I'm afraid I won't have a good night's sleep tomorrow to play the death game. A few minutes later, Su Yueguan opened her eyes to the ceiling. Can't sleep. Anyway, he couldn't sleep, so Su Yueguan simply opened the death game interface and studied the death game, so he might fall asleep while studying and researching. The fact that he didn't end up falling asleep did allow him to discover that the game of death actually had a feature similar to a customer service assistant. Hello? Game of death, there? Su Yueguan called out. Ding, in. Have you had dinner yet? About? I'm Su Yueguan, the little prince of love songs, KTV walks, singing I have not served anyone. Just kidding, tell me about the history of death game. Su Yueguan skimmed his mouth when he saw that death game didn't reply, not a single cell of humor. Ding, the game of death originated 10,000 years ago. So far, a total of 100 million players have entered the game of death. Wait. 10,000 years ago? Humans were just born then, right? In this parallel world, there were humans only 10,000 years ago. Ding, yes. Hiss. Su Yueguan became interested. Then what players were there 10,000 years ago? Can you tell me the names? The 3 emperors? Or someone else? This game of death doesn't seem to be as simple as I thought. Ding, there are 10,000 players in the first death game. Query player's name, player's permission is not enough, please upgrade before checking. Not enough permissions, which is awkward. So can you tell me if all these people are still alive? With how amazing the game of death is, then these players should have the ability to gain immortality, right? So are these people alive or dead now? Ding, player permission is not enough, please upgrade before viewing. That's a threshold that can't be crossed, is it? So what can you tell me? Ding, player permission is not enough, please upgrade before viewing. Ciao. Forget it, I'll go upgrade tomorrow. Su Yueguan exploded in anger. You can't ask anything by asking that, you'll ask enough when you upgrade. Early in the morning, got up and had breakfast. Then brought a loaf of bread to put in the bag. It wasn't for the game, but there was nothing for him to bring except bread. No money, can't even buy a watermelon knife. The sounds of the game of death came as promised, the death game coming up in 10 seconds, 10, 9. The countdown begins. Su Yueguan quietly sat on the sofa and drank 82 years of white water, waiting for the game to begin. The last second countdown is over. Another dizzy K sensation came to Su Yueguan's mind and she fainted on the sofa. Chapter 8, Terrorist Security, Ghosts. When you wake up again. What came into view was a dark sky. The time is night. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the moonlight was obscured by thick clouds, revealing only a small horn of glittering, silvery. The surrounding area was dead silent and somewhat depressing, and the darkness of the night not far away was like a giant mouth of an abyss, ready to devour them at any time. Climbing to his feet, he looked around at the other players lying across the floor. Together with him, there were 10 of them, men and women. He was the first to wake up. Surrounded by towering, modern buildings. The skyscrapers in the distance were shrouded in fog so thick and blurred that they looked unreal and real. Instead, the building in front of them was brightly lit and had what appeared to be silhouettes of people on the upper floors. It wasn't that different from a modern building. As he woke up, the rest of the group gradually came to their senses. After waking up, they looked around. Without waiting for them to do anything, the game of death beeped in their heads. Ding, welcome player to the game of death. This game is codenamed Terror Mansion Security. Mission summary: players will be required to act as building security for the night, patrolling various locations on each floor every hour and clocking in at designated locations. Failure to die at 8 o'clock tomorrow is considered a game mission completed. The more carefully you patrol, the better the final reward will be. Hint: there seems to be an unknown being in the mansion who will devour your lives, and it seems that some of the players have entered into some sort of cooperation with the unknown being, and your deaths will be exchanged for their lives. When you are on patrol, you must be careful and cautious. Of course, if someone can kill the unknown presence and find that mole, they might be very well rewarded. Note, players are not allowed to kill each other. Security, mole, unknown presence? Yuang contemplated the game of death hints while sizing up the others. There were middle-aged men and women, young men and women, and one yellow hair stood out. Others apparently noticed the word mole as well. There was a mole here, so anyone could be a mole, and instantly, the atmosphere was off. The crowd looked to the others warily. For a while, it was actually quiet, and not a single person spoke. Everyone, on this mission, follow my lead. Just as the crowd was still observing who the mole might be, a young man in black, about 25 years old, stepped forward and roared. Yuang looked over. It was a man with a scar on his face, and a black dress made him look a bit heroic. The eyes are stern, and there seems to be a flow of solemn killing energy. This man may have killed someone. Yuang had a plan in mind. "Che, who the hell are you to say you'll listen to you? By what right?" Yellowhair's temper seemed to explode a bit as he looked at the black-clothed youth with disdain. Young men are on fire, and no one wants to listen to anyone else. Boom! A roaring flame emerged from the hands of the young man in black. The surrounding people looked at the dazzling fire snake in the black-clothed youth's hand in a daze. The black-clothed youth looked coldly at Yellowhair, his voice low. "Just by virtue of the fact that I'm a player who has participated in the game twice and has the C-rank psychic ability Fireball, is that enough?" Coo of a dove. Yellowhair throat gurgled as swallowed a mouthful of water, looking to the black-clothed youth, hands of the Fireball, voice trembling, awkwardly laughs. Hey, that's enough, big brother, I was just joking. Joking, don't take it seriously. You say, I definitely won't interrupt you. A great man can bend, and then clean up the other side later when he has the chance. Okay, guys, listen to me for a second. The black-clothed youth looked around, imprinting everyone's faces in his mind. My name is Li Qingshan, looking at you all, you should all be newbies. Then this would be the second death game. The second death game has a veteran player leading it, and this time the veteran player would be me. You heard the mission, patrol this building. The young man in black looked to the building in front of the crowd, his eyes looking up from below. 5 floors in all. The other players looked to the building as well, surveying the place they were about to go to work. It was a modern building, much like an inner-city office building. There are a total of 5 floors, 10 of us. It seems that 2 people are going to each floor, and the death game has already been arranged. Yuang stroked his chin with some stubble. Not bad. The black-clothed youth looked at Yuang. His reaction was quite fast. After all, newbies usually just come to the death game will be a bit overwhelmed. Yuang's performance is considered okay. So, we have to assign groups. 2 men from each floor go on patrol, and you look at your left wrists. The young man in black signaled the crowd to look at his wrist. Yuang looked down and saw that there was an extra watch on her wrist at some point, and it had a timer on it. Counting down from an hour. I went through 2 games earlier, one of which had a tombkeeper who also needed to punch a card. The punch card is with this watch. This place is different from my last gravekeeper, where the gravekeeper only had to clock in once at a place. Here someone has to clock in on every floor. So it has to be assigned to make sure someone punches in on every floor. What if you don't punch in? Someone asked. Not punching the clock? The black-clothed youth sneered. There used to be players who didn't clock out and hid in a place to try to muddle through this game, and now the grass on their graves is as tall as yours. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. He looked at the crowd of shivering players around him. Don't ever think about not punching the card. It doesn't matter if you die yourself, don't jeopardize all of us to be buried with you. Someone needs to clock in on each of the 5 floors, and if someone doesn't, it not only affects them, but also the other players. But. At this time, a teenager of about 18 walked out. Didn't the game hint that there was a traitor among us? Wouldn't that be dangerous in case you teamed up with a traitor? Hey, it's dangerous, what do you think this is? The black-clothed youth sneered. This is a game of death. It's supposed to be dangerous, death is the norm, and you're advised not to take your lives too seriously. This game is either you or me. You're unlucky to meet a traitor, I've seen many die before my eyes, enjoy the moment. Now draw for teams and patrol floors, all must draw and meet on the first floor after you have clocked out from patrol. Although it says to patrol every floor, the game of death doesn't say you have to patrol all the time, and it's relatively safe for everyone to stay together after patrolling. The crowd went to the front desk on the first floor of the building to find a piece of paper for the drawing. Soon, the distribution was complete. 2 by 2, and 2 to patrol the first floor. Yuang is on the 4th floor, and her companion is a very fierce and cute girl wearing glasses. Hello, first time teaming up, please take care of me. Seeing that her companion was a handsome man, the glasses girl couldn't help but be a bit shy. Well, hello, Yuang said perfunctorily, not paying attention to the glasses girl, but looking at the 2 boys next to her. You patrol the 5th floor, right? Yeah, what do you want? No, I'm sexually normal. Yuang shook her head. 2 men. But I want to switch floors with you guys to patrol. Yuang's words changed. Change floors? Why? The 2 men looked at each other, wary of looking at Yuang. What kind of scheme was this? Nothing, just want to change it. It's up to you guys if you want to change it or not. Yuang did not explain. The glasses girl was a bit puzzled as she looked at Yuang's perfect side face and was also a bit unsure. Even that senior looked at Yuang, who was thinking more than the others. Could it be that the other party had some kind of skill in him that was capable of avoiding evil and knew that the 5th floor was not dangerous, so he chose the 5th floor? There were many such skills in the game, and it was normal for Yuang to be able to draw such skills or equipment. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and looked at Yuang. Did that mean that the 5th floor was safe? You two, switch floors with me. Li Qingshan looked at the 2 young men who had chosen the 5th floor and pointed at the 2 of them in a condescending manner. Hey! Those 2 boys looked at Li Qingshan in confusion. Seeing that Li Qingshan also grabbed and switched with them, they also finally realized what was going on, even the people around them. Both Li Qingshan and Yuang wanted to patrol their floor, which meant that their floor was probably safe. No, we're not switching with anyone. We're going to patrol the 5th floor. The 2 boys looked at each other, then said firmly. Boom! A flame rose from Li Qingshan's hand. What did you guys talk about? I didn't hear too well. Li Qingshan tilted his chin with a condescending face. In the game, strength was everything. Being able to survive, face doesn't matter. What do you want? Killing is not allowed in the game. The 2 men exclaimed as they watched the rising blaze. Che, killing? You guys don't think too highly of yourselves. I'm not going to kill you guys, but me breaking 2 of your legs doesn't count as killing. I'm not consulting with you, I'm ordering, understand? Understand a hammer. Can they say they don't understand? In the end, under Li Qingshan's strongman lockman, the 2 men agreed to switch floors with Li Qingshan to patrol. Yuang watched these people grab the 5th floor with a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, but he quickly converged. Without saying much of anything, the crowd took the elevator and went up to their floors, all the while recognizing the cruelty of the game. None of Li Qingshan's actions were telling them the importance of strength. Without strength, in this game, it is a fish under the chopping board, to be slaughtered. Do whatever people want you to do. Come to the 4th floor. Yuang and Glasses Girl walked out of the elevator. Why did you just switch the 5th floor with them? Is the 5th floor safe? Just after exiting the elevator, the Glasses Girl couldn't help but ask Yuang. Chapter 9, I won't fight back. Safe? Yuang froze, then smiled teasingly and glanced at the Glasses Girl's place that was beyond normal size. What did this woman grow up on? There's something sick about it. You misunderstand, the 5th floor is not very safe, it's very dangerous. Dangerous? How do you know that? The Glasses Girl looked curiously at Yuang. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it besides being handsome, so how do you know it's dangerous up there? When I first woke up, I saw a dark figure on the 5th floor, which I thought was a person, but now it looks like it might not have been a person. Yuang spread his hands and explained, it's just that I didn't expect them to rush to face the danger, they are really good people. It's so moving. He looked up and up at the sky, and seemed a little emotional. Glasses Girl. Touched my ass. Just now those people saw Yuang's movements all thought that the 5th floor was the safest place. That is to say, those people just now were fighting over the most dangerous place, not a safe place at all? Hiss. Luckily, Yuang didn't grab it. She all but assumed the 5th floor was safe. The black shadow that appeared in the middle of the building at this time, just think about it and you know that it definitely wouldn't be anything normal. The game had also hinted just now that there was an unknown presence in the building, and it was obvious that it was talking about the thing on the 5th floor. But if you knew the 5th floor was dangerous, why did you go and grab it? Glasses girl after the fear of padding their own amazing scale. If the other party promised them to change the patrol floor at that time, then now face the danger, is not it them? Of course I'm going to kill the damn thing, didn't the game say so? There will be a reward for killing that thing. Su Yuang glanced at where the glasses girl was trembling and shrugged his shoulders. This is equivalent to a reward for nothing, don't want it for nothing. But, what if we can't kill it? Glasses girl worried. Can't be killed? Su Yuang froze, he hadn't really thought about this. With his luck, how could he not kill it? Not to mention the SSS rank reward, his revolver alone should be enough to deal with that monster. If you can't kill, then of course you'll be killed. Su Yuang's couldn't care less tone made the glasses girl shiver. Seo Moon Kwang is obviously a newcomer, but she's so brave, is she abnormal? Or is Su Yuang not normal? Are you supposed to be this brave the first time you enter such a weird game? Well, patrol first. Su Yuang looked ahead into the corridor, which was translucently lit and flanked by slightly eerie and weird rooms. It looked normal, no different from an ordinary building, but it was empty and extraordinarily quiet, so quiet that the two could even hear their own heartbeats, making one's scalp go numb. The passageway was as if it was a beast that would not scream, obviously silent, but it gave people an extremely dangerous feeling, as if they would be torn to shreds if they walked past it. The curtains on either side fluttered in the wind, adding a bit more to the creepy atmosphere. Go! Su Yuang was the first to walk towards the front. The glasses girl looked behind her, always feeling as if there was a pair of strange eyes watching her from behind. Quickly follow Su Yuang. What's your name? I'm Mo Xiaolan. Seemingly to bolster her courage, Mo Xiaolan kept talking to Su Yuang to distract herself. Su Yuang, just call me Yuang. Su Yuang said, every room has to be inspected, it's too slow for the two of us to search one place, how about a separate search? Don't! I want to be with you. Separated she feels like she will definitely die, not separated, and Su Yuang together can still have a care for each other. Of course, she was the one being looked after. Seeing Mo Xiaolan so resolute, Su Yuang shrugged his shoulders and he casually mentioned it. By the way, what kind of reward did you get? You should have participated in the gambling game as well, right? Su Yuang looked at Mo Xiaolan, that lowly face and petite figure. It's lowly oriented except for a certain place that's a little off the beaten path. There are three good things about a delicate body. Me? I gambled on 2 bullets and gained a D-ranked ability to sense all items within 5 meters, but I don't feel like it's much use, and when I'm in danger all I can do is run. Mo Xiaolan beamed her little mouth a little unhappy. 2 bullets, she was so scared that her heart almost didn't jump out and she almost died. As a result, she was given such a cockamamie psychic ability. A perception type of psychic ability? Su Yuang nodded, the ability depended on how it was used. Used well to assist teammates is definitely a very useful skill, but if it's Mo Xiaolan alone, it's really not very useful. What supernormal ability did you acquire? Mo Xiaolan looked at Su Yuang curiously. Me, Su Yuang raised her hand and a revolver appeared in her hand. It's a revolver with unlimited bullets, as for what grade I don't know. SSS-level skills hadn't been drawn yet, and he wasn't really sure what level this pistol counted as. He didn't think there should be an SSS rank though, SSS rank skills were much more powerful than pistols. A pistol with unlimited bullets. Mo Xiaolan's eyes lit up, and what had been a somewhat frightened face gradually turned into surprise. You have a gun? Of course I do, and it's over 30 centimeters, you want to see it? But I definitely won't show it to you. Su Yuang tilted her chin in an arrogant manner. Mo. No, I'm talking about the pistol. Mo Xiaolan was a bit excited and looked at the revolver in Su Yuang's hand. With a pistol, does that mean we won't be afraid of that person? Su Yuang turned her head as if looking at a little cutie. Like looking at Bean. Mo Xiaolan, who said that thing is a person? Mo Xiaolan froze, not a human? Then what is it? Who knows? Su Yuang shrugged, but anyway, it's definitely not an existence that you can easily kill. He might be able to solve it easily, but it should be a bit difficult for these people to kill each other, otherwise he wouldn't have let the blame go to the other side so easily. You guys, do you mean you were able to kill? Glasses girl noticed Su Yuang's wording. Of course. Su Yuang nodded seriously, if I can't kill it, no one should be able to kill the other party. Mo Xiaolan pouted her lips, men, they like to attract girls by pretending to be powerful in front of women. She definitely didn't believe it. The two men cruised around the passageway, noticing that some of the doors here were open and some were hidden. This door is open, let's go in and see what's there. Don't, there might be something weird in there. There was light and dark in the room, and Su Yueguang chose a room that was dark and deep like a black hole. Mo Xiaolan looked over, and something strange seemed to be watching them from inside. Pattering sound. Just as Mo Xiaolan's words fell, the door was pushed open by Su Yueguang. Creak. The sound of the door opening echoed through the room. Bang. It hit the wall behind the door with a muffled thud. Mo. Why didn't you say so before I opened it? Su Yueguang walked in with a big grin, while turning on the flashlight that the security guard was equipped with to illuminate the inside. Game of Death was nice enough to equip them with radios as well as flashlights and a baton. Mo Xiaolan looked at Su Yueguang, walked into the action without hesitation. Want to cry, she said. Su Yueguang will listen? Of course not, even if Mo Xiaolan had said that, Su Yueguang wouldn't have listened. He was a little curious as to what was inside this room. The room was dark and gloomy, and Mo Xiaolan was shivering, a little afraid to go in, But after a glance at the empty, unoccupied hallway while a cool breeze brushed her face, she followed without hesitation. It's more dangerous to be alone than in a dark room. Looks like the utility room. Snapping, Su Yueguang turned on the lights in the house. The white energy-saving lights were a little dim, and there were some discarded cardboard boxes and computers and some trash all around. Exhale. Mo Xiaolan was relieved that nothing was there. It was great. She was really afraid of what kind of monster would pop up out of nowhere. Su Yueguang shook his head. Boring, nothing opens the door for what? Come on, let's go check out the other rooms. What? There are other rooms to see? Mo Xiaolan's heart tightened. Just because this room isn't dangerous doesn't mean the other rooms aren't. Sure, maybe there's something interesting to discover? Su Yueguang grinned. Why don't we just forget about it? Mo Xiaolan's face was bitter and she wanted to cry. Mo Xiaolan's proposal was naturally useless. Su Yueguang came to another locked doorway. People inside, listen, you've been surrounded by me, come out and surrender or I'll go in. Su Yueguang stood at the door and shouted at the door. Mo Xiaolan, who was watching from the side, froze. What are you doing? I'm looking to see if there's anyone inside. Su Yueguang leaned in close to listen to the movement in the room. Seeing nothing, he tried to yell again, and come out, I am the old Gotham Madhouse boss. Line is not changing his name, not change his name Jerome. Today either you kill me or be killed by me. I'm not targeting you, I'm saying everyone here is trash, have the guts to come out and fight one-on-one. The room remained unresponsive after saying all the stems he knew. Mo Xiaolan was on the verge of crying at this point. She was really a bit regretful, regretting teaming up with Su Yueguang. Su Yueguang was so brave, she felt so timid that she didn't deserve to team up with Su Yueguang. There seems to be no one. Su Yueguang frowned and boom. A hard kick with her foot. The door didn't even move, instead his feet tingled a little. Stop. Mo Xiaolan looked at Su Yueguang still trying to kick the door with her foot and blanched in fear. Was this really a newcomer? Chow now. Older players wouldn't dare be so brave. Keep your voice down, don't attract anything strange. Mo Xiaolan raised her index finger to her mouth and shushed. Su Yueguang turned her head to look at the cautious Mo Xiaolan and suddenly sized up the other party. What are you looking at? Mo Xiaolan, who was looked at with some scalp numbness, covered her ferocity. It's just the two of them here, and it's still nighttime. Su Yueguang wouldn't be beastly, right? Su Yueguang's eyes gradually glowed, frightening Mo Xiaolan to advance a step. Don't mess around, I won't resist. Mo Xiaolan closed her eyes. It was hard to believe that today was the day she became a woman. Don't. Although Su Yueguang is very handsome, seems to be also very powerful, but she is not ready. Resist what? What are you beeping for? Su Yueguang looked suspiciously at Mo Xiaolan, who beamed as if she wanted a kiss. Mo Xiaolan opened her eyes in confusion and saw Su Yueguang sizing her up with a questioning face. You're not going to? Mo Xiaolan suddenly covered her mouth, and almost said it. What were you staring at me for? Chapter 10, this is not good, is it? I meant to say, aren't you able to sense things within 5 meters? You should be able to sense what's in this room as well, right? Speaking of business, Su Yueguang's eyes lit up. Induction? Isn't it about that? Mo Xiaolan froze. What that? Su Yueguang felt that Mo Xiaolan was a bit puzzled. Nothing, just wait, let me see. Mo Xiaolan saw Su Yueguang's uncertain appearance and knew that she had misunderstood, and shyly came to the door, then closed her eyes. An inexplicable aura appeared on his body. Invisible ripples seeping through the door. A few seconds later, Mo Xiaolan opened her eyes, her face a little more sickly white than earlier. It's empty, there's nothing in there. There was more than a hint of weakness in the voice, too. Su Yueguang went forward and held Mo Xiaolan's arm. Are you alright? Why does it feel like you've had a serious illness? Mo Xiaolan shook her head. It's fine, it's just the aftermath of using a skill. Every time you use a skill it will consume mental energy. That's why I can only use it once every hour. There's still this restriction? Su Yueguang frowned. He still wanted Mo Xiaolan to look through all the rooms to come, but now it didn't seem to work. It's a bit of a weak skill. Okay, then let's skip the ones that aren't open and check out the ones that are. Can you not look? Mo Xiaolan raised her head, blinking her large Quran's eyes in a pitifully cute manner. Can't. Su Yueguang rejected the other party's offer without hesitation. Woohoo! Mo Xiaolan felt like she was being really difficult. But there's really nothing different here. Most of the rooms were empty. In the end, Su Yueguang only found a few strange things. A key, a yellow talisman of unclear use, and a broken hammer. Putting aside the hammer, Su Yueguang looked towards the key and the yellow talisman. What is this key and yellow talisman for? Su Yueguang pondered over these two items. With his luck, he shouldn't have come across something useless. These two things should be somewhat useful. Ding, congratulations to the player who found the Prop 5 Thunder Talisman, which contains the power of divine thunder and has a restraining effect on evil spirits. How to use: bind and recognize the owner by dropping blood, can be used after recognizing the owner. The game of death mechanical voice came through. This thing is called the 5 Thunder Talisman? It's earned. It was able to restrain evil spirits, and although he had a revolver, an extra talisman would be nice. This talisman is for you. Su Yueguang handed the talisman to Mo Xiaolan. He had no egg to use in holding it, so he might as well give it to Mo Xiaolan. Hey! For me? Mo Xiaolan froze. This was something Su Yueguang had discovered. Here, you take it. Su Yueguang stuffed it into Mo Xiaolan's arms and stuck it under her neck. Yeah. Mo Xiaolan was touched in the heart by Su Yueguang, and although it wasn't a sensitive area, she still blushed and couldn't help but scream. Don't ya, bind the amulet, it's good stuff, you should be able to use it for future games. If I'm not wrong, this thing should be able to deal with that monster in this building. When the time comes, you don't use it, leave it to me to deal with it, you keep this thing. Su Yueguang said. Existence meant that there was a significance to its existence. With his luck, it was impossible to get something useless. Obviously, this yellow talisman was the item to deal with that monster. Since it's a game, there must be a way to get through it. Hey! This isn't too good, it was found by you, I can't take it. Mo Xiaolan lowered her head and squirmed a bit. Is kinda principled. Looking at the yellow talisman handed over by the other party, Su Yueguang smiled. Suddenly reaching out, he pinched the other's somewhat baby-fat face. Laughing at her partner's gasp, she said, well, consider this the price I pay for taking advantage of you, let's go punch the clock. It's kinda comfy. Su Yueguang walked towards the punching machine, recalling the soft feel of her hand just now. Behind her back, Mo Xiaolan blinked, these big eyes staring at Su Yueguang's tall back, covering her cheeks that had just been pinched by Su Yueguang with her hands, and there seemed to be a strange light flowing in her eyes. The two had just finished punching their cards when an urgent voice came over the wireless intercom and... It's not good, it's not good. There's a monster on the 5th floor, help. That voice, it's the one that went to the 5th floor with the senior. Mo Xiaolan's face was tinged with panic. Something was really wrong, that thing was really on the 5th floor. Go to the 5th floor. Su Yueguang's eyes lit up when he heard the voice, good to come. Opened the elevator and pulled the tearful, reluctant glasses girl up to the 5th floor. Creak. The elevator doors opened. A bloodied figure appeared in the elevator doorway. Su Yueguang froze and subconsciously prepared to pull out her gun, but realized that what was in front of her was not some monster, but that senior, Li Qingshan. It's you? How are you? Su Yuang looked at the other party's arm, as if it had been forcibly ripped off, able to see the broken bones and bloody flesh inside, red with black blood dripping down the arm break. Chow, don't talk. Move, that monster is behind us. Close the elevator. Li Qingshan's eyes stared nervously at the dark corridor outside the elevator, and cold sweat kept flowing down his forehead. The still remaining right hand frantically pressed the elevator door close button and pressed the first floor at the same time. Used as phonetic ka. Watching the elevator close smoothly, Li Qingshan finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had just experienced some great battle instantly emptied of strength, ignoring the image of a but sitting on the dusty elevator. Like a ghost gate walked in a state of distress, breathing heavily in the elevator's murky air, It's as if you're afraid you'll never be able to inhale air again. Hiss, it hurts. What are you doing, you dumbass? Li Qingshan was panting heavily, when he suddenly felt an immense pain above his broken left hand as if several sharp needles had been inserted into it, and his eyes became bloodshot due to the pain. Turning his head around, his wide, staring bull's eyes saw Su Yuang dumbly poking his wound with his finger with a curious expression. Oh, let me see if this is true for you. Su Yuang saw the other party looking over with an innocent look, shrugged his shoulders and didn't care about the other party's violent temper. Li Qingshan. You're a horse. You want to die, don't you? You're blind. How can you fake a wound? Li Qingshan shouted angrily at Su Yuang, his voice tearing his heart and lungs, looking at Su Yuang with eyes itching to slash the other party to death. But it's not bleeding and it's got blackness on it? Shouldn't a normal wound bleed? According to reason, a wound of this magnitude of a broken arm should be bleeding like a river, but at this moment, Li Qingshan's wound had actually stopped bleeding, with only a few drops of blood occasionally falling down. Chao Nima. I took the system's hemostatic medicine. Do you understand? The veterans usually have some kind of life-preserving outfit that. Black gas? What black gas? No. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and looked above the broken arm, and sure enough, there were threads of black gas lingering on it. Chapter 11, Whoever said the 5th floor is the safest, get the hell out. No good, that monster left it behind. Black gas lingered in the wound and seemed to be corroding and invading his tendons and flesh. Allowing such a smooth invasion into his body, he was afraid that he would turn into a monster as well. Li Qingshan looked at the black gas on the wound and gritted his teeth, flipping his wrist. A green jade vial appeared on his hand. Looking at the medicine bottle in his hand, Li Qingshan had some meat pains, but still used his mouth to bite open the cork, followed by a mouthful. Coo of a dove. The only elixir inside was swallowed. Looking at the black aura again, sure enough, after swallowing the pill, the black aura on his hand gradually began to dissipate. Who? Watching the black gas dissipate, Li Qingshan sighed in relief, although he lost a precious elixir, but at least his life was saved. What's going on here? And what was that thing you just ate? And big brother, where are your companions? Mo Xiaolan asked cautiously from the side. Li Qingshan glanced powerlessly at Mo Xiaolan next to him, and felt a little better after seeing that it was a big beauty. We're being attacked. The elixir we just ate was to remove corpse chi, and those black chi are corpse chi. As for companions, Li Qingshan was silent. It should have been killed by that monster by now. Clanking sound. The elevator stopped on the 3rd floor. The doorway was Yellow Hair and his sister, saw the bloodstains on Li Qingshan's arm, was shocked. Here, you hand. Stop inking, come in after you punch your card, go to the 1st floor, I have something to say. Li Qingshan impatiently yelled at the two men. Good. Yellow Hair looked at Li Qingshan as if he had been directly torn off, crimson and blood vessels exposed arm, heart shivering, and sister around the sitting on the ground. Li Qingshan, good behavior to stand to the side. Li Qingshan was a senior, he couldn't afford to mess with him and hide. The 2nd floor picked up 2 more people. The crowd eventually returned to the 1st floor. What's going on? Biggie, what happened to your hand? Didn't it go to the safest 5th floor? Where's your teammate? After arriving on the 1st floor, the crowd was all surprised at the wound on Li Qingshan's arm and kept asking Li Qingshan what had happened. Li Qingshan was a senior, and he could also do fireball magic, so he was actually injured? Chow. What safest 5th floor? That monster is on the 5th floor. Who the hell said the 5th floor was the safest? Get the hell out of there. Hearing someone say that the 5th floor was safe, Li Qingshan was like a detonated powder keg that exploded right then and there. Stormy looked at the others. Finally locking his eyes on Su Yuang, he remembered that it was Su Yuang who said that he wanted to switch with the 5th floor. You stepped on a horse. Come out, why did you say the 5th floor was the safest? Li Qingshan pointed his finger at Su Yueguang and gritted his teeth. Hey! I didn't say the 5th floor was safe. You're nuts, when did I say that? Su Yueguang raised her eyebrows and disliked her without hesitation. Fart. You. Li Qingshan wanted to say that Su Yueguang had said it, but when he thought about it like this, it seemed Su Yueguang hadn't really said it. He just wanted to switch to the 5th floor, he hadn't really said the 5th floor was safe. Then why did you switch patrol floors with the 5th floor? It's not safe for you to change Nima. It made him think that the 5th floor was safe, and he almost pissed himself when he encountered the monster. Su Yueguang looked innocent. I saw that there were silhouettes on the 5th floor, so I wanted to switch up and take a look. I didn't think that you guys would want to rush to switch up. You guys have to go, and I can't rob you. That helpless expression, as if it was really innocent. Li Qingshan. Crowd. So, Su Yueguang didn't want to go up because the 5th floor was safe, but because there was a figure on the 5th floor that wanted to go up. That silhouette, you could tell with your ass that it must be the monster. Li Qingshan's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten. So the floor that he's threatening players to grab is actually a floor with monsters on it. You didn't say so. Why didn't you say so? Li Qingshan looked at Su Yueguang with round eyes of anger. His anger was so strong that his throat seemed to have a trace of sweetness surging in it. Put. As soon as the words fell, the sweetness surged into his mouth and a mouthful of blood spurted out of Li Qingshan's mouth. This is bleeding from anger. Hiss, you're spitting blood, you're too badly injured, why don't you just rest and take a break? At that time, you guys didn't ask and didn't give me a chance to say ah. Su Yueguang shook her head helplessly. It's not because of a injury and spitting blood, it's because you're pissed off and pissed off. Chow. You're damned if you're going to be condescending. He's the one who got seriously injured and broke his hand fighting monsters. Chow. Li Qingshan almost didn't stand up and chop Su Yueguang. Forget it, let's not talk about it, it's confirmed now, the creature is on the 5th floor. It's all decked out. My teammate got killed by a monster. We're going to the 5th floor together now. Let's see if we can destroy that monster. Li Qingshan took a deep breath, indicating that he didn't want to talk to Su Yueguang anymore. Ding, player Huang restoration is dead. As if confirming what Li Qingshan had said, a beep sounded in everyone's head at the same time. There was a swish of silence in the room and the first death appeared, Huang restoration. So dead. Everyone's heart beats half a beat slower, and it's less than an hour into the game and people are dead. We have 11 hours till 8 o'clock tomorrow. If one person dies each hour, 10 of them are not enough to die. But wasn't the voice coming out of the pager your teammates just now? How did it suddenly die? While everyone's mood was heavy as hell, a discordant voice rang out and the crowd looked over and it was Su Yueguang. Li Qingshan frowned at Su Yueguang. When I say dead, I'm dead, where's all the nonsense? I had to lose an arm facing that monster, isn't it normal for a newcomer like him to die? Li Qingshan seemed to be a bit impatient and spoke in a very unpleasant tone. The reason why he was so impatient was because his teammates were actually killed by him. At the time the monster attacked suddenly and seemed to catch him because he was more of a threat. Sneaking up and biting his arm. As the monster bites into his arm. Huang restoration was so scared that he threw him down and ran away without even thinking about it. He had also forcibly given up one of his arms at that moment of crisis to break free from the monster's bite, but that hadn't been enough. In order to stall the monster and ensure that he could escape successfully, he threw that fleeing teammate to the monster, which was exchanged for precious time to escape. But that's not something you can say to anyone else, naturally. There was no shortage of smart people among the players, and some of them realized something after hearing Su Yueguang's question. Looking toward Li Qingshan subconsciously took a step back. Alright, don't even bother asking, now all follow me up. Once we get rid of that monster, we'll be able to get through the night easily. Seeing that some people were looking at him with eyes that were a bit off, Li Qingshan yelled out loud with some heartbreak, as if he was hiding the guilt within his heart. That monster isn't strong, it's only that much stronger than me, as long as we're together, we'll definitely be able to destroy it. What the hell is that monster? Someone stepped forward. What is it? Li Qingshan turned his head to look at the man and sneered. Chapter 12, The Mole, Knocking on the Door. It's a corpse, which you can interpret as a zombie, or a walker. It turned out to be just a small zombie. Su Yueguang's heart was clear. Zombies? Su Yueguang had nothing to fear from this thing, but the others were taken aback. You don't see a lot of scary zombies in movies. Aren't zombies invulnerable to swords and guns? Can we kill him? Uncle bless, but please bless me not to be killed by zombies. Li Qingshan looked at the somewhat flustered crowd distracted. What's all the noise about? Isn't it just a zombie? Bunch of losers, just now I roughly estimated its strength. As long as I can hit it a few more times with my fireball spell, I'll definitely be able to kill it. I can even destroy it, plus you 9 of us can't beat it alone? But isn't there another traitor? Someone said weakly. Someone prompted the crowd to remember. Yes, there was another traitor among them who was in league with the monster. The crowd looked at each other, cautiously sizing up the others. That traitor and the monster are in cahoots. If we want to kill them, they definitely want to kill us too. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, then looked at the crowd and. Does anyone have any guesses? Or has found out who the traitor is? Silence. The crowd looked at each other, and Su Yueguang spoke up again at the right time. There's just one person dead right now, and that's your teammate. If the mole status purpose is to kill us all, then I'm afraid Mr. Li is most likely the mole. Su Yueguang looked at Li Qingshan. Not that Li Qingshan was a mole, but according to the currently available information, Li Qingshan was the most likely mole. You're ING looking for something, aren't you? Can't I, a senior, kill you all if I'm a mole, if I'm dealing with you together with the ghosts and monsters? Do you need to eliminate them one by one like this? Li Qingshan noticed the measuring skeptical eyes of the people around him, and in his heart, he greeted Su Yueguang's ancestors for 3 generations, and explained aloud. The crowd nodded. Li Qingshan was right, he was a senior. If he wanted to deal with them it would be too easy. Don't worry, I didn't say you were a mole, I just said that with the information we have now, it's just more likely that you're a mole. But while you're not necessarily the mole, I have to correct what you said though. Since you know that I'm not necessarily a mole yet you're still making rumors here. Li Qingshan stared viciously at Su Yueguang as if he was looking at a life and death enemy. What are you going to correct me about? Su Yueguang didn't care about the other party's hostility towards her and let out a light laugh. There's something wrong with what you just said about how easy it was for you and the Ghostbusters to deal with us. All of us haven't revealed our abilities yet, and the monster and the mole don't know what our abilities are, which is why it doesn't dare to attack us. Maybe, we have experts in here who got good rewards in the first game, together with the others. Even if you and the monsters are added together, you may not be a match for the rest of us. The monster and I together are no match for you? Li Qingshan's cold face was written with the word disdain. You're thinking about fart eating, you're all new, do you really think the death game is that easy? Anyone in the room who can acquire a C rank or higher skill is a credit to the ancestors of those of us who are there. By my estimation, I don't suppose there's a single person in the room with a reward above a D grade? Li Qingshan coldly looked around the circle, wanting to see if there was anyone to admit it. It's hard to tell, maybe there's a C level, just trying to hide it. That brother you have to hide well. If we are backstabbed by the mole, maybe we are no match for the mole and the monster. Su Yueguang spoke succinctly and clearly, and with a little thought, he could understand the meaning, and there were people around him who seemed to be enlightened. This is to deter Li Qingshan. If Li Qingshan was really the mole, then once he was sure that they people didn't have an expert, then he would join forces with the monster to deal with them. Not to mention sneak attacks, they could easily be defeated in the open. That's why Su Yueguang mentioned that at this time, everyone must hide their abilities. And also to give Li Qingshan something to worry about. Thinking about this, some people who were originally afraid of Li Qingshan raised their heads and suddenly locked eyes with Li Qingshan. Knockout! Representing that he was not afraid of Li Qingshan. Of course, their trembling legs betrayed their hearts at the moment, but Li Qingshan didn't notice these details either. Seeing that someone in the crowd dared to raise their head to look at him, Li Qingshan really thought that there might be a C-class expert in the crowd. Unable to help himself, he pondered for a moment and then said, I don't care if you believe me or not, but I really wasn't the mole, and don't you forget, that monster tore an arm off of me. It couldn't be faked, and I had expended a precious elixir in the elevator to heal the injury to my arm. This is something he can testify to. Li Qingshan looked at Su Yueguang. The crowd also looked at Su Yueguang, who nodded her head to indicate that what Li Qingshan said was true. See, in that case, it basically clears me. It is more likely that the mole is still among you. Li Qingshan emphatically glanced at Su Yueguang, but didn't stay too long before sweeping towards the others. Su Yuang seems to be targeting himself a bit, could he be a mole now? But even if he was, he couldn't let the other man notice that he was watching him, or else the other man would just be more wary and disguise himself more like an ordinary person. To observe silently and deliver the killing blow at the critical moment. If it was determined that Su Yuang was the mole, his men would definitely not show any mercy. It dawned on the crowd that Li Qingshan seemed to be right in saying so. If Li Qingshan was the mole, he shouldn't have been so seriously injured. Should just get some minor injuries for show, otherwise you can't get at them. Chapter 13 The Betrayed Su Yuang. Alright, since none of them have been found, and I've cleared my suspicions, let's go find that monster together, even if the mole is among us, there's absolutely no problem dealing with that monster. Li Qingshan couldn't find any traces of the mole, so he simply stopped looking. This point gained the approval of most people, and as long as they were together, they were not afraid even if there was a mole. All agreed to go except one or two who were too timid to go, and the one or two who didn't had no choice but to go alone. But half an hour later, everyone despaired. How come? Wasn't that monster on the 5th floor just now? Yellow Hair looked at the last empty room in despair. They checked all the open rooms on the 5th floor, and there was no sign of monsters inside any of them. There was also no body of Huang Ruohong, only a long trail of blood connecting to the gloomy stairwell. Obviously it's Huang's blood. The creature probably went to the stairwell. But the stairwell was unlit and dim and eerie, and they wisely didn't choose to go in and check it out. Going there would be the monster's home turf. They were in more danger. Now here's the problem. Monster, not on the 5th floor anymore. When it's almost time to clock in for patrol. Are we still patrolling? Mo Xiaolan said weakly. Of course patrol, as a qualified security guard, we must do our job well. Su Yuang said rightfully. But that monster is not known to be on the first few floors. Now someone looked at Su Yuang. How did he feel that Su Yuang was a bit reckless? And with Rico's companion dead, we'll have to redistribute, and then one of us is doomed to be single. And the traitor. Yellow Hair shuddered. There are now several questions before the house. First, it's time to punch the clock, and everyone must go punch the clock. Second, the monster didn't know how many floors it had run to, and if it spread out, there would surely be unlucky people being eaten by the monster again. Thirdly, there was a traitor in their midst, and when the time came, if anyone was unlucky enough to be on a team with a traitor, they would probably be attacked by the traitor. Fourth, someone has to act alone. No more patrols. In pairs, go forward and punch the clock. Come up immediately after punching the card. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth. Come up here and we'll continue to search floor by floor. I don't believe we can't search for this monster. The crowd nodded, and that was all that was left to do. No. Just then, Su Yuang's abrupt voice sounded again. The crowd frowned and looked over. I want to work. Since I'm a security guard, I have to do my duty. How can I do it perfunctorily? I must patrol the floor once before coming up. Crowd. Nuts. They didn't know whether to say that Su Yuang was doing her duty or was crazy. The monsters don't know where they are, and going on patrol is a sure way to get killed. You wanna die, don't take us with you. You wanna patrol, go ahead. The rest of us just happen to redistribute the manpower together. 8 is just enough. Pretty girl, would you like to follow her on patrol or redraw with us? Li Qingshan turned his head to look at Mo Xiaolan. Mo Xiaolan froze, seemingly a little surprised that she was being asked to choose. Me. She looked at Su Yuang's handsome face and seemed a little hesitant. A few moments later. I want to draw lots. Mo Xiaolan whispered. After saying this, she lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Yuang again, as if she had a sense of guilt for betraying Su Yuang. Hey! Well then, you don't need to draw lots, get lost and go continue patrolling on the 4th floor. Li Qingshan grinned at Su Yuang. He hated Seo Tsukimitsu now. Su Yuang looked at Mo Xiaolan with some surprise and saw that Mo Xiaolan was not even looking at herself. He took a deep breath and came to Mo Xiaolan's side. What do you want? She doesn't want to be with you and you want to do something about it? Don't take yourself so seriously. The others saw Su Yuang approaching Mo Xiaolan and thought that Su Yuang was going to do something to Mo Xiaolan. Li Qingshan even had a fireball appear in his hand, as if he was warning Su Yuang. Su Yuang noticed Li Qingshan's fireball grin. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. He then raised his hand and patted Mo Xiaolan's shoulder under the nervous gaze of the crowd. I understand, after all, no one wants to put themselves in danger in a death game, there's no need to feel guilty or mentally burdened. Su Yuang smiled and patted Mo Xiaolan comfortingly. The game of death was such that everyone wanted to live, and it was normal for Mo Xiaolan to be unwilling to risk her life with him. It's a good thing they didn't stab him in the back. Come on, aren't you going on patrol? Go quickly? Li Qingshan impatiently repelled. Yes, but this time I'm going to patrol the 3rd floor. Is there anyone else to grab it from me? Su Yuang looked at the others playfully. If someone wants to grab it, I can let him have it too. Su Yuang grinned. The corner of Li Qingshan's mouth twitched. With his previous experience, what other ungrateful person would dare to rob it? No one's taking it from you, the 3rd floor is all yours. Su Yuang saw that no one robbed some disappointed shook his head, all goons ah. Then no more words, a person into the elevator, the figure, lonely as a lonely goose in the dusk. Mo Xiaolan who was watching couldn't help but bite her own lips, but she still didn't follow. Game of death, your own life is most important. Well, he's patrolling the 3rd floor alone, so we'll patrol the other floors. It's still a lottery. Li Qingshan and the others continued to draw lots. On the other hand, Su Yuang came to the 3rd floor. Out the elevator door. Glancing around, the 3rd floor was much the same as the 4th, still eerily silent, the curtains fluttering in the wind like female ghosts. The corridors were clearly bright and clear, but they were airy in every way. Shh. Whistling and playing the baton in his hand, Su Yuang first patrolled the passageways and then began to search the rooms. There might be some surprises on the 3rd floor, too. Boring. The first room, nothing. It was empty without even clutter. Su Yuang snapped his nose and was about to continue to the next room when he suddenly frowned and quickly turned his head, looking towards the entrance of the stairway. There seemed to be a black shadow that flashed by just now. But when I look over at this point, I don't see anything. Was it a mistake? Su Yuang came to the stairway, which was eerily dark and devoid of light, a place no one would want to go. He would have been willing to go, but, as he looked back at the security job isn't done yet, want me to not get paid for a job I can't do? Bah, lowlife. So Su Yuang went back to continue searching the room. Quick slick up. Just as Su Yuang left the staircase, there was another quick flash of a black shadow on the staircase. After about a couple minutes, Su Yuang walked out the last door. There's nothing on this floor. Clanking sound. Just as Su Yuang was pondering if there was something missing, a voice came from the stairway. Li Qingshan and the others came to this floor. Yo, not dead yet? You're lucky. Seeing Su Yuang standing near the elevator, Li Qingshan joked and laughed. Next to it was the glasses girl Mo Xiaolan. Mo Xiaolan was closely following beside Li Qingshan at this moment, seemingly clinging to the other party, protected by the other party. Chapter 14, There's Another One. After seeing Su Yuang, he hurriedly swept a glance and lowered his head, burying his head in his chest. Not daring to meet Su Yuang's eyes. Li Qingshan was so happy with his spring that Mo Xiaolan was grouped with him. With such a pretty girl in tow, the mood was a few points better. Seeing Su Yuang alive was a bit of a surprise. This monster actually did not attack the single Su Yuang. Su Yuang didn't care and looked at Li Qingshan teasingly. It's not dead, the monster doesn't seem to be looking for me, I can't help it, unlike you can run into monsters if you want to, if only I had such good luck as you. He had wanted to play pig in a poke, but now that he seemed to be isolated, he didn't bother. You. Li Qingshan, which could not hear Su Yuang mocking his encounter with monsters, was about to scold Su Yuang. Suddenly his eyes suddenly turned gloomy and vicious. The corner of his mouth quirked up weirdly. Yeah. This monster dared to attack even me, a senior, but it's really strange that it didn't attack you when you were all alone? And I'm clearly not the mole, but there are people up front trying to dump on me. Are they trying to eliminate the only fighting force we have left? Li Qingshan suddenly stopped walking and kept a distance from Su Yuang. Seemingly looking at Su Yuang with deep meaning, he said. The players behind Li Qingshan first froze when they heard Li Qingshan's words, then they all reacted and looked at Su Yuang vigilantly. Li is right, that monster dared to attack even Li. Why didn't Jerome even attack when he was alone? Still trying to slander Li as a mole, if we target Li then wouldn't that really leave us with one less major fighting force? Someone reminded, those who didn't react at this time also figured it out, and they all looked at Su Yuang in horror, while taking a step back. It's hard to believe that Jerome is a mole in league with that monster. Wait, Su Yuang reached out to stop the crowd. Whether I'm a mole or not is not to be discussed first. How did you guys know that my name is Jerome? Li Qingshan looked at Su Yuang in confusion. Don't you know that you can check the information of nearby players by opening the interface in your mind? After saying that, he smiled disdainfully. It was true that it was a newcomer, although a little bit of brains, but I guess that there was a great possibility that it was not a mole either. He wouldn't say the thoughts out loud, though. Let the crowd misunderstand that Su Yuang is the mole and isolate this little cutie. It's just as well. He's been wanting to get rid of Su Yuang for a long time now, since she disliked him. Su Yuang froze and quickly opened the interface in his mind. Sure enough, there was a feature to see the other player's name, but only the name. And the name is still an in-game codename for yourself. Not many people would use their own name for a game name. He looked to Li Qingshan, whose name was Li Qingshan, and to Mo Xiaolan, whose name was also Mo Xiaolan. The yellow hair is called Zhou Erden. Pfft, that's a name. Hey, what do you mean you're looking at me and smiling, you asshole mole? Noticing Su Yuang's smile when he saw himself, yellow hair seemed to have been stabbed to a sore spot and couldn't help but stand up and angrily look at Su Yuang right then and there. When Li Qingshan told them about this feature, the others were laughing so much when they saw his name. It irritated him, but there was nothing he could do about it, and he couldn't afford to get angry with so many people. And that name is his real name. But Su Yuang was different. Now Su Yuang was most likely the mole. Even if he made a move against Su Yuang, no one would help Su Yuang. Through Li Qingshan, he had already understood a little bit roughly. The system doesn't allow players to kill each other, but it doesn't prohibit brawling. As long as they don't beat each other to death, break their legs or whatever. I'm sorry bro, that's a hilarious name you have, Tuesday Egg Chow. Why would you use such a weird name? Put. Su Yuang was really poked to the point of laughter, cannot help the kind of, he also do not want to laugh to come, has been extremely hard in holding back. Chow. You want to die? I think you're the mole, I'll kill you. Seeing that Su Yuang was still laughing, yellow hair finally couldn't help himself. With a flip of his wrist, a kitchen knife appeared in his hand. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. Yellow hair had the decency to gesture with a kitchen knife. Kid, I'll give you a chance, apologize to me now or don't blame me for cutting off one of your legs. Although the system doesn't allow killing, it doesn't say that it doesn't allow hurting. I'm the heir to the Zhou family blade. Just ask if you're afraid. Seemingly proving that he knew some martial arts, Zhou Erden took a chopper and danced around in front of the crowd. At the same time, he slowly approached towards Su Yuang, as if he was going to lay his hands on Su Yuang. Li Qingshan watched Zhou Erden's movements with a cold smile. Someone has done it for himself, just in time. I've been trying to clean up Su Yuang for a long time, but I haven't found a reason, and I'm not afraid of the rules of the game, so I haven't done anything about it. Pattering sound. However, just when Zhou Erden was 2 meters away from Su Yuang, he suddenly stopped, while the knife in his hand fell to the ground. What's going on? Zhou Erden, why have you stopped? Do it, there are so many of us, are you still afraid of this mole? Li Qingshan frowned when he saw that Zhou Erden was not moving and said in a deep voice. Zhou Erden raised his hands, turned his head and slowly gave way to his body, wanting to cry. Sorry Rico, I do fear him. Click, click, click. Su Yuang gently broke the hammer behind the revolver, and a crisp sound rang in the crowd's ears. As Zhou Ereg let go of his body, the crowd realized why he was afraid. He saw Su Yuang holding a revolver in his hand and aiming it at the crowd, tilting his chin and looking up at the crowd in a condescending manner. I was trying to get along with you guys as normal people, but all I got in return was alienation. No more pretending. Showdown, I've got a gun, or 2, which one of you don't want to die and try it? 2? Li Qingshan froze, standing up and down as if he didn't see the other one. What about another one? Seo Moonlight raised her eyebrows and straightened her body. Didn't you see that? The women in the room subconsciously covered their eyes. Li Qingshan. You say, is the gun faster, or is your fireball faster? Su Yuang turned the revolver in his hand around to play a trick shot playfully and laughed. Li Qingshan looked at the revolver that was turning in Su Yuang's hand, expecting Su Yuang to throw the gun out, as well as not to go off and hit him at the same time. Said, who knows if this gun is really... Boo! Mo Xiaolan let out a frightened scream. Li Qingshan was also startled and looked at his feet in horror, where a bullet had knocked a small crater in the ground and was still smoking. Tap the real gun. Li Qingshan's face changed. The one in Su Yuang's hand was a real gun. The sound didn't just startle the others. Well, Yuang, also scared a jolt, rushed to stabilize the left wheel. Sorry, it went off, accident, huh? Yuang laughed awkwardly. So don't spin if you can't ing play. Li Qingshan had a moment of fear, almost ing hit him. If this had been a little more upward, he might have been accounted for today. Steadying her emotions and putting the embarrassing accident just now behind her, Yuang looked at the crowd and grinned. Well, anyone else want to give it a try? I'm not short on bullets. It went off just now, so it won't go off and miss this time. Silence, no one spoke. Yuang walked away from the fire. This hand shocked everyone. The guns are real. No one in the room can stand up to a hot weapon like that. Seeing that no one spoke, Yuang teasingly looked at the yellow hair next to him again. Aren't you brave? And you're going to cut me. I've heard that a gun is quicker at 7 paces and a man is quicker at 7 paces. I wonder if it's true. Do you want to try? Maybe you can cut me before I press the trigger. No try. Joe Erden's head shook like a rattle. Which says that people are fast within 7 steps. He looked to the bullet holes on the ground and the revolver in Yuang's hand. Was this thing humanly possible? He didn't even see a bullet just now. Hey, do you want to try then? Yuang looked towards Li Qingshan, the leader of these people. The mouth grinned even wider, like he was crazy. Li Qingshan didn't say anything, obviously not daring to answer Yuang's challenge. Well, since no one wants to try, let's get down to business. Li Qingshan, business? Yuang gathered up her abnormal smile and looked behind Li Qingshan, her eyes slightly condensed. Good, business. I say, you guys, where's another one? Chapter 15, You're Not Bad at Heart. There's another one? The crowd turned back to look behind them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, hey? 8? Li Qingshan's face changed. This is not right, dead one, plus Yuang should not be 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Li Qingshan recounted, still 8. 1, 2, 3. The others also sensed something was wrong and counted them, with the same result, 8. Repressed emotions spread from the crowd in the. How come there are 8 left? Joe Erden and Li Qingshan's sweaty hair stood on end, their hearts were hairy, and dense goosebumps emerged from their arms. When is there less of 1? They haven't heard a single movement at all. How do people disappear? Chow! My teammates are gone. A curly-haired guy exclaimed after looking around. He was clearly walking at the end just now. Why is he gone? No good, it must have been missing when we searched the stairs earlier. Li Qingshan's face sank slightly. Recall that inside the staircase, they were so focused on the front that they didn't notice the back at all. It should be the monster that got him in the dark staircase. The building was dark and gloomy, and they might not notice if they grabbed someone. A pang of fear ran through everyone's mind. It's a good thing they weren't the ones who took them. Otherwise it wouldn't be the man who disappeared now, but one of them. Ding, player I'm Big Shabby died. A mechanical beep sounded in everyone's head, as cold and merciless as the voice of the god of death. Every time it's broadcast, it takes a human life. Li Qingshan's scalp tingled as cold sweat flowed down his forehead to his chin before dripping to the ground. It must still be inside the stairs. Go, together. Li Qingshan hurriedly led the crowd to the stairs. Just after taking a few steps, he seemed to have thought of something again and turned his head to look at Yuang, who was still standing in the same place. Do you want to join me? I'm sure you're not a mole. He looked towards the revolver in Yuang's hand. This thing should be able to do some damage to that monster. But surely you can't order Yuang now, you still have to invite Yuang along like a grandpa. Yuang shrugged, let's go, I want to meet that monster too. At this time, no one suspected that Yuang was a mole. The revolver in Yuang's hand alone was not something they could handle. It would be easy for Yuang to kill them, which also ruled out the possibility of Yuang being the mole. At the entrance of the stairs, Yuang looked inside and smoke and dust streamed in, and a weak emergency light illuminated a small patch of ground, allowing them to see under their feet. The rest of the place was engulfed in darkness, and the pitch-black hallway was as eerie and horrifying as the abyssal maw of a demon god, as if it was going to devour them as soon as they entered. All turn on your flashlights, I'll take the back. There can't be any more deaths, or we won't be able to defeat each other even if we meet a monster. Li Qingshan could also see at this time that the monster seemed to be slowly consuming their fighting strength, devouring them one by one. They have to clock in every hour, and when they do, that's when they disperse. If the other side takes advantage of the distraction to attack. If they continue to die like this, they were afraid that they would really be annihilated by the group here tonight. And there's a mole who hasn't found him either, and they're in a precarious situation. That's why this monster must be eliminated first, and then we can find out who the mole in them is. All be careful, look up and down, left and right, front and back, and give a reminder if you find a monster. Li Qingshan reminded. Good, this time we must destroy this damn monster. Zhou Erden clenched his fists as if to give the others and himself a pep talk. That's right, as long as we destroy this monster and find the mole we'll win. Another person vocalized. Su Yuang bristled. If these people's voices weren't so shaky it might be a little more inspiring. He looked at Zhou Ereg, his legs were shaking, but also eliminated monsters, encountered monsters estimate that the first to run is him. It smells like blood. Just after going down to the third floor, Su Yuang's nose twitched and she felt a fishy odor in the air if anything. There. Someone with a flashlight illuminated a blurry figure on the corner going from the third floor to the second. Ghost. Zhou Erden was startled to see the figure around the corner, and turned to string behind the crowd. Crowd. Don't be nervous, it's not a monster, it's a corpse. Su Yuang went up alone and walked towards the second floor corner by the shadow under the watchful eyes of the horrified people. Watch out! Mo Xiaolan exclaimed as she saw Su Yuang approaching that shadow. Su Yuang turned back and accidentally glanced at the concerned Mo Xiaolan, shook his head, shone his flashlight over they. A torn and unrecognizable shadow appeared in front of Su Yuang's eyes. The face was twisted beyond recognition, the eyes were wide open, and the word panic was written all over them. Apparently he was in shock before he died. The face looked like a missing piece of a jigsaw puzzle, with a large chunk of bloody flesh torn off the right side of the face, so bloody that you could even see the bloodied teeth inside. Desmond's blood was still pouring out of his neck, and a tooth mark showed particularly clearly that the carotid artery had been torn through the. One arm was broken, the other was missing, the break was irregularly shaped, the blood and flesh shrugged and pulled piece by piece, as if the arm had been torn off by a huge force. And the legs, densely covered with gaping holes, looked as if they had been gnawed on by a fierce beast. This scene, the 4 words miserable are not enough to describe it, it is simply miserable. Su Yuang then turned her head to look at the others behind her. The one who just said he lost his companion, come here and see if this is your companion? Eh? A young man of about 18 years of age was pushed out and. I'd rather not look, I think that's it. What are you afraid of? You're still scared when he's gone to see it, come with me. Li Qingshan grabbed the teenager's hand and walked towards the corpse. Vom. The teenager just got close enough to cover his mouth and dry heave at the sight of the shattered stomach and the entrails inside. Yes, vomit is vomit, the right clothes. After saying this, he couldn't hold it in any longer, and immediately stepped to the side and simply threw up. Vom. The images of blood and flesh kept hitting his gut, the pungent smell of blood drilling into his lungs and stimulating the food inside his gut to turn over and up. It just felt like everything I ate this morning was going to be thrown up at this point. Che, coward. You're not bad mentally. Su Yuang glanced at Li Qingshan next to him again and praised him. The other party hadn't reacted much until now. Li Qingshan's face went a shade of white and red as he stood still and didn't move. Being praised by Su Yuang was like lighting a fuse. Instantly following the teenager to the stairs, vomit. Su Yuang. Chapter 16, The Revolver with Unlimited Bullets. I can't stand it. You can't do it, little brother. Seeing Li Qingshan's reaction, Su Yuang's eyes were like a loving father looking at his uncontested defeated son. It's not worth it. He didn't react much himself. After more than one life and death crisis, he felt like his own mind had opened up. He didn't react much to anything he saw. There wasn't much left that could scare him. He felt so empty and lonely. Roar. Just as everyone was focusing their attention on the body of the. In the midst of the darkness, a low roar suddenly rang out, like the low roar of a tiger in the face of an enemy, causing everyone's hearts to be startled. Ah! Help! Before the crowd could react, another scream rang out from the crowd. Along with the beast's roar, they disappeared together into the third floor exit. On the ceiling. Su Yuang quickly judged the other party's position through the sound. Swinging the flashlight over quickly, he saw only a blur of shadow disappear into the third-floor stairway and climb in toward the third floor. Boom, Su Yuang shot in a hurry, but the distance was too far and the other party was fast, so the other party dodged it. Chow! Don't let him get away. Su Yuang couldn't care less about these people and chased after them first. But when he squeezed through the crowd that was blocking the hallway like a little cutie. Like the crowd blocking the hallway to get inside the third-floor corridor, the monster had already disappeared without a trace. Pete, still playing hide-and-seek with me, huh? Looking at the zombies that had already disappeared, and looking at the houses with open doors as well as the empty corridors, Su Yuang was somewhat helpless. Looks like it's still going to be room by room. Stiff, where are the zombies? Li Qingshan also finished vomiting at this time, and came to Su Yuang's side to look at the corridor, just in time to be able to see an air. It should be in which room? Su Yuang took a few steps to the center of the corridor. A gust of cloudy wind blew the other players subconsciously with a jolt. It's cold. Zhou Erden embraced his bladder. That zombie is hiding in the house, what should we do? A teenager said in silence. Su Yuang glanced at the other party, the teenager nicknamed Huang Sanlang. He should have changed his name. Of course I'm finding it. Su Yuang said without hesitation. But it's in the dark and we're in the light, will it be dangerous? A worried look flashed on the teenager's face. Yeah, why don't we just forget about it? How about we just wait here for him to come out? That's right. Yeah. This statement was recognized by most of those present. It's too much psychological pressure to go room by room. Meh, danger, there's still 25 minutes left until the next punchline. If you don't find that monster in those 25 minutes, you're in even more danger. Li Qingshan sneered and uttered a reality that made the crowd panic even more. Yes, and clock in later. People will have to spread out when they punch the clock, and it won't be more dangerous then. I propose that we get it right now, and finish him off together. The man who had just proposed to wait for the monster to come out immediately changed his face when he heard Li Qingshan's words, and his face was filled with a vicious color. If you're going to die sooner or later, you might as well take this chance. Su Yuang looked at the man who flipped his face as fast as a woman. His name was Wuxing, a big opera singer. No wonder he changed his face so fast. Right. Must go. Let's go now and fight him today. It's not too late, brotherly, let's leave now. The others also looked as if they had been knocked awake, looking at Li Qingshan with disdain to the extreme. Human nature is like this, only when it concerns their own safety and security will they move. If only one person had died, these people would have stood by and watched. Slow down. At that moment, Su Yuang suddenly reached out and stopped the crowd. What? Li Qingshan looked at Su Yuang in confusion. We don't know each other's abilities yet, and I think it's necessary for us to introduce our abilities to each other now in order to work together better. Su Yuang said. Trying to stick together now, it's no longer a concern for exposure. Li Qingshan nodded, that's true, but we've already said our abilities to each other, and you weren't there, so we'll say it again. My ability is the C-rank ability, Fireball. I'm a little faster than normal. Wuxing said. I'm able to sense things within 5 meters, and the cooldown time for launching at once is 1 hour. Mo Xiaolan weakly said. I'm able to see things at night for an hour with a 1-day cooldown. Said a young red-headed girl by the name of Birds and Fish. My fist is big. Huang Sanlang clenched his fist and it literally became as big as a soccer ball. I'm strong. Zhou Erden said. My gun is big. The crowd looked over. Who the hell is still joking at this time? Oh, it's Su Yuang, that's fine. The crowd focused on the gun in Su Yuang's hand and then turned back. Just kidding, this is the only gun I have, with unlimited bullets. Su Yuang grinned, purposely not saying the additional attributes of this gun. He hadn't forgotten that there was a traitor in the mix. If the attachment attribute was known by the traitor, it was equivalent to being known by that monster. By the time the other party intends to avoid him, the gun will be half wasted. Unlimited bullets. Li Qingshan was stunned to hear this information and any pistol with unlimited bullets like this should be at least a C-rank reward. Li Qingshan did not hide his envy, so it turned out that Su Yuang was that big brother in the crowd. The revolver with unlimited bullets, though just a normal pistol, might be inadequate against some ghosts and monsters, but it works very well against people. It's definitely a shot in the dark if you encounter some players with ulterior motives. Just like now, Su Yueguang a newcomer with a gun, he a senior do not dare to Su Yueguang hands. Hey, it's just a waste reward, it's just something to hold for fun. Su Yueguang sighed lightly. Give me the ing reward. I'll pay for it. A voice in Li Qingshan's mind blurted out, why don't brothers sell it to me? Sell? How? Li Qingshan. Don't you know that death games have in-game currency to buy and sell items? Su Yueguang froze, there was still this thing? It seemed that he still knew too little about the game. Gotta go back and work on it. Well, there are in-game coins within the game of death, and you get them for completing a game. Sometimes triggering some in-game hidden quests to complete also earns you in-game coins, which can be used to trade and purchase items within the official death game mall. Seeing that Su Yueguang didn't seem to know, Li Qingshan explained. Su Yueguang drifted off. Also learned a word, hidden mission, and silently committed the word to memory. So, buddy, are you selling? I have 2,000, how about exchanging this gun of yours? Li Qingshan tried. The surrounding people looked at Su Yueguang with envy. Even Li Qingshan wanted it so much, so one could imagine how precious it was. And something so precious is in the hands of a newcomer. Sell, but 2,000 is too little. Su Yueguang shook her head. Then how much do you want? Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes, he had deliberately held a low price, just waiting for Su Yueguang to return the favor. This number. Su Yueguang raised a finger. 20,000? 2 million. 2 million. Why don't you go and rob it? This thing is worth 100,000 at most. Li Qingshan suddenly gave a start, seemingly realizing that he had said the wrong thing. Su Yueguang holding his arm teasingly looked at Li Qingshan, the original value of 100,000 2,000, huh? With a laugh and without further ado, he turned and walked inside the first room. Li Qingshan was a bit embarrassed, scanning the surrounding companions who were gazing at him with strange gazes, he coughed. Ahem, don't look, let's go find that monster together. Chapter 17 Skill, Reversal, Tart, Salt to your heart's content. The crowd was silent and saw Li Qingshan's true colors even more clearly. 2,000 bids for $100,000, that's a good calculation. Dark enough. Su Yueguang advanced into the first room when it was first. The room was dusty and empty, and there was also some age-old putrid smell. I don't know if it was the smell emitted from the corpse of any bug. This seems to be an office building. Where on earth did this game of death find this kind of building, or is this a world built by the game of death itself? Su Yueguang scanned the circle before wondering. Who knows, we just need to fulfill our mission, the rest has nothing to do with us. Li Qingshan said. Not in this room, go to the next one. Su Yueguang shook his head, he liked to get to the bottom of things, but this wasn't the time to take the bull by the horns. There are about a dozen rooms on one floor. Su Yueguang and the others searched 4 or 5 rooms without finding anything. It wasn't until the 8th room that the crowd finally made a discovery. Ah! What is that thing? Just as he entered the room, someone saw the shadow hanging in the air. Su Yueguang lifted his gun up instantly, but after checking a glance through the flashlight's light he realized that something was wrong. No, this isn't the monster, this is, White Bone? The light bulbs in the house went out a long time ago. The crowd also had to use flashlights to illuminate the object hanging in mid-air. Through the flashlight light, Su Yueguang could see clearly that it was a white bone. White bones suspended from an electric fan with a piece of twine tied around their necks, as if they had hanged themselves to death. Here's a letter. Li Qingshan's voice came. Su Yueguang walked over, and sure enough, there was a dusty envelope on the table. The top was waxed to prevent the envelope from rotting over time. Su Yueguang picked up the envelope, which was yellowed and the seal had been torn. It slowly opened under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and a folded, yellowed, aged paper was removed from it. Look to the top. Hello damn boss. I'm the woman you assaulted the day before yesterday. You're very powerful. I couldn't fight you, so I chose to kill myself. By the time you see this letter, I should be dead. Don't take the paycheck. Buy you a coffin. I heard that if you wear a red coat when you die, you can turn into a stern ghost, so I wore a red coat and jumped off the building. I've already posted this story on the internet, so if anyone believes it, it doesn't matter if no one does. I will personally come to take revenge on you. Ginger Little Flower Stays. There was a slightly reddish thumbprint imprinted on the underside that looked like it had been pressed on with blood, though the thumbprint was much fainter because of the time that had passed. Su Yueguang believed the letter out, then looked at the person hanging above, seemingly enlightened. I remember. That monster was wearing red. Li Qingshan's eyes glazed over as he recalled the monster's appearance. Su Yuang nodded. I vaguely saw that monster in red clothes, too. So it would seem that this hanged man who died in this office building would be, well, the owner? This letter should be an introduction to where the monster came from. Li Qingshan said. This monster is quite pitiful. Zhou Erden couldn't help but say. Li Qingshan sneered and glanced at Zhou Erden. If you are captured by her later, I believe you will be even more pitiful than her. Zhou Erden stopped talking then, but his feet trembled even more. Don't be afraid, at most it's a death. Su Yuang heavily patted Yellow Hair's shoulder and smiled. The force wasn't great, but it almost didn't make the already weak-legged Zhou Erden fall to his knees. There aren't many rooms left, it's in one of those rooms. Creak. Su Yuang pushed open another door. Look out. Just as he entered the room, there was a strong smell of blood coming from the room, and there was also an unknown stench mixed in the room, like the smell of pork that had been put in the sun and exposed to the sun, and had already rotted and had maggots. It stinks. Over there. Flying birds and fish with night vision exclaimed as they shone their flashlights on a spot. The crowd looked over and sure enough there was something lying on the ground. No, it's a corpse. Where's the monster? Su Yuang quickly walked towards the figure lying on the ground, only to realize that it was merely a corpse. So he turned his head and asked fly and fish. Used as phonetic ka-ka. Just as Su Yuang's words had just fallen. Suddenly, a gust of fresh wind whipped through the air, mixed with a strangely complex odor of decay, while the sound of teeth clenching came to his ears. On your body side. Flying bird and fish opened their little mouths in horror and looked to Su Yuang's side, raising their fingers to cover their mouths in the direction of Su Yuang in horror. Su Yuang. Slowly moving his eyes to the corner of his eye, he saw a figure standing beside him, his entire body entwined with a black aura. I can't see very well because I'm squinting. He didn't think to turn his head, and according to the plot of the movie, turning his head would get him attacked by the monster. So here's the bug, without turning your head equals won't be attacked. Su Yuang nodded at her own little wit. It's underestimating this monster. The speed was indeed beyond his imagination. Before he could spot the other man, he was already at his side. However, Su Yuang wasn't worried, not only because he had discovered the bug that he had pretended to exist, but also because of his luck. He will never be attacked by monsters. Penetrating coolness, heart flying. Su Yuang morning hair washing with Qing Yang, is so confident and floating. System, extract SSS ranked rewards. Before the other guy attacks himself. Su Yuang said in his head without hesitation. At the same time, he tentatively opened his mouth to the female corpse. Why don't we make a negotiation? I won't make a move on you, and you won't make a move on me? Li Qingshan. It's a hell of a thing for the other side to listen to, and no, they're not a hell of a thing right now. Used as phonetic ka-ka. What answered Su Yuang was the sound of teeth clenching. Ding, extracting SSS ranked skill, successful extraction. Extracting skill is inversion. Synopsis, inversion, you will have the ability to invert everything, physical attacks, mental damage, and even time. One type of reversal can be unlocked at this time. Please choose reversing time, reversing own additional status, reversing mental damage, reversing physical damage. Rub. Only one can be reversed, the pit batch system. Reverse state. Su Yuang said without hesitation. Reverse your own additional status. Introduction, reversing one's own additional status, the curse of others on the player will become a blessing, the damage inflicted on the player will enhance the player's physical fitness, laziness makes the player stronger, and all the additional statuses will reverse the attributes. Remarks, diligence will get you nowhere, laziness makes you stronger, so, enjoy salty fish. Exhale. Just as Su Yuang had just finished choosing, the monster beside Su Yuang moved. But strangely enough, the monster really didn't attack Su Yuang and moved his feet. Both knees were slightly bent, followed by a sharp leap that. In Li Qingshan's stupefied gaze, like an octopus, he jumped to the ceiling, grasped the ceiling with all his limbs, and flew towards the outside corridor to climb out. By the time Su Yuang came back to her senses, the other party had already climbed to the doorframe of the entrance. Fireball. Li Qingshan immediately used the fireball technique after reacting. Just now, I looked dumbfounded and didn't really attack Su Yuang. Holy. He threw several fireball spells after his opponent, but none of them hit, and he had to let his opponent climb inside the gloomy staircase. Choutama, why is he so fast? Seeing that he couldn't even catch up with the other party, Li Qingshan cursed. Hurry up and keep up, you only get one chance, you'll be clocking out again soon. Li Qingshan's voice awakened everyone. The word punchline is like a soothsaying soul voice that gets under people's skin. Everyone followed in a hurry. Su Yueguan also hurriedly followed. But after looking up and down the stairs, there was absolutely no sign of the creature. Apparently, ducked back inside an unknown floor, and meanwhile, it was almost time to punch the clock. The crowd was silent as they looked at the time on their hands. Damn it, let her escape again. Li Qingshan heavily hammered the wall. If he runs away this time, it'll be harder to find him next time. It's time for patrol. What should we do? Zhou Erden said weakly. They have 7 left. The monsters were killing more and more people, and the traitor hadn't been found yet, so if this kept up, they were really going to die. Chow, what else can we do? Now go and punch the card right away, and meet inside the elevator after that. But before that, you're going to have to explain to me why the monster didn't attack you. Li Qingshan looked at Su Yueguan with an ugly face while pulling away. Chapter 18 Death of a Senior Player. Su Yueguan. The question stumped him. I'm so handsome that ghosts like it, hear the applause. Su Yueguan grinned. Henny saw that no one responded to himself, and also got further and further away from himself. He shook his head helplessly. There really is no cutie pie these days. Now, such a classic hot-blooded marketing line, these people actually did not respond. To be honest, I'm not too sure, but I'm really not a mole. It's easy for me to kill you guys, even easier than Li Qingshan. You don't doubt that, do you? Su Yueguan spun the revolver again. The people around them were so scared that they backed away, afraid that Su Yueguan would go off and hit them again. This is something we don't doubt, but just now that monster didn't have the power to attack, you have to give an explanation. Li Qingshan was unwavering. Say, maybe it's the monster trying to stir up trouble and purposely make us suspect him. At that moment, a voice that surprised Su Yueguan rang out, Mo Xiaolan. Jerome is an important combatant for us, and that monster might have been trying to make us suspect him, so he didn't attack him to make us implode. Mo Xiaolan didn't say Su Yueguan's real name, but of course, Su Yueguan didn't care if she said it. Nor did he look at Su Yueguan, seemingly still somewhat embarrassed. But this time, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Mo Xiaolan was speaking in favor of Su Yueguan. Don't rule it out. Huang Sanlang said. It's true that there's also this possibility, but it's also possible that it's really a mole. Li Qingshan frowned. This is not the time to get carried away. Everyone is an important fighting force, and you can't just diminish it. That's it then, let's assign people to punch the clock. Since she didn't choose to go head-to-head with us, it means that head-to-head isn't our match. We'll meet here immediately after we punch our cards, then we'll discuss who the traitor is and go looking for monsters on the way. Is that okay with you guys? But how will the people be distributed now? Flying Bird and Fish looked around, 2 girls, her and Mo Xiaolan, and 5 men. Because Jerome may be a traitor, he's alone in a group. I'll team up with Mo Xiaolan, and you guys split the rest. Any questions? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Li Qingshan saw that the crowd did not speak and no longer nonsense. Come on, Ran, follow me to the 5th floor. With a greeting, he led Mo Xiaolan towards the elevator, no longer caring about the others. The crowd watched Li Qingshan leave with Mo Xiaolan in silence. Li Qingshan was the strongest and should logically have gone alone to punch the clock, but now that he had also taken away one person, the rest of them were in even more danger. Wuxing already couldn't help but greet Li Qingshan's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart, obviously so strong, but also to bring a person, really damn shameless. Then, Wuxing looked around the circle. I may be the mole, so one of you will patrol the 1st floor, and you will assign yourselves. Su Yueguan also departed, leaving behind the 4 people who were staring at each other in place. 4 guys, 3 floors left, 2 going on solo patrol floor. Not caring about the others, Su Yueguan didn't even take the elevator, choosing instead to take the dangerous stairs. The silence within the gloomy staircase was eerie, and Su Yueguan always felt like she could see the monster as soon as she turned around. So he chose not to look back. In the process of traveling to the 1st floor, Su Yueguan found another body at the corner of the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. It was the senior who was with Li Qingshan at the very beginning that had been bitten beyond recognition. Su Yueguan shook his head and circled around after taking a look. Remember, this guy was thinking he was still happy to be with the senior. I didn't expect to be the first cannon fodder. Su Yuang retrieved his thoughts. That monster just now, why didn't it attack me? Luck is one thing, but there should always be a reason and logic. At that close a distance, if the monster attacked him, then he would be seriously injured without dying. The more players you can eliminate, the less threat the monsters face. But the monster didn't lay a hand on him. What the hell is the reason? Su Yuang was puzzled. Kindness? Or did you really buy into his bull about not hurting each other? No way, absolutely no way. There must be a reason. But he couldn't really find out why. Strange. Is it true that even murderers love a good-looking man? He's not a murderer, is he? Whatever, let's destroy the monster to find out the traitor first. After exiting the stairs, Su Yuang was even more puzzled in her mind. The stairs were such a good place to attack, and the creature still didn't attack him. It was basically confirmed that the creature didn't seem to have any thoughts about him. Playing a card first, Su Yuang glanced at the skills he had just acquired in his moment of crisis. Reverse state, the system, this pitiful thing, only let him choose a reverse. Thought I could reverse everything, surely it's impossible to make him invincible to begin with. Otherwise the game doesn't even need to be played, he pushes all the way across. Now it's just saying that it's a big advantage over others. But the reverse state is not bad, laziness makes me stronger, poison makes me stronger, and that monster's necrotic aura can't do me any harm. If it were any other player, they might have chosen to reverse a physical attack or a mental attack. But Su Yuang wasn't sure if this monster could mentally attack. Then it was only safest to pick this reversed state, and not only would the mental attack not affect him, it would make him stronger. Physical damage won't affect him much either. And in the future, when faced with some unexpected situations, maybe this skill can also be able to surprise. Seo Moonshine tries to give himself a jab. Ding, you take damage, cellular resilience plus 10, mental damage boost 10, face defense plus 10. Su Yuang didn't feel the slightest pain, instead, she was a little more energetic, and her mood seemed to be more pleasant. That means turning all damage into positive damage all the time, and this state I can regulate at any time. This reverse state in normal state Su Yuang was controllable at will and consume free, just a thought away. Still a passive skill. Seo Moonshine looked to the wall next to him and slammed his fist on it, and bang. A muffled sound. Seo Moonquine's fists are seeing red. Ding, taking damage, cellular activity plus 100, recovery plus 100, bone hardness plus 100, heart respiratory function plus 100. A series of beeps rang out in his head. This punch made Su Yuang not feel any pain, and under the reverse state, Su Yuang seemed to be unable to feel pain. It would be cool to get hurt instead. The more you get hurt, the better. How does Su Yuang feel that this skill is a bit unorthodox, that the whip used on him not only does not hurt, but also very cool? SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. After such a bold idea appeared in his mind, he hurriedly shook his head to get rid of it out of his mind, it was too perverted. There are many ways to self-harm, no need to necessarily use a whip. It's still mostly too shameful. No, what the hell was that thinking? Su Yuang looked down to his fist, the fist that had clearly seen red just now actually only had blood left it this time, and the fist that had broken open a small opening had already returned to its original state. The more damage you take, the more your own abilities improve. It's worthy of being an SSS rank skill, it's so sick. Su Yuang smashed his mouth, this is a bullseye. Getting hurt can still make you stronger. There are 7 men left, and 1 more will surely die in this punchline. The traitor hasn't come out yet either, so who the hell is the mole anymore? Su Yuang mused. It was Mo Xiaolan or the red-headed girl or the guys. Although Mo Xiaolan had helped him, it couldn't be ruled out. Ding, player Li Qingshan is dead. Just as Su Yuang was thinking about who the undercover agent was, the game tone startled all the players. Veteran player, Li Qingshan, is dead. Chapter 19 Who is the traitor? Li Qingshan is dead. Su Yuang's eyelids jumped. Hastily, he took the elevator to the 5th floor. Bumped into other players halfway through. Li Qingshan is on the 5th floor, and the elevator goes from the 1st floor to the 5th floor just past the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th floors. By the time the elevator came to the 5th floor, all the people were already in the elevator. Get in there. That monster's back there. Just after opening the elevator door, Mo Xiaolan's panicked figure rushed into the elevator and tried to close the door, but was stopped by Su Yuang. Run for what? Just kill the monster. Su Yuang lightly walked out of the elevator. The others looked at each other, a little too scared to go out and. Joe Erden clenched his teeth. It's a death either way. If we continue to die like this, I'm afraid we'll all end up being killed. We might as well go out and fight. If you guys are going to wimp out, just run. I'll fight with that monster together with Jerome. At this time of crisis, Joe Erden instead looked away and walked out of the elevator with Su Yuang. Hey! Mo Xiaolan looked scared from the side and tried to stop the other party, but in hesitation the other party had already walked out. Forget it, Erden is right. If we go on like this, we will end up dead. We might as well fight that monster together. Don't get entangled, you guys don't have a choice. Wuxing also had an expression of looking away and followed. The others also walked out one after another after a few moments of entanglement. Mo Xiaolan, who had a panicked and scared face, watched the crowd's movements and couldn't stop them, and in the end, she could only sigh and follow them. Just as he exited the elevator, he found the crowd stopped in the corridor of. Hey! Why did you guys stop? Mo Xiaolan was puzzled. The crowd turned back in unison, and Su Yuang scratched his head. Where is that monster? Mo. In the stairs over there. He snuck up on Rico and dragged him in. Mo Xiaolan pointed to the stairs in the distance. Okay, go. Knowing the location of the monster, Su Yuang waved his hand and led the crowd to the stairs. Looking around inside the staircase. Not only did we not find anyone, we lost one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First floor. Su Yuang looked at the team that was missing another person after going from the 5th floor to the 1st floor was silent then. What's missing is that sister flying bird with the fish. The ability to see night as day. The others were silent. Just one ing walk and one less person, and now there are 5 left. Most of all, it's strange that neither the flying bird nor the fish disappeared without making a single sound. If I'm not mistaken, it should have been the mole who cooperated with that monster to do it. Who just walked last? Su Yuang swept the crowd. Yes, it's the flying bird and the fish. She went last and I went in front of her. Mo Xiaolan aggressively stepped forward. But I didn't see how she disappeared, and when I looked for her again on the way out of the stairs she was gone. Mo Xiaolan's pathetic appearance was heartbreaking. Su Yuang frowned. The one who went last was flying bird and fish. Mo Xiaolan was second from the bottom. There are only 5 of us left, and the mole is in one of us. Who do you think that mole could be? The crowd was silent. Everyone looked towards Mo Xiaolan. Mo Xiaolan and flying bird and fish were walking together. All of them were paying attention to the front and not the back, so the possibility of Mo Xiaolan being the mole was very high. It's not me. My ability is to detect things around me. I don't have that ability even if I want to lay my hands on the flying birds and fish. Mo Xiaolan was in tears. The crowd froze. That seemed right. Mo Xiaolan was petite, not a bit behind the taller stature of flying bird and fish. Not to mention them, even the birds and fishes may not be able to beat them. Not to mention noiselessly letting the flying birds and fish be captured by the monster. Even if you cooperate with the monster, you can't do it. That. The people looked at each other, bringing a wary look in their eyes. If it wasn't Mo Xiaolan, it was one of them. Su Yuang, Wuxing, Zhou Erdeo, Huang Sanlang. The 4's abilities are pistols, faster than normal speed, strength, and big fists. Except for Su Lunar Light, all of them are Kakamami abilities, the lowest level of F. Ding, player flying bird and fish is dead. Dead silence. The sounds of the death game resounded again, taking another fresh life. I've got a gun, and that should be the reason why that monster hasn't dared to come out and confront us until now. It would also rule me out. It would be easy for me to make a move on you and kill you. Therefore, the traitor must be within the 4 of you. Su Yuang said. Ding, the current number of players is 4, adjusting the number of punching floors. Punching 5 floors will become punching 4 floors. Randomly clocking in 4 levels is considered clocking incomplete. As soon as Su Yuang's words fell, the system's voice rang out. The punch card tier has been lowered to automatically weed out the mole. Now then, 2 of us need to go to the punchline together and the other 3 alone. Watson said as he looked at the crowd. The mole won't be found for a while, but the punch card has to be discussed first. That's good, but we can't fight that monster alone, so we must quickly gather after we finish punching the clock and then continue to find that monster. Huang Sanlang carefully looked at the others and Su Yuang was right, other than the fact that he wouldn't be a mole, everyone else could be a mole. Let's draw straws, 2 people will be in a group, the rest will be in single groups, and we'll meet up after the cards are punched. Remember to watch out for the mole, he could be any one of you. That's all that's left for now. Su Yuang shrugged, he didn't care anyway. The draw was very coincidental. It was again Su Yuang and Mo Xiaolan's group that patrolled the 4th floor. Let's go. Su Yuang and Mo Xiaolan exited the elevator. Su Yuang didn't talk to Mo Xiaolan, who was burying her head. Not that I blame Mo Xiaolan, the game of death is just so brutal and there's nothing to blame. Still, in this kind of brutal game where people could die at any time, it was a relief that Mo Xiaolan didn't stab him in the back. The two had just exited the elevator when a prompt sounded in their heads. Ding, player Wushing is dead. The punch card floor is reduced to 3 floors. Getting down to business so soon? Su Yuang's eyelids fluttered. Although he didn't care about the deaths of the others, he really wanted to slaughter that monster. Let's go, finish punching the card and go to the 2nd floor. Su Yuang rushed to punch the clock. Treadmill. You're looking down on him, aren't you? Not coming to him, going to someone else? Go! Go to the 2nd floor. There were still a few last people left, Huang Sanlang, Zhou Erden and him as well as Mo Xiaolan. Soon. The 4 men converged on the 2nd floor. At this moment, Zhou Erden looked at Su Yuang and Mo Xiaolan with a defensive face. Wait. Don't come near me. Zhou Erden was flailing around with a kitchen knife in his hand, his face frantic. One of you guys is a traitor, I don't trust anyone at all, I'll kill anyone who comes near me. Stay away from me, I'm scared of myself when I'm mad. Chapter 20, Onii-chan, stop. Huang Sanlang also looked at the other 3 men warily, not speaking or approaching. Su Yuang looked at Zhou Erden's crazy appearance. Looking at this crazy look of Zhou Erden, he shouldn't be a traitor. So that leaves Wu Sang and Su Yuang lowered his head and looked at Mo Xiaolan who had been burying her head and couldn't even see her expression. The 4 just stood frozen in place, looking at each other. It's not a good idea to stand around like this. It's a standoff. It's time to punch the clock again. Why don't we analyze it together to see who the traitor is? Seeing that no one was talking, Su Yuang opened his mouth. Yes. Huang Sanlang nodded his head, obviously also knowing that it was not a solution to spend so much time. Anyone can be a traitor, and anyone knows they are or are not a traitor. But don't know anyone else. I'm afraid. Mo Xiaolan lowered her head and tugged on Su Yuang's clothes. Su Yuang frowned at the corner of his torn shirt, but didn't say anything more. Good. Zhou Ereg also slowly put down his chopper, it was naturally best to find out the traitor. So let's analyze it, first of all, who do you guys think is the most likely traitor? Su Yuang had a gun and was considered a jump hunter, so he could lead the wave. Zhou Ereg speaks first. Su Yuang gestured for Zhou Erden to speak first. I think Zhou Erden looked at the gun in Su Yuang's hand, and there was indeed a high possibility that Su Yuang was not the mole. Then he looked at Mo Xiaolan next to Su Yuang, standing next to Su Yuang like a child, about 1 meter 6 or so tall, looking about 17 or 18 years old because of her height. LOL girl, very low damage. He subconsciously skimmed it. Then, and only then, he turned his head to Huang Sanlang, squeezing his own cleaver tightly, hostility in his eyes. Well, needless to say, Tueg thinks you're the mole, so what do you have to say? Su Yuang looked at Huang Sanlang again. Huang Sanlang was more sensible and didn't speak immediately, but also followed Zhou Erden's example and looked around. First, he looked at the gun in Su Yuang's hand. With a gun in your hand, it's really easy to kill us, so the possibility of you being a mole is minimized or even ruled out. Huang Sanlang also ruled out Su Yuang first. He then looked at Zhou Erden and Mo Xiaolan. The most likely thing right now is that all 3 of us, who may not be traitors, may also be traitors. Huang Sanlang said. So far, I've basically figured out the characteristics of this death game, to summarize, balance. Huang Sanlang calmly said. Yo, this even jumped out a wise man, I didn't realize there was one so sensible in the player. Su Yuang came to be interested. Continue? Aha! Huang Sanlang nodded, balance, in every aspect. For example, all of us players' powers combined can destroy that monster, so the monster doesn't dare attack us when we're together. Not bad. Su Yueguang nodded in agreement. Huang Sanlang lifted his breath. If the game is based on balance as a rule, then I don't think the mole could be Mo Xiaolan either, since she's a little girl whose power is too weak and is basically useless when paired with monsters. Su Yueguang didn't express his approval this time. Of course, it doesn't rule out the possibility that Mo Xiaolan is the mole, it just means that it's less likely compared to me and Zhou Erden. Heh, I'm sure I'm not, so who do you think the mole is? At this time, Zhou Erden interjected with a sneer. Is the other guy not saying it's him? I don't know if you are or not, but I know I'm certainly not either. Huang Sanlang also let out a cold laugh, a little offended by Zhou Erden's conspiratorial words. It's not me, it's not you, can it be that it's still Mo Xiaolan? Heh, I think certain people should be a little self-conscious and jump out on their own accord. Zhou Erden saw the other party's cold smile disdainfully. Mo Xiaolan buried her head and didn't say anything. Huang Sanlang had wanted to calmly analyze a wave, but noticed Zhou Erden's hostile eyes instantly became even more upset. What do you mean you're looking at me and saying that? Don't you understand what I mean? Zhou Erag's voice became more yin and yang. I'm Nima. Huang Sanlang wanted to burst into flames, but after thinking about the lives at stake, he forced himself to hold back and. We're still analyzing it, you and I could both be, and you don't even have half a basis for suspecting me in this unwarranted way. Basis, so I'll give you my basis for saying that we're both most likely to be the mole. But I clearly know that I'm not the mole, so naturally you're the most suspicious. Zhou Erden smugly said. You. Then I was saying that I also know that I'm not the mole, and that you're the most suspicious. Huang Sanlang was a little angered by Zhou Erden's nonsense. Don't pretend here, just admit it. I think you're just afraid to admit it because Big Brother Su has a gun. Zhou Erden felt like he was getting close to the truth. Arrogantly, he said to Su Yueguang, Big brother, give him a shot to break his legs so that we can deal with the monster without worrying about it, otherwise he might engage in a sneak attack when we are facing danger. I kind of get it, you're smearing me so much, it must be because you're the mole. You're the mole, so you've been trying to play the good guy to get the big guy to go after me. What an evil heart. Don't interfere, big brother, I'll get you killed. Seeing that the other party had allowed Su Yueguang to lay his hands on him, Huang Sanlang was in a hurry. If Su Yueguang really shoots, then he really can't make sense of it. So, he made the first move and charged towards Zhou Erden. Big brother, did you see that? He was right by me, hit him. Seeing Huang Sanlang's furious look, Zhou Erden reinforced the idea that the other party was the mole and shouted for Su Yueguang to make a move. Huang Sanlang saw Zhou Erag kept letting Su Yueguang lay hands on him, and likewise strengthened the idea that the other party was the mole. He was obviously a player, but the other party let Su Yueguang lay hands on himself, not a mole. Why did he plan him like this? Big brother, I'm really not a mole. If I were a mole, my whole family would be dead. Don't interfere, big brother. If I'm a mole, my whole family goes out and gets hit by a car and dies, no wife and no offspring for the rest of their lives. Big brother, you quickly give him a shot. Su Yueguang. Without saying anything, Su Yueguang watched in silence as this farce went on. At the same time, he also glanced at Mo Xiaolan beside him, who had been burying her head without saying anything. In the end, this farce ended only with Zhou Erag going killing mad and slashing at Huang Sanlang's neck with a kitchen knife by mistake. Cut it out. Horizontal tablet or inscribed board. Help, help. Huang Sanlang covered his neck, did not die immediately, using his hand to cover the wound, begging to look at Su Yueguang. His voice was hoarse, blood slowly overflowed from the cracks of Huang Sanlang's fingers. Death was only a matter of time. I didn't mean it. Seeing Huang Sanlang fall to the ground bleeding and covering his neck, Zhou Erden panicked. He was just a 3 good citizens. When has it ever killed anyone? His eyes were flustered and his hands were scrambling, not knowing what he was supposed to do, but soon, he reacted. No, I did it on purpose. You're the mole, it's only right that I kill you. Zhou Erag's tangled face transformed into a vicious look. That's right, you're the mole. Still not admitting it? Still want us to save you? I don't, yes. Huang Sanlang collapsed on the ground, his face pained beyond measure as he looked at Zhou Erden. You are the one. Blood loss doesn't cause a person to die immediately, they will slowly bleed out and die. But this process is most painful. Huang Sanlang just felt very painful right now. He knew that he was going to die. This feeling of knowing that he was about to die but couldn't do anything about it was very hard and desperate. I'm your sister. I said I'm not. You to death are still trying to frame me. Zhou Erden cursed. Huang Sanlang used the last few seconds of his life to look at Zhou Erden, and seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, he seemed to understand something. With the last of his strength, he raised his hand, pointing it in the direction of Su Yueguang's. Hara, it turns out. The last words were silent. Good death. Ah, big brother, now the mole is dead. Zhou Erg's triumphant voice carried a hint of panic. Looking towards Su Yueguang, he laughed loudly. He had killed for the first time, and now he was mixed up and confused inside. Ding, player Zhou Erden killed player Huang Sanlang. Violation of the rules of the game, obliteration. Blue flames emerged from the soles of Zhou Erg's feet, quickly covering his entire body from bottom to top. Eh? Zhou Erden froze and looked down at the blue flames emerging from the soles of his feet. Me, killing players? Zhou Erden didn't seem to slow down, isn't he the mole? Before he could catch his breath, his legs began to burn to ashes, but he didn't feel a thing as he fell down on his back without them. Pattering sound. The body fell heavily to the ground while the whole thing burned rapidly. The fall seemed to wake him up. He was certain that he was a player, and now the system was behaving in a way that confirmed that Huang Sanlang was a player. So? Hara, so it's you. Mo Xiaolan. You're the mole. Zhou Erden brought out tears from the corners of his eyes. I don't know if it's because he's guilty that he killed the wrong person or if it's because his life is at an end. As soon as the words left his mouth, the flames quickly disappeared over his mouth, followed by his head. Exhale. A breeze blew by, and Tuesday Egg was reduced to ashes, and the dust drifted away without a trace in the wind. Only Huang Sanlang's dead body was left behind. Su Yueguang was silent, then looked down at Lori, who still had her head buried and didn't raise it. Boom of a drum. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground rang out. Su Yueguang looked up, and the red-clothed woman with black mist wrapped around her body landed not far from him. Su Yueguang finally got a good look at the other party. It was the appearance of a girl, red clothes, cloaked hair, black nails sharp and long, bare feet, black gas like a thick fog around the body to make it more bizarre. Su Yueguang slowly raised his right hand that was holding the revolver. However, just the moment Su Yueguang raised his hand, a small soft hand grabbed his right wrist. Oni-chan, stop. Mo Xiaolan, who had been burying her head, was finally raising her head, her left hand grasping Su Yueguang's wrist, smiling sweetly as she gazed at Su Yueguang, her big innocent eyes, matched with that rotten smile, lovely and moving. Chapter 21, Outside is full of Azusa, Sakura country players. It's full of Joe out there? Su Yueguang subconsciously added a sentence in her mind. Then the two of them, big eyes to small eyes, just looked at each other without blinking. Mo Xiaolan has big eyes and Su Yueguang has small eyes. This was awkward. The other party didn't even blink their eyes, but Su Yueguang felt her eyes were a bit dry and wanted to blink. But he forced himself to hold back. The other man didn't blink. How could he, a man, blink first? If you're a man, you can't say you can't. Are your eyes dry, brother? 20 seconds or so later. Mo Xiaolan finally couldn't hold it together, rubbing her sore eyes, no longer able to maintain the innocent smile from earlier. Bad brother, was trying to impress you. Mo Xiaolan said with dissatisfaction as she rubbed her eyes. Humph. Little man, still trying to compete with me. Su Yueguang hummed arrogantly against her bloodshot eyes, her face already covered in tears from blinking for so long. Brother, Mo Xiaolan was just about to speak after rubbing her eyes when suddenly a cold gun barrel was pressed against her forehead. When he opened his eyes, he saw a revolver resting squarely on his brow in the center of his forehead. Su Yueguang smiled and looked at Mo Xiaolan. So now, after everyone is killed, it's my turn, right? Little mole? Mo Xiaolan looked at Su Yueguang's smile and shook her head. No. Before I die, I have a few questions. Why did you help me explain up front that I'm not a traitor? The fact that they wrongfully accused me of being a traitor should be favorable to you, right? Su Yueguang asked what he was wondering. Mo Xiaolan is a mole is not unusual. The people in front of him were killed without a word, and the Li Qingshan thing, he has been suspicious of Mo Xiaolan. And now it's just confirmed. Li Qingshan facing the female corpse even if there is no resistance can also notify them to be, but just so noiselessly disappeared, it is a bit odd. The only possibility is that Mo Xiaolan has done something. Because, I don't want them to wrong my brother. Mo Xiaolan stared at Su Yueguang and said word for word. Don't want them to wrong me? Are you sure you're not playing an international joke on me here? The other side is the mole. Isn't their infighting just what the mole wants? And, Oniai-chan, this seems to be the language of Sakura Gak, isn't it, and you are? Seo Moon Kwang swept her eyes at the other party. In this parallel world, the Sakura Kingdom is a small island next to the Divine Dragon Kingdom. The islanders were primitive thousands of years ago. 1,000 years ago. At that time, the Shenlong Kingdom was still under the rule of the ancient dynasty Qin dynasty. In order to seek the medicine of immortality for Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Sufu, a magician, was commissioned by Emperor Qin Shi Huang to travel from Qin dynasty to overseas to seek for the medicine of immortality. I found Sakurajima, which was still a primitive society, but Seo Fuk was hiding something. There was no thought of finding any immortality medicine for Qin Shi Huang. Instead, they just stayed on Sakurajima. Taught the islanders to use the more advanced tools of the Qin dynasty. Sakurajima thus began to converge from semi-primitive to the society of the Shenlong Kingdom of several thousand years ago, and then grew rapidly. Hundreds of years ago felt that they line, hard-wrist, want to another countries over the Divine Dragon over the hand of the Divine Dragon country to strike. The result was the Divine Dragon country destroyed half of the population after the honest down. Now it has become a dog that goes around the world stretching its paws and wagging its tail at other powers begging for protection from being wiped out by the Dragon Kingdom. When the Divine Dragon Kingdom saw that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was a dog, they didn't bother with that bit of conflict with the other side. That's right, I'm from Sakura Nation, and there are more than just Shinran Nation people in this game. However, I heard that my ancestor was a servant girl under Lord Sufu, so I can say that there is also a bloodline of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Mo Xiaolan smiled sweetly. Ha, what, trying to pull strings and beg me to let you go? Su Yueguang snorted. There's more to this game than just the Shenlong Nation, he's just guessing. If people from the Dragon Kingdom can enter the game, then why can't crooked people enter the game? Now it's sort of confirmed. Brother can kill me anytime he wants to, if I can die in your hands, I am satisfied, it is better than dying in other people's hands. Mo Xiaolan's clothes were generous, but I don't think my brother would kill me. How do you know I won't kill you? Su Yueguang flicked her chin. If you wanted to kill me you would have done so a long time ago, with my brother's ability, he could easily kill me, like I said earlier, I won't resist. Don't you still have questions left to ask? Why don't you ask your brother to finish first? Mo Xiaolan blinked and didn't answer, instead jumping to other topics. Su Yueguang nodded, indeed there were still a lot of questions. Li Qingshan's death has something to do with you too, right? Senior player? Yes, I sneaked up on him from behind then had Hannah kill him, oh. And Hannah is the woman behind you who was murdered in life. Su Yueguang turned around and saw that the female corpse was just standing there and not attacking him. Mo Xiaolan seemed to be unguarded against Su Yueguang and did not hide anything from him, telling him all the details. What you may not realize is that as a mole, I have special powers that you don't know about. I was able to communicate with Little Flower, through an unknown space of consciousness, and now we are good friends. And... Mo Xiaolan paused for a moment, we are also able to exchange things with each other in space, what I have, I can give to her through this space, what she has, she is able to give to me through this space. There is also this function, Su Yueguang is a little surprised, I did not expect the mole to be able to play like this. Hannah gave me something. Mo Xiaolan flipped her wrist and saw that she was wearing a strange thing on her hand that. A small cylinder with an invisible inner structure, sort of like, a smaller version of an arrow in a sleeve. Seeing this arrow in the sleeve, Su Yueguang understood. Why were those people taken without a word? It's poisonous, isn't it? Su Yueguang said. Not bad, the topmost corpse poison on Little Flower, novice players will have their sanity eroded if they touch a bit of it if they don't deal with it in time. This small needle, when shot, is like a mosquito bite to an ordinary person, and cannot be detected at all. This is something that Su Yueguang didn't expect. Su Yueguang completely understood. Mo Xiaolan seemed to be very pleased and continued to explain to Su Yueguang. I've solved 2 people with this yet, but Li Qingshan had some trouble, he sensed a little. Luckily, I reacted in time and worked with Hannah to kill him together. Mo Xiaolan seemed to still have palpitations, she was almost killed by Li Qingshan. Su Yueguang looked at Mo Xiaolan's lovely face and really couldn't be associated with the vicious woman who went around. Say murder without changing your face. A snake charmer is nothing more than that. There was silence, and after a few seconds he looked back into those big bright eyes and asked in a somewhat husky voice. That time in the room, you were the one who told this female corpse not to hurt me? This problem Su Yueguang always remembered the room, he was puzzled why the female corpse did not hurt him. But now, as he looked at Mo Xiaolan, he seemed to have come to a realization. Brother is so smart, he didn't even have to tell Ki-chan to guess. There were several times when Hannah was able to take a swing at you, and I was the one who stopped her from taking a swing at you. Mo Xiaolan laughed triumphantly, seemingly pleasing. How is it, is brother very touched? Touched my ass, he wouldn't get hurt even if he did. Karakoko, is that Mo Xiaolan's real name? I'm sure I used a fake name, but... Why are you doing this? Su Yueguang looked at Mo Xiaolan suspiciously, which was the reason why he hadn't guessed everything. He had thought it was because of Mo Xiaolan. But Mo Xiaolan, a lowly who had cooperated with the female corpse to kill so many people, he didn't think that the other party would let him go just because he was handsome. It's even more unlikely to say anything about love at first sight. Love at first sight is all about love at first sight, and this stuff shouldn't work on a snake charmer. So what on earth made Mo Xiaolan want to keep the female corpse from striking out at him? It puzzled him greatly. It's hard not to. Su Yueguang thought of something horrible and... I've heard that some of the Sakura country's female eaters are very perverted and obsessed with men like him. He's the kind of guy you like to talk to, and you don't stop until you're drained. Did Su Yueguang's face turn white? Chapter 22 Miyamoto Kiid's life. Because of this. Not caring about Su Yueguang's shifting gaze, Mo Xiaolan flipped her wrist again and a yellow paper appeared in Mo Xiaolan's hand. It is? Su Yueguang looked over and froze. The yellow talisman I gave you? But it's the yellow talisman that Su Yueguang gave to the other party earlier to deal with the female corpse. At that time, I didn't know Mo Xiaolan was the mole, so I gave her this yellow talisman for defense. Brother should know the value of this yellow talisman, right? I know, it should be quite precious, and it should be the nemesis of this female corpse, right? Su Yueguang pondered. Not bad, this yellow talisman is very precious and it hurts little flower a lot. Is brother sorry for giving it to me at his own peril? Regret? Su Yueguang does not know how to write the word regret, he also has the ability to think what to come what bullet infinite revolver up. Which needs this trashy yellow amulet. This yellow talisman was a treasure to others, but to him it was trash. No regrets. Su Yueguang shook her head. Sure enough. Seeing Su Yueguang shaking her head without hesitation. The smile on Mo Xiaolan's face became even sweeter as she looked at Su Yueguang as if she was looking at a loved one. Why is brother so good to me? Such a precious thing is willing to give me? Heh, I wouldn't necessarily give it to you if I knew you were a traitor. Su Yueguang sneered. That's natural, the position is different, I can understand my brother. But my brother gave it to me without knowing it. Do you know, brother, that you are the only man in the world who cares about me? Mo Xiaolan's playful eyes that looked at Su Yueguang suddenly became tender. Looking at Su Yueguang was like a loving mother looking at her filial son. What's that look in your eyes? Su Yueguang frowned. What did the other party want? You want to be his mom? So it's like that game. It's so sick. It's too much. Mo Xiaolan didn't answer, but changed the topic. Brother should know that most of the people who enter the game of death are people who are going to die. And do you know what I died for? The man who was going to die? The other party did not say that he had forgotten about this, as if Li Guang did say that there were unlucky people who entered here who were pulled in by the game. But most of them are going to die. He himself should be considered dead after being hit by a car. What about Mo Xiaolan? How did it die? One had to admit that Mo Xiaolan managed to arouse a drop of interest in him. Mo Xiaolan's large eyes, which had just been bright and twinkling like stars, dimmed all of a sudden. The sweet smile disappeared, too, a little sad and with a touch of viciousness. Suicide. Mo Xiaolan's voice was as cold as 1,000 years of ice. Then turning back and forcing a smile, Would Brother Moonlight like to hear my story? Yeah, why don't we find a little room and have a nice chat? Su Yueguang smiled faintly, seemingly pointing. Yeah. Mo Xiaolan smiled back. The two came to a room where the female corpse didn't follow them in. In the room, there were only two people. Su Yueguang found a chair and sat down. Mo Xiaolan followed Su Yueguang and sat down. It's easy to die if you sit on me like this. Su Yueguang saw that the other party did not mind the difference between men and women in the slightest, sitting squarely on his lap. It reinforced the idea that the other man was just craving his body. Mo Xiaolan and Su Yueguang were face to face, just looking into Su Yueguang's eyes, repeating once again that my life will be brother's from now on, and brother can take it whenever he wants. After saying that, she came over her head and went up and gently touched her lips on Su Yueguang's lips with her lips. Su Yueguang. Mo Xiaolan then leaned her head on Su Yueguang's shoulder. What do you want? Su Yueguang exclaimed. Then what does brother want again? Mo Xiaolan looked down at Su Yueguang's salty hand. I was wondering what you wanted. I don't want to. Eventually the two just sat and exchanged words intimately. Mo Xiaolan leaned her head on Su Yueguang's shoulder. Then what are you thinking? Su Yueguang looked at the other party thoughtfully. Mo Xiaolan leaned on Su Yueguang's shoulder. I want to tell my brother my story. Quietly lying on Su Yueguang's shoulder and pressing against Su Yueguang's ear, Mo Xiaolan told her story. I got it from. Mo Xiaolan, whose real name is Kaoru Miyamoto, is simply known as Karakoko. Miyamoto is the last name and Kaori is the first name. After her parents died in a car accident when she was a child, Karakoko was sent to an orphanage. It wasn't until a few years later that he was finally adopted by his step-parents. I thought I was entering heaven next, but I didn't realize it was the entrance to hell. Stepmother has a very short temper. Adoption of Karakoko is not out of any kindness, but rather, he sees that Karakoko can do the job, so he wants Karakoko to do hard labor for himself for free. Usually, she would either hit or scold Karakoko, and she would have to teach her a lesson for the smallest thing that she did not do well. It would have been hell on earth already. I didn't realize that my stepmother is not a human being and my stepfather is not a human being at all. Even though Karakoko was still young, her appearance followed her mother's, and she was so beautiful that her stepfather got up to no good. It's actually. That night, she finally escaped. You know what, brother? At that time, it was like I was living in hell and I had to be careful what I said every day. The slightest bit of work that wasn't done properly was also either a beating or a scolding. Uncontrollable teardrops flowed from the corners of Karakoko's eyes. Who knows what horrible encounters she's been through as a girl. Isn't it hard to imagine that in this modern age where everyone eats easily, there are people like me who sometimes can't even eat, can't afford to eat, and can't eat? Miyamoto Kid squeezed her wrist, and Su Yueguang's face was heavy. She went on to tell of the experiences that followed. Escaped and became a wanderer in the city, begging for a living. She purposely made herself dirty just in case anyone coveted her beauty. At that time, she felt that the world was like a nightmare, and only wished that this nightmare would wake up soon. A girl who is all in the trade and can't get enough to eat every day. She even had thoughts of dying. She wanted to die, but God suddenly brought her hope again. She meets a farmer who saves her as she jumps into the river. The farmer had no daughter, no wife. After saving her, treat her like her own daughter. This made her grateful and treat the other as if he were her biological father as well. Every day, they helped their father to do farm work, like a very loving family, happy and good. It was all going so well. The family was happy. It was just her and her father at home, but the two of them always made a decent living. A little hard work counts for nothing. I was living a happy life then, a little more tired, but at least living a normal life now. He doesn't hit me or scold me and treats me like his own daughter. Poor, but I think I can live with that, but... When she was 16, the accident struck again. Chapter 23, Hidden Rewards. The farmer sold her to a rich man in town. Just one day, the wealthy gentleman found his way to her home to take her back. Instead of stopping him, my father counted large amounts of money. It was then that she realized that raising her was nothing more than a business. Maybe it was planned from the beginning of raising her. Perhaps it was improvised. But her good, pure, and spotless heart was shattered by the blow right then and there, and to that point she despaired. She did not resist in the face of coercion by a rich man. The wedding started the day after she was taken back. That is, on my wedding day, I jumped off a building. Miyamoto Kid smiled miserably. Oh, the same death as Hannah. Is our fate too sad? I don't think so. I think it's that the world is inherently miserable, and the human heart, too, is inherently black. That man gave me hope. She didn't address the other man as father or stepfather, as if she were talking about a stranger. It also made me completely despair of the world. Miyamoto Kid's jade hand around Su Yueguang tightened a little, and Su Yueguang could feel that the other party's small hand was very rough. He subconsciously squeezed the other's small hand. Hearing the other party's experience, he finally understood why Miyamoto Kid was able to kill so many people so ruthlessly. Not to mention the fact that the game is supposed to be about you and me, and Miyamoto Kid has even more reason to hate the world and hate everyone. I have to say, Death Game picked this mole really well. Having this kind of body, the world is full of malice towards her. There's absolutely no guilt in becoming a mole and killing everyone. And there is absolutely no softness. If he was Miyamoto Kaoru going through all this, he would be afraid of destroying the world. If you pick a kind one, you might even be able to jump in and admit to being the mole yourself. But now I have found a little white from this dark world, that only white. Miyamoto Kid left Su Yueguang's shoulder, looked at Su Yueguang's stunningly beautiful face that was more beautiful than Su Gong's, and smiled sweetly. The world may be black, but brother is white. Is it because I gave you that yellow talisman? Su Yueguang had already changed his mind about Miyamoto Kid in his heart. It is a person who heard this experience of Miyamoto Kaoru. I am afraid that all of them will have pity and heartache for each other. A little girl rashly all over, this is all through what. He also probably understood the other man's feelings, and came to this game, disheartened, and he gave care to the other man as a stranger without trying to get anything out of him, and if he were himself, he would have been moved by someone caring for him at such a desperate time. And the comfort you gave me, yo, I remembered every word you said, brother. Then repeat what I said? Su Yueguang suddenly said. Kaori Miyamoto. Hey, Seo Tsukamitsu grinned wickedly, is it not? Just as he was about to ask Miyamoto Kid if she had forgotten, Miyamoto Kid spoke up and I understand, after all, no one wants to put themselves in danger in a game of death, no need to feel guilty or psychologically burdened. Brother, those were your exact words to me at the time. Kinda remember too. Miyamoto Kid said, even though I betrayed you, you didn't hate me, I could feel that you were genuinely comforting me at the time. That's not comforting, that's just simply putting human nature into perspective. Isn't that what the game of death is all about? He's looking on the bright side. What I was thinking was that it was pretty hard for a little girl like Kaori Miyamoto to be in a death game, and I was just saying this in the hopes that Kaori Miyamoto wouldn't feel guilty about it. It was really for her own good, but I really didn't think it would work so well. Su Yueguang lowered his head, looking at Hongwei who was plastered against him. This wave had indeed earned a lot. Brother, you're so nice. Miyamoto Kid greedily breathed in the scent of Su Yueguang's body. It's nice to have my own and my brother's. You are also nice, Su Yueguang said silently in her heart. So now, what do you want? Kill me? Or? A jade finger was erected on Su Yueguang's lips. Miyamoto Kid raised her head and looked at Su Yueguang with her pure and flawless eyes. Brother, I forbid you to say such things in the future. I won't hurt you, even if you have to kill me. So what do you do? Me? My mission is already accomplished. Miyamoto Kid seemed to realize something and looked at Su Yueguang with a smile. Pfft, brother, you've got it wrong. Little Flower and I's mission isn't to kill all the players. Game of Death releases quests to kill at least 5 players, and the fewer players that survive, the better the reward. Even if it's not completed, the mission punishment is just one more trial. Turns out the mole has quests posted just like the players and there are rewards. So it really seems like it's just a different stance, and Kid Miyamoto is technically a player. It's just on the opposite side of most players. Ciao. Isn't this game biased in favor of the mole? Players will die if they can't finish the punch card, and insiders who can't finish the quest only need to open the next handful of trials, which is unfair. Oh, the player has a character as strong as him, so that's no problem. Also, it's too hard to kill him. If he did his best to help these people, then this monster might not only fail to complete his mission, but he would also be killed. If these people hadn't isolated him halfway through, maybe he would have actually helped these people with their mission and saved them along the way. If he was a normal person, he'd actually die while being isolated alone. He's also the one who also happened to be issued a good guy card by Kaori Miyamoto, telling the female corpses not to attack him. Otherwise a different person would have died somehow. Then there's no problem. There is no conflict of interest between the two parties, and this time it seems as if the Lolita has been gloved empty-handed. Hearing the other party's life, he couldn't help but let the other party feel the warmth of the world, or else keep going on like this to absolutely become a human-sized Black Widow in the future. Su Yueguang looked at the other party's attached expression and softly inquired. Do you have a cell phone? No. Then you live, Su Yueguang realized that it wasn't just him who was penniless, but Miyamoto Kid seemed to be penniless as well. What are you going to do when you get back? Go back? Miyamoto Kid's eyes gradually glazed over. I'm going to kill everyone who hurt me and destroy that country that shouldn't exist. There is no need for such a country that only gives her pain to exist. Will you help me, brother? Miyamoto Kid looked at Su Yuang. Of course. I'll do my best to help you. That sure helps. The idea simply coincided with him. I'd been looking at that island for a long time. Thank you, brother. Watching Miyamoto Kid transform from a face full of murderous anger to calmness, and then to a happy little girl look. Su Yuang heartily exclaimed that it would be too bad for this not to go to acting school. That's a change of face much faster than turning a book. Right, brother, I'll show you something. Su Yuang was puzzled. What is it? It was Little Flower who told me. It's a chest, but it won't open, but I'm sure that it's definitely a treasure. Follow me. Miyamoto Kid pulled on Su Yuang's big hand. The relationship between the two seemed to be close to that of a couple, regardless of whether or not Seo Tsukamitsu thought of Miyamoto Kid as a lover or not. According to Miyamoto Kid's attitude towards Su Yuang was ambiguous to the extreme anyway. The two came within a certain room on the second floor. This is? A wooden box? Su Yuang looked at the old and dusty wooden box in front of him, quietly placed on the floor, and some cobwebs on it. But it won't open? Turning her head with inquiry, she looked at Hana behind Miyamoto Kid. Isn't that just a kick in the pants? It won't open, it looks worn, but it's actually very hard and neither of us can touch it. This seems to be an exclusive reward belonging to the system for players. A reward for the player? That's not right, is it? I can't believe I didn't notice it before, but it's not too late to run into it. Seo Moonshine lands a leg kick. Hiss. Su Yuang kicked his foot on the wooden box and stopped his body, and it was as if time had stood still. Su Yuang. There was a tearing pain coming from the bottom of his foot that only someone who had played that solid soccer ball could relate to. Brother, just scream out if it hurts, we won't laugh at you. Miyamoto Kid said seriously. Who? Su Yuang took a deep breath and then exhaled, forcing out a smile. It doesn't hurt, not at all. That is, it's time to turn the reversal skill to normal when you're sure that Kid Miyamoto won't hurt you. Otherwise, what's this pain? One kick and then another will do. He'd be sorry for his skills if he didn't kick the legs off today. Su Yuang honestly squatted down to survey the wooden box. The hand had just touched it when the mechanical voice of the system came. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining the hidden reward, the worn-out wooden box. Worn wooden box. Synopsis, a systematic hidden reward that can only be found by players who are serious about security. There is no uniqueness to the items in the crate, they are randomly rewarded, with a minimum reward of D rank or higher. Open, key. Well, another thing that depends on luck and requires a key. The system had said on the way in that the more carefully patrolled the better the rewards. I see. But the key? Su Yuang froze, seemed to think of something, and flipped her wrist. In his hand appeared a plain iron key with rust on it. This is the key we searched for? Miyamoto Kid's eyes lit up when she saw the key in Su Yuang's hand. Su Yuang obtained a total of 3 things. The broken hammer, the yellow amulet, and then there's this key. The hammer Su Yuang is sure is a useless hammer, and the talisman paper is to deal with the female corpse. Just that key he never figured out what it was for, and it's what's been sitting in Death Game's backpack. He wouldn't have remembered the key if he hadn't seen this wooden box. Chapter 24, The Fake Jerome. Cut it out. Su Yuang inserted the key within the old rusty lock hole of the wooden box. Strange sounds of mechanical rotation emanated from inside. Click, click, click. A series of mechanical sound let Su Yuang's small head appeared a big question mark. Inside is how many organs, you saw a ringing method? Creak. Just as Su Yuang and Miyamoto Kid were curious. The crate opened. Little Flower would also come to the side of the two. The female corpses look horrible, but are actually able to communicate and are no different from normal people. The two sympathized with each other because they both suffered persecution with Kaori Miyamoto. Miyamoto Kid told her not to hurt Su Yuang, and she really didn't have any half-assed thoughts or actions towards Su Yuang. But communicating with Su Yuang was still not doable. Just as the wooden crate opened, Su Yuang finally did realize why his kick didn't break. Within this wooden box, it really is the equivalent of solid. It was full of densely packed organ parts, gears turning, and there were strange formations enchanted inside. It's not much different than a solid one. And at the very center of these organs was a hollow circular area, or a ball of light emitting a faint glow lay silently. This should be the reward the system is talking about. Su Yuang was able to feel that as long as he touched this ball of light, he would be rewarded. Probing his hand over, he slowly gripped the small ball. The very moment he did so, the small ball turned into a bit of starlight and drilled into Su Yuang's body. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the hidden reward. Bonus skill: hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging yourself 800 times. Skill name: hurting the enemy 1,000 times hurts the enemy 800 times. Grade: a rank skill. Synopsis: can be enhanced by self-mutilation. Improves all aspects of your attributes after taking damage, including skills and your own attributes. The more and more intense the damage taken, the stronger the boost. This skill boost has no upper limit and is comparable to an S-rank skill, and is best used in conjunction with a healing recovery skill. Boosting strength lasts for 1 hour, and the duration will be refreshed with each injury. At the end of the duration you will receive a 1% skill boost feedback attribute enhancement. Remarks: when the enemy hurts you, that's when you're at your strongest, and when the enemy kills you, you're really dead. This system is kinda skinny. But luck played its part again, and the skill is really good. Self-harm equals empowerment. It might not be a good thing for others, but it's very nice for him because he also has a reversal skill. The more damage you take after a reversal, the stronger your recovery. Equivalent to having restorative skills. Works like a charm with self-harm skills. How is brother doing? What was acquired? Miyamoto Kid was the first to come up. Gained an A-rank skill that hurts the enemy 1,000 times and damages itself 800 times. Su Yuang answered truthfully. As soon as the words left his mouth, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the player for acquiring an A-rank skill. Do you choose to broadcast the acquired skill to all players? Note: no skill profiles will be broadcasted. Yes. Su Yuang replied without hesitation in her mind. What's the good stuff for? It's for sharing Xian and enjoying Yao. Keeping a low profile to hide your strength? I'm sorry, but Su Yuang never knew what it meant to keep a low profile. At least at this time he won't lay low. If you have such a good skill, of course you should share it with other players. Ding! Congratulations to player Jerome. Mike has gained the A-rank skill hurt the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800 times. Ding! Congratulations to player Jerome. Mike has gained the A-rank skill hurt the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800 times. Ding! Congratulations to player Jerome. Mike has gained the A-rank skill hurt the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800 times. It was broadcast 3 times in a row. Brother, the beep of you gaining skills rang in my head. Just after it rang, Miyamoto Kid said to Su Yuang. Broadcasting to all players, she was also a player and heard the beep. Well, I was the one who asked Game of Death to broadcast my skills to all players. Seo Moonshine grinned, he heard it too. Will this not be too good? Let the other players know about your skills, in the future in case you make enemies with these players. Miyamoto Kid worried that Su Yuang did not think of this, kindly reminded a sentence. It's fine, there's no broadcast of the skill profile, and what can they do if they know about it? No matter how many ants there are, they're no match for me turning into the Monkey King. Su Yuang was full of unconcern. Don't worry, since I dare to do this, I naturally have my cards. Seeing that Miyamoto Kid was still a bit worried, Su Yuang rubbed the other party's small head. Although she's horrible when she kills people, the usual Kid Miyamoto was very cute, the type you want to push around. Well, brother, can I ask what this skill is? Or not, of course, I'm just curious. Afraid that Su Yuang would misunderstand, Miyamoto Kid showed caution. In the game, every skill of another person is the other person's bottom card to save their life, and inquiring about the other person's skills is the equivalent of asking about the other person's bottom card. But that's not even a problem for Su Yuang. It's nothing, just a self-inflicted skill. As soon as I take damage, I become stronger, and it's an all-around boost, with enhanced skills and physical attributes. It's not worse than an S-rank skill, the only flaw is that it requires self-harm and the boost isn't permanent. I can only get a 1% permanent feedback boost. Reversal skills coupled with the hurting the enemy for 1,000 harm skill can be a perfect match. Now that he can not only improve his recovery power after being injured, but he can also improve all his attributes, and even his skill attributes can be enhanced as well. If he could get another SSS-ranked skill super resilience later, he would really be invincible then. But even so, at this point, Su Yuang still wanted to sigh. Invincible, how lonely it is. Within a certain copy. A white-faced clown man in a suit wanders above the street as a monster strings out from a shadowy corner. Without looking, Joker Man raises his right hand, pistol right on the monster's head, and boom. One shot to the head. Shay, no fun. Jerome skimmed at the six-clawed mutant rat that had been killed. The players who saw this scene from afar were on tenterhooks. While they were still hiding from the monsters, this clown had already dared to go head-to-head with the monsters in the open. What kind of pervert was this? Ding, congratulations to player Jerome. Mike has gained the A rank skill hurt the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800 times. Ding, congratulations to player Jerome. Mike has gained the A rank skill hurt the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800 times. Ding, congratulations to player Jerome. Mike has gained the A rank skill hurt the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800 times. Suddenly, the game of death beep sounded in its head. Jerome turned steeply ugly. FUCK, that asshole who impersonated him gained an A rank skill. Chapter 25, Devil Fruit, Cultivation Technique. Treadmill. Who the hell is it? Why impersonate him? He glanced at his gamertag, Genom. Mike. His name was Jerome Mack. Mike. He should have been the one to make the name resonate throughout the death game, so why would anyone take up his name? And so high profile. Bastard, I'll show you who the real Jerome is. Jerome pulled a remote button out of his hand. There are several eye-catching red buttons on it. His bad mood finally got a little better after he saw the remote. Pattering sound. The index finger pressed a red button down hard. Rumbling. Somewhere far behind him, a sky-high red light violently erupted. A wave of heat hit Jerome, making his clothes wince. A violent shockwave swept through the entire city, and even players and ordinary people were affected by this explosion, sending blood and flesh flying and killing and injuring countless people. In the game he participated in, there is no restriction on players to kill, no rules. Ordinary people, players as well as monsters, can kill at will. So all the players hid in the shadows. Prevent a sneak attack. He was the only one, walking down the street on a high note. And each button on the controller in his hand controlled a bomb on the remote. There were 8 buttons in all. After hearing the explosion, he turned around with a demented look on his face and eyes maniacally looking towards the center of that explosion. The corners of his mouth grinned even wider as he finally slapped his palm on top of the controller. Rumbling. Rumbling. The continuous sound of explosions was unrelenting. The whole city was enveloped in a sea of fire and explosions, and in the center of this explosion, the clown man dropped the remote control, his face frantically opening his hands, closing his eyes and looking up, enjoying the heat wave that swarmed around him, and pieces of house tiles were flying everywhere, and art that just explodes. Ding, Terror Mansion security mission over. Number of participants in the mission, 10. Number of mission survivors, 2. Congratulations to the player for completing the mission. Settlement of rewards in progress. A mechanical cold voice came from Su Yueguang's mind. Settling the reward, Su Yueguang rubbed his chest in anticipation. Rubbed Miyamoto Kaori. Player Jerome. Mike performed well in the game, failed to kill the female corpse Jiang Xiaohua, searched out the mole, and performed well with a grade level of B. Reward, 1B class lottery. You can do 1B class lottery. 10,000 deadly game coins. You can buy goods in the game mall. Props, magical music box. Magical music box synopsis. When the music plays, players of the same level and below who hear the music will start subconsciously dancing for 3 seconds. Note, only useful for players of the same level and below, not useful for NPCs, not useful for ordinary people, repeatable, costing 1 point of in-game currency per use. Cooling time, 3 days. Remarks, do you want to dance? The reward ends and players begin to return 10 seconds later. X, 9. Oni-chan, remember, live in the game of death. Accompany me in destroying Sakura country. A country that is no longer warm, destroy it. What is it with always feeling like you're giving me flags? Don't worry, bad guys like me have hard lives. You have to protect yourself well. But luck is here, not to mention the establishment of 1, 10, or 8 will not be a problem. 1. It was also after Su Yueguang's words had just fallen that the game ended. Return to reality. Another wave of vertigo came over him. When she opened her eyes again, Su Yueguang had already appeared in her room. He was currently lying down at his computer desks in his bedroom. Nothing had changed around them, the folded bunks, the pink room, the pink tables and chairs in their regular places, It's exactly the same as when we left. A quick glance at the time, 7 o'clock when we left, 9 o'clock. After 2 hours, 12 hours passed in the game. 12 to 2, which means that the hourly ratio between the game and the outside world is 6 to 1. 1 hour outside, 6 hours inside the game. That's cool. It won't affect what's going on in the present. Open the game panel. Su Yuang found the Game of Death panel in his mind. He realized that there was a lot more to the game that he hadn't even researched. Open personal properties. Player, Jerome. Mike. Grade, 2. Allocable points, 500. Power, 80. Speed, 80. Spirit, 80. Defense, 70. Physique, 100. Note, full value 100. Skills, reversal state, freely controllable, consumes a bit of mental energy for each shift, hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging himself 800 times. Passive skill, no consumption, details can be viewed by clicking on it. Other data, none. The attributes are followed by a plus sign, which should be for adding points. Su Yuang looked at the additions and contemplated for a moment, then balanced the points to each attribute. Speed then, escape he doesn't need, strength this thing is no skill good, the best offense is defense, spirit is no use, he's skill no consumption, constitution is no use, simply balance all come a little. He then opened his backpack, which contained a revolver, as well as a music box, which was a reward for this game, capable of making players dance. The backpack had a total of 10 compartments, and Su Yuang pondered whether or not to fill it up so as not to waste it. There is food for them within this game, good luck. But it's good to prepare yourself. Then he opened the B-class draw interface, and there was still one B-class skill draw left. But sweeping up. Inside the B rank there are blood will eyes, waste supernatural devil fruits, elf balls, and even spells, sorceries, ninjutsu, immortal techniques, cultivation spells, skills and items. Mostly he didn't think much of them, they weren't even close to what was inside the SSS class. Waste B. Su Yuang didn't even bother to smoke it, so he'll wait until he needs it. That said, could Jerome have died in the game as far as getting the waste B draw, right? Su Yuang opened the game mall again. 10,000 game dollars. It sounded like a lot, but Su Yuang looked inside the mall and was disappointed again. The Jaguar is going to be millions. Nature-based devil fruit is going to be 10,000 to start. Powerful fruits such as the shock fruit are even more sky high. Frost Lament, Regulus, Millennium Ginseng Fruit, Iron Man Battle Armor, RPG, Thor's Hammer, Infinity Gems, Tesseract, Supreme Bone, and even Cultivation Technique Swallowing Heavenly Decision and Taiji Shenxing Dao are all included. It basically contains all sorts of weird and wonderful things from movies, films, anime, and novels. Anyone with money can buy it. Chapter 26 Player Qualification, Senior Player. Su Yuang looked at the eyes and did not look at it. No money, just staring is useless, it is better to earn more game coins. Then focus on the healing department classification. Healing potions are graded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each level of potency is different, and so is the price. All kinds of potions within the first level cost a minimum of 500, and external injuries can be used for gold sores, which immediately stops the bleeding, and the repairing ability is hundreds of times better than the outside world's medicine. Internal injuries can be fully recovered within a certain period of time with the use of a level 1 recovery potion. The second level minimum is 1,000 to start. Level 3 starts at a minimum of 2,000. The higher the grade, the higher the price. Su Yuang spent 2,000 on various levels of potions for treating physical injuries. With his ability to get more and more disabled, this thing must be needed. It's worth noting that there are soul repairing potions in here as well. By way of introduction, souls are real within this game and can get hurt. This one has to be guarded against, being able to attack the soul. I don't seem to have a soul defense. Su Yuang muttered. After digging through the system inside and out. Opening the Death Game Friends screen, he looked to his only other friend, Mo Xiaolan. The Death Game is the equivalent of a dating system where you can add other players. Seeing Mo Xiaolan's name. This girl is so smart, she should be fine. Su Yuang thought about it. Miyamoto Kid had killed 8 players in this game, the reward must not be bad. Figured it would be okay. Kid Miyamoto had planned to go back and start her revenge. But he was persuaded down by Su Yuang. Who knows how many players Sakura Nation has hidden in the shadows. So let it keep a low profile, and even if it takes revenge, don't involve itself. He promised Miyamoto Key that when he passed another game of death, he would make a trip to the Sakura country to help her get her revenge. First kill a few people to practice, can by the way then destroy a country, beautiful. It then returned to the home page. Inside the home page, there was an eerie atmosphere. The background is also a murky blood red hue with a large bloodshot eye. At the top there is a bright red with blood game countdown. This is a countdown to the next game. There are 9 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 15 seconds left. That means one death game in 10-day turns. Once every 10 days, 3 times a month. After studying the system, Yuang went out with the intention of meeting the sun and going out to get a cell phone. First, I went to a lottery store and bought a random number. And then it's gone. Luckily, I passed my ID wallet along when I left, or else I wouldn't even be able to buy a lottery ticket. Yuang muttered. Then glanced at the time on the TV in a store next door, Wednesday, and the lottery opens tomorrow, Thursday. Come get your reward the day after tomorrow, just in time. No hit? No way. The chances of that were smaller than Yuang getting hit again. Bank cards and all that he has. Except for the money inside, I don't know if it was taken by the mental hospital or someone else. The rest of the stuff is still there. He's used up all the money in it, but that's not a problem, he'll have the money tomorrow when he comes to claim his prize. 2 days later, Yuang came back to the lottery center. A total of 8 million, wearing a mask. Yuang skillfully cooperate with the lottery center people to take pictures and interviews, as well as carry out a variety of processes related to the affairs. Wearing a mask wasn't so much a fear of people looking for trouble, but he was still on the run from patients. By the time it was done, there was an additional deposit of several $1 million on the card and the time had come to dusk. Immediately after I had the money, I bought a cell phone and ate a big meal. It was late at night when I got home. As night falls, the mirror-like moon hangs in the sky, cascading light as clear as running water onto the vast expanse of Earth. The night sky seems like a black curtain, dotted with glittering stars, so one can't help but be deeply mesmerized. The busy streets and alleys are full of people, and Yuang is eating her mouth full of grease with the golden and oily barbecue bought from the street stall. He was about to go home when he realized that there seemed to be a blur of shadows behind him pulling to his feet. That tall shadow pulling at the ground was very conspicuous. Yuang lightly glanced at the long shadow on the ground without much reaction or looking back to see who it was. Instead, he kept walking forward and turned in after encountering an alley. Deep in the alley, the dirty sewage on the ground smelled putrid. Yuang walked to the depths of the alley and stopped, frowning. The smell is really unpleasant. Come out. Head said. Tsk not bad, you really are a player. Yuang turned around and saw a man fully dressed in an overcoat wearing a mask and high hat appear at the entrance of the alley. How did you know I was a player? I was just skeptical, but now, being able to spot me, what is it if not a player? You possess a perception type skill, right? Yuang won the prize with a bland look, like he was very skilled, so he wondered if Yuang was a player who won the prize with some skill. The man in the coat had a somewhat gruff voice, and his eyes revealed a strong sense of confidence as he said this. But Yuang wasn't sure if the other party had changed his voice. Spotting you? Don't you know that you're following too close and your shadow is overlapping with my shadow? Yuang snorted, while unleashing her reversal skill at the same time. You can't use the reversal skill while eating, or you'll get hungrier the more you eat. Shadow? Isn't that a perception-based skill? The man froze and looked down, to the shadow at his feet. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment. The man was a little embarrassed. Asshole, whatever shadow or perception-based skills you have, I'm taking you back today. Will you behave yourself and be tied up and taken away, or will you be beaten half to death and taken away? Take me away? You're not here for that bonus? He doesn't seem to have offended anyone. He thought the other party was here for the millions of dollars in prize money, and it wasn't as if there hadn't been such people before. Bonus? The man disdained. Jay, of course I want the bonus, but right now, I want both the bonus and the man, and I don't really have the time to follow you just for the bonus. Not for a bonus? Then it's for? Yuang was puzzled. Of course it's for you, hee hee hee. The laughter of the man in the coat and the lewd look in his eyes made Yuang's heart flutter. Chow, a woman greedy him he can understand, a man you are trying to do what? He's not Brokeback Mountain. I like women. Su Yueguang's face changed wildly, and her gaze toward the man became odd as she subconsciously took 2 steps back. Hey, it's okay, I like women too. The man hemmed and hawed. Why are you looking at me like that if you like women? You dead pervert. Su Yueguang was disgusted. It's understandable that he likes men to look at him, but why do you like women to look at him like that? I like you too, huh? The man seemed to realize that he had spoken a bit ambiguously. No, it's not you I like, it's your gamer status I like, ha ha ha. The man's smile got even more evil. Player eligibility? What do you mean by player qualification? Su Yueguang was clouded by the other party. Don't even know about player qualifications, looks like you're really a newbie, he. Then I don't have to be polite, I'll tell you what player qualifications are when I break your arms and legs. The man let out a vicious laugh, not realizing that a good portion of the player's qualifications were newcomers. Capture the opponent, and the opponent's player status is theirs. Thunder gradually gathered in the man's hands. 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Technique. The man raised his right hand in a position that seemed very shameful to see Otsuki Akari, raising it high as the thunder gathered. Thunderons converged on the man's large, rough, bark-like hands, and ZZ. Berserk lightning emitted bursts of light, blooming like dandelions in the man's hands, seemingly tearing through space. Die. Boo. The words fell. The man's raised right hand slammed toward the ground. Those eyes that flashed with lightning stared at the sewage on the ground, and the corners of his mouth grinned. Sewage, too, can conduct electricity. Ding, attacked by electric current. Physical agility plus 500, speed permanent plus 10, strength permanent plus 10, physical activity plus 200. Chapter 27, Misunderstandings, All Misunderstandings. With various attributes instantly attached to his body, Su Yueguang looked down to the sewage on the ground that looked like it was trembling from the sound wave vibrations, and then to the sewage under his own feet. Conducting attacks through sewage, the opponent seems to be not so ditzy and thick as he looks. Sure enough, none of the players are that simple. Ding, hurting the enemy for 1,000 losses skill activated. Taking damage doubles the strength of the all-encompassing qualities contained in the skill. Body flexibility plus 1,500, speed plus 90, physical activity plus 1,500. With another boost, Su Yueguang felt her body filled with power. Boy, this current was supposed to be just enough to restrict his movement, and it actually gave him that much of a boost? Good lord, the other party was afraid that he wasn't strong enough and wanted to give himself a wave of buffs. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Su Yueguang stopped moving, the man in the coat smiled even more happily. Newcomers are just trash, a random skill can take care of it, no defense at all. Slowly, he took a step towards Su Yueguang. Does it feel like your body is numb? This is my 5 Thunders Heavenly Heart Technique, capable of releasing lightning with my true chi. Boy, in your next life remember to be careful and don't expose your player identity like this. The man came in front of Su Yueguang, raised his right hand high into a hand blade shape, and violently swung it towards Su Yueguang's neck. Boo! Boom! However, before he could attack Su Yueguang, a residual shadow suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. The legwork, shave the word leap. Su Yueguang sank his voice and raised his leg to kick the man's neck with a swift kick. The man did not expect Su Yueguang to still be able to move. His face changed. Before he could make a move, his neck hurt, and his body slammed heavily towards the ground. The ground trembled, the floor made of concrete fragmenting like a spider web under the man's impact. He fainted then. His head was bleeding. Blood and sewage mixed together in eerie colors and seeped into the broken ground. Su Yueguang's eyelids fluttered as she looked at the man who had fallen over. I haven't even exerted any force yet, and you just fell down. That was a bit of a pain in the ass, though, and he was about to ask the other guy what the hell player qualification was and what it was for. Looking at the man who had passed out not knowing if he was dead or alive. Su Yueguang was silent for a moment and grabbed the man's clothes and lifted them up. After the addition, Su Yueguang's one-handed strength could easily lift a grown man. Then toward the mouth of the alley. With a slight push as he neared the mouth of the alley, he threw the man at the mouth of the alley. Someone should call the police and let the officials deal with it when the time comes. Since this person had wrapped his entire body in a full body wrap, he thought he wasn't a good person, and the officials should be able to find out. It's time to go. Instead of going out from the alley entrance, Su Yueguang looked at the dark and stained walls on both sides of the alley. Both knees were slightly bent, followed by a forceful leap. Boo! A jump of 3 meters. stepping back and forth between the two walls to the roof of the building, Looking down at the tiny pedestrians below, Su Yuegwang's mouth grinned. It's such a great feeling of empowerment. This game of death was made for him. He feared the game of death, but he hoped the next one would start soon. Down the cell stairs again. Prevents prying eyes of those who wish to do so. And the cameras, will they be visible when you come in? Su Yuegwang muttered that being discovered would be a bit of a problem. Investigating the man in the coat will probably lead to him. Looks like I'll have to wear a mask when I go out from now on. When he came downstairs, he found that an official had already noticed the man in the overcoat. Su Yuegwang left the scene with his head buried. What the hell is this player qualification thing the guy was talking about? Back home, Su Yuegwang took out her newly purchased Vipa cell phone to inquire about the player qualification. Not expecting much, he didn't expect to find a player posting with the name Game of Death. So many players, are there so many players like me in the Divine Dragon Kingdom? Are you guys players too? I just casually looked it up, and I really found it. What the hell is this game? I've seen people die in the game, will these people live? Su Yuegwang noticed that this game was officially established, and there was an official Shenlong Lagunit. It seems that the officials also know about the players. What is the purpose of creating this website? Su Yuegwang understood after a little thought. If he guessed correctly, this posting should be used to get to know the players who were new to the tour. The identity of these players can be easily known through the internet. Su Yuegwang checked the announcement. Sure enough, an address was given within the posting announcement for all players to go to in order to register player-related information. And you can also join official organizations with all kinds of benefits. Join an official organization? Su Yuegwang stroked his chin, then shook his head. Joining an official organization is surely going to be subject to many official restrictions in the future, and that won't be fun. Being an official posting, it's natural that a lot of useful information has been posted. This, among other things, includes player eligibility. Player eligibility. It is important for new players to note that player status can be taken. When a player is killed by a non-player, the player's status will be transferred to the non-player. So there are quite a few black chains that will catch players that selling player qualifications to illegal organizations and people with ulterior motives. Player information on this website is protected by encryption, so players do not have to worry about privacy leakage. However, we hope that new players will register their information with the official as soon as possible, and the official will provide escort for new players, and the official of the Divine Dragon Group welcomes you to join. So it is. Player qualifications can be taken. Su Yuegwang drifted off. No wonder the man in the coat wanted his people, so he wanted non-players to kill him in order to gain player status. So that wasn't that scared me. Su Yuegwang had goosebumps at that moment. Thought the guy was going to look at him. There is gay around is not terrible, but afraid of gay have ideas about you, straight or broken into a crooked for you. So then gamers are still a dangerous business? Su Yuegwang suddenly had a bold idea. Wouldn't a lot of interesting things happen if he announced to the world that he was the player? There should be a lot of people coming after him, right? He's not afraid of trouble, and he's kinda bored alone. Those people should add a little fun to his empty life. Others might be afraid of things, but he couldn't wait for more. But now. Su Yuegwang looked to the room. Now in Yi Xiaoyu's house, he was not afraid of things, but he might contact Yi Xiaoyu. Never mind, it's better to get things going inside the game. Yi Xiaoyu was a nice person, and he didn't want to bring Yi Xiaoyu any trouble. But just as he remembered Yi Xiaoyu, a knock sounded at the door. Coming. Su Yuegwang answered, opened the door, and saw Yi Xiaoyu, who was wearing a casual dress and slightly tired. His hair was a bit messy and he had a bit of dark circles under his eyes, like he hadn't slept all day. There you are, I'm a little tired, I'm going to take a shower and rest for a while, try not to make too much noise, thanks. Well, go ahead, I'll try to keep it down. Su Yuegwang smiled and did not ask what the other party was doing. In the past few days, he had also noticed that Yi Xiaoyu was a bit eccentric. Earlier, I was wondering if the other party was some kind of bunny girl with a strange profession, but now I'm basically sure that it's not. Very polite, which indicates that the other person is well educated in terms of family upbringing or living environment. Doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, doesn't bring anyone home, doesn't appear to be any other man in this household but him. No cell phones or computers and will go for a run in the neighborhood sometime in the morning. The perfume was also light and fresh. Such a sunny girl who couldn't be more sunny wouldn't be doing any strange jobs with Su Yueguan's experience. But here's the problem again. The other person wouldn't be doing any weird work, so why would they leave early and stay out late, or even not come home for a day or two? He went out yesterday and came home this morning looking like he'd stayed up all night. What's he up to? Is it a plumbing job or a warm delivery in the middle of the night? Su Yueguan was just ruminating when she suddenly realized that there was a dark shadow at the stairs watching the place. But when Su Yueguan looked over, the black shadow had already disappeared. Seeing that flash of gaze, Su Yueguan froze, then closed the door as if nothing had happened. At the entrance of the stairs, a man tentatively poked his head out, watched the gate close and then hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number that. Hello? Boss, I found it. I followed the nine-tailed fox all the way. I found the nine-tailed fox's residence. It's just where? Why don't you say anything? Hey. Speak up. A grumpy voice from across the room proved that the other man was genuinely angry, but the man still didn't continue to speak. A large hand pressed on his shoulder. He didn't dare to move because he didn't know when the other came to him. This indicated that the other party's strength might not be weak. A slightly magnetic, light and provocative voice came from behind him. Hey bro, come to follow Wazi? Come on nifty Wazoo. Exhale. The man's hand changed into a long knife from nowhere and fiercely slashed towards Su Yueguang's waist. But the knife was just half swung. The man stopped suddenly. A small pistol was pressed against the right side of his head. AI, Grandpa, don't intervene. It's all a misunderstanding. Let's talk things over, we're all civilized people, don't use knives and guns. Clunk. The knife fell to the ground and the man raised his hands. Chapter 28 Killing for Treasure. Oi, turn around. Su Yueguan tapped the man on the head with his gun. The man turned around and finally was able to see the appearance of the man in front of him. It was a tall young man who looked very young, and shouldn't have been more than 20. Although he was also a man, he had to admit that the other man was handsome. With a face like a crown of jade and eyes like stars. Damn white boy, the man cursed jealously in his mind. Hate this kind of man who looks better than him. If it were normal, he would have beaten the other party half to death. But now, he looked to the gun that was pressed against his head. Hey, if you're going to use a knife, can't I use a gun? Are all knife players so brave these days? Dare to take a shot at a man with a gun? He couldn't help but think of the yellow hair that had already died in the Yellow Springs, but also took a kitchen knife and danced around in front of him, as if it was still some kind of Miao family knife or the heir to the Zhou family knife. Why are all the men with knives so brave? Who gave them the courage, Liang? Go to the roof. Su Yueguan let the man walk in front. Big brother, it's a mistake. I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. Don't go off, Moncler, don't go off. The man smiled fawningly and looked at the black hole aimed at him, not daring to move a muscle. Go! Being toppled by Su Yueguan all the way to the rooftop. Say, who are you guys and what are you following Yi Xiaoyu for? Yi Xiaoyu? It's the woman you followed, you don't know her name? Su Yueguan frowned. No, I don't know, I only know that her player name is Nine-Tailed Fox, and her codename in the God group is also Nine-Tailed Fox. Player? She's a player too? Su Yueguan was startled. Yi Xiaoyu is a player? God's group, if he remembered correctly, God's group was the official organization he had just read about. God's group, one of the organizations in the Divine Dragon group. The official player organization is known as the Divine Dragons, and the Divine Dragons are subdivided into the Divine Group and the Dragon Group, But what was the difference between the two organizations? Su Yueguan wasn't sure. So Yi Xiaoyu still eats royal food. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. No wonder he came out early and stayed late, he should be busy with the God group if he wasn't wrong. Yes, big brother, you too right, she is also a player, aren't you with her? The man cried, how could he be so unlucky and run into other players? No, Su Yueguan shook her head. I'm not official, I'm just his tenant, though I don't pay rent. He looked at the man quizzically, and who are you? I'm a player from a civil organization, the officials smashed one of our strongholds selling player qualifications yesterday, I got away with it, so I've been following her. The man's eyes didn't leave Su Yueguan's fingers. Afraid that Su Yueguan would be unhappy and give himself a shot. Selling player qualifications? Su Yuang figured out the cause and effect after a little thought. Yi Xiaoyu was supposed to be under official orders to destroy the other party's organization, but there was one more missing. Then this man. Su Yuang looked at the player, and a sudden murderous aura flashed in her eyes. Killing this person and helping Yi Xiaoyu to solve the trouble is also considered paying rent for Yi Xiaoyu. Big brother, don't kill me. I have a lot of things in my backpack, I can give them all to you, please let me go, I will never tell the organization about your whereabouts. Seeing the killing intent emerging from Su Yuang's eyes, the man's legs trembled and he almost didn't pee in fear. What are all the things? Su Yuang's eyes lit up, chagrined at the same time. Careless. Scratch that. I forgot to grab the player's supplies last time and gave them to the officials for nothing. Wait, big brother, I'll pull out for you, don't shoot, you can't get anything, I've participated in 10 games, I have 10,000 points, all for you, big brother, don't shoot. The man's voice trembled while one item after another appeared in his hands, placing them in front of his body and begging Su Yuang to spare himself. Big brother, these are all various props, this is the soul restoration pill, able to cure soul injuries, very precious. The man held up an elixir and offered it with fawning hands. Soul restoration pill? Su Yuang froze and subconsciously took it. However, the moment the finger dared to touch the soul restoration pill, the vertigo pill suddenly burst open. A black mist came out and the man tumbled and rolled into it. Ha ha ha. Bastard. You think I'm afraid of you just because you have a gun? Came the sound of a man's triumphant laugh, silly. Can't you tell the difference between a soul restoring pill and a soul enchanting pill? Don't worry, after you get lost, I'll bring that woman back to enjoy her. Ha ha ha. Not expecting to let Su Yuang get hit so easily, the man's heart was unbridled. Ding, attacked by soul, soul strength +1+1+1+1, mental strength +1, spirit +100, consciousness clearness +100, vigor +100. Su Yuang. The right hand holding up the pistol slowly lowered. Jia, does it feel like your soul is lost, and you can't see anything in front of you in the dark? The man's indulgent voice rang out in the black fog. Li Jun looked at Su Yuang with complacency in his eyes. Being able to fight back in such a situation, he could have bragged about it with his friends for a while. Su Yuang. Within Su Yuang's line of sight, the black fog in front of her eyes became less and less, and she was already able to see Li Jun. What is the name of your organization, and let me die as well? Su Yuang's voice was flat, like she was resigned to her fate. This made Li Jun even more complacent, that ugly face covered with pimples raised high like a very arrogant rooster. My organization is called the Eagle, remember, the one who killed you is the Eagle organization. Li Jun, in your next life, be careful. He didn't strike hastily, guarding against what else Su Yuang had up his sleeve. Veteran players of death games, caution is the norm. I see. Eagles, right? I'll meet one and kill one from now on. Su Yuang's voice was still so calm and relaxed and cozy. Still want to kill us? People who are about to die, where do you get the confidence to say such big words? Li Jun's face was filled with disdain. Those who have been hit by the soul enchantment pill will be lost in a self-constructed illusion, and if they are not prepared and do not have the corresponding protective skill props, there is no way to circumvent it. Is there anything inside your backpack that you haven't taken out? Instead of answering, Su Yuang wanted to set more loot. All the while pretending to have empty eyes. There was certainly no way for him to take out the other guy's stuff after death. My backpack? Che, still thinking about my backpack? Li Jun eyed Su Yuang looking flatly ahead, looking no longer even look at him, his heart relaxed a little more, seems to have risen to show off the mind. Grinning, he removed a coin from his backpack. Want something from me, do you? I really do have a treasure, the coin of death, with luck you can raise your own strength, a grade B treasure, it's considered the best thing I have here, but do you have the life to take it? He purposely delayed, hoping that Su Yuang would fall deeper into the illusion. Is there more? Su Yuang continued. Having missed a sheep, it was hard to come across another one, and the wool had to be gleaned bald skin for him. And? You can't even look at this, you're quite discerning, but I don't have any more treasures here. Li Jun rummaged through his backpack, the coins were the best he had. Nope. Li Jun suddenly realized something and his face changed. Why can you still talk? You shouldn't be caught in an illusion, bam. Before the words were out of his mouth, a bullet flew into his brow, running through the front and back. Before the man could even finish his sentence, a bloody hole appeared in his eyebrow, staring wide-eyed at Su Yuang as he tilted his head back and fell to the ground. Just this much, and you've participated in several games? Are all senior players so poor? Su Yuang came to the man's side. Redeeming a bottle of corrosive potion from the mall, he placed a drop on the man. Nuisance. The man was like an ice cube meeting boiling water, bubbling with steam and turning to be corroded in an instant. Even his clothes were swallowed up. This potion is quite useful, a must for killing people and getting rid of goods, or the system understands me. The potion came to him when he got back, too. Thinking of the later disposal of the body is quite troublesome. With the mindset of trying to go to the death mall to shop around, I did not expect to really find this kind of destruction of the body must be good medicine. Corrosive liquid, also cheap, 100 bottles, about 50 milliliters, 1 drop at a time can corrode a person cleanly. Pick up the coins. Ding, get the game prop death coin. Is it bound? Bound. Ding, have bound B class props, death coins. Grade, B. Function, the host can flip a coin and designate the object to be used, heads to enhance twice the strength, tails to reduce half the strength, and in the middle, you can choose to enhance twice the strength of the person to reduce 70% of the strength. Cooling time, 24 hours. Another luck prop. Is he that lucky? Su Yuang muttered a sentence, then flipped the coin. Identifying the object of use as themselves. Stick to a point. The coin landed, spun on the ground, and eventually, not surprisingly, just stood upright. Choose to enhance or reduce the strength of the person using it. Enhancement. As soon as the words left his mouth, a thick force surged through his entire body from the Yongquan acupoint. Su Yuang felt his limbs and bones were filled with power. Wasn't increased much by electricity because I wasn't strong to begin with, so the enhancement didn't enhance much? After feeling the enhanced strength carefully, Su Yuang shook her head. This coin should come in handy when paired with its own reversal and wounding. But not activating the reverse 2 skills wouldn't be of much use to him. Because the own attributes are too low. It's somewhat useful when facing the same class. His gaze then went to the item next to him that had just been taken out by Li Jun. There are 4 pieces in total, and after the 4 pieces is that Vertigo Dan. What the hell is this? Su Yuang opened a small gourd. Ding, see rank item storage gourd found. Storage gourd occupies 1 compartment of the backpack, which contains 9 cubic meters of space, and may not contain living things. For storing stuff? Kind of useful. Su Yuang threw it into his backpack, then picked up another sword. Ding, found D-class weapon Meteor Star Sword. Meteorite Star Sword, cast from meteorite iron from the sky, cutting iron like mud. The remaining one was a one-time recovery potion and an elixir for internal injuries. The backpack was half filled at once, and this time, the killing of the opponent gained several trophies such as loot storage gourds, swords, disposable recovery potions, death coins, and elixirs. Is participating in the game 10 times that poor? It's still something though. If I participated in the game a few more times wouldn't my backpack not even fit? However, Su Yuang misunderstood. The reason why this man had so many items was not only obtained through the game, but also through some of the stolen goods obtained by the Eagle organization by capturing other players. There are many benefits to capturing other players and being able to force them to hand over their props, which is why the business of player qualification is becoming more and more rampant. Killing one player has gained so much, if we rob some more players and force them to hand over their props. Su Yuang muttered. But the idea is to simply think about it, something that should involve breaking the law. He didn't want to be arrested by the mental hospital at the same time he was arrested by the officials. I shouldn't care if the Qingnan Mountain Academy doesn't catch me for a few days, so I can act honorably then. Mental hospitals also need money to raise people. Su Yuang gone, they can still reduce a burden, so as long as it is not too dangerous mental patients they are not too harsh to arrest each other. When he returned to his room, he happened to run into Yi Xiaoyu, who had just gotten out of the bath. The puffy shoulders were slightly exposed, and the white neck and the small piece of whiteness underneath were tantalizingly obvious. Yi Xiaoyu saw Su Yuang come back and tightened the bathrobe to cover the deep V, and covered the slender legs as well. Where have you been? I just got cleaned up and am going to rest for a while. Well, I went out to use the restroom. Looking at the slender thighs, Su Yuang casually made one up and went back to her room. Where are the women as important as the game? Yi Xiaoyu was busy all night last night, and at this time, she was exhausted, so she didn't say anything more and turned around to go back to her room to rest. After returning to her room, Su Yuang took out her cell phone and searched for a name that Jiang Xiaohua, jump. Jiang Xiaohua, the name of the female corpse. He had a problem when he entered the death game. The game world, where did it come from? Are real, they just enter the world to borrow a venue. Or is it a game of death creation, or, for that matter, the real world? Chapter 29, The Last Year of Eastern Han. Purely to satisfy curiosity, of course. I think it was created by the game of death, wasn't it? It can't be the present. Su Yuang was just about to say that it couldn't be reality when she suddenly saw a news story. Suicide of Jiang Xiaohua, a female employee of the Fenghua Group. When you click in, it's about the suicide of a female employee named Jiang Xiaohua. Su Yuang probably looked at it, and Jiang Xiaohua's story wasn't almost the same, it was simply the same. Female employee was bullied by her boss and jumped to her death in a red dress. Can you really do whatever you want when you have money? The large, eye-catching letters stimulated Su Yuang's eyes. If the name alone does not determine that the female corpse is the protagonist of this matter, then the red clothes, let Su Yuang determine that this woman called Jiang Xiaohua is the female corpse. In other words, this female corpse, Little Flower, is the Kong Little Flower after death? Nope, or it could just be the game of death molded out of thin air based on reality. Because of Jiang Xiaohua's suicide, the criminals have been ambushed and the company has been deserted. That is, it was not in a city, otherwise Su Yuang really wanted to go over to see if it was the same as the game world. If it's the same, does that mean they're just playing the game of death in reality? If that game is in another world, where is the other world? Is it real, or is it unreal? If it were the real world. So another world can be used as a place to play the game of death, what about this world he's in now? What about the reality he was in? Su Yuang pondered, always feeling that something was wrong. There's a lot of wacky stuff going on in this world, too. Su Yuang searched again for the strange events that had happened recently in the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Found one with a higher degree of authenticity. Alarmed. Ghosts and monsters have really appeared in Fengmen village, and some people have mistakenly entered them and threatened to encounter very strange things. The story is about an anchor who was supposed to go to Sealed Door Village and take spooky pictures to get heat on the air. But I didn't realize something was going to happen the day after I went in. The live feed suddenly cut out. However, after a few hours the anchor resumed the live stream and threatened to come across something very appalling. He really saw the ghosts and monsters, and almost died in Fengmen village. There are also references to strange words like player and death game. This caused Su Yuang's heart to freeze. The reality is that ordinary people are entering the game of death. Fengmen village? The village that was rumored to be very weird and spooky. But in Su Yuang's opinion these are all rumors. It's just a village that no one has abandoned. There were many abandoned villages deep in the mountains after the development of the Shenlong Kingdom, and the people in them moved to the city. Fengmen village is also just one of them. However, there are rumors that Fengmen village has performed strange rituals and many people have died, but of course, this is only a legend. It wasn't that anchor posting, it was a post from a viewer watching the live stream, and more than one viewer indicated that they had personally watched the anchor's live stream. But now the anchor has disappeared and is not live. Su Yuang thought for a moment and realized that things were not simple. Yuanfang, how good it would be if you were there, so I could ask you what you think. Su Yuang muttered to himself that the anchor must have been taken away by the officials and became a player. But what's this all about? Officials should know, but right now he hadn't considered joining them. Never mind, I'll think about that after a couple more games. Su Yuang didn't care, he was simply curious to learn about this, and it didn't matter if he didn't know. Just as he was browsing the website, a meeting was taking place in an official bureau. This case ends here, it will be handled by the Special Department of the Divine Dragon Kingdom next, there's finally nothing left for us to do. On the stage, a man stretched his back. I've been tired for days, so I'm finally able to rest. The others also looked relieved. They're all working on a case these days. That's what happens when you find some heavy-duty wanted man on the street. Because it happened on the street and was photographed by a lot of reporters, the incident had a bit of an impact. They've been under pressure from above to investigate this all night for the past few days, and it's only in the past few days that they've come to some sort of realization. The suspect was located through the surrounding cameras. Another suspect was identified by working late nights. Right on the projector, there was a big picture. Above the picture is a handsome face. Lu Baixue had been frozen for half a day looking at the faces in the picture. This picture was old and familiar to her. Isn't that the psychotic CO Moonlight posing as a bomb disposal expert? What's going on? What's going on here? Who the hell is this guy? Why would a very dangerous wanted man follow him, and the other man seemed to have knocked out such a dangerous wanted man? Isn't it just a common mental illness? And now the Dragon Kingdom's special services are involved. Special services generally only intervene in unusual human events. That is to say, Su Yuang is not a normal ordinary person, but an abnormal human being? So what the hell is going on here? What is happening to Su Yuang? Is it hard to believe that he's not mentally ill, but really abnormal? Well, we can relax for a while, that's it, it's getting late, off duty. Half an hour later, Lu Baixue returned home and, lost in thought, lying on the sofa, Su Yuang's handsome face looked like it was engraved in her mind. It haunts her. Who the hell is it? Who the hell is he? The question kept coming back to her over and over again. She frowned slightly, then loosened it and patted her small pink face with both hands. This matter has ended here, Lu Baixue, don't be so curious, curiosity will kill you. She then turned on her computer and tried to catch up on some drama to put the incident behind her. But just as I turned on my computer, a creepy pop-up window popped up on my computer. Want to know the meaning of life? Want to truly live? 2 options below, yes, no. Got a virus? Lu Baixue froze when she saw it, then simply unplugged the internet cable, then tapped the button to close the window. Nuisance. White light erupted from the computer, blinding her. Yikes, my 24-karat titanium links. Lu Baixue screamed and the sky then swirled and he just passed out. Early the next morning, Su Yuang went out with the intention of buying something useful to put in her bag. Food, compressed cookies, tools, weapons. Anyway, there's a gourd, and all this stuff can go in the gourd. 3 days until the game. Take 3 days. Seeing the interface of the game of death, Su Yuang found Mo Xiaolan and sent a message to Mo Xiaolan to ask for each other's safety. I made some money off of my death game abilities and rented a room in the capital. Take care of yourself, Oni-chan, and come to me when you're in danger, I'll protect you. The words were concise, and Su Yuang was speechless. Kid Miyamoto now thinks he's not even strong, just has a small pistol. But he felt that he had an SSS ranked ability, so he was even a little bit better than the other players. But it's nice that the other person has this heart. I'm going to lose weight, so I won't take care of myself, so eat more, and I'll go to Sakura country after this death game. Really? Across the game of death, Su Yuang was able to feel the other party's happiness. False. Lost expression. Unless you wash up and wait for me. I'll shower every day from now on. The other party immediately replied back. Little girls will be little girls. Is it a matter of taking a bath or not? Is he making the other guy take a shower? Forget it. After reminding each other to be safe, they left each other's phone numbers. Then wait for the game of death to arrive. 3 days later, Su Yuang's official 3rd death game arrived. With a familiar feeling of vertigo, Su Yuang looked at the ceiling and slowly closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, Su Yuang realized that there were already quite a few people around her who had woken up. Looking around, he realized that there were quite a few people around that. There were a total of 4 people beside him, and more than a dozen others sitting sporadically by the fire or resting or chatting in the distance, and the crowd seemed to be inside a dilapidated temple, the kind of abandoned and broken temples found in martial arts movies. There was a fire in the center, and the 5 of them were sitting right next to it. A few others woke up almost at the same time as he did, and woke up with calm faces, apparently all adapted to the death game. Su Yuang guessed that they should all be senior players. Being so calm and not even having any irregularities or fear on one's face was definitely not what a new player should look like. What made Su Yuang even more concerned was that several of them, all of them, were in ancient costumes. Including Su Yuang himself, also wearing a costume similar to the Jinui flying fish clothes, with a saber at the waist and a long robe with bound hair. This is to the ancient times? And this game takes them to ancient times? Ding, the game of death begins. Welcome players to the East Han Dynasty. Synopsis: at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, demons wreaked havoc on the people. Chapter 32nd Great Demon Guard. The Emperor is a mediocre and extravagant man who drinks and enjoys himself, indulges himself in the harem, and ignores the government. At the top, there are eunuchs and treacherous ministers manipulating the court, and at the bottom, there are rich and powerful officials raiding the people's fat and wealth. The people are full of grievances, countless people have died horribly, and the grievances have led to the birth of demons. At the end of the year, there was a civil rebellion. Zhang Jiao founded the Taiping Dao with the book Taiping Jing and enlisted strange people, and it took 1 year to overthrow the Eastern Han Dynasty and set the name of the country as Zhou. After the establishment of the Zhou dynasty, the Department of Demon Suppression was created to specialize in demons and devils in the world because of the feeling that demons and devils were rampant in the world. Players Bound Identity, Zhenmu Division Zhenmu Guard. There are no main quests in this episode, so players are invited to follow the plot and trigger hidden quests. Completion of the hidden quests is considered to be the completion of the game. You may exit the game at any time after the mission is completed before the last person completes the hidden mission. A series of memories imported into the minds of several people. This is the experience of the identity that several people represent. And the general conditions of the era. Zhang Jiao, isn't this one of those 3 brothers who rebelled at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty? An angular young man whispered. Zhang Jiao was a native of China during the Eastern Han Dynasty and founder of the early Taoist sect Taiping Dao. He and his 2 brothers, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang, rebelled together in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. With the slogan, "The sky is dead, the yellow sky is standing, the year is in the first year, the world is in good luck." The Taiping Sutra is also recorded, which is vast and covers heaven and earth, yin and yang, the 5 elements, the 10 branches, calamities, and the immortals. A man with a rough face said. But now that the game has turned the Taiping Sutra into a cultivation technique, Zhang Jiao cultivates the Taiping Sutra and is one of the strongest of the group within this world. The one who spoke was a man with a somewhat feminine face. His gaze had been scanning the men around him, and his eyes lit up when he saw Su Yuang, as if he had seen some treasure. Everyone triggers a hidden quest, so now that we have no conflict of interest, let's all introduce ourselves. My name is Lu Rend, and I have experienced 10 death games. The one who spoke was a tall man, even sitting down, he was taller than all of them. At this moment the angular young man also spoke. My name is Song Ren Thro, and I have experienced the game of death 11 times. The name made everyone turn their heads to look at him. But thinking that it was just the name of the game, the crowd didn't think anything of it. This physique, the light itself physical quality is afraid to be far beyond ordinary people. Seal Moonshine gazed at Song Ren cast and looked at the sitting were taller than all of them smashed his mouth. At the same time, it feels a little wrong, how all are 10 dozen game players. He's only on his 3rd game. Could the game have gotten something wrong? My name is Mo Taichong, and I have experienced 9 games. The rough man said in a jar. Fan Jian, 10 games. The feminine man smiled. The crowd turned their heads to the shady man again and saw that the other man was still grinning and throwing them a strange look. The crowd seemed to realize what was going on, and Mo Taichong and Song Ren Thro, who were next to him, changed their faces and hurriedly moved away from Fan Jian. Hey, what are you guys doing? You're looking down on them, aren't you? People. Mo Taichong and Song Ren cast even farther away. Fan Jian. You guys have gone too far, this is discrimination, naked discrimination. In the end, it was left to Su Yuang. Everyone looked at Su Yuang, and the one called Fan Jian even stared at Su Yuang without blinking, and even bit his lip, and Su Yuang just watched as Fan Jian watched himself bite his lip and blushed. It's over, it's going to go back and get an eye of a needle. Hastily looking to the side, Jerome, having played in 2 games, this is the 3rd. Jerome's statement caught the attention of everyone else at once. What did you just say? 3 games? Did I hear you right? Lu Rend was stunned, and so were the others. 3 games? Mo Taichong looked Su Yuang up and down. Aren't these all senior players only? How come you've only had 3 games? Is it hard to believe that the system deliberately arranged for a newcomer to come in and increase the difficulty of the game? Song Ren cast thoughtfully. But we haven't even started our quest yet, and it's still a hidden triggered quest. How can we increase the difficulty? Fan Jian shook his head. Lu Ren looked at Su Yuang as if he was looking at some treasure. It's really weird, to actually send in a newcomer like you. I don't know whether to say you're unlucky or lucky. This time the world is a demon world, there are all kinds of demons and strange people in this world, not to mention completing the mission. I'm afraid you'll struggle to even survive. Su Yuang shrugged his shoulders. Can you give me an idea of what the quests are like? What's a triggered quest? It was the first time he had experienced this kind of triggered hidden quest. Hidden quests are understandable, but this is the first time I've encountered this kind of hidden quest as the main line.
Crowd. It's confirmed, it's really ing new, or they wouldn't ask such questions.
Little brother, triggered hidden quests are quests that require us to do something in order to trigger them. Death games often have these types of quests.
Fan Jian took the initiative to stand up and sit next to Su Yuang, seemingly intending to show goodwill.
But the latter blushed furiously after the other sat over, and hastened to sit a little farther away.
Fan Jian. If you don't sit over here, people won't talk to you, humph. Fan Jian was a little upset.
Is up. It's all crossed once, why do I come across such talent?
Haunted.
Stop it, I'll do the talking. A few of the men next to him saw Fan Jian's voice action face was a bit off. A few people were afraid that Fan Jian would make any more trouble. Songren casting hastily grabbed the explanation. As far as I know, the missions are hidden missions and system-issued missions. The only difference between the two is that one needs to be triggered and the other is enacted by the system on its own initiative, and that this time around we're on a triggered quest, so we can only return to the real world if we find a way to trigger the hidden quest and complete it. You can also choose not to collect the hidden quests you triggered, and then continue to trigger other hidden quests.
Understood.
Is that just plain literal? But it's still possible to not pick it up, which is interesting. But the hidden quests have to be chosen carefully. If you can't complete them, there's a chance that you'll be stuck here all the time.
Fan Jian kindly reminded.
Lu Ren nodded. Not bad. I heard that there are players who triggered a hidden quest and didn't complete it. After that, they have been trapped in the game. Unless they commit suicide, they can only stay in this monster-infested world for the rest of their lives. If they don't have strong enough strength, I'm afraid that death is only a matter of time.
But if that person didn't come out, how did you guys know that person didn't come out? Su Yuang was curious.
I don't know about this, I only heard this rumor by chance. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'd rather believe it than not. It's best to choose hidden quests that can be completed, or else you'll lose more than you gain.
Su Yuang nodded her head and determined that it would be good to find the hardest hidden quest to complete. Too easy that wasn't boring, the harder the better for him. Can't you finish?
It doesn't exist. Then let's talk about this world next and see if all the memories we've received are connected.
Songren cast a straight face.
The memories passed down are not always the same for everyone, and this needs to be confirmed to kind of help each other out. Other types of death games are naturally filled with enemies, but this death game has so far not had much conflict between a few people. It's in everyone's interest to corroborate useful information with each other.
Okay, then I'll go first and you guys see if there are any problems.
Lu Ren said first. This is a world where demons and devils coexist, equivalent to the kind of the movie Lan Yorkzo, where there are demons and devils, as well as evil monks as well as righteous monks.
Right.
The others nodded. Our current situation is that we have been instructed by the court to travel to the city of Gyeongju to investigate a demon case. A few of us are third-ranked demon suppressors, and there's a second-ranked one above us. It is now time to spend the night at an abandoned temple and continue the journey tomorrow. The crowd looked around. It was nighttime and according to the plot, they were on their way to Gyeongju City.
Since it was getting dark, they found this abandoned temple to rest.
Several of them were third-grade demon suppression priests, and the leader was a second-grade demon suppression priest. The crowd looked toward the middle-aged Confucian shirt, green-robed scribe-like man who was meditating with his eyes closed at the innermost part of the abandoned temple, and this was that second grade. There were a total of 5 grades within the division of devil suppression, all divided according to strength, with the first grade being the strongest and the 5th grade being the lowest. That second grade is a Jedi Master. Within the Department of Devil Suppression, strange men and women were collected, and there were also characters who practiced the Typing Sutra just like Zhang Jiao.
It seems like there shouldn't be any difference.
Mo Taichung raised his head. This time, the demon case was a loss of 5 third grade, which is why we were sent here again. I'm afraid that this matter is not simple.
Wouldn't have sent so many people if it was easy.
There were about 20 or so Zhen demon priests who came. A few of them were 3rd grade, the rest were all 4th grade, and none of them were 5th grade. You know, 4th grade is considered a constable. Sending out so many 4th grades and a 2nd grade at once, Zhang Jiao is determined to clean up this time. I heard that the 2nd grade has the power of gods and devils, so I wonder what Zhang Jiao's strength will be. I don't know how strong His Majesty is, but I know that I shouldn't have much of a problem trying to kill a few 3rd grade demon suppression guards who dare to call His Majesty by his name. A slightly magnetic middle-aged male voice came from the ears of the crowd.
Several people's faces changed at the same time, and they all looked at the second-grade Confucian-shirt scribe at the innermost part. The other side realized they were talking. Be careful what you say. Lu Ren's face was ugly, he didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. The other side was inside the temple and they were able to hear them talking from the courtyard. Luckily, the other person had no intention of counting. It was thanks to the fact that they hadn't said anything disrespectful, or else I was afraid that they wouldn't be able to wait until tomorrow for them to die here. Little brother, follow me, I'll protect you. Fan Jian found a branch from somewhere and wrote a few large letters on the ground. Su Yueguan looked at the words on the ground speechlessly. It's fine for you to say this, as long as you don't call out His Majesty's name it should all be fine. Su Yueguan looked at the young scribe inside as he said this, and sure enough, there was no reaction. This man is loyal to Zhang Jiao, be careful what you say. Songren Cast also wrote a few words. Aha! The crowd looked at each other and nodded in silent agreement. Do you guys think that His Majesty's martial arts are about to break through the celestial realm? Several people looked at the innocent-looking Su Yueguan at the same time. Why are you all looking at me like that? Didn't I say Your Majesty? Su Yueguan raised an eyebrow, not even allowed to speak? Big brother, it's been said to be careful what you say. Fan Jian quickly wrote a few words on the ground. Just as he had just finished writing these few words, a breeze came in with a special scent. Besides Su Yueguan, there was an additional Confucian-shirt scribe. The scribe's eyes were like swords, staring straight at Su Yueguan. Your Majesty's cultivation has already reached the realm of celestial beings, and if you take one step further, you will be ascending to the heavens. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? I can answer them all. Chapter 31 Extreme Form is even more frightening. You can answer you still have that look of wanting to eat someone. If you don't know, you'll think you're threatening me. Su Yueguan muttered in her heart and shook her head. He could kind of see that this person was not even allowed to mention Zhang Jiao. Let's not discuss much more today, all of you have a good rest. Tomorrow we will be able to reach the city of Peony, then we can have a good rest. The voice was not loud, but it clearly rang in the ears of everyone in the temple. Yes. The crowd of Jin demon guards responded in unison. Don't worry my lord, I know, I definitely won't discuss His Majesty anymore. Seeing that the Confucian-shirt scribe was still staring at him, Su Yueguan patted his chest and assured him. The Confucian-shirt scribe narrowed his eyes and gazed at Su Yueguan's white face without saying anything else. With a flash in front of his eyes, the Confucian-shirt scribe returned to his original position, still with that closed-eyed, contemplative look, as if he had never moved. Fan Jian wrote a few more words on the ground, Death Game Chat Group. Lu Ren nodded his head and then closed his eyes at the same time. Su Yueguan looked at those words and also closed her eyes and entered the death game. Just after entering the death game interface, he saw an invitation pop up on the homepage, which was from Fan Jian inviting himself to join the group chat. Did you guys see how this guy moved? Just as he entered the group chat, he saw Mo Taichong typing, no, asking for a groupmate. Songren Cast did not see, the other party's strength is indeed not bad, slightly estimated to be much stronger than we are indeed. I'm afraid that this world is also more dangerous than we imagined. A second grade is so strong, what about a first grade? What about above the first grade? What about Zhang Jiao, who is beyond the first grade, and folk who are as powerful as Zhang Jiao? The crowd is not little cute. All of them could associate what was represented behind the power of a second grade cultivator. Except for one, of course. Su Yueguan, what do you guys think Zhang Jiao looks like? Is it a big man with a beard or a bad old man? He was really curious about what Zhang Jiao was. Cultivated to the realm of celestial beings, is he the kind of old man who is already half in the ground? As for how dangerous the world is, does it matter? Of course it doesn't matter, with his luck danger won't come to him anyway, even if Zhang Jiao dies, he won't die. Moreover, he also had SSS rank skills as well as the wounding the enemy by 1,000 skills, and although he didn't know how strong the few players in front of him were, he felt he was still getting by anyway. The big deal is to stab yourself a few times when you are in danger, then buy some poison and forcefully raise your attributes, so you can't up the opposite side of the street. The corners of the mouths of several people who were watching the group's message with their eyes closed twitched at the same time. Why did it feel like Su Yueguan was focusing on something different from them? They are all trying to figure out how to quickly learn about the world and quickly find a way to survive and complete the mission. But it felt like Su Yueguan, like she wasn't worried about the mission or the danger at all. It's not like you're here to play a game of death, it's like you're on vacation. This, Zhang Jiao's not mentioned beforehand,
how do you guys think we can trigger the hidden quest? Sunjin cast to change the subject.
I think we can definitely trigger the hidden quest by rebelling.
Su Yuang said.
Yes, triggering a rebel quest that doesn't work and they have to stay in the damn game for the rest of their lives. It might be over before it starts. The group was silent for a long time before Lu Ren came out and said, "This is too difficult, Zhang Jiao's strength is unknown, it's not something we can go against."
It must be nice to be rewarded so hard too. Su Yuang wasn't joking, she was serious.
He never plays games based on difficulty, only on rewards.
It's good, but do you have the life to take it?
The crowd spat in their minds.
That's off the table, do you guys have any other ideas? The crowd automatically ignored the topic of Su Yuang.
I think we might also consider doing away with this second pin, I've seen him quite a bit, surely you guys must have as well?
I don't need you to tell me I can do it.
Just now, that second grade was so godlike that he came to them in the blink of an eye, and none of those present dared to pack their bags and say that they could finish off that second grade.
Why don't any of you say anything? Can't we? Then change another one, how about we defect to those monsters in this world?
Or go and find out if there are any evil organizations in this world, maybe taking out these evil organizations can also trigger hidden quests, or if not, we can only follow the main plot and trigger randomly.
Seeing that no one spoke, Su Yuang couldn't even think of anything else to do.
Then follow the main plot with random triggers.
Agreed. 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 Su Yuang said these few that is not triggering the hidden mission, that is looking for death. They're alive and well and want to live a few more years, and they don't want to go looking for death yet. Hey, how can a man be so passive? No one got back to him.
Su Yuang opened his eyes and realized that several people were already lying on the ground next to him resting on their pillows.
Seeing several people ignoring themselves, Su Yuang was speechless. Simply collapse and rest as well.
Close your eyes and meditate on the hidden quest.
He definitely didn't do the easy quests, there was no point, if he wanted to do it, he would do the hardest quests.
But how do you trigger the quests with the highest rewards? Su Yuang lay on the ground and opened a slit to look at the Confucian-shirt scribe in the innermost part of the temple.
This was a man he felt he really couldn't with.
The other party didn't know the depth of their strength, not to mention their means. A rash impulse might have to go into some other game again.
This point of separation Su Yuang still has. He was reckless, but not stupid. Forget it, it's just a matter of waiting and seeing what happens.
Su Yuang closed her eyes and rested. The moon was bright, and the lone bird crossed the sky beneath that bright moonlight, and the shock of the deep in the rolling mountains, a temple towers beside a forest path, surrounded by gusts of wolves howling, insects chirping and birds chirping, and from time to time there are mosquitoes flying by, it is true.
Lan Rua Temple.
Inside, several people were dressed in robes, with the sky as a quilt and the earth as a seat.
Rest with eyes closed.
Firewood splintered in the fire, and every now and then someone got burned by a burst of sparks, wailed, and then switched places and continued to wait to be burned by the sparks.
Hiss. Ouch.
At the stroke of a penny, Sungren cast a wail and touched his big face that had been shot by the burst of sparks.
What?
A few people around the room flew around and woke up.
Nothing, just got burned by a spark. You guys sleep. Songren cast hissed his teeth and grinned, that's the bad thing about ancient times, sometimes there isn't even an inn to catch the road.
The crowd nodded and continued to rest.
I'm going to the restroom. Su Yuang climbed up in a daze and walked towards the entrance of the temple.
It was full of people and he was afraid of scaring these people by pulling it out.
I'll go too. Songren cast to follow.
The two men used the silver glow to get to the bushes next to the entrance to the temple, pulled out their dickies and started letting go.
What did you grow up eating? Songren cast an inadvertent glance at Su Yuang and couldn't help but be shocked his mouth couldn't close. Che, uneducated, this is still just the normal form. Su Yuang said disdainfully. Hiss. And that's just the normal form? Then what should the ultimate form be like? Songren cast a breath of cold air. Can you two compare something meaningful? For example, cultivation?
Suddenly a Confucian scholar appeared beside him. The two men looked over and hurriedly arched their hands and called out, "My lord!
You're breathing on my feet." The Confucian-shirt scribe looked at Su Yuang with an expressionless face.
Oh, sorry for not controlling it.
Su Yuang hurriedly stabilized. No harm done.
The Confucian-shirt scribe waved his hand, and a stream of water appeared lightly out of thin air, wiping on his shoes and seeping into the ground. Hiss! The two people saw this scene and simultaneously sucked in a breath of air. This tactic, it was simply a divine tactic. This is comparable to the world of cultivation. Your Excellency is a good tactic. The two men exclaimed with heartfelt praise. You can do the same when you get to the second rank, so cultivate yourselves well. The scribe didn't say much, then pulled out his less than half-palm long dick thing. Su Yue Guang. Sunrun casting. Well, go back. The jaded scribe was fast. The two who are still peeing. He's not a big man, is he? Chapter 32 Ghosts, Beautiful Dreams. Back to the temple. Songren Cast, who was walking last, subconsciously glanced at his surroundings. It was that glimpse that he suddenly saw a white shadow. Rubbed his eyes. Songren cast another look into the depths of that forest. Where were there any white shadows? All there was just endless bushes and darkness. Hell no! With a jolt, he rushed towards the temple. Late night, ugly hour. The snoring is so loud that it shakes the sky. A puff of green smoke from the doorway enters the temple. All the people in the temple had gone to bed and only the scribe was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Ding, attacked by the soul, hurt the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800 times skill activated, all attributes increased, soul strength plus 100, lucidity plus 100, mental strength plus 100, strength plus 80, speed plus 108, spirit plus 80, physical fitness plus 100. Reverse. With a jolt, Su Yue Guang instantly activated his reversal skill. Reversal skills cannot be used to sleep, or you will become more and more awake. Su Yue Guang usually turned on the reverse skill during the day and turned it off at night. At this time, he heard the passive skill launch and immediately reacted. Someone was attacking him. And it's still a soul attack. Ding, reverse skill activated, soul attack, soul strength plus 100, sobriety plus 1000, mental strength plus 100, spirit plus 10. After the series of data was added up, Su Yue Guang felt incredibly awake. When he opened his eyes, he saw that a dense fog of green smoke covered the entire temple in front of him. Just as he was about to get up, he heard an angry shout from his side. Sinful beasts! I don't go looking for you guys, actually dare to come to my door. It was the voice of the Confucian-shirt cultivator. Seek death. Confucian sage phantasm. Su Yue Guang thought about it. Something has a taller top, so he didn't get up, lying down and glancing at the direction of that second-grade big brother. I'll see. At this time, the Confucian-shirt cultivator was covered in green light, and a huge green shadow appeared behind him, and he slapped a palm towards the void with one hand. Ah! A woman's hissing voice came to his ears, sounding like an evil spirit tortured in the hell of abyss, hissing and miserable. Anum. Bang. Finally, there was a crunch like a balloon exploding. Then, all was quiet. Su Yue Guang glanced at the Songren cast of people around him, still sleeping and seemingly dreaming of something, calling women names, just short of hugging and nibbling on each other. Su Yue Guang thoughtfully did not wake up a few people, turned off her skills, and continued to sleep. Early the next morning. The crowd was up early to catch up. Su Yue Guang noticed quite a few people sneaking out in the morning while covering their crotches. Ah, what a great night's sleep last night. Lu Ren stretched. Wasn't it still a beautiful dream? Su Yue Guang grinned. How do you know? I really did have a beautiful dream. Lu Ren made a you-know-what look. I also had a beautiful dream. Mo Taichon looked like he couldn't get enough of it. I did it too, but it was a nightmare. Fan Jian's face was a bit unsightly. I dreamed of a pussy scratching her head at me, not as good looking as me, what she is. Fan Jian was a little upset that he could still dream about women. He wished he could dream about Su Yue Guang. Su Yue Guang. That damn thing probably didn't even expect Fan Jian to dislike women. You guys look at the others. What? The crowd looked around them and noticed that many of them had a soothing look on their faces and a look that brought back memories. Bunch of losers, you guys hit an evil spirit last night and you're still here thinking about that ghost? At that moment, the voice of the Confucian-shirt cultivator rang in the ears of the crowd. Everyone looked over in unison and saw the other party looking at the crowd with a disembodied look on his face. But a small ghostly mind-confusing illusion, and not a single person actually realized it. Humph. With a toss of his sleeve robe, he walked out of the temple. These simpletons, if it wasn't for him, they would have been massacred here last night. This was equivalent to a king leading a group of bronzes, and he was tired of this heart. The Confucian monk left, leaving behind a facetious crowd. Last night hit a ghost? Songren cast a surprised look at the other few people. He just felt that the spring dream was gone and nothing else. If we all had a wet dream, I think we hit a ghost. Lu Rend mused. But that ghost is quite pretty, it makes my heart pound, all dreaming about that. Mo Taichung still looks like he is not finished. Su Yue Guang. Fan Jian. Are you trying to be the second Ning Choi-san? Su Yue Guang slandered in his heart, but he felt that the other party had the qualifications to be Yin Shisha, and Ning Kaichen was even better. The crowd continued to ride up the road. The cellular resilience +10+10. Coolness +10+10. But for an hour. Su Yue Guang's butt was moistened and broke the skin. Doesn't this ancient time have some kind of imperial sword flight to take us? Why do we have to ride horses? CO Moonlight reversal skills are on. Inside his head, he kept adding various attributes, so he could imagine how much this horseback riding was hurting him. Hey, it's good to have a horse, it's even okay if I didn't make you walk. Mo Taichung had a big grin, he was a roughneck and used to it. Today at Shenzhen time to the city of Gyeongju, speed up the speed. Today let you in the city of Gyeongju detour for a day, tomorrow then investigate the case. The Confucian shirt cultivator knew a lot about human nature, and with these words, the crowd's speed drew up a few more points. Several horses traveled from the forest path to the official road. Along the way, Su Yue Guang also finally saw what kind of world this was. There are countless stragglers. Because of the demon rampage, Zhang Jiao had just pacified the world and the whole world was still in a state of instability. It was at a time when the treasury was empty and natural and man-made disasters were gathering together. Countless civilians were uprooted and migrated from cities destroyed by the demonic natural disaster to cities where they could live. In ancient times, there were no cars or airplanes, and most people couldn't afford horses, so they had to walk. And with all this walking, I wonder if I'll still be attacked by demons. It was a very emotional experience for a few of them modern people to watch. Midday. A few people found a deserted inn. There were only a few skin and bones left in the inn dressed in the garb of a shopkeeper's boy. My lord, there are only a few human skins inside, they should have been attacked by demons and drained of their flesh and blood. There was no sign of the demon, so it should have left already. The brigade waited outside, and a couple of men went in to check out the situation and then came out and said, "Just rest here for a while, there's still an hour's journey away from Peony State City, and there are actually demons rampaging right near the city, this Peony State City is really not right." The Confucian shirt cultivator frowned as he looked into the distance. That's the direction of Gyeongju Castle. Tisk, being sucked like a dry corpse, my goodness. Lu Ren glanced at the skin bones and goosebumps rose. That's nothing, I've been to zombie-type worlds where those living people were bitten to death by zombies one by one in front of my eyes, it's even more horrifying. Fan Jiandao. Mo Taichung took a big bite of dry food. Hey, what do you care? It's not like these things have anything to do with us, so let's finish the mission early. Su Yue Guan looked at the ground's dried corpse that was folded like tree bark, and his eyes were gouged out, his empty eyes deep and dark. It wasn't far from the city of Gyeongju, and in every city there was a demon suppression division to deal with the demons in the neighborhood. There are demons here, and I'm afraid that the situation in Gyeongju City is not optimistic. Last night there was that ghostly apparition. The world is really not peaceful, there are demons everywhere. Chapter 33 Eat an Egg. I heard that a few third-grade demon suppressor guards died in the city of Peony, and I don't know who actually killed them. Had dried food, fed the horses some hay and drank some river water. The crowd continued on their way. It was about Shenzhen time after 1600 hours when we finally arrived outside of Gyeongju City. The entrance to the city of Gyeongju. Phew. People shouting and horses neighing. The crowd stopped at the gates of the city. The juicer rolled over and dismounted first. Su Yue Guang and the others followed close behind. Looking around the city, there wasn't even a single soldier guarding the gate. Outside the city gates the ruins are crumbling and overgrown. The few raggedly dressed crowds carrying their bags toward the city's outskirts were careful to avoid seeing Su Yue Guang and the others in their official uniforms. I've been to Peony State City once a year ago, it shouldn't be so desolate, right? Confucian scholar Ling Qingshan frowned as he looked at the people leading towards the outside of the city. Go ask what's going on. Yes. A few fourth-grade demon suppression guards stopped a civilian. Great, my lord, we have nothing, no money, and no women.
Cut the crap, we want to ask what's going on here. Why is Kyunju so desolate? The demon guard asked. Desolate?
Hey, it's only us poor people who are desolate, the city lord and the gentry aren't desolate.
A yellow-faced man waved his hand and said. Lord of the city?
Yes, my lords, the lord of the city has been greedy for pleasure all these years and has been raiding the people's fat and wealth. We poor people have all been scraped away by him, and now we can only go out to seek a way of life.
Has anything odd happened in that city? I don't know about that. All right, go ahead.
A few of the devil suppressor guards let the people go and came back and arched their hands at Ling Qingshan, my lord.
All right, I've heard it all, city lord, if I'm not mistaken it's Li Qianjia. Remember it's still considered a talented person only, right? After becoming the city lord has he become despicable? Ling Qingshan frowned. Then he pulled his horse towards the city. Go in and take a look. After going in, sure enough, the city is not in so dilapidated, it seems to be just neglected. There are still a lot of people in the city. Only occasionally do some begging callers stop passers-by. This is a true depiction of how the rich are so rich that the poor can't afford to eat, isn't it? Su Yuang looked around at some of the gentry wearing gold and silver, contrasting with the ragged clothes of the commoners.
Tisk, really this being an official is not something that anyone can be, without some ability to become an official will only make a mess.
Song Rencast said. Lu Ren didn't say anything more, just quietly scanning the things on the street. Moonlight ah. Fan Jian smiled sweetly at Su Yuang.
This name was told to them by Su Yuang, can't call him Jerome, the name Jerome is just for fun, so calling him that doesn't really sound good.
Egg thing?
Egg, you can't talk to senior players like that, that's just me, if it were any other senior player I could teach you a lesson.
Fan Jian glared at Su Yuang with flair.
Looked at the Su Yuang face a white, in the end what is the matter, you directly say on good, big brother I will or not serve just serve you, please do not give me winks. Su Yuang has never really convinced anyone in his life, but Fan Jian, he is really convinced.
Che, do not understand people's good, I say this city seems to have a lot of fun things, later we go to play together
All the stores on the street are open, which is quite prosperous in this ancient time.
This. I have silver, I don't think you do?
Fan Jian bragged and raised the silver in his hand.
Ancient common currency, fine gold and silver, modern banknotes are worthless, let alone a credit card. Am I that kind of person? What kind of person do you think I am? Su Yuang's righteousness impressed the people around him. How much is there, enough for the two of us to go to the hookah? Crowd.
The hookah is an ancient place where women sold their bodies and their art. Many women from the previous dynasty, such as princesses and consorts, were put in the hookah to the Zhou dynasty as a money-making tool.
Su Yuang had long wanted to see the elegance of ancient beauties.
Had to check it out this time when I had the chance.
Hee, how cute.
Fan Jian covered his mouth and laughed lightly, don't worry, it's enough for you to get 2 or 3 headliners to listen to the song. The crowd around them turned their heads and dry heaved. It's okay for women to cover their mouths and smile, but men cover their mouths and smile.
The crowd headed to the city lord's mansion. Inside the city lord's mansion.
At this point the song and dance are on. There were beautiful women strumming on lutes with their jade fingers, and women playing gushings, and several women in light veils were scratching their heads and dancing sensuously in the lobby. And none of those present around them were brocade robes, fat and manhandled women. It was a stark contrast to the bleakness outside the gates and the poverty of the city. At the head of the group was a fat man in flashy attire, with a fat face, big ears, and a beard that lying back in a chair with 2 dainty women in his arms.
This is Li Qianzheng, the lord of Peony City. Master of the city, have an electrifying meal.
Next to an enchanting woman with her thighs exposed, she pinched a grape and fed it to the fat man's mouth.
Electrically cool? Lord of the city. The woman was intent on showing off.
It's not cold, not even when fed by a beauty, so good, you'll be my companion tonight. Li Chai stood up, his face slightly red and drunk, and picked up a glass of. Then the music was played and danced.
There's a reward for all of them, Peony City Lord Li Qianzheng. A furious roar traveled into the city lord's mansion. Bang, bang, bang.
A few guards flew inside the city lord's mansion, landing on the ground and skidding a few steps before stopping. It slid straight in front of those women, frightening the gentry as well as the beautiful women. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the sabers clashing at their waists reached the ears of the gentry, and the powerful people in Gyeongju City looked outside. A group of people wearing the flying beast costumes of the Jinmu division were seen walking inside the city lord's mansion. Standing on either side, followed by a jounin walked in, followed by 5 men of various shapes and sizes. Ling Qingshan looked at the arrogance and extravagance within the city lord's mansion, as well as the women who were not dressed properly. The face was as colorful as dirt, hard to see. His Majesty gave the city of Gyeongju to you, and you managed it like this? Anyone could hear Ling Qingshan's anger. I'm afraid this city lord is going to suffer. Su Yueguang's heart secretly said, Ling Qingshan, this person he is considered to see a little, is really bent on serving the country and the people, loyal to the Zhou dynasty. Someone from the Demon Suppression Division. Someone exclaimed. The clothes of the Jinmu division are very recognizable. Li Qisame, what are you doing, you asshole? Ling Qingshan saw Li Qianzheng, who was so drunk that he couldn't even stand up. Ling Qingyun? Aren't you a second-grade devil suppressor guard of the Devil Suppressor Division? Why are you in the mood to come within my small city today? Seeing the visitor, Li Qianzhe didn't know if he was drunk or what. Not only did he not have the slightest bit of fear, but instead, he drunkenly walked towards Ling Qingshan. City Lord, this is someone from the Demon Suppression Division, you can't mess around. A fat man next to him who was the same size as Li Qianzheng hurriedly walked over to pull Li Qianzheng back. Instead, Li Qianzhe shook his hand and staggered over. Ling Qingshan, hiccup, back then, we were also life and death brothers who charged together, how? Now that you've become a second-grade demon suppressor, you don't recognize me as a brother? Li Qianzheng still wanted to go and hook Ling Qingshan's shoulder. Nevertheless, Ling Qingshan did not give the slightest bit of face and said with a flat face, kneel down. Not seeing Ling Qingshan do anything, Li Qianzhe actually did kneel down. By virtue of some power that brings the other to his knees. Sungren cast a message in the chat group and said. Su Yueguang, who was behind Ling Qingshan, sighed a little. This Ling Qingshan's strength was indeed strong and unmatched. Chapter 34, The Beautiful Woman. Words are spoken and means are very peculiar. On behalf of His Majesty, I have come to Peony Town to investigate the death of the third-grade Demon Suppression Division. Today, Peony State City Lord Li Qianzheng is despicable. His Majesty is not here. Qingshan dares to overstep his authority and issue a decree of the Son of Heaven to abolish Li Qianzheng's position as the city lord. Come on, escort him into the prison, and wait for the punishment after he's sobered up. Yes. 2 demon suppression guards stepped forward to escort Li Qianzheng to the dungeon. Ling Qingshan then looked at the people in the mansion. At this moment, all the people all lowered their heads, not daring to breathe a single breath. This, my lord, we're just here to listen to the songs, but we're not doing anything illegal. You go ahead and we'll leave you to it. The rich gentleman who had just spoken said that he wanted to take the opportunity to leave the city lord's mansion. On your knees. But before he could go out the door, he was scared by Ling Qingshan's voice and knelt down on the spot. Everyone fell to their knees. Ling Qingshan looked at these people with anger. All of them are locked up in the Demon Suppression Division, and none of them are to be released until I order them to. Yes. Wait until after everyone is locked in the dungeon. Leaving a few people to guard the area, Ling Qingshan led the crowd to the Demon Suppression Division again. Unsurprisingly, the Department of Devil Suppression has been completely deserted beyond recognition. There was still blood on the ground, but the body had disappeared. There's not a single survivor left in the entire Gyeongju Town Demon Division. The tables, chairs and benches are also covered with dust. By the look of the blood, it's about 7 or 8 days old. Su Yueguang opened her mouth, causing Ling Qingshan to be a bit surprised. You still know about this? Su Yueguang humbly arched his hand, slightly understand. He used to be bored with the idea of detecting crimes, so he made a special trip to get some pig's blood and observed it, and also taught himself some means of detecting crimes. I've never tried human blood, but I think it's about the same. Ling Qingshan threw out his sleeve robe. The Demon Suppression Division here should have been attacked. Go search and see if anything useful was left behind. My lord, there is nothing to be found. A tea break later, the crowd was back inside the lobby, and there was nothing. It's been long enough for the killer to clean the place up. Forget it, go back to the city lord's mansion and ask Li Qianzhe what's going on. Ling Qingshan frowned. No traces of demons can be seen here, so who should have done it? Every Jin Demon division has a third-grade Jin Demon guard, and there is more than one. The third grade is considered a good hand in the Jianghu, and it is impossible to be gone without a sound. Most of all, why didn't Li Qianjia, as the city's lord, report it? The news that Su Yuang and the others received was that the town demon division of Peony Town had lost contact, and had sent the third-grade town demon guards to investigate, but as a result, things were not investigated, not to mention that a few of the third-grade town demon guards were still missing. Now it seems that there is indeed a ghost here.
Back inside the city lord's mansion,
Ling Qingshan finally let the crowd go to rest. The lord of the city was still resting, and there was nothing to be gained by asking.
And everyone within the city lord's mansion was imprisoned within the dungeon of the city lord's mansion.
5 fourth-grade demon suppressor guards were left behind to guard the prisoners in the dungeon, and the rest were all released, leaving Su Yuang and the others to dash about. After all, after rushing all these days, you need a good rest too. As for the 5 demonic guards, they were no slog either. Those smoky women in the city lord's mansion can all be in the cell, and there are a good number of them with good posture. The main thing is that these fireworks women they don't have to pay for. A group of 4th-grade demon suppressor guards grabbed this errand, or Ling Qingyun personally ordered the rest of the 5 before they were willing to give up.
As for the 5 Su Yuang people, they naturally left the city lord's mansion early and wandered around the city. This ancient city is quite nice, and the ancient people aren't that ugly. Su Yuang whispered from the side.
Looking at some of the ancient women on the street, it wasn't as bad as the modern sayings, and there were some that looked okay. Don't look at it, these mediocre girls, how can they compare to those noble women in the hookah? The ones in the hooks and bars are all princes and nobles from previous dynasties, and those are all dainty and beautiful ladies.
Mo Taichung had already revealed a lecherous smile.
Those are also poor people, the change of dynasties, I don't know how many people will have to die, and those who can survive are just miserable for life.
Songren cast some sighs. Che, isn't that what happens when dynasties change?
Those people aren't pitiful at all, maybe everyone used to have a lot of lives on their hands.
You should know that the former dynasty is even more brutal than the Zhou dynasty. Most of the women in the hookah are from the rich and noble families of the former dynasty, and the rich and noble families of the former dynasty are all species that eat people without spitting out their bones, and there aren't many good people.
Lu Ren disdainfully said.
Su Yuang and Fan Jian nodded their heads, which was true. In the former dynasty, the rich and noble families regarded the lives of ordinary people as low as ants and killed them whenever they wanted to. This was also in the memories that Su Yuang had inherited from them.
But the people of the Jin Demon Division have all disappeared. If they were all killed, who do you guys think they were killed by?
Su Yuang was still thinking about the matter of the Jin Demon Division. Who else could it be, either an evil cultivator or a demon? Fan Jian said.
I have a feeling that our hidden quest will be triggered soon, so let's not discuss this when Ling Erpin gives us a day to relax. After today, we might not get this chance to relax, so stop thinking about it and just have fun.
Soon, the 5 of them arrived inside the Peony Town hooker clearance house.
Although the city of Gyeongju is not as prosperous as other places, there are a lot of people in this hookah. There are a lot of people who throw their money away for hookers. A couple of people inquired about it before they came here. There are 4 major headliners in Qingfeng House, Qingfeng, Chunyu, Huadai and Xinlan. To have 4 flower girls in a city like this is already tops. I've heard that the 4 flower queens are all talented and have different looks. I wonder if it's true.
Mo Taichung was very interested in the flower queens.
Have fun within the game of death, don't die before you've had enough.
Songren cast a glance at Su Yuang and reminded. Do you guys think there could be some kind of conspiracy? Su Yuang looked up at a few people after half a day of pondering. One of the several people froze before reacting that Su Yuang was still thinking about the matter of the Demon Suppression Division. Hey, this time we'll not mention the official business, Yuang later on, do you want to find 2 women? Together, Fan Jian looked at Su Yuang, some shyness makes Su Yuang goosebumps up. Don't you like that? Su Yuang was shocked.
Yeah, I'll call 2 for you to play with, and if you're happy, you can also, even play with me. Fan Jian became even more shy, and spoke the last few words in a lower and lower voice.
Hiss. With a jolt, Mo Taichung's few people quickened their pace and walked inside the Qingfeng building, shaking off the 2 men. You 2 together, we 3 together.
Mo Taichung was adamant that he didn't want to be with Fan Jian, or else it would be too much of a distraction from the great good mood.
Su Yuang.
Che, a bunch of mundanes, what's a woman? A man is true love, no taste at all, moonlight, actually
Let's go in first. Su Yuang didn't wait for Fan Jian to finish his sentence before rushing into the building.
Exasperated, Fan Jian stomped his feet in place, but still followed Su Yuang inside.
Entering the Qingfeng building, what meets the eye is the carved railings in jade masonry and the powdered beauty.
In the center, on top of a high platform, there were colorfully dressed women playing tunes. Quite a few of the livestock around them were applauding. Looking up, there were 4 floors, each corresponding to a different class of people with different consumption. The first 2 floors are for consumption, the 3rd floor is for private rooms, and the 4th floor is for dignitaries only.
Fan Jian reminded from the side. Su Yuang nodded. "IO 2 gentlemen inside please, are you 2 here to listen to the song or to find the girl?" The 2 had just entered the door when a demonically dressed woman came and hit Su Yuang with a ball. Of course, the one who bumped into him was the handsome-faced Su Yuang, and he kept winking at Su Yuang to show his goodwill, hoping to spend the night with him. Both of them had changed their clothes when they arrived, and the other party couldn't recognize them as people from the Demon Suppression Division. But as soon as she entered the door she noticed Su Yuang's handsome appearance. Both. Su Yuang tilted her chin, only children made choices, adults wanted both. Egu, that's really too much of a coincidence. You 2 gentlemen are very lucky, today is our top flower girl Qingfeng sitting on the stage, Qingfeng favorite poetry recitation talent. Later on, the 2 gentlemen can go and play tea rounds, and if the 2 gentlemen feel that they are too literate later on, they can go and try. The beautiful woman took Su Yuang's arm, and the soft feeling was refreshing. The pimp isn't very good, but he's got a nice body. Like kinky poetry? That's a good interest. Paying no attention to the pimp's ball-carrying crash, Su Yuang nodded his head. You look new to me, you've just come to Peony City, right? Why don't you let me show you around first? I know all the girls here well, and I know all the positions I like, so I'll teach your excellency and maybe the girls will like you in the future. The pimp kept throwing winks at Su Yuang, and the word play was also aggravated a bit. Obviously this play means the kind of play life. This scene was looked at by Fan Jian with a bad taste in his eyes, squeezing in between Su Yuang and Mama Sang and pushing the pimp to the side. Go, here's another one. Yo, does this gentleman want to come along as well? That gentleman can be charged nothing, the boss looked at Fan Jian, but this gentleman will have to be charged. The pimp thought that Fan Jian was jealous, fawningly smiled and took hold of Fan Jian's arm and took the initiative to rub up against him, only to be shrugged off by Fan Jian with a look of disgust. It confused the pimp. Su Yuang looked funny, this old pimp although some old age, but the posture is really good, some mature flavor, afraid that there are a lot of people like this tone, but he is even. No need, then we'll go wait for Miss Qingfeng and find us a good private room. Having come all the way here, it's only natural to take a look at this flower girl. Most of the windswept women here that Green Lane was covered in white frost early in the morning and at night, and he wasn't used to it. The flower girl is a different story, maybe even a white one. Good Lou, gentlemen, if you need the little girl at any time to let the subordinate called, you want to do what can be. The demonic woman let her subordinate take Su Yuang and the 2 of them to the box, and gave Su Yuang a wink on her way out. Chapter 35, Hua Kuei, what's all this? She's not as good looking as me. What's the point of showing off here? Fan Jian glared at the pimp, showing his displeasure. To actually come and tempt his moonshine. You're pretty selfless. In the glass he wasn't sure if Fan Jian was any good, but it did seem to him that Fan Jian was no match for the pimp. The other person is still at least a mature and charming young woman is not. Fan Jian a man is still no match for the other. Come on, let's go to the box first. Fan Jian was his own treasurer, so of course he couldn't have said those words out loud. Order flower tea and branch wine. The 2 sat in the box watching the warbler below. Waiting for the flower girl to come out. The flower girl will have to wait some time. The pimp called some women to accompany the 2 to drink flower tea and talk about life ideals. But 2 people in a death game, neither of them have any ideals to talk about. Just one of the chaperones was left to ask questions. Have there been any major events within Yunzhou City recently? The women in the hookah are exquisite and 8-faced, each one is a master of discernment. So there are a lot of rich businessmen and powerful people who like it and will talk to these women about something or the other. If you want to say which place in Yunzhou City has the most gossip, this hook bar definitely counts as one. The point where hookers and brothels differ is this. The women of the hookah are partly for sale, similar to the greenhouses, and only sell their bodies if the wangbang has a crush on a green bean. Brothels, naturally, are for sale, not for show. Most of the women in the greenhouses are only married to a poor scholar. Those poor scholars have talent and are looked upon by hookers.
These women would then give the silver money they had saved to poor scholars to go to the capital to take the exams, expecting these scholars to redeem them after they had passed the exams. This is the story of those movies and TV shows in which a poor ancient scholar and a woman from a greenhouse hooker make a private arrangement for life. Of course, some scholars can't look at these hookers after they've passed the exams. This resulted in the sad story of these hookers who stayed alone and sold their skills day and night, but did not wait for their sweethearts to wash their faces in tears. Su Yuang in front of this woman in a green muslin posture, although not high, but will talk to come to things, and still only sell their bodies, not to sell their art, so it was left by the two men. Not for seafood, of course. This kind of body only seller knows a little bit more than those who only sell their art.
Is Your Honor here to inquire about something? You've come to the right person if you're asking me.
My daughter often serves the gentry and the powerful, and I know a lot about these things, said the woman, her mouth pausing as if waiting for something.
Su Yuang looked at Fan Jian.
Fan Jian snorted coldly and took out a silver coin and put it on the table.
Ouch. The two gentlemen are really polite.
The green-shirt, round-faced woman smiled and sat next to Su Yuang. She could see that it was Su Yuang who had the power of speech a bit.
Gonzi, come, drink.
The woman took the initiative to pull down her collar, revealing a large area of snow white. Su Yuang long handsome, looks good temperament, this hooker in addition to a few flower girl, it is estimated that a woman like.
No need, say something. Su Yuang took the wine glass and put it on the table. What does the male ask and say, don't rub it in? Fan Jian was extremely irritated to see the woman rubbing up against Su Yuang. Good, the slave listens to the two gentlemen. To say that something big has happened recently?
It would be the matter of the Jinmu division being slaughtered overnight in the city of Gyeongju.
Su Yuang and Fan Jian looked at each other and lit up. Continue.
Well, my youngest daughter has only heard a few words from the official lord of the city. Just a few days ago, right, the Jin demon guards within the Jin demon division died out in one night. They went to check, and found traces of demons, as well as man-made wounds from swords and knives, so they suspected that someone had united with the evil demons to deal with the Jin demon division together, but of course, the youngest daughter is only hearing about it from hearsay, and it can't be taken as true.
The two gentlemen are entitled to a laugh. Su Yuang and Fan Jian's eyes widened. Humans and evil demons united against the Zenmushi? Rub. Su Yuang felt as if there was something extraordinary going on within the city of Gyeongju. What about the corpse of the Jin demon division? Su Yuang asked again.
When they went there, the bodies were all gone, the traces were cleaned up and nothing could be found.
Corpses? Of course it's burned, otherwise there will be an epidemic.
The woman said rightfully.
Su Yuang. Who burned it?
Who else could it be? The one who dares to burn the demon guard in this city is of course the city lord. The speaker had no intention, but the listener did. Su Yuang mourned for that city lord in his heart, hoping that he would live through tomorrow. Alright, take the silver and go somewhere else, we're going to say something.
Su Yuang asked Fan Jian to fetch another piece of silver and drove the woman away. The woman had money that laughed even more and left the room in a hurry. Yuan Fong, what do you think about this? Su Yuang was finally able to say this.
Fan Jian glared at Su Yuang, then his face became serious. Someone has joined forces with the evil demons.
It's not a small thing. Demons have always been incompatible with humans, meeting is a matter of death, now there are actually demons and humans united. Aren't evil demons brainless? It can actually cooperate with humans? Su Yuang was a bit surprised.
Ordinary evil demons don't have brains, but high-level evil demons are able to think like ordinary people, so it seems that this isn't a simple matter.
Fan Jian pondered.
It's only good if it's not simple, and it's only better if the hidden quest rewards are triggered tomorrow.
Su Yuang had an expectant face.
That would also be much more difficult, not something we can handle.
Fan Jian's face was a little unsightly.
Into the game of death, the difficulty is naturally the lower the better, although the greater the difficulty the better the reward, but also have to have that life to get it off. Hey, Jian, you are still too young, sometimes, wrestle a little, bicycle into a motorcycle.
Su Yuang lightly sips a mouthful of osmanthus brew, the flavor is not bad.
Ancient wines were not as strong as modern ones, and were just as friendly to non-drinkers like him. That also requires us to have the life to get it. Fan Jian had a bitter look on his face.
Forget it, Moonlight, you're right, isn't that what the game of death is all about? Take a chance, turn a bike into a motorcycle, maybe you'll die tomorrow. Living in the moment is the right thing to do. Moonlight, let's go into the room. Fan Jian looked seriously at Su Yuang. Su Yuang. Why don't we go find you some bimbos? No, I want you.
It finally ended with Xiao Moonquang strongly expressing that she was really straight. Su Yuang felt some emotion in his heart. There really were all kinds of people within this death game. A few moments later, the tea beating roundup began. The main purpose of the things done in the tea circle is 1. To win the heart of the flower girl. Chanting poetry, or a bit of piano, chess and painting, and if you're happy, a striptease. Assuming, of course, that the dancing can attract the attention of the flower girl. After winning the heart of the flower girl, she would be privately invited into her boudoir, but of course, that wasn't the end of it. Doesn't that mean the flower girl is yours after you invite her into the boudoir? You also have to talk to the flower girl and talk to her heart and talk to her, that's your guy. If you can't talk, then go out the door and turn right to the next person. Some of the flower goddesses are only interested in one person. It's kind of like throwing an embroidered ball, and when the man has money, he'll redeem her. After that it's only about selling the art, not the body. There are flower leaders, however, who will choose so many more good men after all, you can't hang yourself from one tree. Men's mouths, deceitful ghosts, for them these big wind and big waves have seen the flower girl, what kind of men have not seen? It was a nice thing to say at the time, but maybe it's not a good thing to put on pants. So keep a few hands in everything. I wonder if Qingfeng flower leader is still a chick. Su Yuang said. Is not to go in to see not know, playing tea around is nothing more than poetry and painting, we modern people still cannot compare to these ancient people? Fan Jian looked around shaking the folding fan, think suave scholar extremely disdain. Modern people have the innate advantage of having a whole lot of tang and song poems memorized in their heads. Miss Qingfeng has come out. Look, Miss Qingfeng! Someone exclaimed. When Su Yuang looked over, he saw the stage in the very center of the room. Wearing a light veil on one side, the slender, wonderful woman stepped out and slowly ascended the stage, on which the guzheng had already been prepared. Gentlemen, today my daughter has not prepared anything, so I will offer to play a song for you. Sound like an aureole is crisp and pleasant, although it is not possible to see the appearance under the veil, but on this figure, it is comparable to Yi Xiaoyu. This figure is not bad, I just don't know how the face under the veil is. Even Fan Jian, who disliked women, couldn't help but compliment the other party's figure. To be able to become a flower leader is naturally not some ordinary woman. Su Yuang looked down at the center of the stage with her arms wrapped around her. This guzheng playing is really good, melodious and gentle, listening to it like high mountains and flowing water, fine rain and long. One song to go. Big piles of people below were up in arms for another song. But instead of continuing, Qingfeng said, it's getting late today, and I just want to find a Dalong to drink and compose poetry with, so I won't play anymore. There was another howl of wolves below, all wanting to go to the Green Phoenix flower leader's boudoir to talk about their lives. My goodness, flower leader I haven't tried it yet. Mo Taichung's trio was in a box watching Qingfeng's saliva drooling out below. Hey! Songren cast pointed at the two, fair play huh? Shay, still fair, you all must have bought poems at the mall, right? Mo Taichung disdained. The Death Game Mall has everything, naturally poetry and the like, and it's not too expensive. For about 10 points you can buy this knowledge and never forget it. Had ha. Mo Taichung and Lu Ren hemmed and hawed, obviously acquiescing. You guys are so generous, that's 10 game points, doesn't he smell good when you use it to buy props? Don't say that, as the saying goes, dying under the peony flower and being a ghost is also a good thing. This is a flower girl, come all the way here, if you don't go and take a look that's not a wasted visit. Lu Rand caressed the non-existent beard on his chin. Brother Lu is right, if we pass today, it's a question of whether we can open our eyes tomorrow, if we don't enjoy it, we won't have a chance. Songrencast also said. Che, does buying poetry help? I'm still a bit of a pushover for myself, she can't see me even if the poetry is good, so I won't waste game points, just find some dainty little girls at night. Mo Taichung grew more anxious and counted on himself, so he didn't even consider the flower girl. Just spend the money to find a couple of passable ones in good shape. Then Brother Lu, it's just the two of us, be merciful later. Songren cast a smiling look at Lu Rend. Brother Song should also show mercy, huh, fair play, ha. Lu Rend laughed. When it comes to looks advantage, the two are neck and neck. Lu Rend is a little taller. But let's forget about the two of us, don't cheapen it for others. No way, we all spent game points, there's no way we can lose in poetry and song. It's also true, if I lose this, I'll have spent this game point for nothing, that's 10 game points, I can buy a small grenade.
Songren cast some heartache.
Game points are something no one can have enough of, and the best way to use them is to make sure you survive within this game. Using the game points for enjoyment is a bit heartbreaking, even if they attended 10 games.
It's on.
Today, let's use the word Ching in my daughter's name as the question, and my slave will be the first to start it off. White, red and red bloom together, and 3 or 5 come trekking in the green.
Yes. An applause.
There is a bird in the green hills that flies between heaven and earth.
I have a green branch for poking birds' nests.
It was the turn of the others to take the question, but the quality varied.
Che, what garbage.
Someone heard the men's poems with a mocking face, watch me.
The crowd looks over.
There is grass on the ground, green and yellow. In case you can't imagine, I had to rack my brain to write these 2 lines.
Green Phoenix. What's all this? Chapter 36, I haven't started yet. Yes. Great poem. Brother, you go home and farm. Ha ha. Pfft, don't make a fool of yourself. Keep going. Green leaves are green, flowers are red. Watching the swarms of demons and the crowds of people. Songren cast a look of contempt, this is poetry? This is ing. Is worse.
Without even thinking, he picked up a sentence, the green mountain shadow empty fishing stone cold, hymen autumn color thick can be scooped up. These verses are etched in his mind and at his fingertips.
Good poem.
The scene was silent for a moment. This one poem is really good, and it attracts a lot of attention, The other hooker women chimed in with hopeful glances. Qingfeng listened and then looked at Songren cast sitting on the 3rd floor, his angular face was not too bad. Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Qingfeng nodding at him with a smile, Songren cast this excitement in his heart, but on the surface, he still maintained his composure and responded with a smile.
Calm down, it's all.
The green hills are lined with flowers and bamboos, and the Jade Palace and the Agar Pavilion follow the foot of the forest. Just as Songren cast a smile, another voice rang out from the side. Lu Ren stood up, displaying his tall figure of over 2 meters. Qingfeng looked at Lu Ren next to Songren cast and her eyes lit up again, being 8 feet tall said Lu Ren.
The mold isn't bad, and the poem is good.
The clouds want to dress up and the flowers want to look beautiful, the spring breeze brushes the threshold and the dew is thick. If I hadn't seen it at the top of the Jade Mountain, I would have met it under the moon at Yao Tai. As soon as the poem came out, everyone quieted down and looked at the source.
That's a good poem.
Unfortunately, it just doesn't come with the word green.
Qingfeng was also attracted by the poem and looked towards the source just in time to see Su Yuang standing up and standing by the window.
That handsome face can be described as a stranger like Jade, and a gentleman like no other in the world.
What a fluttering gentleman. A stunning color appeared in Qingfeng's eyes.
Ancient times, especially in these war-torn times, Su Yuang's face value is simply that sun among the dull stars.
Blinding the eyes of these ancient dogs. Seeing that it was Su Yuang, Songren cast a hostile face. Damn, and forgot about this newbie white boy, Su Yuang. To be handsome, they can't really compare to Su Yuang.
However, it's word for word, and this poem, while good, doesn't carry the word green.
Yeah.
That verse doesn't count.
Next.
The others also saw Su Yuang's face like a crown, and their eyes were filled with intense jealousy. There was a lot of uproar. Songren cast a cut, this poem is no better than the word Qing, just wanted to come back to another line to show his talent again. Suddenly Qingfeng said something to the maid beside her and got off the stage.
Hey! Why is Miss Qingfeng gone? Don't go away. I haven't figured it out yet. Give it a chance, Miss Green Phoenix.
The people were all anxious to see Qingfeng leave.
Gentlemen.
The maid cleared her throat and looked around. The crowd quieted down and... Ladies and gentlemen, the Green Phoenix flower leader has already chosen a male tonight. It is the one in room 12 of the heavenly character. Wait for a moment, I will go and invite you right away.
The maid looked at Su Yuang with fascination. Handsome, really handsome. If it were her, she'd choose Sui Tsukamitsu too.
The others were simply flowers compared to weeds compared to Su Yuang. No, the weeds were over, they should have been the dried grass that had been yielded. The crowd instantly shifted their gazes to the 12 sons of heaven. At a glance, he saw Su Yuang who was in front of the window.
That's not fair. Isn't it based on the character for green? How can he be counted without a single green character? That's right, I demand a rematch. It's not like he's using the word green. Isn't he just a bit better looking? That's not fair. I want to see Miss Qingfeng. Bullying, isn't it? He didn't even inscribe a poem. It's too much. Might as well choose someone by their face. Seeing that the one who was rewarded by the flower head was Su Yuang, the crowd became indignant. It's just the ing beginning. Normally, playing T rounds should take an hour and a half to finish. But now this is over just as it started, and the winner is someone who didn't even follow the rules of entry. This who is not angry. Isn't it just good looking? It's too much of a face. AI Miss Qingfeng has already gone back. Don't be angry everyone, isn't there another girl here? Come on, on with the music, on with the dance. Seeing the crowd's indignation, the flamboyantly dressed pimp rushed up to the stage and beckoned to the women on the stage. A bunch of women get on stage and proceed to sing and dance. But the people around them remained indignant. Unrelenting words, but they were soon overshadowed by the sounds of singing, dancing and playing music. Su Yuang was also confused. He had been chosen here? He hadn't even started yet. Those two lines just now are just the opening lines to attract the audience. The poem is ready, the green hills are still there, the sunset is read a few times. But he hasn't read it out yet. Chapter 37, I went there and never wanted to come back. Another little, pissed off old me. How come they all steal men from me? Next to her, Fan Jian pinched an orchid finger in anger and crossed her arms. My lord, please also follow me to the Green Phoenix little building to meet Miss Green Phoenix. The maid's voice came from the doorway. Okay, I'll be right there. Well, can I bring a friend? Female? Su Yuang hesitantly looked at Fan Jian next to him. No, Miss Qingfeng will only see you. This, Fan, brother, you heard it too? Su Yuang was a bit embarrassed. Then I'll go first? Fan Jian was furious. This Qingfeng is just craving for your body, Su Lang. You won't be able to come back tonight if you go. I've been there and I don't want to come back. Su Yuang did not hesitate to arch his hand in farewell. Su Lang. Fan Jian hissed in the back, as if his relatives were trying to get away from him. Brother Fan, we'll see you tomorrow. Su Yuang waved his hand. On the other side, Song Rencast and Lu Rend were dumbfounded. It's gone? That's gone? Hey, it's not like Green Phoenix is gone. Mo Taichung hee straight smile. At this time he left and right, two arms around the too enchanting figure of the girl up and down, plain not happy. The game of death is just that, the pressure to face life and death every day, the fun can't be less or it will drive you crazy. But didn't Su Yuang not even recite a verse? He didn't carry the word Qing there either. Songren cast his eyes in anger. With his face and talent, it's very likely that he'll be chosen by Qingfeng. Che, can't you see it yet? Mo Taichung looked at Lu Rend, who was still there in a daze, and Song Renthro, who was still unwilling. That woman is to see Su Yuang handsome greedy Su Yuang body. Mo Taichung deflated, although you guys may not believe it, but Su Yuang's face value does crush you guys, who made you guys not as handsome as Su Yuang. So, people should be like him, have self-awareness, find two peaks like gathering, waves like anger, the mountains and rivers and the Tongguan road sister is not good? One flower girl is not enough. Bull, I'm not ing handsome? How about compared to Su Yuang? Mo Taichung asked rhetorically. Sui Tsukimitsu? Songren cast thought of Su Yuang's face and his anger deflated. Seems like he's not as handsome as Co Moonlight. Too damn bullying, can you do whatever you want just because you're handsome? Lu Ren finally came back to his senses and angrily slapped the table. The two enchanting women who were enjoying themselves in Mo Taichung's arms jumped in fright. Hey, beauty is fine, let's not bother with these two mundanes, let's go to the room and have some fun. Mo Taichung wrapped his arms around the two women and left. This Qingfeng, she really doesn't know what's good for her, can being handsome be a meal? I'm over 2 meters tall and I'm still a starter on the basketball team, what's not to like about him? I'm so strong and I'm still no match for a newcomer, heh. This Green Phoenix has no knowledge. The eyes are still bad. I don't know how many men I've hosted. I just heard that Qingfeng doesn't seem to have a man yet. Even without a man, that's a hooker. The two men left in the room were furious and the whole room smelled of acid.
I have to say, the two are really sour. On top of that, they spent 10 game points off. That's not just game points, it's their lives. It just goes to waste. It hurts. On the other hand, Su Yuang followed the maid to Qingfeng Xiaozhu. The place where the flowerhead lived was different from the other women. It was a small independent courtyard, quiet and elegant. Just as he walked into the courtyard, he saw a charming woman with waves in her eyes sitting on top of a stone table, facing him sideways, so that he could just be able to see the delicate figure. The head wearing pearl jasper emerald hairpin, wearing a long dress, seems to have been carefully dressed, brewing fragrant tea, seems to be waiting for friends. No need to look, this is the same Qingfeng who was wearing a veil just now. The prince is here. Hearing the footsteps, the woman was delighted, turned her head and saw Su Yuang after her eyes seemed to have a halo flow, gladly stood up to welcome. But halfway through the walk she seemed to think that this was too active for the reserve of a lady of the house. So just like that, he stood on the left side, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and gave a graceful salute to Su Yuang. Su Yuang also saw Qingfeng's true colors. She is elegant and elegant, own a light spirit of the air, skin delicate, beautiful eyes flow like water, flow like spirit. The gas is like an orchid, saying inexhaustible, gentle and lovely, elegant and sweet, straight is beautiful and incomparable. With that, a pink with green luo white embroidered skirt, a smile between the knitted brows to show all the flavor. 90 points. Su Yuang silently scored, mainly because of that lightness and also reserve, which is rare for modern girls. It's true. It's unique to ancient women. Because the ancient environment of women's life is that they don't leave their doors open. This not leaving the house is not about not going out. Instead, they don't go out and hang out. Much less drink flowery wine with men or anything. Never have an affair with another man until you are married and have found the one you love. In case of discredit. Although it is an ancient custom, the daughters that are raised are indeed something else. Miss Qingfeng. Su Yuang smiled and nodded slightly. This smile made Qingfeng's heart surge even more and her spring heart burst forth. This ancient times which is not as good as Su Yuang's modern living environment. The men are all rough-skinned except for the scholar. But even though Qingfeng had seen so many reading men, it was still not half as good as Su Yuang. Your Excellency, please sit down. Qingfeng didn't dare to look at Su Yuang again and slightly lowered her head in an invitation gesture. The maids were wise enough to leave the courtyard. Only a small personal maid was left to serve tea and wine. I don't know if you like scented tea, the slave personally made a cup for you. If you are happy with the wine you can also let Xiao Wan pour you a cup. Afraid that Su Yuang would not like fragrant tea, Qingfeng added. I don't like drinking either. Su Yuang picked up her tea and took a sip. It's not pretending to be deep, but the boiling water is too hot to gulp down. Not liking to drink, this in turn improved Su Yuang's impression in Qingfeng's mind. Gong, is it still good? Well, not bad. Su Yuang praised. Tea brewed by a beauty, then even if it's wrong, you have to say it's good. Qingfeng smiled with a beaming smile and didn't say anything. May I ask what is your name, and where are you from? Have you ever had a favorite? Favorite? Su Yuang pondered for a while, shook his head and sipped a mouthful of fragrant tea. I am Su Yuang, my family lives in Xinzhou, I have never been married and I don't have any favorite person. The him of this world is the one who lives in Xinzhou, but is all alone. Now that he is an official in the capital, he also lives in the dormitory. Qingfeng's eyes had been staring at Su Yuang, and when she saw that Su Yuang did not look like she was lying, her bright eyes became even brighter. With a delighted smile, he picked up the purple sand teapot and poured another cup of tea for Su Yuang. So it's Mr. Su, what does that gentleman think of the slave? Could it ever still look good? Qingfeng daintily dared not look at Su Yuang, and her smile was very shy. Miss Qingfeng's flowery face is naturally a sight to behold. By the way, I haven't asked Miss Qingfeng where her family is? Su Yu optically said in a civilized manner to the other party. Home? Qingfeng's eyes darkened, my home was destroyed long ago. Chapter 38 White Bone Tomb Black Wind Walled City. Qingfeng tells of her experience. It turns out that Qingfeng's identity is not simple. She is the princess of the Eastern Dynasty. That is, the emperor's daughter. And it's still the oldest daughter's kind. Father's arrogance and extravagance, the Eastern Han Dynasty has long had the phase of the country's demise, but I hate that I'm a daughter, I can't save the day, alas, Qingfeng sighed. Su Yuang nodded her head and tried to be a good listener. Back then, when father was around, the treasury was empty, the people were displaced, and there were demons ravaging the country. That said, His Majesty today is indeed much better than my father. This girl doesn't look like a bad person. It's not as spiteful and bossy as they make it out to be. Princess of the former dynasty, he thought it was a shrew. My condolences. Su Yuang softly comforted. I'm sorry to be rude, why am I saying these spoilers to the prince? That poem that your excellency just wrote was quite good. Xingfeng's face turned. Can you do another poem for my slave? Yes. Su Yuang also read half of the 300 poems of the Tang dynasty, a small verse is not at hand. Thank you, your excellency. Xingfeng's eyes lit up happily as she asked her maid to prepare the brush and ink. A few moments later, the pen and ink came up. Su Yuang looked at the rusty brush silent, he does not know how to write with a brush. You can't still let Xingfeng and the maid write for you. But fortunately, there was brush calligraphy inside them all, and Su Yuang generously spent 20 game points to buy all the calligraphy. There is no perfect color in 1,000 autumns, and the pleasing to the eye is a beautiful woman. The appearance of the country is so beautiful that it amazes the world. Great poem. Xingfeng watched as Su Yuang wrote it out word by word, and finally looked at Su Yuang with worshipful admiration in her eyes. The poem is also too good. Handsome man with nice words and even writes poetry so well, how can there be such a perfect person in this world? Spare a princess of the dynasty, she had never seen a man as outstanding as Su Yuang. Gongzi, is slave really a country-flattering person? Xingfeng moved to pounce into Su Yuang's arms, lying on Su Yuang well behaved like a kitten. Of course, even this poem doesn't describe half of your beauty. Su Yuang quipped whatever came to his mind while pondering how to ask the other party about the town next. But before he could even think about it, he saw Xingfeng raising her little head in spring, looking at Su Yuang's handsome face in her arms, her eyes fluttering with light, and fiercely printing on it when Su Yuang didn't react. Su Yuang's eyes widened. He's being forced to kiss. The maid next to him left the small courtyard with a sense of humor. Only the two were left lingering in the courtyard. 10 seconds later, the lips parted. Without waiting for Su Yuang to speak, Xingfeng said to Su Yuang fondly, "My lord, why don't we go into the room and talk in detail?" Into the room? What's the difference between that and talking here? That's fine, there's something I want to ask you again too. Su Yuang followed the other party into the room. Well, after entering the room, Gongzi can ask whatever he wants, as long as Gongzi wants to know, slave will know everything. Xingfeng said daintily. Good. Seeing Xingfeng being so forthcoming, Su Yuang was satisfied. After entering the house, Su Yuang also saw Xingfeng's boudoir, decorated in ancient colors, and there was a smoky scent inside the house. Didn't they say that in ancient times women didn't let men into their rooms? How come he got in so easy? Miss Xingfeng, Su Yuang was about to ask about the city of Peony. But when I turned around, I saw Xingfeng undressing her clothes. What are you doing? What's the point of closing the door? It's pretty dark in this house. 1 hour later. Su Yuang looked at the curtain skeptically. What a woman, coming to him to play with her life. Gongzi, why don't I have Xiao Huan come over to accompany Gongzi for a chat? Seeing Su Yuang's expression of hopelessness, Xingfeng timidly said. Can it? Su Yuang's eyes lit up. The maid, During, was small and cute, and got by. It's possible, Xiao Huan is my personal maid, in the future if you want to redeem me I can also take her with me. Xingfeng said. Good. Su Yuang was overjoyed. An hour later, Su Yuang walked towards the door. Xingfeng, I'll go and get you all a cup of water, it's still early in the day, and by the way, have someone prepare some snacks. Trouble Su Lang. Xingfeng even changed her address to be a bit more affectionate. A few moments later. Su Yuang fed the two of them some slightly hot boiled water. Xingfeng, do you know about the recent events in the city? Su Yuang asked. Su Lang, you don't have to call me Xingfeng from now on, my real name is Lu Yue, so Su Lang can just call me Yue. This city? The recent one that the prince refers to should be that of the Jinmu division. Yes, Yue knows? Su Yuang asked softly. I know a little, and I heard it from the other maids by hearsay. Almost more than 10 days ago, the lord of the Jinmu division had an accident, and then a few more lords came to investigate, and as a result, the Peony State Jinmu division was slaughtered as much as it could be. Then do you know who did it?
Su Yuang asked tentatively. This slave doesn't know either. Qingfeng lay on Su Yuang's chest, gently shaking her head. Su Yuang lost it. However, Su Yuang's eyes lit up. But what? But I've heard that there are rumors in the city that it's an evil cultivator, and others say that it's the work of the remnants of the former dynasty in conjunction with demons and devils. Remnants of the previous dynasty? Su Yuang heard this word for the first time. Yes, there were also many experts in our former dynasty, but His Majesty's strength and reputation today are very human, so they are not inferior to His Majesty, but they are also first-class experts, so naturally, they are not so easy to be wiped out, and there are still quite a few of them who have escaped. Qingfeng whispered, but this is something that Su Lang can't tell others about, saying this out loud might cause some kind of trouble. Su Yuang nodded, don't worry, I have my measure, naturally I can't put you and I in danger. Then do you know of any strange places inside or outside this city of Gyeongju? These people were committing crimes within the city of Gyeongju, and he suspected that they hadn't left the city of Gyeongju too far away, so maybe the stronghold was in this neighborhood. There are 3 strange places outside of Gyeongju. One is the White Bone Grave, where the dead are buried, but lately I've heard that those who have gone there have had no return. White Bone Grave. Listening to the name, it felt like it wasn't a good place. Su Yuang stroked his chin. What about the other 2? The other 2 are the abandoned Bright Light Temple and the Black Wind Cottage. Black Wind Walled City? Why does that sound like a robber's den? It's not like that, it is, but the bandits inside have already been swept away by the Demon Suppression Division, but someone has recently seen figures around there again. Qingfeng said seriously. Su Lang, you should not go there, it might be a resurgence of bandits, it's dangerous. Well, I've got the numbers. Ding, triggering a hidden quest to investigate the odd locations outside of Gyeongju City, White Bone Tomb, Bright Light Temple, and Black Wind Cottage. Mission level, unknown. Synopsis, people going to the White Bone Tomb inexplicably disappeared, Mingwang Temple seems to be haunted by ghosts, and the Black Wind Wall seems to be resurrected. Players need to find out the truth and investigate what really happened in the 3 locations. Do you take the mission? A hidden mission? That triggered it? Su Yuang was pleased, then hesitated. Finding out the truth about the 3 locations doesn't seem to be that difficult, does it? Will the rewards be low? Game, can I take more than 1 quest at a time? Ding, multiple quests can be taken at the same time. Can. Okay, I'll take it then. Ding, player Su Yuang has taken on the quest to explore the White Bone Tomb, Mingwang Temple, and Black Wind Walled City. The mission will take 3 days to complete. If it is not completed, it will be regarded as a mission failure, and upon failure it will remain in this world permanently. Failure to stay in this world permanently? It doesn't matter if you can go back or not. Su Yuang looked at Qingfeng with a smile. Just kidding, of course. Still have to find a way to get the job done. Tomorrow, I'll find a way to find out exactly how to go about this. Early morning. Su Yuang left the room in a refreshed state and gave some rates for the underlings to make some breakfast for Qingfeng. Meanwhile, find the Mama-san aka the pimp. Gongzi, are you still happy from last night? That's the top girl in my building, you are truly blessed. The pimp looked at Su Yuang enviously, of course, not envious of Su Yuang, but envious of Qingfeng. It was also that she was old, otherwise she would definitely not be willing to give up such a good man to Qingfeng. Mamasan is joking, I have something for you. Your Excellency is trying to ransom Qingfeng, right? The old bod shook her flower fan in her hand and smiled as she locked eyes with Su Yuang. Su Yuang froze, worthy of being a pimp, this ability to detect words and colors was really strong. Su Yuang, this person does not like others to look at his woman, since they are all sharing the same bed with Qingfeng, naturally they can't let her continue to stay here for people to watch. I won't hide it from you, sir, you may have some trouble trying to ransom Qingfeng. The pimp was envious of Qingfeng this time. I can't believe a nobleman is willing to ransom him. I'm not short of money. Su Yuang was wearing a smile on his face. Last night he found a large amount of gold and silver within the Death Game Mall, and he could casually exchange it for a large amount with game points. Fan Jian deliberately didn't tell him. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't gone looking for it. Su Yuang said and took out a bag from his arms, opened it and it was full of gold. Hey, since Gongzi knew that Qingfeng was the head girl and still dared to say this, I never doubted Gongzi's ability. The pimp glared at Su Yuang. Then what does Mama-san want? Su Yuang looked at the pimp in confusion. You can't still want to subvert him in exchange for Qingfeng's freedom, can you?
Although the other party is quite mature, sexy and plump, but he is not good at this.
Not that I want to, but up there.
The pimp pointed to the top. Jingfeng was a princess of the previous dynasty, you know this, right?
Su Yueguang nodded, her face calm. I know.
Hey, that dead girl even dared to tell you this. The old bod heard Su Yueguang know an unsurprising expression, and at the same time a little angry.
That's not something you can go around saying.
Since the prince knows that, then you also know how important this identity is. There's a secret order from above to keep her here to atone for her sins, and there's no thought of letting her leave this clear wind house.
Unless what? Su Yueguang pursued with a frown.
The bod gave a start, his eyes shifting, then waved his hand. That's something you can't talk about. This bag of gold is a filial tribute to Mama-san.
Su Yueguang smiled. No, it's not about money. The pimp shook his head straight. Look at me, nobleman, here's another bag. Su Yueguang calmly pulled out another large bag of gold.
Hiss. Seeing so much gold, the pimp's eyes flashed blind. Smiling, she took the 2 bags of gold and covered her mouth with her fan, laughing lightly.
Ha ha ha, the prince is so polite.
This, in fact, there is no harm in talking about it. Unless this building is destroyed and the Qingfeng building is no longer there, then naturally, you can go out. But this can't be messed with. If your excellency really wants to save Qingfeng from going out, I have another way. The bod raised a finger and whispered as she glanced furtively around.
Su Yueguang took out another bag of gold. There's nothing money can't fix these days, and if there is, it's not enough money. Ya ha 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 ha. Your excellency is so polite.
The old bod's melon face with some wrinkles smiled like a chrysanthemum blooming. Attach your ear, I'll give it to you, but don't give it to anyone else.
Yes. Su Yueguang came over to her ear. Chapter 39, This is too much of a coincidence. When Su Yueguang came out of the Qingfeng building, just ran into 3 people. Mo Taichong 3. Su Yueguang. Seeing Su Yueguang, the corners of Song Rincast's mouth twitched and his face twisted. Good morning to you all, did you have a good time last night? What happened to your face? What happened to your face? Su Yueguang looked at Song Rincast's twisted and twitching face in confusion. Haha, leave them both alone, it's just acid. How was it last night, Mr. Su?
That's a flower girl.
TSK, not bad, right? Mo Taichong was a relatively bright person and said with a big smile. It's pretty good, or a white guy, tisk.
Su Yueguang smashed his mouth, seemingly unfulfilled. This made the faces of Lu Ren and Song Rincast beside him twist even more. Brother Su was truly blessed with lust. By the way, I'll tell you a secret. Mo Taichong laughed and came over to Su Yueguang's side. I triggered a hidden mission, so I might have to leave the team to get busy for a bit.
Triggered the hidden quest? Su Yueguang's voice drew up. Triggered what? Su Yueguang looked at Mo Taichong. He triggered it too? Just your little, what's the point of shushing when we all know about it? Lu Ren skimmed his lips and looked at Mo Taichong. Okay, it's nothing really, it's just that didn't I get 2 hookers last night? One of the parents in the family was eaten by a demon.
It triggered the one angry rush for the red face quest, asking me to help destroy the demon that ate her parents, and I've already taken it.
Mo Taichong said.
He was still feeling incredibly lucky, just going out to a brothel and setting off on a mission. And it was just to destroy one demon. This task couldn't be simpler. As long as he didn't destroy all the demons he could accept it.
Congratulations then.
Su Yueguang smiled and arched his hand.
Hey, same happy. Mo Taichong arched his hand in response. But I won't be able to accompany you the rest of the way back, so you'll have to make your own way.
I might have to rebel against the Jin Demon Division in the back. Anyway, I'll go back when I finish my mission, so if the Jin Demon Division wants to arrest me, just do it.
Mo Taichong said.
Rebellion against the Jin Demon Division is a serious offense punishable by death, and there is no such thing as quitting when you join the Jin Demon Division, let alone in this time of desperate need for talent.
It's even more unlikely that Mo Taichong will resign, so there's only defection. Alright, go.
Su Yueguang saw that Mo Tianchong had stopped and also stopped and arched his hand.
Then a few of you will be precious. Take care. Precious.
The crowd arched their hands in farewell.
Mo Taichong was going to ransom the woman today and then leave the city of Kyunju to find the woman's hometown. Seeing Mo Tai rushed back to the hookah, Song Rin cast some envy and
This triggers the quest. Last night I also called 2. How come I did not trigger? Strange, I also called 2 of them, and they didn't trigger anything. Lu Rend was puzzled. Is it hard to be unlucky? I also called 2 and triggered as well. We're really in the same boat, huh? Songren casting was about to sigh, when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Lu Rend and the 2 of them looked at Su Yuang at the same time. What did you just say? Songren cast, you said you called 2 last night too? Didn't you go with the flower girl? Where did you get 2? Lu Rend, bah. That's not the point is that you triggered the quest too? Su Yuang nodded, yeah, I'm up next too, investigating the weird locations around this city. There's another one who is Qingfeng her maid, just a little flower girl, not enough for me to stuff my teeth. Su Yuang said disdainfully. Showing off. Barely showing off. Investigating weird places in the neighborhood? What place? Songren cast a puzzled look at Su Yuang. The White Bone Graveyard, the Bright Light Temple, and the Black Wind Walled City, these places all have problems that make me probe for the truth, and I don't know how I can be considered to have probed for the truth. Su Yuang leisurely said as he rested his hand on the back of his head. Just to find out the truth, not to destroy the monsters? No need, the system doesn't say anyway. Hearing Su Yuang say this, the 2 people soured again. What's going on here? It's all about sleeping with 2. How come they both didn't trigger anything? Moreover, the Su Lunar Light mission was still only a probe type and didn't require the use of weapons, so this mission was too simple, right? AI, I wonder what quest we'll trigger. Songren cast a light sigh. Think on the bright side, maybe you guys will trigger a more difficult mission? Su Yuang comforted. The harder the task for him, the better, because then the rewards are better. Sungran casting. Is this a curse on them? Return to the city lord's mansion to order. And you came back willingly. Fan Jian's sultry eyes seemed as if all the world's injustices had converged on him. Smelling the ethereal fragrance of Su Yuang's body, he didn't even need to think about it to know that it was that of the Green Phoenix flower leader. The eyes were more sultry. Ha! Su Yuang gave a sarcastic laugh. Why is there one missing? Who else is missing? Second grade Ling Qingyu nodded once and realized that it was not right. Eventually, he converged his gaze on the Su Yuang few. There are a total of 5 third grades, where's the other one? Ling Qingyun frowned. There were 5 this time if he remembered correctly. A few of the men pretended not to notice the disgrace, glancing at each other and throwing secret glances. Mo Taichung sent a message in the group, and Fan Jian knew that Mo Taichung had gone on a mission. But the look is still there. We went to Qingfeng Mansion last night, but we didn't see him when we came back and thought he came back first. Su Yuang played dumb and said. I wonder where it went. Clear Wind House? Go 2 people to Qingfeng House and ask. Ling Qingshan looked at Su Yuang and frowned, always feeling that Su Yuang was hiding something from him. Yes. 2 people left. The rest of you listen up, the Lord of Hyunju City has been interrogated this morning. Ling Qingshan sat in the city master seat, brewed a cup of fragrant tea, lightly sipped tea to the beckoning. A henchman walked to the front of the crowd began to introduce. 15 days ago, Huang Hai, a 3rd-ranked Devil Suppressor guard on a mission in the Devil Suppressor Division, led 2 4th ranks to go to Black Wind Walled Village to check out the suspicious characters, but has not returned since he went. So the Jin Demon Division had people reported to the capital, and the 3 3rd-grade Jin Demon guards sent by the capital Jin Demon Division went to investigate, but in the end, these 3 Jin Demon guards had no return. City Lord Li Chenja said after our inquiries that these 3 did come to Peony City, but strangely did not go to Black Wind Walled City, but suddenly went out at night, not knowing where they went. And, early the next morning, it was discovered that the Jinmu Division had suddenly been massacred at some point, and a total of 30 Jinmu guards in Kyunju City were all confirmed dead. The body has been incinerated by Li Chenjiang, the Lord of Peony City, and the traces of the scene have been cleaned up. Now Li Chenjia City Lord destroys the evidence, has been ruled to handle the case ineffectively, destroy the evidence, exploitation of the people of the crime, and so on hereafter the completion of the task escorted back to the capital to send to the trial. After interrogation, the murder of the Jin Demon guards there are evil masters, the main means of the sword compulsion art, controlled the Jin Demon Division colleagues to kill each other. Order an evil demon to assist from the sidelines and cooperate with the evil cultivator to kill the people of my Demon Suppression Division. After the words were spoken, the talking Demon Suppressor Guard returned to the crowd. Ling Qingshan stepped forward at the right time. This time the matter is not simple. There are evil cultivators as well as evil devils united together. From the appearance of demons until now, I have never heard of such a bizarre thing. I suspect that there is a conspiracy, so I have already sent people to the capital to spread the message. Before that, we need to travel to 3 places to explore. The first white bone grave. After we interrogated it, the people who went here didn't come back, so we have to probe it. Check to see if there is an evil spirit, and if it has anything to do with the extermination of the Demon Suppression Division. Secondly, Ningguang Temple. This place seems to be infested with evil spirits, and some people have heard weird voices here, which are also within our scope of exploration. Thirdly, Black Wind Walled City. There are human traces here, so I suspect this is the evil cultivator stronghold. Split into 3 groups of people, go to 3 locations respectively, focus on probing, kill if you can, come back and report if you can't. I'll be here waiting for your news, understand? Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Songren cast a few glances at each other. This is too damn coincidental. Wasn't this the mission that CO Moonlight distributed? Chapter 40, even a dog is braver than you guys. Explore the White Bone Tomb and a few other places. Doesn't that fulfill the mission, by the way? Several people look at Su Yueguang with jealousy. This luck. Su Yueguang had an innocent look on his face, and he didn't expect that the top would arrange for someone to investigate. I'm also not sure if others checking in counts. He could only go to one place alone, and naturally he had to let the others go to several other places. The next step was to distribute the teams. The 3rd grade demon suppression guards naturally had to be separated, one person to a place. After the distribution, Su Yueguang and Fan Jian led a group of 2 4th grades to Ningguang Temple. Songren casts a few people forward to the White Bone Grave. Lu Ren, on the other hand, took a few people to Black Wind Walled City. Scouting was the main focus, and each man brought not many people, just 3 4th grades. The fewer people there are, the less likely they are to be found. The rest stayed in the city lord's mansion to await orders. Just as Su Yueguang and the others were preparing their equipment, the chat group also sent a message. Lu Rende, send a message in the group if something happens, and remember to be careful with everything. Just as several people were preparing to leave, the people who had gone to Qingfeng House returned. Report. 2 demon suppression guards walked in quickly. Say, where are the people? Ling Qingshan said seriously. At this time every 3rd character was the most important combatant and could not afford to lose. Report, we went to Qingfeng House to inquire, and as far as we understand, Mr. M.O., it seems, ransomed a hooker woman at Qingfeng House to leave the city of Peony. What? The hooker woman. Boo. Ling Qingshan angrily slapped the table, and the table fell apart on the spot, splitting into pieces. Doesn't your hand hurt if you keep shooting like this? Su Yueguang thought silently as she looked at Ling Qingshan's palm. Yes. The 2 4th grades bowed their heads, not daring to look at the angry Ling Qingyun. Running away for a hooker woman? Ling Qingyun's face was hard to see. Still running at this critical time when manpower is needed. Asshole. At this time when manpower was desperately needed, and the other party ran away at this time, Ling Qingyun almost didn't explode with anger. At my command, Mo Taichong, the 3rd grade demon suppressor guard of the Department of Demon Suppression, escaped from the battlefield, punishable as a deserter, and the 3rd grade demon suppressor guard Songren Throw is at your command. Yes. On my command, you don't have to go to the White Bone Tomb, Fan Jian goes. You take 3 4th graders and go forward to capture Mo Taichong. With a woman, he can't run fast enough, bring him back. Awaiting to be sentenced. Yes. Songren Throw's face suddenly changed, but it quickly returned to normal. Su Yueguang and the others were relieved to hear that the other party had Songren cast to arrest them. Song and cast will surely let go. Old Song, just do it for show, chase back for half an hour and say you didn't catch up. Lu Ren did said in the group. That's right, and that way you don't have to be punished, just say you didn't find it. This is a time when manpower is desperately needed, and he wouldn't dare do anything to you, so you'll leave after the game anyway. Fan Jian also said. Strangely enough, Songren cast silence and didn't respond, his eyes shifting in gloom and doom. Su Yueguang glanced suspiciously at Songren too, who didn't say anything and realized that Songren's face was terribly gloomy. He narrowed his eyes, as if sensing something, and didn't say anything. A tea break later. The crowd departed. Su Yueguang also traveled to Ningguang Temple with 3 4th grades. On the way, he also inquired about the temples of the common people. I've heard that strange noises come out of the Akatsuji temple at night. Others have noticed strange shadows appearing in it.
An odd sound in the middle of the night, is it an evil spirit or some demon? Does it show up during the day? But don't let no one be there during the day.
Su Yueguan was a little worried that those ghostly things only came out at night, so she couldn't just wait there.
What are we going to do, my lord? On the way to the Mingguan temple on horseback, a few fourth grades asked Su Yueguan. How? Of course it's to go into the bright light temple and take a look. Su Yueguan said without thinking. Huh?
A few fourth grades looked at each other in disbelief.
Isn't our main task to scout? Yeah, go in and explore, is there a problem? Su Yueguan casually said.
Would it be too dangerous?
A few fourth grades shrunk their necks. In case of danger, they couldn't even run. Danger? What danger could there be?
Su Yueguan saw the somewhat lewd 3/4 ranked Hans and realized that. That's it then, you guys wait outside, I'll go in and check it out, and as soon as something happens you guys go back and inform the Lord.
Aye. My lord. The four responded in unison. Dry and crisp, no hesitation. Su Yueguan. A dog is braver than you.
On this journey, far away from the city of Gyeongju, the population was getting sparse.
Mingguan Temple is not on the official road, but above the trail halfway up the hill.
The trail was deserted, and deep in the forest, there was a cloudy air. Eventually the horses were no longer able to move forward and several people had to walk up the hill.
My lord, this place is deserted and uninhabited. It is indeed easy to harbor demons and evil spirits.
A fourth grade demon suppression guard arched his hand and said.
There's no need for you to say it, I can see it too. Su Yueguan rolled her eyes. Demons and devils refer to plants and animals that have been cultivated to perfection. Evil spirits, naturally, refers to ghosts and zombies and other obscure things. Soon,
Su Yueguan saw an abandoned temple standing halfway up the mountain.
It was considerably larger than the temple they had rested at on the way.
The red walls and black tiles are somewhat dilapidated, but still standing. You guys stand guard at the door, I'll go in and check it out.
Yes. A couple of 4 pins just didn't think to go in. In case there are demons, you can't even run.
Su Yueguan pushed open the wooden door that was already a little rotten and soft.
Creak.
The crisp sound was very harsh and striking in this forest. Su Yueguan's push was like opening the door to time and space, and an old dusty smell came out.
What came into view was a dilapidated scene. Mossy, overgrown weeds.
The temple, which should have been empty and clean, was full of holes.
The lobby bushes for burning incense and worshipping the Buddha are rotting away. The statue of Buddha is full of cobwebs.
Su Yueguan first looked at the wishing fountain outside the lobby, which was already parched, and then came back to the lobby and swept inside, which didn't seem to be much. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it, but since the passing woodchopper heard something moving inside, that means there's definitely something wrong with it.
Su Yueguan didn't see anything, but he was sure there was something wrong. Is it hard to believe that you can really only see it at night? Su Yueguan stroked his chin and left the lobby.
Coming to the temple square and looking around the weeds, suddenly his eyes were sharp and he looked somewhere.
That? Chapter 41, Sneak Attack. That? Su Yueguan walked over to a pile of weeds. Crouch down and stare at the ground.
It was a skeleton, the slightest hint of flesh and blood on it had dried up, like a pig's bone that had been gnawed clean. But this bone was thin and small, not like a human's but like some animal's.
Great, my lord. Suddenly, the 3 people at the door trembled and called out Su Yueguan. What? Su Yueguan looked over impatiently. 3 cowards, how did they make it to the Jinmu guards? Great, my lord, behind you.
The 3 devil suppressor guards stared with wide eyes, their eyes terrified as if they had seen something horrifying.
Behind the finger Su Yueguan, the atmosphere does not dare to breathe one. Used as phonetic ka-ka. Just as the trio's words fell. Su Yueguan also heard the movement behind her. Boo! Without looking back, Su Yueguan fired a shot towards his back. Creaking and groaning.
Strange voices came from behind. Su Yueguan obediently rolled his donkey and placed a hide to the side, while pumping his eyes to look behind him. Eyes glazed over.
What a big pig. No, it's a spider. Not far from Su Yueguan was a very large spider that.
It was about 2 meters tall.
All polished and tan with airy textures.
The chelicerae were as long as chopsticks, and with this bite, it was feared that it could easily break a person's neck. Used as phonetic ka-ka. At that moment the spider was digging at its head with claws that were as sharp as swords, and there was a small ice crystal on its head, along with a green liquid. This was the damage caused by Su Yueguang not turning around and shooting just now. The spider also didn't expect Su Yueguang to give it a shot without even thinking about it, and it was so accurate. And it has a freezing attribute attached to it. If it hadn't dodged for that split second, the shot would have hit it in the eye and inflicted a serious injury. My lord is mighty. My lord is great. Your Excellency our model. Go for it. Plus Pete, are you guys just going to watch the show like this? Su Yueguang turned around and roared, these shameless things. Yes, yes, my lord said it earlier, let's hurry back and report that there is a third-grade great demon here. Yes, 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 hurry up and hurry up, we can't leave if the lord dies and we're being watched. The three of them immediately reacted and hurriedly fled the place. Chow is done. Those bastards. He can't sell out his teammates like that even though he commanded it. Forget it. Su Yueguang didn't care about a few people and looked towards the demon. Dealing with this demon first was the right thing to do. It's so big, it must be a blast to grill. Su Yueguang took the pistol in his hand and slowly raised it. Click. Seemingly noticing Su Yueguang's movements, the spider stopped its movements and became cautious as well. 8 eyes dripped to Su Yueguang. Su Yueguang's revolver made it feel that its life was threatened. Boo! Seeing that the spiders had stopped, Su Yueguang also stopped acting. Raise your hand and take a shot. Spiders are lithe, though, and don't just fight with their physical bodies. The 8 long legs jumped violently, dodging Su Yueguang's bullets. At the same time, he shot a ball of black spiderweb at Su Yueguang in midair. Toxic. Su Yueguang had little recourse but to roll over again and dodge. The means of attack is a bit low. After dodging the spider's attack, Su Yueguang also realized his shortcomings. After all, you've only been to 2 games, but you're in a game that belongs to a senior. With only the pistol as a means of attack, and with his opponent's eyesight and reaction speed surpassing that of a bullet, there was nothing he could do to him. Even with the addition of attribute points and a physique that far exceeded that of normal people, it was still no match for the monster. Then, Su Yueguang bought a few grenades in the game, and a claymore bomb. Against these monsters, it's more than appropriate to use these. Boo! After buying it, Su Yueguang didn't take it out immediately, but stood in place and shot it. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the temple, shots were fired. The pistol hardened the illusion of a machine gun for Su Yueguang to play. Sparks at the muzzle of a choke gun. Used as phonetic ka-ka. Revolver bullets poured out. The spider also kept dodging while spraying spider webs as well as venom at Su Yueguang. Anum. Nuisance. Sudden. A cloud of venom shot into Su Yueguang's body and face. Aha! Su Yueguang covered his smoldering face and screamed in agony as his pistol fell aside and rolled on the ground. Ah, my face, it hurts. Ah. I feel like I'm going to rot. Ah. You, so poisonous. Su Yueguang in the end finger spiders, then inclined his head, no sound. Spider? Why does it feel like CO Moonlight has a lot of drama? Dead? It always seemed a little odd. The spider slowly approached Su Yueguang and stopped 3 meters away from him. Looking towards Revolver, who was 2 meters away from Su Yueguang, his eyes seemed to be flickering with light. Su Yueguang would just attack with the revolver. It didn't know it was a pistol, but it knew that thing was dangerous to it. Sound of escaping laughter. A string of spider webs sprayed out, wrapping Revolver, followed by another cloud of liquid from his mouth, black venom spraying onto Su Yueguang. Another puff of smoke came out. Just in case it's not, it makes up for it one more time. This should be dead through. Spiders are still confident in their venom. The ones that have been hit with venom can do some damage anymore. Slowly, he came to Su Yueguang's side. Looking at Su Yueguang underneath him, the spider slowly lowered its head, as if to confirm whether Su Yueguang was dead or not. Sneak attack. Just then, Su Yueguang snapped her eyes open and threw something onto the spider's abdomen. Click. Click, click, click. The spider was so startled that it jumped several meters high. A jump to fly back to the original spot. Click, click, click. After returning to its original position, it still screamed strangely and flailed with its forelimbs, obviously terrified.
Chapter 42, A Few Centimeters. Spitting out the venom, Su Yuang wiped a handful of venom from her face. Is this considered spider spit? It's disgusting. It tastes bitter and astringent. Sick of him. Stop screaming and enjoy the art. Su Yuang looked at the spider still screaming strangely and grinned. What does it mean to be a professional? That's what it means to be a professional. Specializing in playing dead. The poison also boosted his physical attributes quite a bit. And thanks to spider. Otherwise it's not even possible to stick a clay bomb to a spider. Seo Tsukamitsu looked to the bomb of Nami's flashing red light in the spider's abdomen. Art that just explodes. Boo! Boom! The spider's abdomen exploded as violently as a watermelon falling to the ground. The shell instantly exploded, and black liquid and internal organs splashed out, spilling onto the ground. The spider wailed in pain and rolled over. Take it while you're sick. Su Yuang took out a few more grenades from his backpack and threw them towards the rolling spiders. No matter how high the kung fu is, one is still afraid of a chopper, and no matter how strong the demonic power is, one is still afraid of a grenade. Rumbling. Blown up by grenades at close range, and more than one grenade. Spiders have to die if they're not brick walls. A third-grade demon is just medium in this world. The strength is not strong or weak. It was blown to pieces under the grenades. Seeing Spider-Man get blown up, Su Yuang took out a Huazi and took a drag. Ding, attacked by toxic gases, lung vitality plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10, physical fitness plus 1, cellular activity plus 100, cellular resilience plus 500. A flurry of data was added to the. Su Yuang didn't smoke, but smoking under the reverse state could improve his physique, which was why he bought a pack. Ding, completing the Minghuang Temple exploration, quest progress is 1/3 complete. It's a third of the way done. Su Yuang exhaled a smoke ring. Finally, it's done. After leaving the temple, Su Yuang realized that the 3 demon suppressor guards were all gone. It really went back to report the news. These goons. Su Yuang cursed, came to the road to see. Fortunately, the horse left for him. Turning on his horse again, he rushed back to the city of Kyunju. This back and forth took almost an hour. On the way, Su Yuang realized that someone inside the group had sent a message. When he went in, he saw Mo Taichung scolding Songren for casting. But Songren cast no response. Mo Taichung, Songren throw, what are you dogs up to? Mo Taichung? How do you curse? Isn't Mok Taichung gone? By the way, Song and Throw went ahead and made the arrest. When he set off, Su Yuang noticed that there was something wrong with the other party's face. Now Mo Taichung scolded Songren Throw, who didn't return the message. Su Yuang had already roughly guessed the truth of the matter. Still have to go back and print it though. Just arrived near Gyeongju City. Su Yuang then realized that Ling Qingyun was speeding towards him with his men. What's that? Ling Qingyun and the others were startled to see Su Yuang. Monster! A humanoid monster all black. Su Yuang's entire body still had venom covering his clothes at this point. Be careful, my lord, the demon can ride a horse. Someone exclaimed. Seeing Su Yuang galloping from the distance, Ling Qingshan hurriedly called for the fiery horse to stop. Chow! I'm not a demon, I'm the 3rd-grade demon suppression guard Su Yuang ah. Seeing Ling Qingshan's hands surrounded by clear chi, Su Yuang was startled. Don't get killed by one of your own if you don't get killed by a spider. 3rd-grade Jin Demon Guard, where is Su Yuang? Demon, you killed my Jin Demon Guard and still want to impersonate him, I think you are looking for death. Ling Qingshan was not angry, the Qingqi on his hand became more solid. Nima. My lord, I'm Su Dailang ah. The character Moonlight ah. Why is Seo Moonlight called Seo Dalang? This matter is a bit awkward to talk about. Presumably the game name Jerome doesn't work too well as an ancient name. So the game of death changed his name, changing his name in this world to Seo Dalang. So in other people's memories, he was called Seo Dalang. Oro? Ling Qingyun's hand gave a beat as he looked Su Yuang up and down. All his clothes were black, and his head and face were covered with black, sticky venom. The face looks like it though. Are you really Co. De-chan? As true, my lord. How can I prove that you're real? Ling Qingshan frowned, as if he would kill Su Yueguang at the drop of a hat. I saw you the other night when I was peeing, Ling Qingshan's ding-dong is only a few centimeters. Before Su Yueguang could finish his sentence, his mouth was sealed by the other party. I'm convinced, shut up. Woo-woo. Su Yueguang nodded his head in a hurry. Unlock the sealing spell. Ling Qingshan looked at Su Yueguang covered in black liquid and wondered, what is this? My lord, this is the venom of a spider spirit. I was able to kill the third-grade spider spirit because I am not afraid of venom due to my physique. Originally so, line, I came here originally intended to go to help you, you are fine and also killed the spider spirit the best, we go back first. Since he is sure that Su Yueguang is himself, there is no need to delay here, how to kill he does not care, he can kill it. This is also not the time to count on such minutiae. Back inside the city lord's mansion. Entering the city lord's mansion on the front foot. The others came back on the back foot. The last one to come back was Song Rentu, and Song Rentu was escorting 2 more people. One fainted, and a woman. My lord, Mo Taichung and the hooker woman have been apprehended. Song Renthro came inside the living room with great strides, threw the unconscious Mo Taichung to the floor, and bowed his knees. Fan Jian and Lu Xiande watched from the side as if they were bronze bells frozen in place, staring incredulously at Song Ren casting. How? Why did Song Renthro bring Mo Taichung back? Looking at the injuries on Mo Taichung and Song Ren's casts, it seemed that the two had even fought. They're all players, why would Song Ren casting want to arrest Mo Taichung? Song Renthro. What are you doing? Randall Lu questioned the group. Chapter 43 What has been done, will be done again later. It doesn't make sense. Several people were shocked. Except for one person, Su Yueguang. Su Yueguang stood in place, looking at the captured Mo Taichung, not surprised, but rather certain of his suspicions. Instead of responding, Song Ren Cast simply exited the group chat. This infuriated a few others even more. Ling Qingshan nodded when he saw the captured Mo Taichung. Good. Very good. With a wave of Ling Qingshan's hand, several swords she chopped towards Mo Taichung in the horrified eyes of Song Renthro and the others. However, instead of cutting off Mo Taichung's hands and feet, he picked off Mo Taichung's tendons at a tricky angle. Ah! The screams rang out. Mo Taichung was awakened by the pain. Coming over, he saw a group of people surrounding him. Shook his scarred head. He then swept his eyes around and was shocked for a split second when he saw Su Yueguang. Finally, he fixed his eyes on Song Rentu's face, and his face became steeply ugly. Song Rentu. You! Why are you arresting me? Why? I ordered it, of course, tied up and put in the brig at your service. Ling Qingshan flicked his sleeve, and Mo Taichung was suddenly unable to say a word. But Mo Taichung couldn't speak, but he could curse in the chat group. But after Lu Ren reminded a sentence that Mo Taichung was not in the chat group, the gas suddenly did not come out. What the hell happened? Fan Jian inquired in the group. What happened? That asshole met and sneaked up on us. I thought he was just doing it for show, but I didn't expect him to really do it and finally knock me out and brought me back. Mo Taichung exploded with anger all. He was about to escape from here with the hooker artiste, but then a Song Ren cast was killed, and now his arms and legs were jumped and picked off, and he would probably face failure in his mission now. Why would he do that? Fan Jian frowned. Hell no. That scumbag. Mo Taichung was furious. Alright, things are probed clearly, report one by one, Su Yueguang you first. After stamping Mrs. Mo down, Ling Qingshan sat back down again, signaling the crowd to report back. Su Yueguang stepped forward. My subordinate found only one spider spirit in Mingguang Temple, which has now been eliminated. Good, we'll discuss the rewards when we return to the capital after things are done here. Fan Jian? Fan Jian stepped forward. Your Excellency, there are ghosts present in the White Bone Graves and there are quite a few of them. I suspect that these ghosts have something to do with the death of the demon division of the town of Peony. Ling Qingshan was thoughtful, her slender fingers rhythmically tapping the chair. How strong is the strength? As far as we saw, the strongest one had a ghost general level evil spirit. Ghosts are categorized into wandering souls, stern ghosts, ghost generals, ghost kings, and ghost emperors. Wandering spirits do no harm, at most they affect one's mind. Night ghosts can already kill people by mesmerizing their minds, and they can even possess human bodies to control them.
The Ghost General can already take form and use spells. Ghost Generals for just seeing it? Ling Qingshan stood up violently. Ghost General, equivalent to a third-grade demon suppression guard. If there are 3 of them just seen, there is a good chance that there are second-grade monsters among them. Yes, I suspect that there is a Ghost King level existence in the White Bone Graveyard. Fan Jian was also serious. Who? Ling Qingshan took a deep breath and sat back down again, looking at Lu Xuanda. What's the situation at Black Wind Walled City? The third-grade expert is within the Black Wind Walled City, and looking at that appearance it seems to be an evil cultivator. I didn't dare to go too far, so I only saw the 3rd grade, and I'm not sure if the 2nd grade exists. It's 3rd grade again. When did 3rd grade suck? Ling Qingshan stroked his forehead. Clearly this matter had gone beyond his predictions. This is not a simple matter. I'm going to report it to the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division through a secret method. You guys go down first and stand by for orders. Yes. Su Yuang and the others went down in unison. Have you completed your mission? Fan Jian came over to Su Yuang's side, and together they came inside the garden of the City Lord's mansion. My hidden mission is complete and I can leave the death game anytime. Lu Ren, who followed beside him, was startled. Finished so quickly? Songren Cast didn't follow him this time, but went elsewhere by himself. He also knew that what he had done this time had clearly offended a few people, and that he was looking for a scolding even if he followed over again. Yes, but a quest of this difficulty probably won't have any good rewards, so I'm planning to do a few more hidden quests. Su Yuang said lightly. Pick it up again? Are you crazy? You can die at any time within the game of death. If you don't finish the game mission you'll have to stay in this world for the rest of your life. Fan Jian exclaimed. Su Yuang was able to see that although Fan Jian was not the same as the average man, but he did treat him well, and the person was not that bad. Strong people don't fear any challenges. Only by going through the 7 challenges will I be able to become a true strong person. Su Yuang put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. You've been watching too much ING Pluto. With the 7-fold challenge, I'm afraid people are picking them off. They'd have a hard enough time doing it once, let alone 7 times. Su Lang, this time it's because you're lucky that you got such a simple mission. The later missions won't necessarily be so simple. Su Yuang looked at the sky. Simple and difficult don't have the power of my choice, only the fate of being chosen by me. What has been done will be done again. What has been done will be done again. Having been challenged, I am no longer afraid of challenges. It's crazy. It's ING crazy. The corners of Lu Ren's mouth twitched, and at the same time there was some sadness. Why is it that someone with a bit of a brain problem like Su Yuang has already completed the mission, but they haven't seen the shadow of the mission yet? It's ING unconscionable. Lu Shende feels like what's going on in this world. By the way, what's going on with Song Ren's cast? Why did he bring Mo Taichung back? Fan Jian said. I'm afraid I'll have to ask Song Ren casting about this matter. Lu Ren was also angry when he spoke about this matter. The 5 of them players had neither grudges nor interests entangled in this world. Just like that, Song Ren cast also captured Mo Taichung back, resulting in having his arms and legs picked off, so maybe the mission won't be completed. Song Ren cast's behavior had undoubtedly angered them. Song Ren throw can take on Mo Taichung, but what about them? This matter, I probably guessed a little bit. Su Yuang suddenly said. You guessed? Guessed what? Chapter 44, A Master of One Piece. If I'm not mistaken, he should have received a mission from the Game of Death. Game of Death quest? Several people looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Fan Jian's face changed drastically, and he seemed to have thought of something as well, as his body shook. When Mo Taichung defected and Ling Erpin issued the order, at that time, I felt that there was something wrong with Song Ren's face when he threw himself in. If I'm not wrong, he should have received the order to capture Mo Taichung at that time. Su Yuang stroked his chin in thought. Arrest Mo Taichung. Lu Ren exclaimed. That's good, only this can explain why he laid his hands on Mo Taichung. You guys have experienced so many death games, you should be well aware of the cruelty of death games. During my second game of death it was a game of werewolf, and in the end only 2 players survived. There were supposed to be 4 of them and 2 of them killed each other because they were suspicious of each other. To be able to kill each other just for the sake of suspicion, I guess if we can finish the mission and leave this world, we won't hesitate even if we kill all of us, right? This kind of mission that sacrifices others for one's own survival is indeed the style of death games. Fan Jian was silent. Making players kill each other seems to be a bad taste in death games. Regularly this type of task comes up. Lu Xiandi also stopped talking because they weren't sure if they would make the same choice when they encountered this situation. So, Song Rinthro is also just trying to survive for himself. However, he sacrificed Mo Taichong, and if no one saves Mo Taichong, his mission will definitely not be completed. Su Yueguang shrugged his shoulders. Saving? The two looked up at Su Yueguang, then lowered their heads again. They don't risk their lives to save each other. If Ling Qingshan found out, maybe even they would be implicated. Not to mention, it was impossible to save it under Ling Qingshan's eyes. About midday. After Su Yueguang took a shower and changed her clothes, Ling Qingshan summoned the crowd over. The secret order has been sent back. This is not a simple matter. The capital will send a big person to come. Suddenly we can just do a good job of welcoming it. We don't have to deal with the rest, just be at our disposal. Ling Qingshan said lightly as he sat in the city lord's seat. The face was calm and ready. Yes. Su Yueguang answered, and there was a refined light flashing in the bottom of his eyes, as well as some excitement. A big shot in the capital, this is not a simple matter? Doesn't that mean there will be more difficult hidden quests to trigger? If Ling Qingshan's second grade was so strong, how strong would the first grade be? You third grade ones, come with me, I have something to say to you. Ling Qingshan led several people to the back garden. Now that it's just you for third grade, I won't hide it from you, the crisis this time may be beyond your imagination. The matter involves the secrets of the former dynasty, so don't ask too many questions, just do as you're told, understand? Yes, my lord, what should happen to the Black Wind Cottage and the White Bone Grave? Wait for the two seniors of the first grade to come and deal with it. The Black Wind Wall and the White Bone Grave are the remnants of the former dynasty and evil cultivators on the one hand, and evil spirits that disturb the earth on the other. This time, we must cut off the roots and eliminate the roots. Ding, triggering a group mission to eliminate the two forces of Black Wind Wall and White Bone Grave. All players can accept it. Rewards will be distributed according to the number of kills. The crowd's ears perked up as the mission was sent out. Su Yueguang was overjoyed. Ding, player Jerome picks up the quest. Fan Jian froze, Su Yueguang really dared to claim it. Ding, player Fan Jian receives the quest. Ding, player Lu Rend receives the quest. Neither Song Rinthro nor Mo Taichong collected it. Mo Taichong was desperate. Song Rin casting had already completed one mission, and Su Yueguang didn't know why he stayed here, but thought that he had some purpose. At night, Su Yueguang went to find Ling Qingshan again and came out late at night. Early the next morning, Song Rin cast a few people received a shocking news. Mok Taichong has been rescued. Mo Taichong ran away? Ling Qingshan became furious. Boo! Another table became shattered. My lord, if the other party can be saved under your eyes, I think their strength definitely exceeds the third rank, and they must be those evil demons outside the city. When the two seniors come here, we'll eliminate them in one fell swoop. Su Yueguang righteously stepped forward. Phew! Ling Qingshan's shoulders were shaking with anger, his face was ugly and his fists were clenched. Those evil spirits, today when the two seniors come here they will surely kill him without leaving a single piece of armor. Ignore him for now. Anyway, the tendons of the hands and feet have been picked off by me, and everyone will be punished for those chaotic traitors of the Black Wind Wall. These are the big things. Yes. Songren cast a somewhat ugly look on his face when he heard Mo Taichong leave, while glancing at the Su Yueguang several people. If the others don't know, doesn't he? Mo Taichong, which is some kind of evil demonic cohort, it must be Su Yueguang's several people to find a way to save away. To be able to save Mo Taichong under the second rank, how exactly did Su Yueguang and the others do it? At first light of the sun, the two first-grade experts were finally here. Su Yueguang and the others had also finally seen the wonders of this world. In the sky, a white crane slowly flew towards Kyunju City, and even though it was more than 1,000 meters from the ground, they could still see it. You can imagine how big this crane is, not bigger than an airplane, but definitely bigger than a helicopter. Flying with a crane, there are actually such big cranes in this world. There are demons in this world, and naturally there are flying demons, so it's not that hard to take in one that can fly. A few people were having a heated discussion in the group. Chirp! The hissing sound resounded through the world. After the white crane hissed, two black dots suddenly fell from its back. The black dot was becoming clearer and clearer in the sky. The distance is getting closer and closer. Su Yueguang and the others could see that it was two silhouettes even as they stood at the city gates. Immortal style, sleeves and robes bulging, descending from the sky. So powerful. This is already considered an immortal. Is this the lord of the first rank? Ling Qingshan's eyes solidified, silence. Yes. N. The crowd was a bit excited. Could they not be excited to see a first-rate product that they normally wouldn't be able to see? This represents the highest combat power of the Zhou dynasty. Exhale. The two men fell from a height of thousands of meters, their speed suddenly decreasing as they fell almost close to the ground. But the airflow brought down still stirred up a large amount of dust on the ground. Su Yuang looked at those two. The two men's robes bulged and their temperament was outstanding, just landing 10 meters away from the crowd. One was a middle-aged man with a stoic face, and another was a crane-haired old man with a dragon-headed walking stick in his hand. A walking stick made from a dragon's head is unusual in this day and age. Su Yuang secretly said in her heart while covering her eyes. Dust rose and obscured the crowd. A few moments later the dust cleared and the two men came towards the crowd. With a single step, in the blink of an eye, the two arrived in front of Ling Qingshan. Situation. The steady middle-aged man had an expressionless face and 3 scars over his eyes, as if he had been scratched out by some monster. Chapter 45 Heartwarming Compulsion, First Grade Means. So it's Elder Forgetfulness and Lord Green Dragon. Ling Qingshan hurriedly bowed his head when he saw the visitor and said with an arch. There's no need to salute, this time the situation is urgent, it concerns the remnants of the former dynasty, and His Majesty has ordered that not a single one be left behind. Speak directly about the situation. Qinglong's face with a bit of stubble had a stoic countenance, and he didn't seem to like nonsense. Yes. There are currently a total of 3 suspicious spots around Gyunju City. Black Wind Wall, White Bone Ridge, Bright Light Temple. Bright Light Temple has been scouted out. It was a spider spirit that was causing trouble, and it has now been decapitated. As for the Black Wind Wall, it's a place where the remnants of the former dynasty as well as some evil cultivators converge, and the White Bone Ridge is where demons and devils live side by side. Ling Qingyun was originally a stable Confucian, but in front of the 2 first grades, he still couldn't help but be a little nervous. Understood, whoever went to scout these 3 places, step forward. The crane-haired old man was Forgetfulness, and at this moment, he opened his mouth. His voice was a bit old, but it carried a special affinity. Even if it was an order, one couldn't afford to be uncomfortable. Swish, swish, swish. Together with Fan Jian and a few others, a total of 12 people all came out. Aside from Su Yuang who dared to look directly at the old man, the rest of the few people all hung their heads and did not dare to raise their heads. Well, it's not bad, there are 12 people in total, the other party has controlled the minds of 6 people, they should be the ones who went to White Bone Ridge and Black Wind Wall. It wasn't a total loss. The crane-haired Forgetfulness looked at the 12 people in front of him and lightly stroked his beard. Controlling 6 people? What does Elder Forgetfulness mean by this? Ling Qingshan's face sank slightly. What else could it mean? Just literally. Forgetfulness raised her hand and pressed lightly downward with her overhand. Boo! The Jin demon guards looked like they were under invisible pressure. 6 of them knelt on the spot, the pressure crushing them to the point of gasping for air. Kneeling the lapis lazuli floor all cracked into pieces. Roar! In front of the pressure, several people among the Jin demon guards suddenly let out low roars like wild beasts and struggled madly. But halfway through the struggle, his bones creaked as he was crushed by the stronger gravity. What's the situation? The other surrounding demon suppressor guards saw the scene and hurriedly scattered away from these people. When Su Yuang looked over, he saw that weird lines suddenly appeared on the faces of those 6 people, while their bodies trembled as if they wanted to forcefully break free from their bonds. The art of compulsion, a dirty trick. Forgetfulness was not surprised to see the reaction of these 6 people, and his face remained calm. With a flick of his fingers, a ball of light flew out and transformed into 6 rays of light that flew into the heads of the 6 people. Anum. Pattering sound. The ball of light had just disappeared within the heads of several people when the 6 fell forward. The face slammed straight into the ground like a corpse and stopped moving. When was this hit? I actually didn't even see the abnormality. Ling Qingyun looked at the 6 and opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. The bewitching compulsion, the person who is under the compulsion is no different from a normal person, and it will only strike when the owner of the compulsion urges it on. It should have been hit when we went to explore. The parasites drilled into people's bodies. The 4th grade is not easy to detect. The 3rd grade would have been detected, which is why the 2 third grades weren't hit. Forgetfulness explained. These people are fine, just lifting the compulsion poison in their bodies. After a while they will be able to wake up.
Bring it back inside the city lord's mansion later. Yes. The rest of you. Forgetfulness looked at the rest of them, eventually locking onto Yuang. You're the one who killed that spider spirit? How did the other guy know? How does the other guy know? A flash of suspicion flashed in Yuang's eyes. Nodded, a little spider spirit, not enough. Young people these days really aren't modest at all, here's your reward. Forgetfulness let out a laugh, seemingly amused, seeming to have a point.
After saying that, he flexed his fingers again and a ray of light disappeared into Yuang's mind again.
Yuang was startled and thought what the other party wanted.
The result was not in his mind, and he realized that he had an additional set of sword techniques in his mind. The name is Thousand Autumn Sword Technique. Alright, let's go back to the city lord's mansion first. It's time to discuss how to deal with these things.
Back to the city lord's mansion.
Yuang came to be interested in the unsmiling Xinglong as well as the forgetful old man. Xinglong hadn't put up a fight yet, but old man Forgetful's methods were very divine. Just by moving his hand, he made the 4th grade demon suppression guards fall to the ground without any resistance. With a casual gesture, a gong method was transmitted to him.
The end is magical.
Inside the city lord's mansion, Forgetfulness sat in the main seat, and Green Dragon sat in the secondary seat. This mission was supposed to be just a small thing, but I didn't expect to relocate so many things. Your Majesty, now that the dynasty has just been greatly unified and has yet to be stabilized, these chaotic officials will only be able to make trouble for a while at this time. Forgetfulness's voice was as flat as water, no joy or anger could be heard. Nowadays, it's the time to use people, so we can't delay here for too long. The Black Windwall and the White Bone Rage are raccoons of the same tribe, and since they were both parasitized by the same person, it means that these two evil devils and foreigners have joined together, and the other one is bound to lash out if we go to one. Forgetfulness, it's just a bunch of villains, there's no need to be so serious, why don't one of us go to a place? Xinglong said as he sat upright in his seat. But this is a bit unusual.
Are you worried that someone is deliberately luring us forward? Xinglong frowned.
Fan Jian and the few others listening to the conversation between the two only felt that their brains were a bit inadequate.
Not bad, from the time of the incident at the Peony State Demon Suppression Division to the time of the discovery of the remnants of the former dynasty to more than half a month. The people of the previous dynasty were stupid and arrogant, but not so confused that they were waiting for us to clean them up. Forgetfulness's cloudy eyes steeply blossomed into a brilliant light. Chapter 46, The Immortals Means. You mean they've already prepared how to deal with us? Xinglong and Forgetfulness spoke to each other. It confused those in the room. At this time martial artists were predominant and wise men were in the minority. These 4th grades like the Jinmu division are all mangaka. Anyone with a bit of a brain is a wizard that comes along once in decades. Yuang's few people did understand a little bit, this seemed to be a conspiracy. Counting the plots of the two men. He even started counting the two when the Demon Suppression Division was in trouble. It's a small matter to deal with us, but I'm afraid it's not just us they're scheming against. Forgetfulness said softly, counting the time, it has been 3 years since His Majesty pacified the world. 3 years, enough for these people to bide their time and recover. Xinglong narrowed his eyes, you mean, these people want to revolt? Rebellion? Ling Xingyun's calm as water face finally changed. The other side's ultimate goal is to rebel. Forgetfulness didn't even look at Ling Xingyun. If I'm not wrong, the other party was paying attention to us when we arrived, and now they might have already discussed how to deal with us, right? The 4 first-rate experts of the Demon Suppression Division, Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, plus this awful old man of mine. Xuanwu has to guard the capital, and White Tiger and Vermilion Bird have important matters and are too impatient to come to such an occasion. You mean the other party has already guessed that the people are you too? Ling Xingyun was dumbfounded, the other party was too powerful. Fan Jian and the others were frozen in place next to him. Is this the big guy? Just ING came in and guessed so many things. The other guy didn't do anything, did he? Just asking them a few questions here and there and guessing so much? Yuang was unimpressed, and at the same time had some bad taste in his mouth. Wouldn't it be interesting if these two bigots guessed wrong? You'd love for me to be wrong in my speculations? At that moment, Forgetfulness suddenly looked at Yuang. The crowd also looked at Yuang. Yuang's face stagnated, then his pupils dilated to look at Forgetfulness. Can the other person hear his heart? Is it hard to believe that it's some kind of spell?
It's not a spell, and I don't have the heart to use any spells on a third-ranked demon suppression guard. It's just a matter of guessing what you're thinking by the look on your face. You've got some nerve. You're the only one in the room who dares to look me straight in the eye.
This. You can still play like that? The corners of Su Yueguang's mouth twitched. This skill bullpen. Su Yueguang lowered his head, can't afford to mess with it and still can't hide from it.
It's a damn good guess that he washes his hair upside down.
What's that thing about washing your hair upside down? Forgetfulness looked odd.
Su Yueguang jerked her head up to look at Forgetfulness.
Yuing just said you didn't use any spells on him.
Don't tell me that you can still see what's going on in your heart through your expression with your head down.
Oh, just use a spell to see what you're thinking if you're curious.
Forgetfulness didn't look at Su Yueguang anymore, then looked outside the city lord's mansion. If my expectations aren't wrong, counting the time, the people who want to deal with us should be about to start making their moves as well, right?
Report.
My lord, something has happened, my lord. Outside, there were a few guards running quickly towards the inside of the city lord's mansion.
These are the officers and soldiers of Gyeongju Castle.
Ling Qingshan frowned when he saw the sudden intrusion of several panicked guards.
What's happening that's so panicky?
The head of a person gasping for air, pointing to the outside of the city of Gyeongju, not coming up for air, said.
City, strange smoke floated from outside the city, and whenever it touched the smoke, all the people in the smoke fell down.
The smoke has spread over this way now, my lord, what shall we do?
Coming.
Xinglong stood up violently, his eyes glazed over as he.
Go out and look. Forgetfulness nodded. The crowd arrived outside the city lord's mansion.
Sure enough, green mist drifted from all directions of the street in the distance. Some of the people on the street who were loitering or buying groceries stood still and watched the green mist with some confusion. But after being wrapped in the mist, it was as if these people had been struck in the back of the head and unconsciously collapsed, not knowing whether they were alive or dead.
What's this? Suki Akari-seo, what are you doing?
I'll go see what it is.
Ling Qingshan was wondering what kind of poison it was when he suddenly saw Su Yueguang running into the thick fog at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and was startled.
Ding, infested by necrotic poison, conscious alertness plus 100 plus 100, cellular activity plus 100 plus 20 plus 50, cellular strength plus, cellular resilience plus 20 plus 30 plus.
Cool. Su Yueguang stood in place like a spring breeze. Take this time to boost your strength, so you'll be in the spirit to fight later.
This, Xinglong frowned, seeing Su Yueguang in the midst of the poisonous mist was not affected in the slightest, somewhat puzzled. That's right, I remembered, he has a special physique that doesn't fear poisons, and he came back from the bright light temple with the spider spirit's poison.
Ling Qingshan explained. But what is he doing rushing into the poisonous fog now?
Xinglong asked as he looked at the cool and high Su Yueguang in confusion.
Ling Qingshan. Alright, whatever he's doing, it's good to have the poisonous mist dispersed. Forgetting to hammer the walking stick in his hand gently, the lapis lazuli plate on the ground cracked and the dragon head walking stick stuck in the ground. Forgetfulness then raised his hands and joined them together to form a seal. Slowly said. Sundown character, break wind. Boom. As soon as the words fell, fiercely, with forgetfulness as the center, a storm of no less than tornado power violently erupted. The wind swirls and the sand flies. Like the waves of the sea as the center of the crowd to the streets in all directions surging pang by whistling away. All of them subconsciously closed their eyes, their robes bulging and their whiskers fluttering in the wind. A few fourth grades could barely even stabilize themselves in this gale and were blown away. Boom! The leaves on the ground were swept up, the gates were blown back and forth, and the whole city, swept by a gale of wind, was. Some of the clothes that the little ladies had been hanging out to dry were blown into the air, and even some of the belly buttons flew into other people's homes. Before those poisonous mists spread to the front of the Jin demon guards, they were forced out of the city by this gale and rolled into the mountains and forests to dissipate into nothingness. Hiss! Su Yueguang was stunned when he saw this tactic. He still underestimated the battle power of this world. That's already a divine tactic, isn't it? So how strong should the strongest Zhang Jiao be? Let's go and meet these evil demons. Forgetfulness was back to her usual self after using Sundown. White Crane! Green Dragon called out. Chirp! In the sky, outside the city, flew a huge white crane with wings even bigger than a house, flying at a low altitude sticking to the city towards the crowd. Chirp!
A hissing sound came from his mouth, as if to remind them to go up.
Everyone up.
The green dragon said, taking the first leap himself and jumping up towards the sky, a jump that was at least 30 meters high.
Nima. How is this going to go up? If I hadn't raised my attributes, I wouldn't have been able to get up there.
Su Yueguan looked at the white crane and cursed. Even though it was flying close to the city, the white crane was more than 10 meters high from the ground. Su Yueguan looked to the house next to him and hurriedly stomped on the wall a few times to get to the roof of the house, heaved a little on the roof and jumped into the void.
Phew!
The white crane below happened to fly by, and Su Yueguan happened to land on the back of the white crane. Swish swish swish. After Su Yueguan jumped up, the others also came up using various methods.
There are just a few 4th grades left who don't have enough power to stay in place and stare blankly at the white crane flying away, with their mouths open, not knowing what to spit out. You few, watch over the prisoners in the city lord's mansion and free the people.
Ling Qingyun's voice reached the ears of several people.
Yes. A few people were delighted. It was a good job, they didn't have to go out, and they got to frolic with the windswept women in their cells. Where are the people? Su Yueguan looked down from the sky feeling the wind whistling in front of him. Riding a white crane, that's a first.
The white crane circled around the city, looking for the person who had put the poison in, but the dense forest was all below them and nothing could be seen.
Think you can't find them by hiding? Forgetfulness said.
At the same time, he raised his hand again and made a seal.
Kanshui, the river of quicksand. Buzz. From the void, monstrous waves violently appeared, surging towards the forest near the city.
The waves were raging, like a dam that had been accumulating and pouring for months, and like the Milky Way, pouring into the forest.
In the blink of an eye, it wrapped the forest near the city.
Forgetfulness then continued to make seals without stopping his hand, and
the wordjin, thunder moves the 9 heavens. Rumble.
The sky and the earth changed in color, the thunder clouds converged, in which there were white thunder dragons galloping and raging like wild horses in the black clouds. Forgetfulness had actually changed the heavenly situation in this neighborhood with his own power.
Chapter 47, Taking Off the Clouds, Black Wind Walled City.
Songren Cast and others have long looked dumbfounded. This change in the greatness of the sky and the earth, beyond their imagination, the gods means more than this.
That's sick. That's a pint? Fan Jian was shocked and dumbfounded as he looked down at the mountains and rivers below. Drop. Forgetfulness clapped his hands together, his eyes flashing with thunderous aura. Rumble. The city was about to be destroyed by black clouds, and the mountains and rivers were shattered by the thunderous movement of the 9 heavens. Falling thunderstorms violently descended from the thunderclouds and struck at the monstrous river.
Water conducts electricity, and the current spreads through the river when it touches it. Su Yueguan smacked his lips as he watched. Not only was this old man's brain good and strong, he actually knew that water could conduct electricity.
The average ancient person doesn't know that much. Nuisance.
The rolling river that covered the forest was constantly struck by falling thunder. The falling thunder was as dense as raindrops, and the split rivers even evaporated to produce a blanket of water mist. But no sooner had the water spray been created than it was dispersed by a fresh breeze. At the same time, a smoldering black dot emerged from under the water with black smoke billowing from its body and floated to the surface of the water, rippling with the waves.
That's the enemy hiding under the water.
Originally thought, still think just a little water current, it is not relevant at all. Applying spiritual power, they can also breathe under the water. Did not expect that the next thing that came was the current. Numbing their bodies with electricity, they passed out under the water.
Too perverted, this old man should never be messed with.
Lu Ren sent a message in the group, his body trembling a little.
Luckily it wasn't with this old man as an opponent, otherwise they wouldn't be dead.
To casually make a seal was to have heavenly thunder rolling and mountains and rivers toppling, so just how terrifying was that true strength? A bunch of curmudgeons, these are minions, Green Dragon.
Forgetfulness looked to the Green Dragon next to him. Green Dragon nodded.
I'll go to White Bone Ridge, you go to Black Wind Walled City.
Beware of the enemy's deception. I know.
Green Dragon craned his neck. It's been a while since I've done anything, so it's a good time to warm up.
Between the craning of his neck, he seemed to be able to see what ancient tattoos were tattooed on it.
Split into 2 teams, you come with me and the rest of you go forward with Forgetfulness.
Xinglong looked towards Su Yueguan. Hey. Me? Su Yueguan pointed at herself.
Not bad, you have a special physique, you can follow me, the others follow Castle Peak following forgetfulness, immortal technique? Taking off the clouds and driving the mist. The green dragon also made a seal. A white cloud converged on the back of the white crane, forming a thick white cloud that was as soft and lovely as cotton candy floating on the back of the crane. Come up. Xinglong looked at Su Yueguan with a flat face. Su Yueguan looked at the white clouds at the bottom of Xinglong's feet. This is excessive, the Monkey King's tactics are out. Jumping up, the two left the large group and flew in one direction. Senior Green Dragon, this kind of immortal technique must be very precious, right? Su Yueguan looked at the clouds under his feet and didn't dare to move. If this fell, even if he had a reversal, he wouldn't be able to withstand the impact. Want to learn? Xinglong glanced at Su Yueguan. The eyes that were etched with 3 traces carried a bit of playfulness. It's quite a desire to learn, can you teach? Su Yueguan nodded truthfully. You are honest, I didn't see the wrong person. Xinglong nodded. This kind of immortal law is not much in the Zhou dynasty. Each kind of regular people have to spend many time and energy to learn. Most of all, it also needs to have spiritual power in the body. There is no trace of spiritual power in your body, you can't learn it. Xinglong shook his head with his hands behind his back. It's a pity. Su Yueguan also shook her head with some regret. But I can pass on your cultivation techniques. The green dragon's words changed. Just tell me what you want me to do, senpai. Even if Su Yueguan was stupid, he knew that the other party could not give it for nothing. Nothing else, worship me. Su Yueguan looked at Xinglong's gentle eyes and rubbed. What's with the ambiguous look? Master, I can accept everything except Brokeback Mountain. Worshipping such a strong person as a master, a blessing that ordinary people could not even beg for in 8 lifetimes, he naturally wouldn't be polite, but selling his body was absolutely out of the question. Brokeback Mountain? What's that? How to explain it? It's just, barring that, 2 guys XXO. Green Dragon. What kind of stuff goes on in your kid's head all day? Even the burly and stoic Green Dragon couldn't help but twitch a bit at the corners of his mouth at this moment. Never mind, since you've called me master then. Worship right, go back and make up for it. Now first pass on a basic technique to you. Cultivating chi in the early stages and spirit in the later stages, this is a chi cultivation technique, and as long as you cultivate it to the great circle, you can start cultivating spirit. Your roots are good, in about a month, you should be able to fuse and integrate, forming the aura into a large circumference in your body. Xinglong explained clearly, while reaching out to make a point on Su Yueguan's forehead. Another gongfu was transmitted into Su Yueguan's mind. The 3rd grade guards of the Demon Suppression Division are carefully selected. Your identity should be fine, cultivate well in the future, it's not that easy to be my disciple. Xinglong's thick voice made Su Yueguan quite peaceful. Thank you, master. Su Yueguan glanced at the secret book in his mind, called the Embracing Spirit Technique, which had 4 stages in total. Practicing chi, transforming the spirit, containing the spirit, and achieving great success. Su Yueguan didn't hesitate, and while there was still some time left, she immediately sat on a cloud and attempted to cultivate. With the green dragon by his side, he wasn't afraid of anything going wrong. Seeing Su Yueguan cultivate just like that, Xinglong's eyes flashed with approval and was quite pleased. There are no geniuses in this world, only those who work hard and diligently make it to the top. Diligence can make up for clumsiness. Choose the right direction to work hard to go on, the future will be a straight road. Provided, of course, that the right direction is chosen. Going the wrong way and trying harder is useless. Here it is. About 10 minutes later. The clouds stopped. Su Yueguan opened her eyes, and there was some speechlessness in her eyes. How is it? Can you feel the spiritual power contained in the heaven and earth? Seeing Su Yueguan open her eyes, Xinglong was concerned. Su Yueguan was now considered his disciple, so naturally he should be concerned. Feel it, master, I'm trying to introduce the formation of the great circumference within my body. Trying to draw aura into your body so soon? Xinglong's slightly cloudy eyes lit up. Not bad, I still underestimated your qualifications. If you work hard on your cultivation in the future, you will definitely be able to become a strong party. Su Yueguan just cultivated and felt the aura and tried to draw the spirit into his body. Then after trying for half a day, the result was that the aura all poured out, came in and disappeared, came in and disappeared. He was puzzled for half a day before realizing that it was caused by his reversal skill. At this moment, after Su Yueguan stopped cultivating, voices kept coming from her mind. Ding, spirit power in body +1 +1 +2.
Cultivation will not become stronger. Instead of cultivation, the spiritual power in the body will automatically grow. That would be very nice. Excitement flashed in Su Yueguang's eyes. In the future, where is the use of any effort to cultivate, just be salty? This reversal skill and cultivation are a perfect match. Master, father, do you have the certainty to deal with the evil cultivators in here? Suddenly there was an extra master, and it was a bit of a bad call. Xinglong regained his stoic expression and revealed a slightly profound smile after hearing this. I'm good at physical kung fu, not go. OD at dealing with ghosts and monsters? Old man forgetfulness is good T dealing with evil spirits and ghosts, though. But dealing with these evil devils and foreigners? It's as simple as eating and drinking water for me. Oh, that's good. Su Yueguang nodded his head, which was a relief. He just needed to lie down and win. While talking, the two of them had already arrived inside the Black Wind-walled city, which looked like a small fortress. Dealing with evil devils and foreigners is as simple as eating and drinking. How about dealing with us demons and evil spirits? Jia. The two had just entered the Black Wind-walled city, when suddenly a black mist swept in, instantly wrapping the two in it. Chapter 48, Corpse Demon King, shouting what comes what immortal technique. Click click click. Jaga jaga. GGG. Within the black mist, strange laughter reached the ears of Su Yueguang and Xinglong. Ding, attacked by Yin Qi, soul strength +1/+1 physique +1/+1 airblood +1/+1/+1 sobriety +10/+10. This is Yin Qi. Su Yueguang said. Things seem to be getting a little rough. Shouldn't Yin Qi be unique to ghosts? Instead of those evil cultivators, the Black Wind Cottage seems to have turned into a ghost. The green dragon yeeped softly. However, his face remained calm, and his stern eyes scanned the surroundings. Ghosts? Why? GGG. That strange cock-like, shrill, piercing voice came again. Of course it's a special change of ground to deal with you guys. Did you anticipate that I would come here, and that's why you exchanged places with the evil spirits of the White Bone Ridge? Not bad, I admit, you guys do have some brains. Xinglong praised a sentence, at the same time glanced at the side of Su Yueguang, saw Su Yueguang is still calm and relaxed, without the slightest panic in the eyes of the trace of praise more and more intense color. Su Yueguang picked his nose, so they are all evil spirits. He also struggled a bit more when facing some powerful evil cultivators. He was upgrading his entire body all the time in the face of this spiritual type of assault. Master, they switched positions targeting you. You don't seem to be good at dealing with these monsters. Should we run? Run? GGG, can you guys run away? That weird voice came again. At the same time the Yin Qi became a few points thicker, at the same time there seemed to be black shadows fluttering in it. Ha! Xinglong smiled gently, the stoic expression on his face suddenly turned into the same kind brow as forgetfulness. Who said we have to run? Since we're here, of course we have to destroy all these evil spirits. Apprentice, close your eyes, immortal Dharma. Great sun ruler. Buzz. A light like a small sun erupted in the field, sweeping through the entire Black Wind-walled city. From a distance, black chi surged inside and outside the Black Wind-walled city. The entire Black Wind-walled city was wrapped in black mist like cooking smoke, dense black gas like an underground fountain gushing non-stop. However, in the very next second, a bright spot suddenly erupted from that black fog. The bright spot grew bigger and bigger and bigger, and finally it was as dazzling as the sun. That black mist instantly dissipated into nothingness under this sun-like light. Black Wind Cottage. The usual calm was restored, and the black fog swept away. Ding, attacked by bright light, vision +10/+10/+10/+10/+10. Su Yueguang's eyes didn't even blink as a beeping tone kept ringing in his head. Ah. Roar. Impossible. How could Xinglong know this kind of immortal art? Not only the black mist, but also several monsters, dissipated as the black gas dissipated. This kind of immortal technique is inherently restraining to evil spirits. Ordinary demons that lasted less than a second were turned into flying dust by the Buddha's light. When the black mist dispersed, there were only demons above the 3rd grade left in the field, and even the 4th grade were all wiped out by the immortal laws. Just a moment ago, the Black Wind-walled village was still cloudy and clear and clean in a flash. Hee, who told you that the old man is the green dragon? The stoutly built green dragon laughed, a pale voice coming out of his mouth as he flung his sleeve robe.
The entire person began to disappear like a mirage, the exterior dissipating to reveal the shell inside. The face is old, crane hair and white beard, and a simple cloth coat flutters gently. Except for the missing walking stick, it's not exactly the same as Oblivion.
Senior Forgetfulness. Su Yuang looked at Forgetfulness with some surprise. Why had he suddenly changed into a different person?
What's senior, call master?
Forgetfulness glanced back at Su Yuang.
Oh, master.
This. Didn't he worship the green dragon? What makes you a forgetful old man?
But it also feels good. Forget the old man seems to have a lot of fairy magic. Hand clap, shout what comes, handsome.
Right, I think it's handsome too. Forgetfulness turned back to Su Yuang and squinted at him with a smile that had a deeper meaning than he could say. Su Yuang. This old master has a penchant for peeking into people's minds. Stinky old man. Why you?
A misogynistic voice came from an ugly humanoid creature wearing brocade robes, long dark nails, and a fan crown on its head. The first sentence was clearly as slender as a woman's voice, but the next became as rough as a big man's.
Grandma? Su Yuang subconsciously came up with a sentence. Ha! Yellow-haired brat, what nonsense! Where would a tree demon like me get a relative? Grandmother glared at Su Yuang. Or a tree demon? What a coincidence! You recognize this tree demon? Forgetfulness stroked his beard and looked around at the monster.
There were 10 monsters left in total, all of which were above the 3rd grade.
2 secondaries and 1 first. I've seen it on TV. A TV? What's that? Many strange words always came out of Su Yuang's mouth.
Forget it, it doesn't matter, Corpse Demon King, I didn't expect to actually meet you here, after hiding for so many years, you're finally willing to come out and meet me, a bad old man, today?
Oblivion looks to the very back. It was a humanoid-looking monster. Su Yuang also noticed the monster.
The face was cold, the upper body was naked, and the whole body looked as if it had been sewn together, with stitch marks all over the face and the naked upper body.
Chapter 49 Blood Demon Formation. Forget about it.
The humanoid monster opened its mouth, its voice was icy cold, and as it spoke, Su Yuang was even able to see fangs as sharp as tiger teeth in its mouth.
It's been many years since I've seen you, so thank you, Jin Demon Division, otherwise I wouldn't be here today. It's thanks to the Devil Suppressor Division, using evil methods to elevate himself to the 1st grade and turn into this inhuman monster, it's considered a blessing. Forgetfulness rather marveled at the wonders of creation. Creation?
The Corpse Demon King's eyes fiercely widened, and a look of hatred appeared out of his dark and deep pupils.
I was originally human. But I was forced alive by you guys into this inhuman appearance. What kind of a creation is this? Ah!
The last word was yelled. The sound formed substance and came roaring towards them like a landslide.
Quiet.
In response, Forgetfulness put his right hand up to his chest and pinched a spell.
Anum.
Buzz. The sound wave that was like a flood of bells came to an abrupt end. It was like a pin dropped into calm water, leaving nothing but ripples. Seeing that he couldn't do any damage to Forgetfulness, the Corpse Demon King stopped roaring. Indifferently gazing at Forgetfulness, it was like an expressionless cheetah was looking at its prey.
Old man Forgetfulness, when did you guys know that this is our place? A Demon King level demon stood out,
looking at Forgetfulness with a stern look in his eyes. It was a monster whose entire body was shrouded in black robes, and Su Yuang couldn't see inside, but the voice was a bit pale, like the bark of a tree rubbing together, and it was even more difficult to hear than the voice of a tree demon.
Ian Stiff, you're here too.
Forgetfulness looked towards the black-robed man with a calm expression. Since I know that you guys knew that we would come, naturally I couldn't be careless, so I did a little trick. Worthy of being an old thing that has lived for nearly 200 years. A monster whose entire body was shrouded in black mist spoke up, truly a man who has become a savant in his old age, and his heart is even darker than ours. What kind of monsters are these? Su Yuang looked at these monsters, every one of them looked like they made one's heart skip a beat. And just based on the aura on his body it seemed that the strength was definitely not low.
My heart isn't as black as you man-eating demons. Good apprentice, let me introduce you.
The first one is called Corpse Demon King. This is the remnants of the former dynasty. Several years ago we were forced into desperation to cultivate evil methods, devouring the essence of the child, from the 2nd grade human promoted to become a 1st grade demon. Now it has already turned into the recognition of the unrecognizable. the ghost is not a ghost of the thing, the ability of it is to be able to suck the blood of human beings, control the essence of the blood, and the rest is a
small trick. Yuang nodded his head, controlling essence blood essence chi. This ability was simply a natural enemy to humans.
That monster, shrouded in black robes, is a Ghost King level ghost creature, and its body is a zombie. It was the transformation of an evil monk who was killed by the Demon Suppression Division, and after becoming a zombie, he went around sucking in death and deathly chi on the battlefield, and eventually cultivated into a second-grade Ghost King, with the ability to control people's minds and spirits, compel people's hearts, and also utilize some of the Tao laws from his life. The people of the Demon Suppression Division should be compelled by this guy. Yuang looked towards the black-robed monster, and the other party seemed to have no intention of attacking at all. Master, Yuang tried to warn, the other party seemed to be stalling for time. There's no rush, let me finish introducing you. But he was stopped by Oblivion. That last monster shrouded in black mist is called the Plague Monarch, originally a ghost who was hunted down by the Jin Demon Division some years ago, but had some good fortune and got stronger and stronger the more he killed, and eventually cultivated into the evil fruit, the Nowadays, they are also in the Ghost King realm, with the ability to unleash a plague, but there is also a special ability to transfer their attacks to others by sucking their blood. Good lord, that means these 2 second grades and 1 first grade are all the victims of the Demon Suppression Division. All of them have an unshakable grudge against the Demon Suppression Division. This damn thing is probably not going anywhere today. Master, do you have the confidence to kill them? Yuang mused. Of course there is, didn't Master say so? Dealing with this kind of evil charm is as simple as eating and drinking. Forgetfulness smiled gently. Ha ha ha. Old man Forgetfulness, although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that you are indeed very strong. At that moment, the second-grade specter suddenly smiled sorrowfully. But who says it's us you're after? Ian Stiff. Don't open the teleportation array yet. The corpse demon king's face was expressionless as he looked towards the monster whose entire body was shrouded in black robes. The Ian Stiff nodded and raised his hands, the black robes on his hands falling off, revealing a pair of greenish-black, dried-out arms. Blood demon formation, open. Both hands violently closed together, and a dry, old voice emanated from the black robes. Master. What does it look like they're going to do? Yuang didn't understand what the other party was doing, but he also knew that the other party was definitely not doing anything good. No harm done, ha. Forgetfulness laughed softly and just looked at the other side. Ha. Open. The Ian stalwart clasped his hands together, but there was no response. He looked to the ground, his brows furrowed, and he clasped them together once more. Open. Still no movement. There's no need to try, the formation is broken. The corpse demon king looked down at the ground, and then at Forgetfulness and Yuang, who were not far away, and his face became even more somber. Old man Forgetful, you knew what we were going to do? Blood demon formation, a formation for teleporting evil spirits. When I came in I detected the smell of baneful energy in the ground and let my little puppet take a look. Forgetfulness beckoned, and countless Ian souls emerged from the ground and flew into Forgetfulness's sleeve. Ian souls. Ian Stigmata's black pupil eyes widened. They destroyed the underground formation, so now they can't exchange positions with White Bone Ridge. So that's how it is, after talking so much nonsense, it's just to stall for time. The corpse demon king's eyes were incomparably cold. Worthy of being the state master of the Zhou dynasty, the man has aged but his brain hasn't regressed at all. Aren't you guys also stalling for time? It also takes time for the formation to take shape until it opens. This is destined by heaven, you are destined to die here today. Apprentice? Apprentice in. Yuang looked at the side of the thrill. This is all the ing old in bia. They were counting on each other from the moment they entered the fortress. He's a ing white guy? Pick one. Pick one to practice on. Forgetfulness repeated, it's going on, I'll pick one for you if you don't, that one piece is good. Since we can't go to the White Bone Ridge now, there's nothing we can do but fight this old guy. Lulu Zhou deep ground drilled out what looked like tentacle-like tree roots dancing around in the air. I want that black mist plague monarch. The first grade doesn't seem to be something he can deal with, and the black mist can still deal with it a bit. Then it's on, immortal technique. Spread the beans. Forgetfulness cupped a handful of beans and sprinkled them onto the ground, followed by a hand pinching a spell. Anum. Quick slick up. The beans on the ground abruptly began to sprout and grow. Eventually it actually grew into a humanoid creature. All of his body was transformed by stems and leaves, and his epidermis was wrapped in yellow armor that looked like epidermis, and he was 8 feet tall and stout. Chapter 50, What You're Facing, Is It Really Human? Go! After the beings became soldiers, forgetfulness commanded these beings to charge towards the evil spirits on the opposite side. Plague Monarch, right? Dare to fight me for 300 rounds? Yuang, on the other hand, looked towards the black mist in the opposing camp and took out his revolver to fire a shot at Plague June. I'll take care of that kid, and this old guy is yours. Bullet shot into the black fog, but did not play a role. Yuang did not expect to play a role, turned around and ran towards the outside of the black wind-walled city. This will be the main battlefield of the forgetfulness. He felt that he stayed here. Aftermath is enough for him to drink a pot. The Plague King followed closely behind. Forgetting not to stop them, looking at the 9 monsters on the opposite side whose physiques were turning into various gigantic forms, he leisurely spat out a few words. The Immortal Technique. Demon Beheading. After leaving Black Wind-walled City, Yuang jumped up and down in the woods. It eventually stopped at an open area within a forest. Kid, not running? Plague Monarch had been following Yuang closely, observing his movements. Basically, it was determined that Yuang's physique was a 4th grade martial artist, nearly 3rd grade, and he could not see any other peculiarities. However, as the other party was a disciple of forgetfulness, it remained vigilant and did not attack rashly. The other side can't say what kind of immortal magic tricks they have. Although immortal techniques were very precious and difficult to learn, as a disciple of forgetfulness, it was never out of the ordinary to know 1 or 2, even at such a young age. But it was actually overly cautious. Yuang had only just worshipped the master, forgetfulness hadn't imparted anything to him, and Yuang didn't know a single immortal technique. No more running, kill you and run. Seal Moonshine looked to the other man and grinned, pistol whirling in his hand. It was a pity that a bullet could only have 1 attribute attached to it, not multiple attributes, otherwise multiple attributes attached to it would be able to finish this damn thing off. What is that treasure? Pestilence June looked at the revolver in Yuang's hand with vigilance. He had to be careful with any item on Yuang's body. Forgetfulness would never take a nameless person as a disciple. This pistol might be some kind of absolute treasure. Although that shot just now didn't feel much, he still didn't dare to be careless. Maybe the other party's strength was all disguised now, just waiting for them to fall for it. Ding, attacked by plague, cellular activity +10/+10, cellular strength +10/+10/+10/10, sobriety +10/+10. Damaged, wounding the enemy for 1,000 times and damaging the enemy for 800 times. Skill is activated, and the whole body attributes are doubled. A surge of power into the limbs and bones made Yuang freeze. That's a good ghost to give yourself a buff before it even starts. However, plague? Yuang, who was pondering, looked down at the soles of his feet. I saw the grass on the bottom of my feet. I don't know when they all withered down, covered with the kind of ebony mold similar to mold. Is that what the other side is capable of? The Plague King, as it turns out. Scratch that. You're even less of a martial artist than I am. Yuang raised his pistol and fired several shots directly at Plague June. The other side has done it, so there's nothing to talk about. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet shot into the black mist where the Plague King was, sending ripples but causing little damage. The bullets didn't work, and Yuang's eyes glazed over. Worthy of being a disciple of forgetfulness, the plague really doesn't work on you. Is there some kind of defense spell? A dull sound came from the black mist. The other party, Yuang, didn't use spells, so there was only the possibility that it was some kind of magic weapon. It seems that forgetful old Taoist gave Yuang a lot of self-defense magic weapon, so it dares to be so assured that Yuang fights with himself? The Plague Monarch began to move towards Yuang. The black mist of his entire body surged rapidly, quickly forming a huge scythe. After approaching Yuang, he slashed down towards his head. Since the plague didn't work, it was a different type of attack. The opponent is able to change form and can materialize. Yuang made another note in her mind. At the same time, the body was sidestepped to avoid the opponent's head-on attack. But just as he dodged the attack, a small thorn suddenly emerged from above the black scythe and slashed at his chest, pulling out a long bloodstain. Yuang suffered pain, his eyes rounded. Between the flashes of lightning, he watched as the thorn pulled out a blood scar on his chest, and actually absorbed all the blood when it touched his blood. Ding, taking flesh damage, cellular resilience +100, cellular activity +100. Ding, damage transfer curse, reverse skill activated, curse reversed, attacks applied to the host will cause damage to the enemy.
Jab.
The tone had just fallen, and a tiny crack appeared steeply on top of that black scythe.
What's going on?
The scythe dispersed steeply and reverted back to black smoke, and flew away from Su Yuang in a hurry as it pranced through the air. It changed in place again, eventually morphing into the image of a dry, thin man. But at that moment, above the man's torso, there was a long bloodstain, as if it had been cut out by some sharp instrument.
Plague Cohen looked down, incredulously at his chest. How can it be? Where did this wound come from?
The long bloody scar was flowing with black blood, and you could even see the black rotting flesh inside.
He was obviously a soul body. How could the other party hurt him? No, not hurt, the other guy didn't do anything at all. He looked at Su Yuang with endless doubts in his eyes. But that injury wasn't a big deal to him. Su Yuang's wounds slowly stopped bleeding. The Plague Lord's wounds were also healing fast. The wounds of the two people were completely healed in just over 10 breaths. What kind of sick recovery is this? Pestilence June noticed that Su Yuang's wounds were also rapidly healing. Big surprise, shocked black mouth could not close. Where do humans get such sick recovery? What one is facing, is it really a human being? Chapter 51, Perversion. He was able to recover because he was a ghost king and had cultivated for many years before he possessed a strong recovery power. But Su Yuang, in his perception, was clearly an ordinary person whose physique was slightly stronger than normal. Good, you're strong. Su Yuang looked serious and earnest while pulling out a small knife from her backpack. The look was solemn. The Plague Monarch's eyes steeply blossomed dangerously, his eyes unblinking as he gazed at the small knife in Su Yuang's hand. What kind of treasure? Or some weird prop? Now Su Yuang seemed even more odd to him. The whole body is full of weirdness and eeriness. A human, without the use of spells, has the same recovery power as it does. It's so weird. You can't be careless, even with a small knife. Su Yuang looked at the other party with a smile. He wasn't joking. The other side is really strong. He was only a third-grade demon suppressor guard, and his opponent was a demon king. There's no comparison. Strength and speed were not on the same level, and this game he was entering was supposed to be a senior's game. It's still too much of a stretch for him to come into this game as a newcomer to 2 games. Even with the added attributes, the speed was no match for the other side. Just now, he witnessed a long bloody scar cut out of his chest, not that he didn't want to dodge, but he couldn't. The body can't keep up with the brain. So, Su Yuang took the small knife and pulled a sword flower in the void. You're very strong, so I won't be polite. Su Yuang looked at the other party and smiled. Plague King's entire body tensed up. Going on? Pust. Pust. Jab. Su Yuang took the knife and stabbed it towards his foot. With a wry smile on his face. The blood bubbled out like it didn't matter. The stabbing wasn't enough, Su Yuang stabbed several times. This foot stabbed and then the other. Both feet were constantly bleeding, paired with Su Yuang's eerie smile. The situation was a little creepy for a while. Plague King. You're so ing mean, but you stabbed yourself. He just watched as Su Yuang gave himself a weird smile and then kept stabbing his feet. Don't stab him, stab yourself. And laughing weirdly while stabbing himself, the sight cast an indelible shadow over him. It's too spooky. Is the other guy a self-mutilator and a pervert? No. The Plague Monarch felt a strange movement in his body and finally realized that something was wrong. Hastily, he looked down at his feet. Hiss. What's going on? Su Yuang was clearly stabbing his own foot, but why were wounds appearing on his foot over and over again? Just now too, what the hell did you do? Plague Monarch remembered the inexplicable wound that had just appeared on his chest, and his face was ugly to the extreme. The most dangerous thing about going up against an enemy is not knowing exactly what they are going to do. Not even knowing his opponent's moves, this feeling of not being in control was very upsetting to him. His own curse had no effect on Su Yuang either. Not only was it ineffective, but it even looked like the curse had been reversed. My curse is supposed to hurt myself to be able to hurt him, so why is he getting hurt in the same way he's hurting me? Although the other party seemed to be a self-mutilator, he still didn't dare to be careless. But do you think you can hurt me with just a little injury?
The pestilence monarch said in a deep voice, the black mist surging on his feet, and in an instant, the wounds on his feet returned to normal. Such a small injury would be able to be repaired by consuming a little ghost power for him.
Hurt you? Su Yuang froze and looked at the other party's feet, seemingly realizing something.
The corners of his mouth grinned.
You misunderstand, I'm not trying to hurt you. Feel the light strength in your feet.
After all those stabs, it wasn't in vain. The system beeps kept ringing in his head, and every self-inflicted injury would give him an attribute boost.
I was in.
Exhale.
A breeze blew by. Su Yuang disappeared into thin air. Gone.
A breeze brushed his face behind him. When he turned his head, he saw that Su Yuang had already raised his revolver and aimed it at its head.
Your speed.
The Plague Lord's eyes widened.
Stabbing the foot sure works. Su Yuang grinned and boom. A gunshot.
A bullet with a strange coloring was fired into the head of the Plague Lord. The
horizontal tablet or inscribed board. The Plague King's black eyes suddenly laxed and
the body ceased to solidify and transformed into black mist again, and one that was escaping.
Su Yuang tapped his feet and his body flew backward, returning to where he was just now.
The revolver in his hand was still smoking.
The only thing that Su Yuang was able to inflict damage on his opponent was this revolver.
There's only so many chances, and well, he made it.
Roar! Ah!
An unknown howl came from the black mist.
The black mist churns and boom. Finally, like a balloon, it popped violently. Dissolve into a dense mist and dissipate into nothingness. Su Yuang did not even look at the dissipating plague monarch and looked up in the direction of Black Windwalled City.
At this moment, the direction of the Black Wind Wall was surrounded by clouds. At the same time there were sword chi that shot out from the fog and shot straight up to the sky, and one of the sword chi that escaped randomly tore the white clouds in the sky apart like a rift in the sky. At the same time, there were also howls like ancient ferocious beasts coming from the clouds.
The sound was loud and clear. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, Su Yuang still felt deafening.
If the other side is fighting, then his fight with the Plague Monarch was like a child's playground.
Chapter 52. Go to the hooker pen first. Can't afford to play. Su Yuang felt that if he went over, he would probably be gone before he entered the battlefield.
The power of each move shook the heavens and the earth, and was brutally powerful.
How else is this going to play?
Su Yuang hands negative back looking at the sky, dealing with the Ghost King stabbed himself so many knives, or surprise attack, while the other side does not understand their sneak attack.
The more brutal Ghost Emperor that wasn't stronger. Where will you stab then? Su Yuang looked to his own body. It was hard not to stab his whole body through to them. I always feel that this skill isn't too decent.
What's the deal with just letting yourself stab yourself?
How about learning some fairy magic from the old man?
Even if you don't learn, let the other person teach themselves a little later. With that, he sat down where he was and took out melon peanuts, eating them while surveying the battle in the distance. Exercise consumes a lot of physical energy and he's all tired. That's a good trick, that blue light effect works.
That's not a bad move, this roiling blood chi, this monster is estimated to be 100 meters tall, right?
Su Yuang was high on melon seeds watching the battlefield commentary, leisurely. A monster as high as tens of feet rose from the fog, head and feet, raised his palms high, and slapped his palm toward the fog, which was ferocious and unparalleled.
Demon Chopper!
In the midst of the thick fog, a soft cry was heard, and a rushing sword chi shot straight up into the sky.
Clamor!
Before the monster's palm could slap into the thick fog, it was instantly split in two and knelt to the ground.
Immortal Technique. Corpse Disintegration. Immortal Technique. Vibrate the mountains and shake the earth. Immortal arts kept surging within the cloud-wrapped Black Windwalled City.
There were also bursts of ghostly cries.
Forgetfulness. I will go and take your life today. Forgetfulness. You shall not die. That's the sound of a monster.
Nonsense, net saying these unlucky words, whether I die or not is unknown, but you guys are dead today. The voice of forgetfulness came from the mist, as flat and quiet as water. Facing so many monsters at the same time, forgetfulness acted as if nothing had happened. Even after fighting for such a long time, there wasn't even a feeling of panting.
Buzz. Battle to the end chapter.
The whole sky turned black.
Upside down yin and yang, shift the stars.
1 second it was fine daytime, and the next, the sky suddenly turned black. The stars are bright and shining. If it wasn't for the fact that it was still daytime outside of this area, Su Yuang would have wondered if it was dark. The starlight in the sky turned into a golden beam, piercing into the thick fog like a sharp sword. Ah! A dismal, tragic voice came from the fog. About a tea's worth of work later. Everything, again, is quiet. The starlight on the firmament faded and disappeared, and the sinking night began to fade, disappear, and eventually become daytime again. Su Yuang looked towards the direction of Black Wind-walled city. Everything disappeared, the fog vanished, and a huge monster with 2 horns on its head was left collapsed on the ground. Even though they were nearly 1,000 meters apart, Su Yuang could clearly see the other party's huge body. That's, like, the end? Su Yuang looked blankly into the distance, but also thought that the exchange of experts do not play a day and a night do not stop it. The results, this? It's over, do you still want to try? A voice sounded behind him. Exclamation point. Su Yuang's eyelids fluttered, his pupils dilated, and he turned back and... Master! When did you get here? Behind him, an old man with crane hair and white beard, his face calm and soft, is not forgetfulness. Do you want to go up and try it too? Instead of answering, forgetfulness asked in return. No need. Su Yuang grinned. He'd like to try it, but he'd have to have the strength to do it. Well, go. Take the clouds. Forgetfulness conjured up another cloud and took Su Yuang away from Black Wind-walled city. Master, where are we going? Where do you think we should go now? Forgetfulness was a little hunched over. But the breath is not gasping and the face is not white. It was clear that he had just gone through a battle, but at this point, it was as if nothing had happened. Where should we go now? Su Yuang repeated his contemplation. Master, do you really want me to say it? Oblivious, but there's no harm in saying so. Good, then I'm welcome, Master. Aha! I think we should take a trip to the Hook now. Forgotten. Su Yuang was able to feel that the cloud seemed to be unsteady for that much of a moment, but it quickly recovered. Forgetfulness's face twitched for so long, then regained its composure to look at Su Yuang. Apprentice. Su Yuang nodded seriously and looked at Forgetfulness. Master. Forgetfulness's face was a bit vicified, forcibly holding back the idea of beating the out of this newly accepted disciple of his. It's good to be young and vigorous, but you've got to know when it's time, and don't miss out on something because you can't control your lower body. So where are we going now, Master? Go back to Peony City first, counting the time, Qinglong should be almost back. Forgetfulness moved his fingers slightly, as if he were a fortune teller. Su Yuang, what about when we go back? Travel to the capital at once. Capital? Not bad, this time the matter is not simple. I'm afraid that the person behind it is not small in his plans. A contemplative look appeared in the eyes of old Forgetfulness. Master is saying that it's not this ghost emperor behind it, there are others? Su Yuang's voice drew up a few points. Naturally not. I'm afraid that a small ghost emperor demon emperor is not enough to deal with me in Qinglong. These people are just trying to lure me and Qinglong out and then plot against the capital. After saying that, Forgetfulness seemed to sense something and waved his hand in the void. Water vapor suddenly converged in the air, and a water mirror condensed from water vapor appeared in the air. This is the capital city demon suppression division, Elder Forgetfulness, are you alright over there? On the opposite side of the mirror, an old man in an official uniform appeared with a somewhat anxious voice. Settled this way, what's up? Forgetfulness said. Senior Forgetfulness, please hurry back to the capital. Something's happened in the capital. Someone's sneaking up on the capital. Right now the entire capital is caught in some kind of strange situation. The other party sounded a bit anxious. Strange situation? What's going on? Forgetfulness's old frown finally leaned in a bit. I don't know. Anyway, it's just that all the civilians are caught up in some kind of imagination, and the capital is shrouded in strange formations. There's also a strong enemy attack, the situation is critical, so I'd like to ask Senior Forgetfulness to hurry back. I know. With a wave of her hand, Forgetfulness withdrew the water mirror technique. Ding, triggering hidden mission, Capital City Crisis. The capital city has a big crisis, the whole capital city was attacked by unknown characters, the Imperial City is in danger, player Su Yuang has to help the capital city to solve the crisis and help the capital city to turn the crisis into a peace, whether to receive the mission? Yes.
Su Yuang said without hesitation. There is a hidden task trigger not to receive that is a little cute. The first thing you need to do is to collect the hidden quests.
Ding, have received the mission requirements, ensure that the capital city is not destroyed, help the capital city to turn danger into peace.
Apprentice, I. Master, let's go to the capital. Hurry up, don't let those rebels succeed. Not waiting for forgetfulness to open her mouth, Su Yuang spoke seriously.
A look of carelessness froze forgetfulness for a moment.
Neutralizing oblivion won't work.
Forgetfulness, there's no rush, first meet up with your senior green dragon, then return to the capital together, there's no shortage of time.
Okay, master, let's go to the hooker first then. Forgotten. Chapter 53, very strong indeed.
In the end, after Su Yuang explained about his love, no, it was the intended person in the hookah.
Oblivion also understood. He also gave Su Yuang a token to redeem it.
Just one woman forgetfulness could still make the decision.
This is coming out?
Xingfeng took Xiaohuan out of the hookah in a daze, looking back at the group of sisters who were looking at them enviously inside, and was still a bit out of it. I can't believe I just left the place I've always wanted to leave. After so many years of heartfelt desire, now that it's been realized, it feels a little out of place instead.
Or what, how about that? Isn't your man great? What's awesome? Xiaohuan suspiciously inclined her head to look at Su Yuang. It means it's awesome and powerful. Oh, that gentleman is indeed strong.
Xiaohuan lowered her head with a red face. Xingfeng looked enlightened and lowered her head with a red face as well.
Su Yuang was indeed very strong, and neither of them was a match. Su Yuang.
He swore he was really not trying to drive.
It's really just a matter of showing what you're made of. Now the banditry in Gyeongju City has been removed. Su Yuang also didn't have to worry about what crisis he would encounter if he left the other party inside Peony City. Bringing the two kingfangs to the city lord's mansion.
Xingfeng, this is my master, and from now on, your master as well.
Su Yuang introduced forgetfulness.
No need, just call me an old man, I didn't expect it to be you, the former dynasty's eldest princess Lu Yue.
Forgetfulness looked at Xingfeng with a kind face.
If I hadn't seen you, I'd have forgotten you were in this town.
Look at my memory, hey, old and useless.
Senior Forgetfulness doesn't have a bad memory, back then it was only a one-sided relationship, Senior actually still remembers me.
Lu Yue gave a graceful salute.
Okay, you're welcome, there's nothing dangerous within the city of Peony, nowadays, Jingshan will stay here, you'll stay well in this city lord's mansion, which can guarantee you no worries. Seeing Lu Yue, Forgetfulness actually had a lot of things to say, but now was not the time, there would be plenty of time to say them when the rebels were eliminated.
Xinglong is back, disciple, we should go.
Forgetfulness looked towards the sky as a white crane flew in with several wretched-looking figures on it.
A figure landed, Ling Qingyun, he was to stay here to handle the follow-up matters, the rest of the people were to return to the capital.
So long. Seeing that Su Yuang was about to leave, Xingfeng softly said, with some reluctance in her voice, as well as endless worry.
Don't worry, I'll be back for you. Su Yuang waved his hand and stepped onto the auspicious cloud, which flew towards the white crane.
Su Yuang muttered in his heart, why does it feel like he's making a fog for himself again? When he came to the back of the white crane, he saw that Songren casting and the others were almost all carrying injuries. Aside from Qinglong, who was unharmed, the rest of them were in a bit of a mess.
Depart. Return to the capital. Forgetfulness patted the white crane on the back. Are you guys done with your mission? Su Yuang quietly came to Fan Jian's side.
Finished, you are not aware of it, big brother Qinglong is really not ordinary, facing several monsters by himself without the slightest pressure, it's too terrifying. Fan Jian, his clothes all torn and dusty, looked at Qinglong's back and whispered, his voice full of admiration and strangeness. Such maturity and stability, and that slightly stubbled, mature face, it's just,
It's fascinating.
Ding, the mission of sweeping the White Bone Ridge and Black Windwalled City is complete, players can choose to return or stay in this world, and can choose to return until the last person completes all the missions. If you do not return before the start of the next mission, you will automatically return at the start of the next mission.
Mission accomplished.
Fan Jian and Lu Ren breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It can be considered a mission accomplished. This mission almost cost them their lives, they almost died here.
But the last person to finish everyone's quest? Who took the quest again?
Fan Jian and Lu Ren exchanged glances and, in the end, placed their gazes on the calm-faced Su Yueguang. You, no. Seeing Su Yueguang's face calm and without the slightest expression of doubt, Fan Jian's eyes widened. Ah, I've taken on another quest to pacify the capital, do you guys want to play along? Ugh. Is this a game? You worship Elder Forgetfulness as your teacher, of course you don't have to worry about your safety with Elder Forgetfulness protecting you, but we don't have anyone to protect us. Fan Jian rubbed his forehead, it really was Su Yueguang. Doesn't he know what the word fear means? Apprentice, come here, Master has something to say to you. Without waiting for the three to continue talking, Forgetful's voice came. Later. Su Yueguang threw a look at the two Fanjians and walked towards Forgetfulness. Master. Su Yueguang came to arch his hand beside Forgetfulness. Well, this time when I go back, I don't know what kind of danger I will encounter, so I don't need you to do anything, just protect your own safety. Letting the Plague Monarch to Su Yueguang was with the intention of exercising, and also with the intention of testing Su Yueguang's ability. Su Yueguang had pleased him, killing a second-grade Ghost King with the strength of a third grade. I don't know what was used, but it did take him a bit by surprise. He was all ready to revive the dead Su Yueguang, but he didn't expect to give him an unexpected surprise. But this time, returning to the capital would be more than a third rank could face. Su Yueguang only needed to keep herself safe. Got it, right Master? Su Yueguang looked like she remembered something. What is it? This, Master, why don't you start me off with 10 or 20 immortal arts, so I can defend myself as well, no? Su Yueguang said with a big grin. Forgotten. When he's a wholesale market for fairy magic. And 10 or 20, easy for you to say. Kid, did you misunderstand something? The green dragon next to him grinned. Senior Qinglong? Su Yueguang looked over. Immortal arts are not as simple as you think, the entire Great Zhou dynasty has only so many kinds of immortal arts, the rest of the immortal arts inheritance is broken, really think that immortal arts is a cabbage, you want it? The green dragon scoffed mercilessly. Su Yueguang froze and looked at Forgetfulness, but... You're trying to say that old man Forgetfulness used a lot of immortal arts, right? But that's what he spent his whole life learning. But if you want to learn immortal techniques, I'm afraid that the immortal techniques will drain the mana from your body before they can be released. Qinglong explained. Apprentice, do you really want to learn immortal arts? Forgetfulness turned her head to look seriously at Su Yueguang. Think. Su Yueguang nodded her head. Anyone who doesn't want to learn that kind of magical jutsu is a cutie. Forgetfulness nodded, good. Then sit down cross-legged. Su Yueguang, hey? Why are you sitting down with your legs crossed? What else can I do? Of course it's cultivation. Cultivating immortal arts at least requires you to reach the second layer of the embodied spirit skill. How can I pass on your immortal arts without cultivation? Sit down and cultivate. Su Yueguang. He didn't need to cultivate at all, the aura in his body would automatically converge through the reversal skill without cultivation, and if he cultivated, the aura would dissipate instead. While it is possible to turn off the reversal skill, there is no need for that. Why spend time practicing when you can easily play and grow your aura? Master, it's better to forget about it, I don't think it's time for me to cultivate yet, I'll learn it when I reach the second layer of the embodied spirit decision. Su Yueguang laughed sarcastically and turned around to leave. But within a few steps, a strong pressure pressed down towards his shoulders. Anum. Pattering sound. Su Yueguang knelt at that moment. You are my forgotten soul's disciple, how can you be so wasted? This time you go to the capital, you should cultivate well, reach the second layer of the embodied spirit decision as soon as possible, then you can cultivate immortal arts as soon as possible. In the end, under Forgetful's strong request, Su Yueguang was in the envious eyes of Fan Jian and the others. Sitting beside Forgetfulness, he began to cultivate. Feeling that the spiritual energy in her body was not growing as fast as she was not cultivating, Su Yueguang silently left a tear in her eye. It's a sin. Chapter 54, The Capital. Forgetfulness, what exactly do you see in this kid? Qinglong unapologetically glanced at Su Yueguang. Aside from being a bit more handsome, he couldn't see anything special about Su Yueguang at all. Forgetfulness at this time, the dragon head cane is back in the hands, pestle and mortar cane overlooking the vast mountains and rivers of land below, the old voice spat out two words: fate. That's how you cultivators are, you look at karma every day, karma is not as important as talent, can karma be a meal? Green Dragon teased.
Forgetfulness shook her head and did not reply, nor did she look at Su Yuegwan, who was eavesdropping.
The speed is too slow, I say. Heaven and earth help me to travel with the wind. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. Forgetfulness opened his mouth, and suddenly a gust of wind raged, blowing the people's robes bulging and rolling toward their front. The white crane was a lot faster for a moment. It's not enough, continued Forgetful, still feeling inadequate. I say that the crane bears 4 wings and soars to heaven and earth. Chirp. The white crane lit up its wings, and behind its abdomen, it actually grew another pair of wings of the same size. Phew. The speed was drawn up a few more points. It's still not enough. At this point, the speed had blown Fan Jian. Several people's faces were cut by the wind blade, but Forgetfulness still felt that it was not enough. I say. Stop. Forget about it, you stop. White crane won't be able to take it. Qinglong hurriedly stopped Forgetfulness. Utilizing words and actions will drain the white crane's stamina. Saying more, this white crane is afraid to die of exhaustion alive. I'll do it. Qinglong pressed one hand on the white crane. A dense cloud covered the white crane's entire body. Phew. The speed of the white crane was actually pulled up a few more points. The fourth product was already in an unsteady position, and at this point the speed was already close to the speed of sound. You should be able to reach the capital in an hour. Forgetfulness counted the time and said softly. Enough. Get ready to get ready. Green Dragon craned his neck and looked at the crowd behind him. Everyone, get ready for battle. The capital has been invaded by thieves. Do not be careless. Yes. Fan Jian. A few people exchanged words in the group. Moonlight, we may have to leave later if the situation in the capital is too dangerous. Su Yuegwan, you guys don't worry about going as friends for a time. Hopefully we won't become enemies in the future. Lu Rend, if there is an opportunity in the future, I hope we can still work together. Later the situation is not good. We really withdrew. Be careful yourself. There were already Demon Emperor Ghost Emperors just outside the capital, so one could imagine just how dangerous it was within the capital. How to die without even knowing. Lu Ren didn't go back, also just wanted to take the opportunity to see if he could muck around in this world of huge war powers and get some treasures. But in case of danger, he would definitely be the first to leave this world. Treasures and whatnot are worthless compared to one's own life. The biggest tragedy for players is that they get a bunch of equipment and treasures that are useless, and people are gone. Su Yuegwan, good. Imo Taichong, thank you brother Su for saving my life. I've added you as a friend, so if you find me in trouble in the future, I will help you with my life. At this time, Mo Taichong also came out and thanked him. Su Yuegwan, you're welcome. You spent your own game points. I'm just doing a favor. That's right, it was Su Yuegwan who saved Mo Taichong. The night before Mo Taichong escaped, Su Yuegwan looked for Ling Qingshan. Ling Qingshan seems to be a nerd, but to be able to rise to the second rank in the official Jinmu division, he is not a pedantic nerd. After Su Yuegwan found Ling Qingshan with the precious healing potion bought by Mo Taichong, Ling Qingshan coolly let Mo Taichong go. That's right, bribery. No one would turn down that fragrant, delicious and mood-enhancing healing potion that also restored injuries. This also made Su Yuegwan feel overwhelmed with emotion. Game points are not everything, but no game points are nothing. If Mo Taichong doesn't have game points, it's really hard for the gods to save him. Although Su Yuegwan was only acting as a middleman, it still made Mo Taichong grateful beyond measure. If it wasn't for Su Yuegwan, he was truly counting his life as over. Fan Jian was a bit emotional. I was truly surprised that Lord Ling would actually be caught up in worldly interests as well. Ling Qingshan is meticulous, looks upright and upright. A glance will feel that the other party is a person who cannot rub sand in his eyes. Who would have thought that the other party actually also accepts bribes? Lu Rend, I quite admire Brother Su for daring to bribe Lord Ling. For Su Yuegwan to bribe Ling Qingshan, they had one word: courage. Su Yuegwan, I'm just trying, I didn't expect it to really work. Take a good rest and get ready. I'm afraid there will be a big battle when we arrive, so be careful yourselves. Good. You too. The white crane is approaching the speed of sound. An hour or so later, a scattering of people had been seen below. In the distance, there was even a huge light shield that covered a city. The light shield was dense and flowing, making it impossible for those outside to see what was going on inside. The city protection spell formations are on. It seems that the enemy is indeed extraordinary this time. Forgetfulness said as he quickly squeezed the spell in his hand. Buzz. A greenish-colored light flew from Forgetfulness's hand like a sharp sword towards the light shield. Upon contacting the translucent light shield, it dissipated quickly as if the chocolate had melted, forming a large opening that allowed the white crane to pass through. Be careful when you go in, this dense mist is not caused by the city protection spell formation, it might be a poisonous mist. Saying that, Forgetfulness waved his sleeve, and a single water bubble flew out from his sleeve, wrapping everyone in it. This blister can isolate the poisonous mist. Whatever happens after you go in, don't panic and be cautious. Exhale. With that, the white crane plunged headlong into the city guard formation. Buzz. Just after entering the formation, the surroundings abruptly turned from day to night. It was pitch black all around, and 3 meters away, there was no distinction between men and women, and 5 meters away, there was no distinction between humans and animals. At the same time, all sound disappeared, and there was a dead silence in heaven and earth. Su Yuang frowned as she watched everyone around her disappear. Walking towards the front, taking one step, he suddenly felt that his feet were no longer flimsy and had become hard. Looking down, he realized that, at some point, he had stepped on the ground. Wasn't it on the back of a white crane? When did it land? Su Yuang glanced at her eyebrows. Chapter 55 Evil Cultivator, Prohibition, Formation. I think I've just come in and I'm trapped. Is this a space formation? Or am I hallucinating? Su Yuang walked forward with a big grin, not worrying about any danger. The streets were desolate, while there were many people in different dresses falling to the ground not knowing whether they were alive or dead. After walking for a while, Su Yuang was basically certain that he had truly come to the ground directly from the white crane's back. This distance was enough to get him off the back of the white crane. But there was still no sense of weightlessness coming from it now. That means he is indeed on the ground. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that he was under an illusion and had in fact been circling in place. It's just that the probability likelihood is that it's to the ground. Did the regular people pass out? Su Yuang was dressed in the costume of a demon suppression division, his hand resting on the sword at his waist as he slowly observed everything around him. I want to save the capital city from this battle, and I also want to help the capital city solve the crisis, which is a bit of a problem. What should I do? Help! Help! Someone from the Demon Control Division? Help me! Just as Su Yuang was thinking about what he should do, suddenly a man's panicked voice came from the alley ahead. A person who wore the same clothes as Su Yuang as the Demon Suppression Division drilled out from the alley. Someone from the Demon Suppression Division? The man panicked after seeing Su Yuang and ran towards Su Yuang. At its rear, 2 figures also slowly appeared, breaking through the black fog, and those were 2 Hans dressed in odd costumes. Fellow officer. Help me. The man quickly ran in front of Su Yuang. Behind them are evil cultivators who want to take advantage of the opportunity to rebel. Help me. Su Yuang looked at the man in front of her, somewhat feminine, different from Fan Jian, who was a sissy. This man was not a sissy, just simply feminine and evil. However, Su Yuang didn't say anything more and drew his long sword, looking ahead. 2 8-foot-tall burly men appeared, one of them holding a skeleton streamer in his hand and the other holding a black wolf toothstick. Another devil suppressor guard? He, today's luck is pretty good, kid. Surrender obediently and let us draw your soul and make your corpse into a zombie for us to drive. The 2 Hans saw Su Yuang and instead of being surprised, they didn't attack at the first opportunity. Instead, they laughed indulgently. Evil cultivators, everyone deserves to be executed. I, Su Yuang, will act for heaven today and kill you all to sacrifice my sword. Su Yuang was all righteousness, vast and generous, and his rash appearance caused a cruel smile to flash under the eyes of the 2 Hans. Ha, we don't know how many we've killed with a rash like you, and a punk like you still wants to kill us? Humph. When I kill you all, pht. Su Yuang wanted to say a few more words, but suddenly a soothing sensation came from her abdomen. Red blood flowed from his abdomen, and a long blade came from behind through his body to the front. Ha. It's all said and done, we don't know how many rash people like you we've killed, not just the 2 of us, but also the one behind you. Ha. The Hanyu looked at Su Yuang's abdomen being pierced through, and with a look of triumph in his scheme, he threw back his head and laughed. The people of the Demon Suppression Division are really all stupid, killing 3 people all with the same demeanor. Don't they think that I might be an enemy in disguise? Just raising such a bunch of losers, they deserve to be destroyed. From behind him came the feminine voice of the Demon Suppressor Guard from earlier. At some point, he had already arrived behind Su Yuang, with a long knife in his hand, stabbing through Su Yuang's abdomen.
Su Yuang turned back and looked incredulously at the feminine man. His pupils were dilated, his mouth was open, and black blood was spilling out of his mouth, as if he would die at any moment. Slowly, he raised his hand and pointed it at the man, stumbling back a few steps as the knife was drawn away from his abdomen and a gush of blood came out. You. Su Yuang snapped his eyes wide open to look at the other party, as if he wanted to say something, but before he could finish his words, his body collapsed heavily backward. Collapsed on the ground with blood slowly overflowing from his mouth, his eyes staring at the sky, his hand still tightly squeezing the long knife, seemingly unwilling. Isn't that upsetting? Being killed by me before you even make a move? There is poison on my blade, and this poison will eat away at your internal organs, you will suffer immensely and die slowly in agony. The feminine man came to Su Yuang's side and sneered. But you're lucky today, we have to go find our next target, we don't have time to play with you, die. Saying that, the feminine man raised his long knife high, wanting to give Su Yuang another slash to sever his neck. Sound of escaping laughter. But that's when the unexpected came. With a slash of the long knife in his hand, Su Yuang easily severed the feminine man's legs. At the same time, he jumped up with a carp and then violently rushed towards the other two Hanyu. Die. Extremely fast. Before the other man could react, he clipped at the two men's heads. Swish. Two heads fell to the ground. Su Yuang slashed through the necks of the two men and came behind them, his hands open and red blood dripping from his long blade. He then pressed the sheath with one hand, pulled a knife flower in the air with the other, and handsomely put the knife into the sheath. Cool. Standing up, Su Yuang had made himself handsome with this maneuver. Dry and handsome. Sure enough, I'm just perfect. Su Yuang stunk. You, how could you? Didn't you get stabbed by me? There's still poison on the knife. The feminine man's legs were cut off, but he was actually holding back the pain without screaming. Looking angrily at the blood on Su Yuang's waist, he couldn't figure out why this was. Su Yuang turned back to the man, stabbed, is that what you mean? Su Yuang lifts up his shirt, revealing a stab wound in his abdomen. The bleeding has stopped at this point. The wound was still there, but it was clearly healing. How is it possible? How could it heal so fast? The feminine man's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. It's amazing how quickly a wound like this stops bleeding. The bottom line is this. I obviously poisoned you, so why are you fine? The feminine man gritted his teeth. Su Yuang took out a bottle of potion as if nothing had happened and gulped it down. Although the exterior was recovering, the inner wounds were recovering very slowly, so healing potions were still needed to assist. One bite smothers the potion. After clearly feeling that her internal organs were recovering, Su Yuang shifted her sight to the man. Not killing each other is naturally useful. I didn't realize you guys were so stupid as to just play dead and actually believe it. For evil cultivators as stupid as you are, you deserve to be destroyed. Su Yuang casually said. Feminine man. Isn't that what he just said? Also remember. Alright, I'm not in the mood to chat with you. Now I ask, you answer, as long as you don't lie to me, I can waste your martial arts and let you go. Su Yuang stopped joking and looked solemn. If you lie to me, you know what happens. Su Yuang shook the official sword at his waist. First question, why did you come to the capital? Coo of a dove. The feminine man's face was twisted in pain, but he still endured it. To overthrow the Zhou dynasty. Great, so what's going on now? Now the adults will fight the highest combatants of the Zhou dynasty again, while we seek out the Jin demon guards and the other Zhou dynasty guards on our own to kill them. That means they're specifically here to kill minions like me, right? The division of labor is quite clear. Su Yuang nodded. What are these black densities around? Also, why did I come from the sky to the ground after entering the formation? Formations, these are psychedelic formations, capable of plunging ordinary people into an illusionary realm, and cultivators will also be hindered by their sight. There are prohibitions in the air, and if you are not strong enough in the air you will be teleported to the ground. The feminine man's lips trembled in pain and he lay on the ground hissing and grinning. Please, my lord, spare my life, I will definitely not harm anyone else, and I am willing to offer all the treasures on my body to my lord. The feminine man wailed in pain. What treasures do you have? Take them out. Su Yuang looked the other party up and down. Did man please look?
The man took out a box from his arms and opened it. Inside was a bead that shimmered with a golden light. It is? Su Yuang came closer and picked up the beads to examine them. The gold color exuded a shine, like some kind of treasure. Su Yuang subconsciously brought her nose over to sniff. That's how people are, the first thing they go to is to smell what they don't know. Let's see if it stinks or smells first. Why does this thing smell so bad? Su Yuang threw it inside the box with a disgusted look on her face. Unspeakable stench. It's like an awful flavor. My lord, this is a treasure. It's the inner pills nurtured by demonic beasts. It can be used to make pills that can skyrocket equals a cultivator's power after swallowing it. The feminine man placed the box on the floor and reached into his arms again, forcing an ugly smile. If your excellency doesn't like it, I have more here. I have many treasures. I'll give them all to you, I just beg you to let me go. With that, he pulled out various treasures from his arms. This scene, it's déjà vu all over again. Su Yuang muttered in his heart. Please see, my lord, this is the soul enhancement pill I found from amongst the famous sects. It can enhance the strength of one's soul. Please smile, my lord. The feminine man took out a black elixir and sat up to offer it with both hands. Su Yuang. What's with this familiar felling? Su Yuang stepped forward to receive the black elixir. Blast! Just as Su Yuang had just taken it, the man violently pinched a spell with both hands. The elixir instantly exploded, turning into a black mist that burrowed into Su Yuang's body. Ding, flesh corrupted, cellular resilience plus 100, cellular strength plus 100, strength plus 1, speed plus 1. Ding, take damage, wound 1000 enemies. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, a little cutie. Doesn't even know about the 100 poison pill. This elixir is able to erode the flesh of the flesh, causing you pain, and there is no antidote. You're dead, ha ha. Su Yuang. Su Yuang didn't even say a word, choking. The long knife was sheathed, cutting the opponent's neck with a single slash, and the blood flowed like a stream. The man's face still held a harried expression, but he could no longer make a sound. How come there are always people like that? Don't you know that this poison stuff doesn't work on him? Another wave of attribute growth, and it's time to thank the other side. Su Yuang then came to the man and searched his body. Players have player backpacks, but these guys don't. What treasures are all put on the body? After a tea, Su Yuang searched the 3 corpses. Another big pile of loot and some gold, silver, and silver certificates. Su Yuang put them all into his backpack without looking at them. Half of the gourd space is not used up. After packing up, Su Yuang looked into the distance again. In which direction is the imperial city? Su Yuang stroked his chin, then drew his long sword and flung it. Clanging, the long blade landed, pointing in one direction. This is it. Su Yuang put away his long sword and walked in the direction of the black mist that the long sword pointed to. There is no need to doubt that this is the direction. Chapter 56 Dungeon, Treasure Trove, Vermilion Bird. Within the capital, a black fog filled the city with ghostly aura. From time to time, figures flashed by on the roofed streets. One of the figures was particularly conspicuous as it traveled slowly forward on the roof. Why did ancient people like to walk on roofs? Su Yuang was on the roof of the house looking at the darkness in front of him, which couldn't be like those martial arts masters who were leaping on the roof of the house to catch up. Hesitantly, he jumped off the roof and pulled a mask out of his backpack. Mask of 1,000 changes, able to change into anyone's appearance, can be automatically adjusted with your mind. Plot item: is it bound? Yes. This mask, it belonged to the shady man. Su Yuang felt kinda funny and put it on her face, thinking in her mind who she would be good to turn into. Finally, he suddenly thought of the shadowy man's face. The mask slowly twisted, and Su Yuang felt some tightness and twitching in his face, shifting slightly as the mask contorted. Su Yuang took out a piece of mirror and looked at it. In just a few breaths, his own appearance had changed drastically. The face changed to look exactly like the shady man from earlier. There are some subtle differences, but the average person can't even tell. That's a pretty good mask. Su Yuang pinched her face. It was no different from her own, and she couldn't see any marks. Perfect. Colmore. What are you doing here? Where's Wu Du Air? Just as he had just turned into a feminine man, several men in cross-dressing suddenly came out of the alley next to him. Su Yuang turned his head and saw 2 men and a woman walking towards him. You guys?
Colmore? Yuang thought about her face and seemed to realize something. You're still so stinkin' pretty and like to look in the mirror. The one who spoke was a woman with an alluring figure, coming in front of Yuang, in a tight outfit that was very seductive. Dressed very exposed, shoulder all exposed in the air, shapely round body walking between the flavor, Yuang even able to clearly see the 2 points. The other 2 men were a middle-aged man holding a bloodied longsword as well as a man with a 9-ringed golden sword. What are you guys doing here? Yuang spoke succinctly, knowing full well that the more he said, the more wrong he was, and he acquiesced to his identity as Cormo, so he might even be able to fish in troubled waters. Lord Morrow asked us to find some people to break into the Zhou dynasty's treasure trove. You have good strength, do you want to join us? Treasure trove? Yuang's eyes twitched. Not bad, the big man up there has been stalled. We're going to the Heavenly Dungeon to release the prisoners from their cells, and in the meantime, we'll enter the treasure trove at the bottom of the Heavenly Dungeon. You might be able to get something out of it if you go there as well. Okay. Yuang remained concise. A treasure trove. There should be a lot of treasures, right? The treasure trove of the Great Zhou, he really wanted to see it. Okay, come with us. Amidst the black mist, several people traveled quickly in one direction. Along the way, whenever they came across other people, the flirtatious woman would recruit them. It does seem like they are in need of manpower. Colmore, why do I feel like you're getting better and better? The flirtatious woman followed Yuang, and for some reason, suddenly felt that Colmore's face was a bit resistant. It used to be obvious that the other person was ugly and disgusting. Yuang didn't answer, and there was no way to answer that. It's possible that a little bit of the original outline is still there because some of the subtleties haven't changed. Why don't you accompany sister for 2 days after this mission? Feel free to play yo. Charming woman close to Yuang, taking advantage of the other people did not pay attention to the fierce pull tights. A large area of snow white almost did not flash blind Yuang's dog eyes. But it was just a flash in the pan. The woman quickly put the tights back on. Well, just stay with me for 2 days and all this is yours. The woman licked her lips. It felt like Colmore's face had changed a little bit, and it was that subtle change that still made her kinda like it. Yuang, no need. This kind of woman, I don't know how many storms she has experienced, baptized by battles, he can't match. Giggle, surely you're still the same Colmore who likes men. Look at the way you're looking at me, I almost thought you liked women? Giggle. The flirtatious woman covered her mouth and laughed lightly as she ran quickly. Yuang's heart skipped a beat. Colmore likes men? Scratch that, the other party was testing himself. It's a good thing I'm not interested in disposable cups that have been used by multiple people, or else I would have been caught in the act. These people are really something, playing mind games all the time. It does look pretty big and white though. If you were a fat ass, you'd be here, right? But sister, just the proposal is not lying to you. Want to come to me at any time. Women can be much more interesting than men. The 2 big guys around you are dead, right? I can be their replacement. Yo, want what you want. The charming woman said in a delicate voice. The voice was charming and moving, and with the red lips and tender face, it was able to make most men's hearts flutter. Those 2 big guys? It's Colmore's what? When Yuang thought of the Hanyu beside the feminine man, dense goosebumps suddenly sprang up on her arms. Rub. So that's the relationship. Soon. The crowd then came to a walled city. Get in there. The strength of those present was not bad, so naturally, they would not be blocked by a small city wall. Follow the flirtatious woman as she rolled over the wall into its interior. It was found that the black fog within the palace was quite a bit less than outside. Visibility is in the tens of meters. Go! Stay close, there are quite a few experts within the palace. Even though those old guys are being held back by the adults, we still have to be careful. The first person was the sword-wielding middle-aged man who was with the flirtatious woman. Not fond of words, and succinct in his speech. The crowd quickly ran around the palace. Encountering the other evil cultivators and palace guards of the Great War without looking at them or helping them, he walked straight towards the heavenly prison. About 10 minutes later. Finally it was in front of a large prison. There were already 2 men waiting in front of the cell. It was the man in the black robe with the bucket hat and mask. One man's mask resembles a Peking opera martial artist, while the other wears a black and white striped mask. Both of them were very human and had an evil aura about them. My lord, the people have all been brought. The sword-wielding man stepped forward and arched his hand. Are all the people here?
Let's go then. After we go in, each one of us will depend on our own abilities, and it's all up to us what treasures we can snatch. Whooshing masked man listening to the voice is also a middle-aged man, the specific age cannot be heard. After scanning the crowd he walked towards the heavenly prison gate, which automatically opened to both sides. The two black-robed men walked in first. Su Yuang and the others followed close behind. There's no guards in here. Not even a living soul could be seen in the passage. Torches niggled on either side, and a roaring fire illuminated the shadowy passage. Su Yuang surveyed his surroundings. Setting the location of the treasure vault under the heavenly prison, this design was really strange. But if there's a treasure trove, then there must be a caretaker. Su Yuang looked to the front of the passageway. An endless darkness. After a few minutes, the crowd was finally leaving the passage. The view ahead opens up to what looks like a hall. Beyond the hall are the cells. And within the hall clearing there was a table with a long-haired handsome man in ornate white robes sitting sideways to the cave mouth drinking wine. Vermilion Bird Zhu Wuji, guardian god of the four directions. The black and white masked man stepped forward, his voice inaudible. Been waiting for you guys for a long time. Jubilee picked up her glass and turned back to the crowd. Bringing so many people, do you want to use them as cannon fodder? Just this much cannon fodder is not enough to play with. Vermilion Bird's face was cold, and he drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Boo! The cup then fell on top of the stone wall next to it, frightening the people around Su Yuang to take a step back in unison. Ju. Someone nervously looked ahead at the man in alarm. We're just cannon fodder? Someone asked. This is one of the great Zhou guardian gods, I haven't lived long enough. Facing the Vermilion Bird, many people slowly backed up, wimped out, not wimped out. The other party was one of the top powerhouses of the great Zhou. Don't listen to his divisive tactics. You guys go in. Vermilion Bird is being held back by the two of us. At the end of the passage is the staircase to the next level of the treasure trove. Don't you want the treasure? Great Zhou's treasures are all down there. The two black-robed men said in a deep voice. But none of them dared to go up. At this time, with the Jubilee right in front of him, who would dare to try? Su Yuang shrugged his shoulders when he saw that no one had come forward, and regardless of the crowd that was backing away in fear, he was the first to walk towards the passageway behind Vermilion Bird. Then I'm welcome. After saying that, he just walked towards Jubilee with a big grin. Vermilion Bird's eyes narrowed slightly when she saw Su Yuang who came out, a dangerous light flashed in her eyes, while sweeping a glance at Su Yuang with a slight suspicion afterward, as if she had discovered something. But the doubt flickered and quickly turned into murderous intent. Investigate on the spot. Investigate on the spot. In the dungeon, only the sound of Su Yuang's footsteps remained. The flirtatious woman and the others' throats choked as they nervously looked at Su Yuang, who was walking towards behind Zhu Yao. Can you get through? Will Zhu Yao let Sui go over there? Of course not. Chirp. Just as Su Yuang passed by Vermilion Bird. A phoenix chirp sounded, and the Vermilion Bird violently erupted with flames wrapping around its entire body, while at the same time, it formed a claw with one hand and grabbed towards Su Yuang's head through the air. Chapter 57, Sprinkled Yen Renjiang Ida. Boom! Red flame temperature is definitely more than 100 degrees, even if the other party did not touch himself, Su Yuang still smelled a burnt odor, that is his hair was baked by the high temperature. Even though it was still a meter away, his own hair was already a little scorched from the heat. But just when everyone thought that Su Yuang would die under the Vermilion Bird's claws, something strange happened. The Vermilion Bird that was originally leaning down to grab at Su Yuang suddenly stopped. In a very weird position, it stopped in mid-air and didn't move. The flames on his body were still burning, but Zhu Wuji felt as if his entire body was controlled by invisible threads, unable to move. Su Yuang's feet did not stop as he walked through the Zhu Yao and towards the large prison behind it. Vermilion Bird no longer gazed at Su Yuang, but instead placed her eyes on the two black-robed men and calmly said, Puppetry, the Mozi family and or the descendants of the Gongshu family? Gongfu Yang of the Gongfu family. The man wearing a black and white mask formed his 10 fingers into claws, and a thin line flew from his fingers towards Zhu Yao. These threads were very tiny, but under the covering of the Vermilion Bird's flames that were upper by Yidu enough to melt steel, there was not the slightest trace of breaking. Can't you stop burning? Jubilee glanced at the thin line on her body, still expressionless. It seems that you have prepared well for this operation, a means of preparation intentionally made against me? Gia 4 directions Guardian God Vermilion Bird, without some preparation, how would we dare to trespass into the heavenly prison guarded by you?
Still not going in? Don't you guys want the baby?
Whooshing Morrow glanced at the others and warned.
Go!
The sword-wielding middle-aged man's face sank, and his feet quickly flew towards behind the Vermilion Bird. No one dared to attack Jubilee while he was under control, or even go around him. Jubilee watched the men pass by without the slightest movement.
Looks like you guys are falling all over yourselves. Then I'll stay here. Swish!
The twisting fire snake on the Vermilion Bird's body steeply turned black.
Black flame.
It erupted away at the same time, like a black shroud of light rushing towards the top of the dungeon, forming a circular pillar of fire that wrapped the Vermilion Bird in it.
But even so, those threads remained unbroken. Firmly entwined within the black flames was the Vermilion Bird. Die! Just as Gongsun Yang and Morrow's attention was focused on the black flames, a stern aura suddenly came from behind Gongsun Yang. A sharp blade of black flames flashed by, cutting off Gong Tu Yang's head in the blink of an eye, while the wand still had black flames attached to it, rapidly burning Gong Tu Yang's body. What?
Strangely enough, even though Gong Yang's head had been severed, human voices were still emitted from within his body.
Boo!
Gong Tu Yang's body exploded apart, and Zhu Yao's feet pointed away from Gong Tu Yang.
A silhouette flew out from the exploding Gong Yang's body,
landing next to Morrow, who was wearing a whooshing mask.
Puppet!
Vermilion Bird frowned. The one he had just cut off was a puppet. Looking toward the man who burrowed out of the body of the whole body was made up of mechanical joints, like a modern robot, and the neck was connected by machinery, with a surface of skin made from an unknown material.
You actually transformed yourself into a puppet.
Vermilion Bird's pupil eyes stared slightly.
The life of a human being is finite, only the life of a puppet is infinite, so what difference does it make if it is a human being, or a puppet? Puppets that are truly eternal. Gongju Yang's face was expressionless. Or maybe his face with the traces of a puppet couldn't make any expression at all. The other side. Su Yueguan walked towards the depths of the dungeon after passing through the Vermilion Bird. On either side were cells with all sorts of people in them. There are even dead bodies. The skin was dry and shriveled and appeared to have been starved alive. It's like hell in here. It stinks. Come to the end of the heavenly prison. There's no way out. It's a dead end. Strange, didn't the man say the passage to the bottom was at the end? There should be an organ. Look around the neighborhood. The man with the sword followed suit, and after seeing this scene for a moment of contemplation looked elsewhere, still without any expression. Are you still quite bold? I heard that you've always been cautious, why are you so bold this time? The demonic woman came back to Su Yueguang's side, with eyes that couldn't wait to swallow Su Yueguang in one bite. What does this woman want? Why do you always feel greedy for his body? Su Yueguang rubbed his nose and didn't bother with her. Kinda high and mighty, hee, don't know the goodness of women. When this is over, I'll come to you and let you taste the goodness of women. The woman pressed her former body against Su Yueguang's back and whispered in his ear. Come on if you're not afraid to die. Su Yueguang pretended to be fierce. Boing boing, you look pretty manly when you threaten me. What, want me to die in bed? Let's see if you have the skill. The woman threw a wink. There's no end to this woman. Stuck to him like a dog's paw. Found it. Suddenly someone blurted out. Anum. Click, click, click. The speaker stood in front of a wall and pressed his palm on a brick. Then there was a sound of a machine bracket, and the cells of the heavenly dungeon began to shake. Like an earthquake, the whole ground shook. Dust shifted on the wall, and the entire wall suddenly contracted to the side, revealing a door through which 3 people could pass. Ancient times actually had this kind of skillful craftsmanship, and this world really wasn't comparable to ordinary ancient times. Go! The man with the sword went in first, followed by the crowd. I thought that after coming down there would be the treasure trove, but I didn't expect to hear voices coming from the end of the passage before I could go down. Big brother. Drink. Third brother, there's a big event today, so drink less. Hi. Big brother, you're just being too careful, there's that old thief Vermilion Bird up there on guard, who can get in here, even if we do the 3 of us are more than enough to deal with it. Forget it, the big brother does not drink. The second brother to accompany the sprinkler to go one. The sound of glasses clinking rang out. At the same time there were 3 other handsome voices coming in. Someone, look out! The sword-wielding man stepped forward and warned. Someone's coming.
The sounds of drinking within the end came to a screeching halt. Several people walked through the dark stairs and finally saw light again after descending another 10 meters or so.
The second floor of the heavenly prison.
Similar to the first floor of the heavenly dungeon, there was still an empty area similar to a hall, and there were still wine tables. But this time there was not one man standing at the wine table, but 3.
All strong men.
A big man with a full beard had a spear next to him, his face was fierce and unruly. A body length of 9 feet, beard length of 2 feet, face like heavy jujube, lips like grease, danfang eyes, eyebrow lying silkworms, appearance, holding a green dragon crescent moonsword, majestic. The last person's face is broad and peaceful, without the other 2 people's fury is heavy, instead, it is to give a person a very friendly senses. The body is 7 feet and 5 inches long, with 2 ears hanging over the shoulders, hands over the knees, eyes that can take care of their own ears, a face like a crown of jade, lips like grease, and 2 swords on the back, placed crosswise.
Tai. I'm Zhang the Yenren, who are you, report your name.
Hand holding a Zhang long spear of the man's temper, after seeing a few people went up and shouted, voice like a tiger, with that fierce face, ordinary people just look at a glance will be chilled heartbeat.
Lu Guanzhang? Su Yueguang froze, Lu Beiguan Yu Zhang Fei?
He suddenly remembered that Zhang Jiao did seem to be from the same era as Zhang Fei and the others. Both were from the late Eastern Han Dynasty, although the original historical record is that Zhang Jiao revolted several years before Cao Cao and the others did.
But these people are truly of an era.
Words like Lu Bu Zhaoyun subconsciously appeared in Su Yueguang's mind.
Lu Guanzhang is here. What about Lu Bu and the others?
Tai.
Who's this kid?
He's got a good eye, he actually recognizes our 3 brothers.
Seeing that Su Yueguang recognized the 3 of them right away, Zhang Fei couldn't hide his happiness on his face.
Where is Lu Bu?
Su Yueguang was thinking about Lu Bu and subconsciously asked. Lu Bu is a fierce man, and if the other guy is here too then it's no fun. Lu Bu? That guy is in the dungeon behind him, you came to save that guy?
Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade spun around and slammed heavily into the ground.
The crowd only felt the ground tremble for that brief moment. These 3, 1 first grade and 2 second grades.
The flirtatious woman swallowed, not realizing that there were still 3 experts guarding this place. This is the second floor of the heavenly prison, there are 3 floors in total, and below that should be the treasure vault.
The sword-wielding man looked behind Lu Guanzhang and the 3 of them.
But how do we get there? The crowd fell silent.
There are 2 black-robed big men up there blocking for them, who's blocking for them here? 3 first grades, they're strongest here, not even a first grade. Chapter 58, sorry, I'm an undercover agent.
I'll do it, of course, but it will require a small sacrifice on your part. The sword-wielding man turned back to look at the crowd, and that expressionless face finally revealed a trace of a kind smile.
Sacrifice? What do you want? Someone said. Li Kai, what the hell are you doing by bringing us along? Isn't it so that we can grab the treasure with you?
Everyone was here for the treasure, grabbing the treasure was fine, but no one was willing to pay the price to get it.
Surely you had no good intentions in calling us here.
Among the people present, Li Kai was the only second grade, and if Li Kai made a move against them, none of them would be able to resist. Seeing Li Kai walking towards them with a cold face, everyone subconsciously stepped back.
Li Kai! You in the end? Sound of escaping laughter.
The one closest to the other wanted to ask him what the hell he was up to. Suddenly the long sword in Li Kai's hand stabbed into the man's chest, grunting. After stabbing into the man's chest, it was as if the sword had come to life. The hilt of the sword grew out of the meridian outline and crawled up the sword like a tentacle, which then burrowed within the man's chest and quickly sucked the man's blood.
Anum. Pattering sound.
In just a few breaths, the man was sucked into a dry corpse and fell to the ground, arms like rotting dead wood snapping apart. This is the blood-drinking sword.
Someone in the crowd recognized the sword.
The demon sword drinks blood, is capable of absorbing a person's essence and strength. So it turns out. You wanted to absorb our essence blood to enhance your strength, that's why you brought us along.
Another person exclaimed. Run!
He's trying to boost his strength by wanting our lives.
The crowd panicked.
But just as they were trying to escape.
But suddenly he realized that he couldn't move his body. What's going on? Why can't I move? This is Yao Ji's shadow binding technique.
Yao Ji, it turns out that you guys have been planning to use us as sacrifices for a long time. Yao Ji, that is, the enchanting woman who had been harassing Su Yueguang and even gave Su Yueguang a look at her peaks. It was only at this time that the crowd realized that Yao Ji had already withdrawn from the crowd at some point and was hiding behind the crowd. Her shadow blowed out, connecting with everyone else's. Cluck 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 cluck, what a bunch of naive little fools. How could we possibly give up our treasures to you little cuties? How could we possibly give up our treasures to you little cuties? Of course we're using you. Yogi covered her mouth and giggled. Then noticing Su Yueguang, his eyes lit up. Don't worry, sweetie, I know you're not Colmore. Colmore is actually a pervert who likes to abuse women. The man who had long been craving my body and hated to abuse me to death actually looked at my body and didn't react. So you're definitely not Colmore. The enchanting woman licked her lips and... But don't be afraid. You won't die. You killed Colmore, didn't you? I like you a lot, you must have a handsome face under the mask, I really can't bear to think about it. The woman seemed to be imagining something, her cheeks were slightly flushed and her voice was slightly breathy, making all the men in the room gulp and... After I kill these three, I'll find a way to bring you back to life, and then you'll have to repay me with your body. Yao Ji threw a wink at Su Yueguang while saying to the man holding the blood-drinking sword, Li Kai, leave him alive. As expected, the other party realized that I wasn't Ni long ago. But I'm invincible with this luck. The other side has to save me when I die. The reason why he brought himself here, I think, was for now, wasn't it? After all, liking him anymore wasn't as important as the treasure down here. What if I'm ugly under the mask? Su Yueguang asked rhetorically. Ugly? The woman froze, then grinned, oh, if it's ugly, I'll just have to ask you to go to hell. Realistic women, more so than the ones in online dating. Su Yueguang's face was expressionless, and without further comment, he turned his head to look at Li Kai, who was killing people across the street with a blood-drinking sword. Li Kai was absorbing people's essence blood one by one, and his aura was skyrocketing. Then he looked down at his shadow. Big brother. He seems to be killing his own people. Zhang Ida said to Liu Bei. See, absorbing one's own people's power to enhance one's own strength, it's really evil. Second and third brother, go up and try his strength. There's no need for a third brother, Guan Mao alone is sufficient. As the words fell, Guan Yu's green dragon crescent moonblade rotated in the air, slanting at his side, while taking a step out. Chop! One step heavily stepped on the ground, and his figure jumped up violently, leaping into mid-air towards Li Kai with a knife slash. Like a tiger descending a mountain, it is unstoppable and indestructible. The green dragon crescent moonblade was covered in green light, Guan Yu's eyes flashed with a stern aura, and this blade seemed to want to split Li Kai in two. Dang! Li Kai turned back and raised his blood-drinking sword high. Raise your sword above your head. Green dragon crescent blade and blood-drinking sword jingo collision, invisible airwaves like a sandstorm swept away, flying sand and stones, ground dust was rolled to the whole space by the airwaves. Su Yueguang's eyes narrowed slightly to prevent sand from entering his eyes. Both are second grade, who wins? ZZ. There was a stalemate in the dust. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed, and Su Yueguang and the others finally got a good look at the situation inside. The lapis lazuli plate under Li Kai Shuang's feet alone was crushed into countless pieces by the powerful force of stepping on it. The legs had sunk into the earth. A sword and a knife were frozen in mid-air. Guan Yu's face was flushed red and he held the green dragon crescent blade in both hands with the intent to kill him. Li Kai's face also rose red, both hands holding the hilt of the sword, eyes filled with blood. Dead block Guan Yu attack. Martial Saint Divine Power. Seeing the stalemate, Guan Yu face some can't hang on, suddenly red around the body, hands also become and face as red, hand power violently increased. Rumble. Li Kai could no longer withstand Guan Yu's fierce attack, and his long sword was pressed down onto his shoulder. With a swish, the sword fell into the shoulder, sinking into the flesh and bone. Pust. Blood stained the shirt on his left shoulder. Seeing that he was being suppressed, Li Kai shouted angrily, and the power in his hand increased violently. Zip! The sparks from the friction between the knife and sword were like rolling oil exploding violently when it met cold water. Guan Yu's long sword was instantly raised. At the same time, his figure rose upwards, and his body rotated backward 360 degrees before falling back to its original position. His strength is already close to first grade, we can't let him continue to improve. Upon landing, Guan Yu's willow eyebrows rose and her body shook around. The muscles in his upper body surged, and his clothes burst open like plastic held up by his muscles,
revealing the firm, reddened muscles underneath that cloth. Little Guan Yu, not enough to worry about.
The wound on Li Kai's shoulder gushed out a mass of blood that squirmed like a slime moisturizing the wound, which was rapidly healing. He looked towards Guan Yu, his eyes shrouded in a flash of blood. He's using the absorbed essence blood to heal his injuries. Guan Yu lightly stroked his long beard and landed without hesitation, his long sword crossed and he wanted to continue his attack forward again. But suddenly the body lurched. Behind Li Kai, who had just gotten up, came Yaoji's hissing voice, "Be careful behind you." Li Kai hurriedly turned his head to look, and even though he had reacted very quickly already. But a long blade penetrated his chest.
"Sorry, I'm undercover." Su Yueguang looked at him with an expressionless face as he held his long sword and said, Chapter 59, Where is my sable? Of course he knew that Su Yueguang was an undercover agent. But the question is, isn't Su Yueguang bound? Li Kai stared at Yaoji, who was not far away, with wide dead fish eyes. Yaoji's forehead was sweaty and her face was a little pale, his power has violently increased by as much as double, and now his strength is close to first grade. I can't control it. On the spot where Su Yueguang had just been, a coin stood upright on the ground, steady. Coin of death, heads enhance the strength of the person using it, tails reduce it, verticals enhance it twice as much. This way, poison, being stabbed in the waist, Su Yueguang also gave himself a quiet stab every now and then, as well as the increased chi from rushing. It allowed Su Yueguang's strength to reach the second grade long ago. Together with this coin, Su Yueguang's essence had completely surpassed the second level. Great? Stabbed in the loins for a change. You! Li Kai Gang raised his hand and pointed at Su Yueguang. Put. Sorry, hand slipped. Just as he raised his hand, a sharp pain suddenly came from his chest. Lowering his head, he saw Su Yueguang's hand holding the knife spinning around his chest. When he looked up and looked at Su Yueguang again, he saw Su Yueguang's smile on his face. Get out! Li Kai raised his hand and slapped his palm at Su Yueguang's shoulder. Su Yueguang didn't dodge, letting the other party slap on his shoulder, flying backwards into mid-air, and landing in style after stabilizing his stance. Li Kai looked at the blood flowing out of his chest like a small river, his face was ugly. But even after being stabbed through the heart, shockingly, he's still not dead, Instead, he looked at a nearby evil cultivator again. Chow! Yogi, let go of me. The man saw Li Kai noticing his face was ugly as hell, and without even thinking about it, he knew that the other party wanted to give himself a sword as well. He's not Su Yueguang, who can still survive after being stabbed with a sword. He hurriedly exerted his strength to break free from the shadow binding technique, but no matter how much he struggled, he could not move. Thunder Half Moon Chop! Just as Li Kai wanted to use his blood-drinking sword to stab into that evil cultivator's body to replenish his essence blood, a sudden bellow came from behind him. At the same time a cold aura flashed from top to bottom from Li Kai's body. Clamor! Li Kai was sliced in half like a watermelon, his corpse falling apart to the ground, his internal organs spilling out onto the ground, his blood flowing, and his blood-drinking sword falling to the side. With this horrifying image, even among the surrounding evil cultivators, some couldn't help but close their eyes. Guan Yu looked at Li Kai, who had been split in half by himself, with a proud face, stroking his beard with his left hand and holding his Guan sword in his right hand like a small mountain towering majestically. The rebels have been executed. Dead. Yoji looked at her companion, who had been split in two, with a hard look on her face, and loosened her shadow binding technique. Yao Ji! You're ting on us! After being loosened, everyone looked viciously at Yao Ji. Yao Ji's face didn't change. Don't mind me now, since the plan failed I have nothing to say, want to take revenge after that, you guys still think about how to face these three guys first now. When the crowd looked back, they saw Guan Yu Zhang Fei looking at them like a hungry wolf staring at a flock of sheep with murderous intent. The crowd then remembered who they were. They could all be evil cultivators, and they had come to seize the treasure. Although Guan Yu had killed Li Kai, he would not let them go. Chow! Yao Ji, you've killed us! The crowd drew their weapons and looked at Guan Yu and Zhang Fei warily. Liu Bei, on the other hand, still hasn't made a move up to this point. Kid, you're from the Demon Suppression Division, aren't you? Come over and hide behind us, just protect yourself, you don't need to do anything for the rest. Zhang Fei said as he looked at Su Yueguang. Then I'm welcome. Su Yueguang's feet moved, and the crowd only felt a flash in front of their eyes. Su Yueguang had already appeared on the chair opposite Liu Bei. Little brother is really good at kung fu.
To have such strength at such a young age, you are truly young and talented. Lu Xiande couldn't help but marvel at Su Yuguang's speed when he saw him.
Su Yuguang grinned without explanation.
He was now completely stacked with strength from various skills. After the skill statute of limitations expired, it would immediately fall back to the strength of a third-ranked Zen Mushi, and it would still be the bottom of the barrel of a third-ranked Zen Mushi. On the other hand, the atmosphere was at a sword's edge for a while. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei pressed forward with their long swords and snake spears, and looked to be about to fight. But just then, the unexpected happened again. The one who was killed in the beginning, the one who was sucked into a dry body by the blood-drinking sword. Suddenly it looked like the chopsticks had snapped and sat up straight. Then, as if free from gravity, he instantly stood up without the slightest bend in his body.
Third and second brother, watch out.
Lu Xiande had been paying attention to the battlefield. When he saw the scene, he stood up violently.
What the hell?
Zhang Fei Guan Yu also noticed the dry body that suddenly stood up with a wary look on his face.
How can you stand up when you're obviously dead? Ka.
The dry corpse's eyes were hollow and its body was dried out, and its whole body looked like a dried cabbage. The bones at the joints can be seen in both hands and feet. At this point, he stood up and turned his neck as if to discern the direction. Finally, locking his eyes on the depths of the innermost cell. Just under the watchful eyes of the crowd, just one step at a time towards the cell, faster and faster, faster and faster, and finally even ran.
Eat my spear.
Right at this moment, a bellowing cry rang out, the mere sound of which could frighten one's guts out of one's wits. A spear swept across the room, cutting off the dryad that was running towards the cell. The body of the dryer was split in two as it maintained its running position. Its feet were still running forward with inertia, and the upper half of its body flew forward with inertia for some distance before falling to the ground. But even so, the dryad that was split in two still didn't stop moving. It pulled out a black orb from its bosom and threw it towards the depths of the cell. The orb fell to the ground under the watchful eyes of the crowd and was broken into countless small pieces as if it was made of blocks. But the peculiar thing was that the broken pieces that had fallen into it grew, as if they were alive, into 4 little feet. He himself just moved on the ground, extremely fast, running towards the cell, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed over Su Yuguang and Liu Bei.
The target remains deep in the cell. Not good. These demons are targeting the dungeon.
Lu Xiande's face changed slightly, and he hastily drew out his double-stranded sword and chopped towards those tiny pieces of debris through the air.
Used as phonetic ka.
A sword sweep. In an instant, a number of broken pieces were chopped in two, no longer moving. But compared to the countless chunks that the orb had been transformed into, it was just a drop in the bucket. There was still a large part of a quick rush into the location of the cell. Liu Bei could no longer stop it. Those strange pieces of debris, after rushing inside the cell, climbed straight up to the location of the cell's lock hole.
Anum.
Click, click, click.
Anum.
Click, click, click. Inside the cell, there were countless sounds of machineries.
This voice caused all three of Lu Guanzhang's faces to change drastically. The cell door was opened.
The people inside the second level are not like the first level, which is full of vicious sinners. Every single one of them was strong and unrivaled, and some of them were even only stronger than them.
Cicada, I've finally waited for this day. Where is the Fontian painted halberd? Where is my sable cicada? From the depths of the cage, an angry roar came.
Chapter 60, I'd rather teach the world to lose, than teach the world to lose me.
Lu Bu. Su Yuguang subconsciously said this person's name.
At the same time there was the sound of strange laughter from the others in the dimly lit cell.
Apparently Lupo wasn't the only one who was let out. Brother Lu, let's discuss this. Can we give him his sable? This way maybe we can have one less enemy. Su Yuguang turned her head to Liu Bei. Liu Bei.
On the day Lu Bu was captured, Sable Cicada cried tears of joy, the same day to find 2 little white men to go to the West Lake to play, but and the little white men to play too much, fell into the West Lake, pulling the little white men double death. Now the corpse is buried inside the Mizuki grave outside of the capital cities. You go quickly, maybe the corpse is not finished breaking.
Su Yuguang. So the historical Diao-chan is just like this? She's so happy that Lu Bu was taken in? Still looking for 2? Pretty good at it. Aren't you afraid of dying on the boat? No, it's dead. So what do we do now? Su Yuguang was silent.
Lu Bu is small, the main thing, not Lu Bu, but those prisoners who are comparable to monsters. Lu Xiande gently stroked his beard, and behind him came bursts of screams as Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were frantically slaughtering those evil cultivators.
Let's get these minions out of the way first. Lu Bu is small? That means there is an existence stronger than Lu Bu in here? Su Yueguan felt as if things were in trouble. Is it stronger than Lu Bu? No less than 5 fingers. Su Yueguan. What about us? These people can't go out, they must all stay here. Liu Bei's dual swords were in his hands, and that amiable face finally became serious. Investigate on the spot. Investigate on the spot. Deep in the gloomy cell, one figure after another stepped out. There were men and women, but mostly men. Where did my sable go? A menacing man with teeth like jagged teeth shouted angrily. Seeing this Lu Bu, Su Yueguan suddenly understood why Diaochan was so happy. Teeth like jagged teeth, the face is poor and ugly, this ing if he is sable he is also going to find 2 little white men. The look is already inhuman. 9 feet tall, lanky body, thick arms, this was a completely humanoid monster. It wasn't just him, the other Hanyu were all in different shapes and forms, there just weren't many normal looking ones. All of them are tigerish and tall. However, there were 1 or 2 women who were enchanting in appearance, and although their bodies were also incomparably tall, their looks were definitely first-rate and good-looking. Your sable cicada drowned after playing too much with the white boy. Su Yueguan came in coldly. What did you say? My sable is dead. Shouldn't the focus of your attention be on her playing with a white boy? Oh, and historically Diaochan and Dong Zhuo had an affair, so that's fine. The other guy didn't seem to mind the cuckold stunt. Indeed dead, but not killed by others. Liu Bei also explained, while scanning the crowd coming out. Xiande, I have treated you well, why are you trying to negative me? Just as Liu Bei opened his mouth, a bearded man walked out. It carried the treacherous aura of a villain, and was not as stout as the others, but its aura was not much weaker than theirs. Even though it was a question, there was no hint of anger, as if he was talking to an old friend. Brother Mengde, you've come out too. Liu Bei's face darkened. The heart secretly said that it was not good, this situation seemed to have gone beyond their control. Mengde, Chow Chow. Su Yueguan's eyelids jumped, this man across the street is Chow Chow? Don't tell me it's a bit like that. The eyes are treacherous, born with a rebel bone. Ha, looking at you, it seems like you don't want to see me come out. Chow Mengde let out a fake laugh and looked at Liu Bei with eyes that were getting colder and colder. Brother Mengde used the people of the world as a sacrifice, I really can't bear to see the people of the world being slaughtered, I hope Brother Mengde won't be offended. Liu Bei arched his hand at Chow Chow and apologized. If apologizing works, then haven't I been in jail all these years for nothing? Chow Chow sneered, I'd rather teach me to lose the world than have the world lose me. If I use them as sacrifices, I can ensure that I will become an immortal, and when I do, I will be able to achieve my goal. When I become an immortal, all of you will be immortalized, so why do you want to harm me? You asshole. If it wasn't for you, how would I be like this now? When he said the last sentence, Chow Chow finally clammed up, nearly roaring out. Prepare not to tolerate the slaughter of the people. It is better for the people of the world to lose me than for me to lose the people of the world. When he said this, Liu Bei was righteous. Su Yueguan glanced at Liu Bei, the Liu Bei of this world was quite righteous. Brother Mengde, why are we still talking about this now? Isn't it good to kill him for revenge and then we'll escape from here together? He. A heavenly opportunity. A wide-bodied, fat old man walked out, his body showing wealth, although wearing a prison uniform, but still with a noble atmosphere. Dong Zhuo, remnants of the former dynasty, humph. Do you think you guys can get out today? Liu Bei snorted coldly when he saw the man. It's not your turn to judge whether it's out or not, you big-eared thief. How about we join forces, kill the big-eared thief, and escape from here? Another short-bearded man stepped forward, with a somewhat gaunt face and a hint of cunning in his shrewdness. Gon Sun Zan. Liu Bei frowned when he saw the man. Su Yueguan smacked his lips as he listened to the familiar names. Not good. It seems that all the big names from the Three Kingdoms and the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty have been released. Chapter 61, Skill Reversal. Big brother, that woman ran away. At this time, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei also killed all the evil cultivators. No harm done, don't worry about them now. Liu Bei looked at the group of prisoners in front of him and sweaty stains appeared on his palms.
The clenched double swords represented that his heart was also extremely unsettled at this time. These people, they must not be let go. Big brother, I'm afraid this is going to be a vicious battle. Even with his martial saint body turned on, Guan Yu could still feel a strong pressure from these people. Gentlemen, tell me what weapons you want, there's a shortage of everything but weapons. Gong Sun Zan waved his big hand and countless blades appeared out of thin air in front of him. Transparent as glass, it hovered in mid-air, pointing directly at Liu Bei and the others. Give me the Fang Tian painted halberd. Lu Bu stepped forward, his body swooped down, cupping the square sky-painted halberd suspended in the void with his smooth hand, and charged towards Liu Bei's trio, his voice as loud as thunder. Get the hell out of my way! I don't believe my Cindy is dead. It must be you guys who lied to me. Big brother, I'll do it. Guan Yu saw Lu Bu charging in, and instead of retreating, he similarly leaped up high and raised his green dragon crescent blade, streaming shadow slash. The swooping Lu Bu and the falling Guan Yu collided with each other. Duong! In the air, waves of sound erupted like a landslide in tsunami. Ding, taking noise damage, ear strength +10+10+. Su Yueguang's eardrums were somewhat soothed by the shock. With this strike, both men did not hold back. They all attack each other with unstoppable force. But Lu Bu's Fang Tian painted halberd that had been vaporized was not as hard as the green dragon crescent blade. After a few moments of stalemate, cracks appeared in the square sky painting halberd. Looking at Lu Bu's triangular eyes, heavenly demon power. Seeing that the Fang Tian painted halberd was about to break open, Guan Yu's victory was in his hands. Black chi suddenly surged out of Lu Bu's hand and wrapped around the halberd. The square sky painted halberd turned from a transparent white to a pitch black color in an instant, and the cracks disappeared. Get up for me! Lu Bu bellowed and toppled Guan Yu away. Guan Yu's body shook, rotating in the air to unload. After landing on the ground, his body squatted on the ground, feet together, knees wide open, Xinglong crescent moon blade held behind him. Then his legs pushed hard, his legs popped up, and he landed without the slightest lag, charging at Lu Bu again. The power of the martial saint. Silky steam rose from under Guan Yu's green hat, and blood flowed rapidly throughout his body, putting him in peak condition. On the side, Su Yueguang had a look of admiration in her eyes. The whole set of movements is flowing and natural. If it wasn't for the tense situation, Su Yueguang couldn't help but applaud. Knock! Guan Yu and Lu Bu fought again. And Lu Xiande and Zhang Fei, too, welcomed the enemy. Sprinkled Dianwei, come to ask for advice. Lu Xiande, I will make your life worse than death today. A 3-meter-tall man with a double-board axe rushed towards Zhang Fei. Xiao Mengde stood in place, his eyes staring straight at Liu Bei, with eyes that could not wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. The rest of the group stepped forward. Su Yueguang was a little embarrassed. Liu Bei 3 people 1 opponent, that he looked to the rest of the crowd that looked at him unsuspectingly. Very well, I'll leave these 3 to you, and the rest to me. Su Yueguang stepped forward. At the same time, the lottery interface was conjured up in his mind. He has 1 B-draw left. This is the perfect time of year for a raffle. Ding, congratulations to the player who extracted the skill 8 doors of evasion. Upper. Introduction, the upper part of the 8 doors of transportation, including the 4 doors of open, rest, life, injury, available game points to learn. Every time you open a door, you will consume a large amount of chi and life force, and your strength will be increased by several times. The more doors opened, the more life force and chi consumed will increase, and with that, the stronger the strength will be. The 8 gates of evil. Su Yueguang's eyes flashed with essence. System, spend all my game points to learn. Consuming life force, isn't that just increasing his lifespan? Turn on the reversal skill when you're depleted, and turn it off when you're enhanced, and make a lot of money. Su Yueguang craned his neck. Ding, spending 5,000 game points, the 8 doors of transportation is learned to the Shangmen, which can be opened actively. Little friend Su, why don't you just leave? These people aren't something you can deal with. Go up and call the vermilion bird here, the 3 of us should be able to hold out for a while. Hold out for a while? Big-eared thief, aren't you overestimating yourself? As soon as the words fell, an arcing red blade flew towards Liu Bei. Liu Bei hastily raised both of his swords to parry. Both swords were struck by sharp blades, a powerful force came from his hands. Liu Bei only felt like he was hit by a mad cow, his hands went numb and his feet plowed a deep trail in the ground. Lu Xiande. I want you dead. After kicking at Liu Bei through the air, Cao Cao didn't stop, his body flashed and instantly appeared in front of Liu Bei, his right hand became a claw, encircled with a red bloody aura grabbing towards Liu Bei's head.
Brother Mengde, do you really want to die with me?
Liu Bei's long sword crossed, blocking Cao Cao's sharp claws as his body flew into the distance like a cannonball.
8 gates of recluse, open door, open. Hue gate, open. Life gate, open.
Su Yueguang stood still, and the same silky vapor rose from his body as Guan Yu's did. Although there were only 3 doors, with the addition of Su Yueguang's skills, the power that could be utilized was definitely more than this much.
There's something wrong with that kid, the aura around him is getting stronger and stronger.
The broad-bodied Dongjue noticed something wrong with Su Yueguang.
Drinking pools. Dongjue glared at Su Yueguang.
Ding, mentally attacked, lucidity plus 1000, soul strength plus 50, agility plus 100.
Good lord, Dongjue is actually a mage. All these talents seem to be very good at what they do. Su Yueguang's eyes narrowed slightly as he took out his revolver. What's that? Gongsun Zan's eyes stared when he saw the revolver Su Yueguang pull out. Liu Bei's 3 had opponents, leaving only Su Yueguang.
Guys, don't look at them, your opponent is me.
Su Yueguang picked up the pistol and pointed it at his shoulder, grinning. Boo! A fire erupted. Bang, bang, bang.
Several more shots were fired in quick succession.
Su Yueguang felt his shoulder blades shatter a little. Yes.
Ding, take damage, blood plus 100, bone strength plus 100. Ding, cursed, constant weakness, slowing down, malicious weakness when subjected to malicious strength is constantly reduced. Ding, reversal skill activated, curse reversed, the player gains a continuous increase in all attribute skills, speed increase, reversal of malice weakness when subjected to malice, strength continues to increase.
Chapter 62, Toolman Dongjue.
Pleasing cues like beautiful notes bouncing around in your head. Su Yueguang closed her eyes and carefully felt the powerful force. After a series of increases, Su Yueguang felt that her life had reached its peak. The entire body was filled with pure power.
Su Yueguang felt that he could now duel with the hooker's art girl until dawn.
Looking up at Dongjue and the other prisoners, Su Yueguang grinned at the corner of his mouth and,
Sun thieves, are you coming one by one to die, or are you coming together? Draw the ground.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Dongjue suddenly spat out aphorisms. From beneath Su Yueguang's feet, a circular halo inexplicably appeared, emitting a golden and translucent light that imprisoned Su Yueguang within it. Ding, subject to confinement, speed plus 20, physical dexterity plus 1000. This mage is not bad, Su Yueguang looked at Dongjue. This set of increase from the other party has strengthened his own strength by a few points. Don't kill Dongjue first, keep it, you must keep it.
He was imprisoned by me.
This person's strength has been rising, there is something odd, kill him first.
Dongjue said in a deep voice.
You guys take care of this kid, and a few of us will go slaughter Guan Yu and the others.
The prisoners split into 2 teams, one team rushed towards Liu Bei's men, while the other team set their eyes on Su Yueguang. At this moment, Su Yueguang's body was covered in blue aura.
The body had swelled up, the hair scarf that bound his hair had fallen off, and his nearly half-meter-long green silk was bulging upwards in the shape of facing the sky.
Anyone could sense that something was wrong with Su Yueguang. Don't go on yet, I'll do it.
The 100 soldiers drill. Gongsun Zan held open his 5 fingers and aimed at Su Yueguang with one hand, and in front of him countless oddly shaped blades coalesced and molded, then shot out like sharp arrows.
It shot straight towards Su Yueguang's face.
Streamed down of tears.
The speed was so fast that it even erupted into a sonic boom. 10,000 blades come out. Swords and swords, densely packed like rain, into a mountainous trend will instantly Su Yueguang flooded. Dead? Nope. Gongsun Zan, above your head.
There was no lack of experts in the crowd, and even though Su Yueguang's speed had exceeded the speed of sound, some people were still able to see his figure. Just as Su Yueguang just reached Gongsun Zan's head, the other party opened his mouth a second earlier.
It also gave Gongsun Zan time to react. This place is full of masters.
His companion merely warned him, and Gongsun Zan reacted extremely quickly, immediately thrusting all of his longswords above him.
However, Su Yueguang did not bring the slightest dodge to those long swords that stabbed over. A palm slapped towards Gongsun Zan's heavenly aperture. Boo!
The long sword had just pierced into Su Yueguang's body by a centimeter before it strangely stopped in midair, no longer advancing by half a point. Then it slowly dissipated without a trace like broken glass. The palm of his hand slaps Gong Sun Zan on the ceiling of the sky. Those originally gleaming eyes gradually lost their luster, and blood overflowed from his features. His feet went limp and he fell to the ground. 1. The corner of Su Yueguang's mouth ticked. Although he didn't know what exactly Gong Sun Zan's ability was, he had always solved one.
Crazy man. Not afraid to die?
If Gong Sun Zan's sword hadn't stopped just now, then Su Yueguang would have been pierced through the heart with 10,000 arrows at this moment and become a hedgehog. My spells don't seem to work on him.
Dongzhuo's face was ugly to the extreme. 2 spells were used on Su Yueguang, but Su Yueguang didn't seem to be affected in any way. Then don't drag your feet.
Although this kid looks young, his strength is not bad. Those 2 guys up there can't go more than a few moves under Vermilion Bird. We need to speed up. Otherwise, if Vermilion Bird vacates his hand, we really won't be able to get out. As soon as the Vermilion Bird was mentioned, the faces of the crowd changed in unison. The word Jubilee was like the devil to them.
Together. Su Yueguang raised his right hand, hooked his finger contemptuously, tilted his chin, and stared proudly at the entire audience. His grandma. Still being underestimated by a little brat. Demon monk possessed.
Speaking is a side of round ears, nose straight, mouth square, cheeks a raccoon beard, bald man, neck set, skull necklace. Just standing gives people a sense of the fury of the body.
Demon Buddha Dharma phase. The demon monk's body rapidly expanded, and his clothes were bursting by inches. Kick you in the leg, kick you in the bullet word. Boo. Aha. Before the devil Buddha could take shape, suddenly Su Yueguang moved, and before the crowd could react, the second monk of Lu suddenly felt like he had some egg on his face.
Not metaphorically, but really balls out. The expanding magic Buddha then swelled with a lurch, and then quickly shrunk, eventually returning to its original state. After regaining his original form, the second monk Lu silently knelt on the ground with his back bent and his hands placed between his legs. The Monk Lu Air's miserable screams resounded throughout the dungeon. Even the Vermilion Bird who was fighting above frowned.
What's going on here?
I can't believe I screamed so much. The others took a step back in unison when they saw the reaction of the second monk of Lu. All of their faces went white with fear. A look of horror filled his eyes as he looked at Su Yueguang. Su Yueguang skimmed her lips. If you don't defend yourself against me even after such a long time of forward swing, aren't you looking for death? This kid doesn't talk about martial virtues. It's too damn shameless. Let's go together. Stop dragging. The crowd had finally developed a fear of Su Yueguang that originated from the deepest part of their hearts. No one would be able to withstand that if it gave them a kick in the pants. Go! Go! After the kick just now, the crowd had been up in arms against Su Yueguang. Die! Heaven and earth are limitless, Xiankuan borrows the law. Moro! I can't see him to tie through a blindfold. Ghost road, night ghost walk. Hooked on lust, hooked on heart, hooked on soul. 1,000 strange spells dazzled the eye. There were more than a dozen of them in all. At the same time, he launched an attack on Su Yueguang. All of you are going to kill me, and you're still talking about shamelessness. Is it hard to stand and let you guys kill me? Su Yueguang skimmed her lips, then the corners of her mouth flicked up. But that's what makes it fun. Seeing that the crowd was attacking him at the same time, not only did Su Yueguang not have the slightest fear, but instead, he became even more excited. From this moment on, the battlefield was dominated by him alone. Su Yueguang has only one thing to rely on, and that's his body. When speed and power are strong enough, any skill is vanity. Su Yueguang's figure disappeared like a ghost and rushed into the crowd. Boo! Boo! There was no shortage of speed and strength powerhouses in the crowd. Facing Su Yueguang was also not the least bit fearful, forcing him to fight against Su Yueguang with force. But Su Yueguang was like a nimble rabbit weaving quickly through the crowd. You will also look for opportunities to attack others when you dodge your opponent's attacks. It was only a matter of a cup of tea. Large and small wounds appeared on Su Yueguang's body. Each one of these people was a powerful expert, and dealing with these people was still a bit of a stretch for Su Yueguang. But the people around them were not half as happy about it as they should have been. Strange, how come this kid is getting stronger the more he fights? Something's wrong, he's getting faster. And it's like it doesn't get tired, it stays in peak condition, and it's still getting stronger. What exactly is this ability? Is it some kind of technique, or is it an innate divine ability? It's not a gongfu, it should be an innate divine ability similar to that of Dianwei's more and more battle, but even though Dianwei would be more and more battle hardened, there's also a consumption, and this monster acts as if there's no consumption at all. The crowd fended off Su Yueguang's attack while analyzing Su Yueguang's ability. But no matter how they analyzed it, they couldn't analyze what exactly Su Yueguang was capable of. Use a forbidden type of spell and trap him. After Su Yueguang killed 2 people, someone finally thought of a way. No way. He's immune to spells. Dongzhuo's face was ugly as hell as he hid in the distance. He used a variety of techniques that had no effect on Su Yueguang at all. That was even if he felt that every time he used it, Su Yueguang would get 1 point stronger. Su Yueguang could become so strong now, in fact, half of the ING credit goes to him. Most of all, Su Yueguang had killed 3 people already, but he didn't have the slightest intention of attacking him. Just lose him as a cutie. At this point, I'm not sure what's going on. I seem to have been used as a tool. Chapter 63 Zhuge Wulong. Don't use spells, trap him physically. This guy seems to be immune to spells. What a freak. Yes. Hearing the physical way, Dongzhuo's eyes lit up. He hadn't really thought about this. Someone trap him for a while. Old evil, we'll both come. A bald man with 4 arms looked to a cloaked man next to him. The cloaked man nodded his head without hesitation, and then simultaneously rushed towards Su Yueguang, who was still slaying the crowd. Su Yueguang felt unbridled at this moment. The strength of his entire body was continuing to increase, and his entire body had reached a metaphysical state. It was as if he merged into heaven and earth, the weight of his body as if it didn't exist. Just as he was sensing this metaphysical state, suddenly his body felt a binding. His body and feet were suddenly entangled by the golden rope that suddenly appeared, and the high-speed moving Su Yueguang stumbled then and fell to the ground. Binding immortal rope. Hold him down while I use the cage to trap him again. Dongzhuo shouted from a distance. Yes. Su Yueguang just wanted to break free, but suddenly 2 first-grade experts arrived in front of him and pressed down on his hands and feet. It doesn't even kill him anymore, it just seeks to keep him under control. After killing so many people for half a day, the crowd also saw some clues. Su Yueguang was not afraid of being injured at all. Even if he was injured, he would recover very quickly, and after recovering, he would become stronger and stronger, and the more he fought, the more courageous he became. So simply don't move Su Yueguang, just trap him and let Dongzhuo do the rest. The several first-grade experts here had a real shadow over Su Yueguang. They're all felons among felons, and they can't get in here without hundreds of lives on their hands each. Killing without blinking, they were also considered perverts among perverts, but in front of Su Yueguang, they still felt that they were not perverted enough. Su Yueguang, this is a real pervert. What the do you guys want? I'm not. Seeing herself being held down by 2 big men, Su Yueguang struggled frantically in fear. All get out of the way. Piercing cage. When it looked like the 2 were about to be unable to hold it down, Dongzhuo pressed his hands on the ground from afar, and the 2 men holding down Su Yueguang left their positions at the same time. Used as phonetic ka-ka. Since Su Yueguang's body was surrounded, something similar to an iron fence rose up in the southeast and northwest directions. After rising to about a man's height, the uppermost part began to close in. It eventually formed a 4-square cage trapping Su Yueguang within it. Pattering sound. Right at this moment, Su Yueguang was also finally breaking free from the immortal binding rope. Looking toward the surrounding cages, Su Yueguang sneered, "A cage of trapped beasts, how can it trap a god?" Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the words fell, countless spikes suddenly emerged from above the cage, forcing Su Yueguang's range of motion to only a small piece. This cage is reinforced with my prohibitions on top of it. If you can break free, then feel free to try. Dongzhuo held his stomach in disdain. Su Yueguang looked at the spikes around him that he would be stabbed with whenever he moved. A bunch of losers. Have the guts to let me out for a one-on-one fight. A bunch of trash, or prisoners from the 2nd floor of the heavenly jail, aren't they all masters? Trapping me is nothing. I'll fight 10 of them. Su Yueguang glared angrily at everyone around him. You're awesome, you're great, we can't win, okay? We'll never see each other again when we get out, ha ha. The man with 4 hands didn't care about Su Yueguang's contempt and abuse. As long as he can get out of the heavenly prison, he doesn't care if Su Yueguang greets his whole family. He killed his whole family anyway. Go! Finish off those 3 assholes from Liu Bei and we'll be out of here. At this point, Liu Bei was facing two people at the same time and was already a bit overwhelmed. Guan Yu was still injured even with his martial saint's body at full power.
Zhang Fei was even more overwhelmed when he faced Dian Wei. Su Yueguang was trapped, and the people who surrounded Su Yueguang targeted Liu Bei's three people again, seeing that the situation had become inferior. Su Yueguang also frowned. And yet, just then,
suddenly the entire second floor of the underground heavenly dungeon suddenly surged with a strange light, containing the entire floor of the heavenly prison. The prisoners who were about to attack Liu Bei in a group stopped in their tracks and looked down at the odd traces floating on the ground.
What is it?
This pattern, it's so familiar, kind of like the 4 elephants and 8 trigrams.
What a stepping stone like. It's just that. Are you guys out of your minds? You can't even recognize the 8 diagrams. The 8 formation diagram? That's not Zhuge Liang's magic treasure. The voice of the man who spoke stalled, then he looked toward the entrance of the heavenly prison, his eyes glaring. Zhuge Liang. Mr. Wulong. You guys are finally here.
Liu Bei's few people fighting also stopped, while looking towards the entrance of the heavenly prison. Only 3 silhouettes appeared at the entrance of the heavenly dungeon. A man 8 feet long, face like a crown of jade, head wearing a silk scarf, wearing a crane cloak, feather fan, elegant, floating with the concept of the gods. As you can tell from the feathered fan, this man is Zhuge Liang. Beside him was a black-haired old Taoist holding a duster, unable to tell his age, his face majestic and solemn. There was also a crane-haired old man with wrinkled skin and pale hair, a gourd tied around his waist holding an alabaster crutch, and a charitable face.
Zhuge Wulong, Zhang Lu, grandson of Zhang Daoling, and Hua Tuo. There are really 3 great characters here.
Seeing the visitor, the faces of the group of prisoners steeped in ugliness. They were all first grade, and some of them were even strong in the first grade. But Zhuge Wulong, who claims to have calculated everything under the sun. Since Zhuge Wulong dared to come here, it meant that he had calculated that there was absolutely no chance of them escaping.
Not to mention, next to him was Zhang Lu, the current Taoist heavenly master and grandson of Zhang Daoling, the founder of Taoism. Just those 2 together would be enough to give them a drink. The healer's heart. Hua Tuo saw Su Yueguang, who was trapped in a cage wearing the costume of a Jin demon guard, and then looked at Liu Bei's several people.
The right-hand sleeve robe was flung. Green light flew out from its hands and landed on Lu Guanzhang, the 3 of them, as well as Su Yueguang. I'll treat your injuries first, you guys rest and relax, and leave the rest to Wulong and Tianchi Zhang.
Hua Tuo smiled kindly.
Ding, healed, blood 100, cell resistance 100.
Liu Bei, many thanks to Senior Hua Tuo. Su Yueguang. I can't thank you enough for this ing thing. Say something before you put your skills on. Why didn't you say so?
Thanks to the fact that he didn't directly come with a big healing spell, otherwise Su Yueguang was afraid that he would have to vomit 3 liters of blood on the spot.
Heavenly Master Zhang, over to you.
Zhuge Liang gently stroked his feathered fan with a smile on his face. Even in the face of many first grades, there was still no look of concern, as if the victory was already assured.
Good. Zhang Lu didn't say anything and went up to the group of prisoners. Will you go back to your cells by yourselves, or will I beat you half to death and put you back? When you open your mouth, it's a dominant model. A great man is born to dwell between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? Cao Cao said in an indignant voice, his body suddenly dropping to the ground like a puddle of blood as he quickly moved in the direction of Zhang Lu. Set.
Zhang Lu raised his hand and pointed, and the blood and water figure truly stopped in place.
Fixation. Isn't that something that can just be broken? What are you doing, Cao Cao? Dongzhu just tried to undo Cao Cao's fixation technique.
Zhang Lu suddenly pointed another finger at him, set. Dongzhu also paused.
Set. 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 Point where you want. Su Yueguang was looking dumbfounded on the side. Is this the legendary one-trick pony? Just one move, to take care of everyone? Just one finger? Just outrageous. After immobilizing everyone, Zhang Lu waved his big hand and invisible big hands grabbed the prisoners. Dozens of prisoners drifted back toward their cells. Out on the lookout for less than an hour and back again.
The prisoners' eyes rolled back in their heads, but there was nothing they could do. It was like the body was out of control and couldn't move. After sending the prisoner to the brig, Zhang Lu looked at Su Yueguang again and waved one hand. The cage is in pieces.
Su Yueguang regained his freedom. A few minutes later, Su Yueguang looked at the prisoners who were put in again. This is finished? What does little friend think? Zhang Lu glanced at Su Yueguang. Heavenly Master, can you teach me that pointing at whoever you set your mind to just now? Su Yueguang muttered, this move was also too domineering. Ha ha ha. Zhang Lu suddenly let out a laugh. Little friend learned from old master forgetfulness, how would you need to learn from me? Moreover, it wasn't all my work that I was able to immobilize them with that single finger just now. Zhang Lu looked at Zhuge Liang next to him. The other party knows that I'm a forgetfulness disciple, Su Yueguang thought silently in his mind. It wasn't much of a surprise, and it was only natural for the other side to know. It should be the reason for practicing the kung fu. And if he was right, Jubilee should have guessed it as well. When he entered the second floor of the heavenly dungeon, Su Yueguang clearly felt the vermilion bird's hesitation to kill him for that brief moment. The reason why he took a shot at him was probably an act for Yao Ji and the others. The fact that Tianchi Zhang was able to fix a first-grade powerhouse is indeed related to the 8 formation diagrams, and among the 8 formation diagrams, brightness is able to change the timing of heaven and earth, complementing the Tianchi fixation technique. Zhuge Liang lightly laughed. This matter is settled, go up. By the way, a puppet entered the depths of the dungeon just now. Liu Bei suddenly thought of those robot-like organ monsters. Don't pay any attention, the third floor dungeon is not for everyone. Zhuge Liang blandly said. The third floor was the treasure vault, and it seemed that there were still strong guards there. Seeing Zhuge Liang's reaction, Su Yueguang secretly said in his heart. But Zhuge Liang is indeed similar to the history books, looks very great, face value can catch up with him. Back on the first floor, Vermilion Bird and the 2 men in black were also fighting to the end. The ground was littered with puppets, and countless threads sprang up behind Gong Tu Yang, controlling more than a dozen puppets to fight the Vermilion Bird. Together with the already broken puppets on the ground, it was feared to be no less than 100. Scorpion, is that you, Scorpion big brother? The more Su Yueguang looked at him, the more he felt that the other party was the otherworldly Scorpion. The other person, Moro, had already broken one of his arms at this point, and was still left with one arm struggling to support him. But it was clear that both men were at the end of their rope. Life returns. Noticing Vermilion Bird's fatigue, Hua Tuo cupped his hand to perform a magic seal, and a roiling green light appeared, drilling into Su Yueguang, Vermilion Bird and the others' bodies. Ding, healed, vitality plus 100, exhaustion 100, spirit plus 100. Su Yueguang secretly said in his heart that it was thrilling, knowing that Hua Tuo was going to come up with such a move. He found that Hua Tuo's hands itched when he saw the patient, and he could not get rid of his anger without curing him. Thank you, Senior Hua Tuo. Vermilion Bird, who was fighting, still had the leisure to say thank you. You're welcome, let's get out. I'll leave it to you here. Hua Tuo had a kind face and nodded with satisfaction when he saw that Zhu Yao was a little better. Out of the heavenly prison. Su Yueguang realized that the black fog within the capital had disappeared. The sky is back to light. There was still fighting going on, but at last we could see the road. Mr. Wulong, where are we going next? Su Yueguang looked at Zhuge Liang. Go find the mastermind behind this. Zhuge Liang lightly shook his feather fan. Behind the scenes? Who is it? Su Yueguang was curious. This? Zhuge Liang looked at Su Yueguang and smiled, we'll find out later. Chapter 64, The Negative Man. Zhuge Liang seems to have his own agenda. Taking Su Yueguang with him, he kept flying in a certain direction. And right after Su Yueguang left the heavenly prison. Outside the heavenly prison, the figure of a demon suppressor guard appeared. It was a tall young man with a brilliant light flowing in his eyes. Looking at the entrance to the heavenly prison, he flipped his wrist and a jade pendant appeared in his hand. The man cupped the jade pendant in his hand, and with a little force, it was crushed into pieces. After the jade pendant shattered, the man's figure abruptly began to become transparent. Disposable props, cost me so much, don't make any mistakes. The third level of the heavenly prison, treasure. I'm coming. The youth muttered and walked in towards the heavenly prison. On the other side, Su Yueguang was sitting on top of an auspicious cloud traveling in a certain direction. Zhuge Liang doesn't even look at some of the fighting around him. It flew straight in one direction. On the way, Su Yueguang also saw Qinglong fighting a man wearing a black mask. Soon, Su Yueguang followed Zhuge Liang to the sky above a compound at the edge of the capital.
This is a deserted courtyard? Su Yuang looked down at the mansion below. It was a bit shabby, the chairs were falling to the ground in bits and pieces. He was a bit confused as to what Zhuge Liang was doing here. A deserted yard? That's just the surface, you have to look with your heart to see the truth. 8 formation diagrams, break the void and transform it into reality. Zhuge Liang feathered his fan and flicked it at the deserted courtyard below. Exhale. A fresh breeze. A dense puff of smoke drifted away. The courtyard below appears in its true form. In the courtyard, there were several women, all of them beautiful. In the center of several women sat an enchanting woman who was embroidering. Thousand-faced fox, it's really you. Zhuge Liang looked downwards and let out a light laugh. Su Yuang looked at the few people below, his pupils gradually dilating. Xingfeng. Among those few standing women, peach blossom eyes, melon face, white and translucent delicate skin, slim and seductive body, isn't it the Xingfeng that he is ready to redeem? The little ring was beside her as well. Xingfeng raised her head and looked at Su Yuang with somewhat complicated eyes. Su Yuang looked at the woman in the center again. Flower Lady. Flower Lady is the hooker pimp. It was the enchanting woman sitting there. A young male. I didn't expect to meet again so soon, what a coincidence. Huanyang smiled fondly when she saw Su Yuang, stood up and showing off that rounded curve. After a few days of not seeing her, Huanyang had a better figure, and I don't know if it was an illusion, that face was even more flirtatious and enchanting, even compared to Xingfeng. Several people were not much worse. The long purple dress couldn't wrap around that full figure, and certain parts of it seemed as if it would jump out of the dress at any moment, holding a circular embroidery in her hand. She's not a flower maiden, but an ancient demon bloodline, a descendant of the thousand-faced fox. Zhuge Liang explained to Su Yuang. A thousand-faced fox, it should be the last one in this world, right? It's a shame to die here. The poor Taoist advises the monk to refrain from resisting and follow the poor Taoist and the others back to meet His Majesty, immeasurable Heavenly Father. Zhang Lu raised his palms. Put. The flower lady smiled charmingly, and the face of the mature young woman on her face suddenly changed, instantly transforming into another woman's appearance. Mature and playful, gorgeous and naturally charming, with those tantalizing watery eyes that seemed as if they could eat people. Looking at Su Yuang, he was greatly surprised. It's true, a woman's face. Does it change when you say it does? The main thing is that Zhuge Liang said to bring himself to see the black hand behind this capital chaos. Don't tell him that the black hand behind is the hooker pimp. Flower Lady, are you really the ones behind this? Doesn't the young gentleman still believe it? Not only that, in addition, I'll tell you another secret, Xingfeng and the other flower girls are all my own daughters, yo. The 4 great flower queens, all of them have been replaced by my daughters. Does the young gentleman want to have them together? Several of my daughters have a crush on you. Ding, charmed, woman resistance plus 100 spirit plus 100 woman repulsion plus 1000 sanity plus 500. Suddenly, Su Yuang felt that the pimp's face got a little nasty. Obviously beautiful young woman, he suddenly wasn't interested. Half interested. Be careful, this is the charming technique of the thousand-faced fox. Zhuge Liang opened his mouth to remind him, while glancing at Su Yuang to prevent any accidents. Seeing that there was nothing different about Su Yuang, this was a relief and turned back to him. Su Yuang really wasn't quite like normal people. Charming magic does not seem to have any effect on Su Yuang. Zhuge Liang notices that Su Yuang is not affected by the charm magic if he is thinking. He doesn't spare every detail and habitually keeps thinking and moving his brain. Su Yuang shook her head, indicating that she was not affected. Then he looked at Xingfeng with an expressionless face. Xingfeng Xiuwan, come over here, I'll make sure you don't die. At this moment, he was feeling strange in his heart because he was affected by the charm technique. In a nutshell, no woman in mind. Sage mode opens. There's even a bit of woman hating going on. But reason told him again that he should save Xingfeng down. The others had nothing to do with him, but Xingfeng had something to do with him. Yo, I really didn't see the wrong person in the young gentleman, and I also know that my daughter is heartbroken, but Xingfeng can't go with you right now. Why? Su Yuang coolly said. Because she hasn't met her father yet, the woman smiled. Father? Su Yuang froze. Xingfeng's father? Who is it? One can guess what? The flower lady removed the embroidery from its holder and placed it in her full arms with a flirtatious smile. Guess? Xingfeng's father? Why did the other party mention Xingfeng's father at this time?
Is it hard to believe that Qingfeng's father is a human?
What relevance does this have to her rebellion?
Nope. Rebellion, father, Su Yuang seems to have guessed something.
The face turns sour. He, the little lord seems to have guessed it. So, Zhuge Liang, Zhang Jiao, that negative man, where did he go?
Huanyang's face steeply sank, and her face that was smiling just now swished into something as cold as ice.
The temperature of the air dropped.
Boom!
There was a muffled thunder in the sky, and in the distant sky, dark clouds rapidly gathered towards the capital. The entire capital city, in less than 10 breaths, had gone from sunny weather to a dark sky with black clouds.
Chapter 65, All You Up?
Thousand Faces Fox, you shouldn't have revolted, the people are suffering, I don't know how many of the people in the capital have died because of this.
Zhuge Liang softly said back. What I'm asking is. That bastard Zhang Jiao. Where is it?
The flower lady's voice grew colder and colder.
Rumble.
The heavens and the earth changed color, and the electricity flashed and thundered.
Rolling thunder shook the air. Just when Zhuge Liang wanted to frown trying to dispel the clouds. It's like a feeling.
The crowd looked to the sky at the same time. Above that pure black sky, a flash of whiteness suddenly appeared. A cloud slowly flew in that direction.
Little fox, what is the point of uniting these remnants of the former dynasty against me?
A calm man's voice came from the distance. The voice was as flat as water, like it had no emotion.
Zhang Jiao.
At the edge of the sky, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe gradually appeared in front of the crowd.
Hands behind his back, not angry.
Beside him, there was also a crane-haired old man, who was none other than Forgetfulness. Two fangs sprouted abruptly from the side of the Thousand Faces Fox's mouth upon seeing the man. The eyes were fierce and the body slowly expanded. White fur grew on the surface of his body, his clothes were stretched and shattered into strips of cloth, and his slim human body gradually disappeared, slowly transforming into the limbs and body of a white fox, with 9 long tails growing out of his back.
Ha!
In more than 10 breaths, it completely transformed into a 9-tailed white fox, and its body was rapidly expanding until it became the size of a small house before it slowly stopped.
Fox, stop!
Above the void, Zhang Jiao looked at the white fox below without raising his eyelids.
Like there's no emotion.
I have already entered the half-immortal. If I want to break through to the immortal position, it is necessary to give up worldly feelings. If you can be the same as me, by virtue of your bloodline, becoming an immortal is only a matter of time. Zhang Jiao's voice was as calm as water.
Half-immortal?
I'd like to see just how strong the half-immortal you gave up on me to give up on your daughter to cultivate into is. Tears welled up in the delicate eyes of the thousand-faced fox. It seemed to recall the time when he met Zhang Jiao. At that time, she was a white fox, practicing in the mountains, accidentally met Zhang Jiao, who was learning the way around. A man and a fox, sheltering from the rain at a mountain temple while sizing each other up. Zhang Jiao knew that she was a demon, but did not mean to harm her, unlike other Taoist priests who usually killed demons on sight, which was disgusting. This caused her to have a hint of curiosity about Zhang Jiao. After that, he kept following Zhang Jiao with curiosity. The two gradually began to get acquainted, going through trials and tribulations together and destroying their enemies. In the end, she took human form and ended up with Zhang Jiao. How sweet and happy they were then. Afterwards, Zhang Jiao raised an army to rebel in order to return peace to the world. She was resolute in her support. It has been several years since the success. That is, after achieving the throne, Zhang Jiao was like a different person. He began to delve into monasticism, with the sole intention of becoming immortal.
Ignore her no more. How deeply you love at the time, how deeply you hate when you are abandoned.
Thinking of this, the thousand-faced fox couldn't help but raise his voice to the sky. With all 4 feet exerting force on the ground, his body violently leapt into the sky above. Raising his front claws high, he slapped towards Zhang Jiao with the might of a landslide. Buzz! But just as her sharp claws were about to reach Zhang Jiao's body,
time seems to have stood still. The thousand-faced fox stopped in mid-air, unable to move an inch. Look in the sky, there's a fight going on, there's a fight going on. That fox is so big. Is this the legendary 9-tailed sky fox? What a great look. Huge and stimulating. Fan Jian and Lu Ren kept sending messages in the group. Obviously also paying attention to this side of the battlefield. I'm afraid the mission will end soon. Su Yuang said.
We have to go back as well. I saw Songrin throw seemingly heading in the direction of the heavenly prison, and I don't know what he went for. Heavenly jail? Sung Jin cast? Su Yueguang froze for a moment, then suddenly realized that what could he do by going to the heavenly prison? It's still not about those treasures. The treasures on the third floor of the heavenly dungeon, that's what he stayed behind for? This asshole is pretty good at touching fish. However, Su Yueguang thought of Zhuge Liang's remark that Zhuge Liang said the 3 dungeons are not for everyone. There are definitely strong guards in there. And I'm afraid that the one who made Zhuge Liang so relieved wouldn't be any ordinary strong person. Ding, player Songrin casting is dead. Dead. Su Yueguang and Fan Jian's 3 hearts jumped at the same time. I just said Songrin throw died. The third level of the heavenly prison depths. A withered old hand grasped the neck of a corpse dressed in the costume of a Jin demon guard. What's with all the cats and dogs put down? A pale voice rang out in the darkness. Exhale. As the words fell, ghostly blue flames suddenly emerged from the corpse, and with a casual throw, the corpse flew into the distance to burn itself out. The old man carried a lantern and walked towards the depths of darkness, muttering under his breath. Player? On the other side. The 9-tailed sky fox, who was as strong as a god or devil, was still fixed in the void. Little fox, give up, you're no match for me. Zhang Jiao was still standing on top of the clouds, his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. You and I, after exhausting our lives, are only mortal creatures. Our lives will eventually come to an end, and only by becoming immortals and gods will we be able to live forever. Why are you so confused and vulgar? Children's love is just a floating cloud after all. Blocking your path to immortality? Vulgar? Confusing? Hearing these words, the 1,000-faced fox's voice gradually sharpened and yes. You're noble, you're marvelous. You cultivate immortality. You're immortal. What about us? What about your daughter? Zhang Jiao was silent and did not answer in the face of the other party's questioning. Mother, we're here to help you. At this time, several more white foxes flew up into the sky and charged towards Zhang Jiao. However, just like the 1,000-faces fox, it was fixed in mid-air before it even touched Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao stood still, not even moving. Looking around at the half-man, half-fox, his eyes glazed over. Buzz. Invisible ripples spread out with him at the center. Boom. Blood spilled from the corners of Qingfeng's mouth as the few people flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. Qingfeng, Xiaowan. Su Yueguang's pupils dilated violently when he saw this scene, and his feet pointed. Don't go. Zhuge Liang opened his mouth trying to stop Su Yueguang from interfering. However, it was already too late. In just the time it took to speak, Su Yueguang had already arrived behind Qingfeng and caught him, bringing Qingfeng down to Xiaowan's side. After landing, Su Yueguang glared at Zhang Jiao. You son of a, you dare to touch my woman. Su Yueguang took out his revolver and fired a shot at himself. Ding, blessed with angel wings. Clamor. A pair of white wings grew behind Su Yueguang's back. The legs flexed slightly, followed by a sharp leap. Boom. A small crater has been made in the ground. Su Yueguang flew towards Zhang Jiao like a missile. When he was about to approach Zhang Jiao, he suddenly felt a resistance. The air seems to have turned sticky, while a game beeping in his head that Ding, subjected to the curse of the forbidden body, reversal skill activated, physical dexterity plus 1000, mobility plus 1000, agility plus 200. A surge of power surged through the limbs and bones. The resistance of that air was steeply reduced by several points. Su Yueguang rushed towards Zhang Jiao like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Zhang Jiao's eyes and swung his fist over. The apprentice may not. Next to him, Forgetfulness's old eyes almost didn't glaze over. Seeing that Su Yueguang's fist was already close to Zhang Jiao, his originally rosy old face turned white in fear. This punch went down, but it was the royal face. Even if he wanted to keep Su Yueguang, it was difficult. But he didn't expect Su Yueguang to be able to break through Zhang Jiao's ban, so he didn't react until Su Yueguang was about to swing into Zhang Jiao's face. It was too late to stop it. Zhang Jiao watched as Su Yueguang's fist approached him, and a tangible spatial ripple suddenly rippled around his body as a strange force wrapped Su Yueguang. Ding, subjected to time imprisonment, time resistance plus 1111, flexibility plus 1111. After only pausing for that brief moment, Su Yueguang began to move again. Amidst the horrified eyes of Zhang Jiao in forgetfulness, Su Yuang swung his fist above the right side of Zhang Jiao's face. "I'll top you." Boo! Zhang Jiao flew out backwards from above the clouds, but he stabilized himself halfway through the flight, stopping where he was to look at Su Yuang in confusion. His feelings nearly disappeared. He only had one question right now, and that was how Su Yuang had broken through his restraints. Next to him, forgetfulness white-bearded old mouth opened as wide as a cup for the first time, looking at Su Yuang, who had sent Zhang Jiao flying with a single punch, and didn't react for a long time. "Ha ha ha. Well played. Little Duke, get on and beat this negative man to death." The Millennium Fox was still confined in mid-air, but seeing Zhang Jiao being punched smiled and was in a happy mood. Moonlight. Below, Qingfeng looked at Su Yuang with a worried look in her eyes. In the void, Zhang Jiao looked at Qingfeng below with blood at the corner of her mouth, then to the nine-tailed sky fox, and finally to Su Yuang. The suspicion in his eyes grew heavier. Why is Qingfeng worried about Su Yuang? Obviously he was the one who got hit. Qingfeng was her own daughter, why didn't she care about herself? Why would your own wife want you dead too? Why did Su Yuang have to do it to himself? What does him lecturing his own daughter have to do with Su Yuang? Who was Su Yuang, a mere mortal, to dare make a move against him? For Green Phoenix? Why would you do it to him for his daughter? Zhang Jiao was in a daze. It seemed to feel like something was missing from his soul. Cutting off the 7 emotions will not allow you to understand them. Zhang Jiao did not understand the feelings of the human world and was bent on becoming immortal. So now when feelings come to him, he develops confusion. His own wife, his own daughter, didn't care about him and even wanted him dead. Is this what it means to be immortal? Is this really the kind of Xian one wants? Zhang Jiao's mind was running at high speed, pondering one question after another. Why? What's all this for? Zhang Jiao stood in the void, muttering under his breath and frowning. Su Yuang frowned at Zhang Jiao, who was talking to himself, not understanding what was going on. His Majesty is in enlightenment, don't bother disturbing him again, or else Master really can't protect you. Forgetfulness glanced at Su Yuang. Su Yuang didn't want to make a move and looked towards Zhang Jiao. Enlightenment, how that looked like madness to him. If this was in modern times, give you a water tank problem and you'd be properly institutionalized. Which psychiatric hospital is the best? Qingnan Mountain Hospital is the king of kings. The patients in there are all kinky and talented, good-looking and well-spoken. Got it. I see. Ha ha ha. I see. Suddenly, Zhang Jiao looked up at the Thousand Faces Fox, and with a flash of his body, he arrived in front of the Thousand Faces Fox. With a look of heartache in his eyes. Little fox, it's been hard on you all these years. A humanized light appeared in Zhang Jiao's eyes, no longer as cold and unfeeling as just now. Zhang Lang? Thousand-Faced Fox called out tentatively. I'm in. Little fox, you've suffered. It's me who's obsessed. There are thousands of avenues, different paths lead to the same destination, there is no emotion but there is also emotion, no emotion can become immortal, emotion can also become immortal, the heavenly way is emotionless people have emotion, my path should not be an emotionless path, I would like to accompany you for the rest of your life, forever and ever. Zhang Jiao looked deeply at White Fox and said in a warm voice. Zhang Lang. Seeing Zhang Jiao's familiar smell appearing on his body again, the huge body quickly shrunk. Eventually reverting back to his humanoid form wearing a belly band, he went up and gently wrapped his arms around Zhang Jiao, and embraced Zhang Jiao deeply. 1 second he wanted Zhang Jiao to die, and the next he was coaxed by Zhang Jiao's words. Women are so easy to coax. Ding, the quest to quell the rebellion in the capital is complete. All players will return within 1 hour, or they can choose to return immediately. Are they returning now? No. Su Yuang chose no without hesitation. System, can I come back to this world later? Ding, the player can mark a world, and can later spend game points to have access to this world, and can spend more game points to choose a point in time to enter. Mark this world. Ding, marking is successful, players can only mark one world, marking another world will cancel this world marking. Is that so? Then can I take someone out of this world? Ding, you can spend game points to take native world characters out of the world they are in, the stronger you are, the more game points you can spend. How much does it cost to take Qingfeng and Xiaohuan away? Ding, it costs 100,000 game points to leave this world with a first-ranking major demon, and 10,000 game points to leave this world with a second-ranking minor demon, Yuang.
It's not too expensive. And how much does it cost to get into the game?
Ding, entering this world once will cost 500 game points, choosing a time node requires an additional 5,000 game points.
Understood.
In that case, it seems a bit more cost-effective to enter the world at the normal time.
What happened after that was logical.
The most powerful Thousand Faces Fox had stopped resisting. And those evil cultivators who engaged in cooperation with her were naturally not Zhou Chao's opponents. The remnants of the former dynasty and the evil devils were all ambushed in the capital, captured and killed. Although a lot of Jin demon guards had been sacrificed, the rebellion in the capital had always been pacified. Su Yuang, on the other hand, was explaining Qingfeng matters. Now that there were no game points to take out, he could only leave Qingfeng here for the time being. Slave is half human and half fox, lifespan is long, Gongzi has something to do, just go ahead and get busy. Slave is waiting for Gongzi to come back in the capital.
Good boy.
Such an understanding girl, of course, cannot leave each other here.
Suyu didn't just come to this world because of Qingfeng, either.
He did not forget about the master, forget about the many immortal methods, learn to shout what comes to the art of, although he did not have much use, but wins in the handsome.
1 hour later. Game of death coming to an end, countdown to return, 10, 9.
There was a flash of white light.
Su Yuang felt like she was sucked inside something, and then the sky spun around. When he opened his eyes again, he was back inside his room.
By a few spammers to make a little self-doubt all, the plot accelerated a little. Early end of this plot, the next horror world is ready, the author adjusted the state of tomorrow to continue.
Chapter 66. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Ding, this death game is complete. Number of participants v. Number of survivors, 4. Statistics on player performance. Based on player Jerome. Mike's in-game performance, rated A.
Reward, 1 A-class lucky draw, 50,000 game points, disposable props, ghost incense when lit, it can attract severe ghosts and other obscure and evil things.
Rewards have been awarded, is it time to draw now?
Yes, I want the Sharingan, system I advise you not to be insensitive. Ding, class A lucky draw is open, lucky draw is successful, draw item, 3 hook jade Sharingan, please player check receipt, draw class A reward item, whether all players broadcast not broadcast item brief.
Su Yuang nodded in satisfaction, the system was still quite facetious. Broadcast.
The Sharingan thing, as soon as it was broadcast, all players knew what it was.
It doesn't matter if the synopsis isn't a synopsis. But does CO Moonlight care? Good things are meant to be taken out and shared Xian and enjoyed Yao.
Not to mention sharing will I, that is, other skills can't be broadcasted by all, otherwise he designated to share his SSS skills to other players every day.
Let the other players have fun too. Ding, congratulations to player Jerome Mike.
Mike draws the A rank reward 3 hook jade sharpened eyes.
Ding, congratulations to player Jerome Mike.
Mike draws the A rank reward 3 hook jade sharpened eyes.
Ding, congratulations to player Jerome Mike.
Mike draws the A rank reward 3 hook jade sharpened eyes.
Jerome. Mike.
Within her room, a young girl in a white lace dress froze as she listened to the prompts in her head.
Isn't that the asshole who set the bomb? This guy is actually a player too.
Lu Baixue gritted her teeth, and the other party also received an A accumulation bonus.
It's not fair. I hope this asshole dies in the game. Game of death inside a castle of some Western architecture.
Jerome had a detonator in his hand, and looked up at the few monsters above him munching on the players he'd tied up at the top of the city, and with a grin at the corners of his mouth, he was about to press the detonator. Suddenly there was a jolt.
Ding, congratulations to player Jerome Mike.
Mike draws the A rank reward 3 hook jade sharpened eyes. The voice echoed in his head 3 times.
It's this asshole again. It's him again. Take his name and keep broadcasting it. Why is the opponent so lucky to get such a good reward every time?
In an instant, his breath went haywire and his breathing was disorganized. The few vampires that were hanging at the top of the old castle seemed to have caught a whiff of something and looked in Jerome's direction in unison.
Gah!
Several vampires screamed strangely and flew at Jerome at the same time. Jerome's eyes glazed over as he watched the monster find itself, Chow. Hurriedly, he pressed the explosion button, but the monster was already out of range of the blast and was only so far from the shockwave.
Shit!
Seeing that the monster was only slightly affected, Jerome cursed angrily and accelerated to flee the area. At the same time, the mind placed the pot of blame for this blunder on the asshole who had impersonated him. The next time you meet an asshole who impersonates you, make sure you kill him. Anum. Achoo. Meanwhile, Su Yuang in the room sneezed. Who's thinking about me? I hope it's a woman. As long as it's not Fan Jian, anyone who wants him can. He went to the mirror, ignoring the face that was so handsome that women couldn't stop looking at it. He looked into his eyes. Sharingan. Anum. Nuisance. The black pupils in his eyes changed violently, and the eyes that were still white with black a moment ago abruptly turned white with red, while there were also blood filaments emerging. Ding, both eyes are overly consumed, reversal skill activated, spirit power plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10, both eyes recovery power plus 200 both eyes sight power plus 300 both eyes. The barrage of data about the eyes violently began to rise. Su Yuang then looked at everything around him. The whole world shifted in his eyes, the dust in the air was visible to him. Insight is enhanced, matter seems to run slower, and I seem to be able to record the trajectory of matter in motion as well. Is this the effect of the sharing wheel eye? Duplication, insight, and I think illusion are okay. The effect is not as useful as the kaleidoscope writer's eye, though. Open the game panel. Player, Jerome. Mike. Grade, 2. Allocable points, 0. Power, 310. Speed, 320. Spirit, 315. Defense, 300. Body mass, 330. Soul strength 500. Note, normal person full value 100. Skills, inversion state, can be freely controlled. Each transformation consumes a little mental energy, hurting the enemy 1000 self-loss of 800 passive skills, no consumption. Details can be clicked on to see. Sharingan eyes, 8-door recluse upper. Cultivation technique, embracing spirit technique. One more soul strength and cultivation technique. This is not in the base range. It didn't show up last time either. Did it show up because his soul was enhanced? All that Su Yuang thought, these data seem to be able to increase. It's not exactly showing its numbers right now. This time, the quest had boosted some of his base attributes again. The increased skills he was given were all-time limited, as were the reversal skill and the wound 1000 skill, as well as the coins. The strength boost from the coins would be gone in 3 hours, leaving nothing for him at all. Reversal skills to enhance the strength will remain permanently, but reversal for the basic attribute enhancement is not very high. For some of the body flexibility such as this is quite a lot of enhancement. But it didn't help. It is still the base attributes that determine strength and weakness. Hurting the enemy 1000 times is 10% feedback, and the strength boosted ultimately leaves a 1% feedback. Su Yuang then looked to his experience. The experience is now 10,000, 10,000 for a single game boost, or 10,000 for an A rating, and 140,000 until the next boost. It's very difficult to level up every time. I have to complete at least 15 games to get to level 3, then all the other players have at least dozens of games to go. So it doesn't seem like going for strength by leveling is too good an idea. Working hard on quests to level up is not as good as finding ways to get some strong cultivation feats in the game. It'll boost your strength a little faster that way. Just like the embracing spirit decision that Su Yuang had obtained, this was the right path for players. One last look at the cell phone time. Nearly 5 days had passed in the game and less than a day in reality. It's established that the time ratio is roughly 6-1. Going out, Yi Xiaoyu was not at home again. This girl is pretty busy. Su Yuang never saw the other party resting at home. Went out and found a restaurant for dinner. I ordered a table full of dishes, fearing that I would suffer my stomach. Just as he was eating his way through it, a brightly dressed woman passes by outside the restaurant and notices Su Yuang, who was eating alone by the window. Lu Baixue looked at the side face of the man in the hotel. The more she looked at it, the more familiar she felt. This is Seo Tsukimitsu? Chapter 67 Lu Baixue. Willow White Snow had just finished her first official game of death. He was about to go get ready for the next death game when he happened to see the familiar face. The handsome side face made Lu Baixue instantly recognize that psychopath. Seemingly realizing that someone was watching her, Su Yuang turned her head to look out of the hotel's window, and just happened to lock eyes with the dumbfounded Lu Baixue. Seeing Lu Baixue, Su Yuang didn't have any surprise and grinned before turning back to continue sweeping the table's meal in a big mouthful. Ancient food meals were never as good as modern ones. Su Yuang. This time, Lu Baixue saw clearly that it was Su Yuang. You think I won't recognize you if you wear contacts? Lu Baixue revealed her own small tiger teeth and rolled up her sleeves and aggressively walked inside the restaurant. What can I get you, miss? The waiter stepped forward. Not eating, looking for a friend. Lu Baixue walked straight to the window, with that look, as if she was going to catch an adulterer. Is it good? Su Yuang was sweeping up the meal when a silhouette suddenly appeared across the table. A voice as clear and pleasant as an oriole's reached his ears. Heads up. Looking up from below, the snow-white, flower-bearing gown, the peach-sized 36B. Su Yuang subconsciously blurted out. 36B? Lu Baixue first froze, then reacted, and hastily covered her chest, exclaiming in shock. Pervert, how did you know? The line of sight finally came to the other party's exquisite face, white delicate skin, high nose, cherry mouth, a pair of big eyes fluttering, extraordinarily cute, just right fat and tender little face makes people cannot help but want to pinch a hand. You look familiar. Su Yuang's voice was tinged with a bit of doubt. Heh, can't you recognize him without a bomb suit? Lu Baixue let out a slightly mocking light laugh. Bomb disposal expert extraordinaire, Su Yuang? Or, Jingnan Mountain Hospital psycho Su Yuang? Oh, remember, that bomb disposal little girl from last time. Su Yuang heard the special bomb disposal expert and remembered at once. At that time, Lu Baixue was wearing an explosion-proof suit, so she only had a general view. You're the little one. Your whole family's little. What a coincidence, are you trying to rub it in? Waiter, add another bowl. Su Yuang smiled faintly. Thanks. Lu Baixue subconsciously said. Quickly, though, she reacted to the dabble the hell out of it. Does she need the money for the meal? You're welcome. Su Yuang smiled. You're welcome, Pete. Your dishes, ma'am. Thanks. Thank you for saying it all, you can't take it back anyway. Lu Baixue graciously picked up the dishes. But just as she was about to move her chopsticks, she stopped again, looked up at Su Yuang, and asked nervously, is mental illness contagious? Naughty, not contagious, don't worry about eating it. Oomph, this girl is always cute. Lu Baixue snorted. Make sure it's not contagious and then pick up your chopsticks and eat. As he ate, he said, come back with me after dinner. Going back? To your house? Su Yuang froze, then looked at Lu Baixue oddly. What do you want? That odd and ambiguous look made Lu Baixue feel strange. Why did it feel like the other guy was still worried about her taking advantage of him? I'm asking you to come with me to the station and I'll send you back to the asylum. Oh, good. To Lu Baixue's surprise, Su Yuang agreed without half a hesitation. Don't you even fight back a little? Su Yuang, who was eating and drinking recklessly, looked at Lu Baixue unexpectedly and said, can I still resist? Yeah, you can, but it's not much use as all. Lu Baixue ate elegantly, not making much noise, savoring small bites, but quickly. Half of the plate was wiped out in just a few moments. Then why are you asking? Although it's useless for you to resist, you have the right to resist. Lu Baixue said softly. Then I have you to thank for this right. You're welcome, it's a human right you already have. By the way, where did you get your contacts? They kinda fit you. Lu Baixue looked at Su Yuang's three-hook jade shuriken. In the anime you can't keep opening your shuriken because it consumes a lot of shuriken. But this was not the least bit stressful for Su Yuang. Not only will there be no stress, there will be gain. Not to mention eating open, shopping open, Su Yuang can even go to the toilet as long as he wants, also open. Thank you, this pupil is relatively rare and may not be bought. Su Yuang casually said. Well, you. Lu Baixue stopped her chopsticks and looked at Su Yuang with some hesitation. What? Well. Lu Baixue hummed for a short while, then as if she had made up her mind, she opened her mouth and asked, are you a player? This time, Su Yuang finally stopped her chopsticks and looked at the other party with some surprise. Sure enough, you're the player. Seeing Su Yuang's reaction, Lu Baixue pursed her lips, not surprised at all. She felt a hint of something unusual the last time the special department intervened in the matter of Su Yuang, and when she herself entered the game, she basically determined that Su Yuang was the identity of the player. You're a player too? Su Yuang looked Lu Baixue up and down, and really didn't see that Lu Baixue was also a player. I just finished my second game of death. Thinking about the game, Lu Baishua's face turned slightly pale. There seems to be some backlash. Chapter 68, Chocolate is delicious. Your face is so white, how much powder did you put on? Yuang said as he saw Lu Baishua's white and tender little face. Lu Baishua's pallor disappeared in a flash, turning to black. I'm not wearing any makeup. I'm naturally this white. Said it was always a shame to be scared so white. Oh, what did you encounter in the game? He was just kidding too. See Lu Baishua that look of shock, Yuang came to the silk interest, Lu Baishua scared now have shadows, have to be experienced what? I went to a metropolis in Sakurajima, and then the mission was to survive one night. Lu Baishua began to tell of her experience. One night? That's not a long time, is it? What's out there trying to kill you guys? Since it says survive, something must be trying to kill them. Ghost. That's a ghost we can't kill no matter how hard we try. Thinking back to her experience within the game, Lu Baishua was still scared to death at this point. Once inside we were forced to watch a television that was a video of a man killing his wife and daughter. The end of it was that his wife and daughters all turned into ghosts and killed the man. I thought it was gone by the end of the show, but in the end, the stirring ghosts that the TV's wife and daughter had been transformed into, crawled out of the TV. Lu Baishua's pretty face turned white and her legs couldn't help but tremble. That ghost was covered in axe chop marks, oh, scary. Yuang nodded his head, pondering, it's these two ghosts that have been chasing you guys, don't you guys resist? Of course we have to fight back. We both used our respective skills to launch attacks on those two ghosts, but unfortunately my ability is freezing, which doesn't do much against ghosts at all. The other player's abilities aren't much use against those two ghosts. Lu Baishua said helplessly. And after that? After that we were killed one by those two ghosts in different ways. Some people were scared to death, others jumped, others drowned when they clearly hadn't touched the water, and we tried to deal with those two ghosts and monsters in every way we could, but we couldn't kill each other. At the end of the day, there were only two of us girls left, and the game just happened to end just as she was about to kill us both, but it scared the hell out of me, that ghostly face was so scary. Yuang was a bit puzzled by the game of death, even though it was called the game of death. But there's no way it's going to give unanswered questions is what it is, isn't it totally just a way for players to get killed one by one like that until the game is over? Did you just say you guys watched the video and it was his husband who killed his wife and daughter? Yeah, it was their husbands who killed them when they were drunk, then they turned into violent ghosts and killed her husband again, but his husband was pretty good, and fought them with an axe for a long time before they killed him. You mean, they also had a fight, and it wasn't the men who were killed outright? Yeah, what's wrong with fighting them with the axe that killed them? Lu Baishua said naively. Yuang. Did it ever occur to you that since that man could fight two female ghosts with an axe? You guys weren't able to go head to head with two female ghosts with that axe too. Willow Shirayuki froze. Then there was a flash of dawning realization in the bright eyes, Anum. Bang. Slapped the table. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that at the time? We were trapped inside that building where the female ghost was killed, and that man's axe must have been in that building as well. We might be able to kill the ghost girl if we find the axe. Yuang shook her head, this girl is really naive. Pay attention to the details of the next death game, or you won't get so lucky once, you won't get so lucky every time. You think you're me, getting through with luck. Oh, yes. When it came to matters concerning her life, Lu Baishua was extremely serious. I'm just inexperienced this time, it won't happen again. Seemingly feeling that this showed herself to be too faceless, Lu Baishua added another arrogant sentence. Yuang nodded her head in agreement. Well, there are actually other ways to destroy the severe ghosts as well. I heard that chocolate can also fight ghosts, and this kind of black dog blood can also break the evil spirits, so you can try it out. Chocolate? So that chocolate I picked up was for fighting ghosts? It's pretty tasty. Lu Baishua looked up and muttered a mutter. What did you say? What's delicious? Yuang raised an eyebrow. Nothing, by the way, how are all the games you participated in? Yuang, Wasn't it also a hard, almost died kind of thing? How many times have you been in the game? Without waiting for Yuang to speak, Lu Baishua continued. Yuang, 3? Only 3 times. So you're a newcomer like me. Che, thought you were good. But don't worry, in the future when sis becomes a big brother, sis will cover you.
Willow Whitesnow patted her not-so-large breasts in reassurance.
As a normal person, her pride would not allow her to be less than a psychopath who had participated in the game 3 times. Even though you're mentally ill and have self-harming tendencies, don't worry, I won't discriminate against you.
If I meet you in the game, I will protect you.
If you are alone in the game, you must be careful, and you must be calm and collected in the face of danger. Consider yourself lucky to have met me. As a public servant, it is my duty to protect vulnerable people like you.
Lu Baixue looked at Su Yueguang extremely seriously. Su Yueguang. Well, thank you very much. But the game of death isn't really that hard. The game doesn't lay out unanswerable tasks that can't be completed.
Su Yueguang said softly.
Lu Baixue didn't care about Su Yueguang's confident tone. Instead, she seriously touched her chin. You're right, death games aren't really that hard. They don't give players tasks that they can't complete. You learned that from the internet, didn't you?
I saw that the forums had these reminders, and these I checked after attending my first game. But I was so scared I forgot about it. He scared the crap out of me.
By the way, I'm going to officially register my player information. Do you want to come along? Don't.
What don't you want? I heard that there are still evil organizations that catch players. You have to, otherwise what if you are in danger? I'll take you with me later.
Otherwise I can't keep protecting your well-being. Lu Baixue had a serious face. Su Yueguang.
So where did a woman who was scared to death in the game get the confidence to say she was going to protect him? Someone who was walking across the room in the game.
Quite warm-hearted, just a little silly. How long do you have until the next game?
There's still, 7 more days for you. Su Yueguang shook her head. She couldn't touch him for more than 7 days, and he just got out of the game, so there should be 9 days left.
He subconsciously glanced at the game of death and suddenly froze, letting out a soft, huh? How did that happen? Chapter 69, Come to Talk to Huazi? Oh, yummy, what's wrong? Is something wrong?
Seeing that there was something wrong with Su Yueguang's eyes, Lu Baixue fluttered her big eyes and asked curiously.
Nothing, I'm full, are you full? Su Yueguang shook her head without explanation. Well, can you wait for me?
I'm a little hungry and I'm still full, so I'll pay. No more could a mentally ill person help pay for his own meals. The other person was pathetic enough as it was.
No, you go ahead and eat, I'll leave first. Su Yueguang shook her head, got up and wanted to leave. Hey! You can't leave, you have to accompany me to register, otherwise what if you are in danger? With the protection of the state, we can always be a little safer. Lu Baixue then wanted to get up and pull Su Yueguang. Su Yueguang turned her head and looked at her. Lu Baixue abruptly stopped moving.
The small hand that was about to pull on Su Yueguang stopped in midair, and her eyes looked at Su Yueguang's face and...
The only thing left in his eyes were Su Yueguang's red eyes. The surroundings suddenly turned silent. Naive and silly girl. Su Yueguang looked at Lu Baixue, who froze in place and shook his head, not having seen the true darkness of the human heart.
The heart is good, you just haven't seen the dark side of the world. Hopefully the other guy will survive the death game.
With that, Su Yueguang stopped paying attention to the other party and turned to leave.
By the time Lu Baixue came back to her senses, it was the waitress who woke her up.
Ma'am? Lu Baixue felt a tap on her shoulder. Hey! What's going on?
When Lu Baixue looked back, she saw that there was an extra plate of dishes on the table, and the waiter was eyeing her suspiciously from the sidelines.
Huh? Where's Su Yueguang?
Looking around, Su Yueguang had already disappeared.
Oh, that gentleman?
He paid his bill and left, and here's the pork brains he ordered for you.
Pig brain? Lu Baixue looked towards a plate of freshly served pig brain on the table. Her willow eyebrows rose. What did this asshole mean? Was he asking her to replenish her brain? It's too much. However, what was that all about?
He suddenly lost consciousness himself.
Was it your own wandering? No, absolutely not. Lu Baixue's innocent look instantly disappeared and transformed into seriousness. Being an official.
She didn't get into the bureau by virtue of being stupid and sweet or some connection. She has an elderly mother who likes to drink.
The father abandoned them. From the age of 18, when she graduated from high school and college, she was the one who took on the burden of being the breadwinner of the entire family. Working part-time to support myself and my alcoholic mother, while paying for my own tuition to study. He eventually got into the police academy with excellent grades. There is no doubt about her strength. Even stronger than average. Just now I think I saw the whole world with just his red eyes. Lu Baixue sat in her chair contemplating what had just happened. There was something wrong with those eyes. I fell into some kind of unconsciousness after I saw them, as if the whole thing was stupid. He is a bit naive when he is naive, but his brain is unusually flexible when he is serious. Aside from the minor weaknesses of being afraid of ghosts and some snakes, she was perfect in her character and in her studies. Eyes, aren't they pupils? Lu Baixue seemed to have thought of something and quickly opened the game of death and searched for the keyword eye. White eyes, riding wheel eyes, heavenly eyes, yin and yang eyes? Wait, Sharingan eyes. Lu Baixue saw a red eye in the death game interface. Wait, that's it. She noticed that the Sharingan eyes were somewhat similar to Seo Tsukiyakari's eyes and hastily opened the Sharingan profile. Writer's eyes. The 1-hook jade is capable of strengthening dynamic vision, the 2-hook jade is capable of strengthening dynamic vision, seeing through and copying physical arts, seeing through and resisting illusions, and the 3-hook jade drastically strengthens dynamic vision, seeing through and copying illusions, and is even capable of copying spells. Lu Baixue recalled Su Yueguan's eyes just now. It's a triple hooker. Take a look at the price of the game of death, 3-hook jade Sharingan eyes, 250,000 game of death points. Hiss. Lu Baixue sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and opened her small mouth for half a day. She looked at her game points, 5,000, 250,000, it was astronomical. How is it possible? How did he get so many game points? No, Su Yueguang said that he only participated in 3 games, it's absolutely impossible for him to have this many game points, so it's only possible that he obtained them through a lottery. 3-hook jade shuriken, in, and a class reward. Ryu Shirayuki looked it up and found the 3-hook jade sharpening wheel eye in the A rank rewards. In other words, he obtained the 3-hooked shuriken eyes through the A-class lottery. Lu Baixue's heart jumped, this luck was too good. Also, the fact that Sharingan requires the consumption of one's own spiritual energy or chakra or some other energy suggests that he may have also studied chakra or some kind of kung fu. How? Lu Baixue was a bit puzzled. Were all the people who participated in the 3 games so strong? She participated in 2 games, gained 2 skills, and 8,000 game points, and then nothing. One more thing, why does he open his Sharingan eyes when he eats? Looking at the skill profile, the skill consumption was small, but it was persistent. To keep it on all the time, you have to keep draining your body of energy, either spiritual energy, or chakra, or some other energy. It's also very taxing on the eyes. She had just seen it clearly. It was on all the time Seo Tsukamitsu was eating, so it might as well have been off. How huge such consumption must be cumulatively. Is he really a 3-game gamer? It can't be 30 games, can it? If it's really 3 games, then the reward must have been drawn through an A-rated draw, meaning he's earned an A rating. But that doesn't explain why he has to eat with his Sharingan eyes on. Lu Baixue's mind spun rapidly, realizing that there were many contradictions. Can't figure it out, simply don't think about it. Finished eating and ready to pay. The gentleman has given it, welcome to the next visit. Given? Lu Baixue walked out of the hotel in a daze. Is this a treat for yourself? It's a shame they didn't take him to the official register, don't you know how dangerous it is to be alone? Lu Baixue sighed softly, if she didn't go to the official registration she wouldn't get official protection and would suffer from the evil organization that spied on the qualifications of the dead game players. Expression of surprise. With a jolt, she glanced from side to side, feeling as if she had been targeted by an evil organization. It's too scary. For your own safety, and also for the safety of your elderly mother, you must go to the official register for protection. Drag him along to registration next time you run into him. Lu Baixue muttered and headed off in a certain direction down the street. Completely unnoticed, there was a middle-aged man behind her, far behind her. The target has exited the hotel and is now being tracked. The man whispered into his Bluetooth headset. Is it confirmed that it's a player? A voice came from the other side of the headset. Confirmed and still a new player, the guy seems to be very experienced, but the woman is basically confirmed to be a new player. Good, bring it back immediately. Yes. The man answered and was trying to speed up his pace to follow Lu Baixue. Suddenly a large white hand pressed against his shoulder and... Hey, bro, come with the wazoo? Chapter 70 The man who will soon become the god of all players. I only smoke the front door, who the are you?
The man turned back impatiently, was about to open his mouth to curse, "Yeah, word not yet finished." The voice suddenly stalled. It's the man who just had dinner with that woman. The other guy hasn't left yet. And why are his eyes so red? Turning his head for the first time, he saw Su Yueguang's red pupils with 3 commas. In the next instant, he was in a blood-red world of. Where is this? Looking around, there was only one blood-red moon in the world. It's pitch black all around. Himself tied to a rack with a black raven at his shoulder. A man came toward him with a black feather. Reality. Su Yueguang grinned widely and wrapped her arms around the man's shoulders. Bro, come on, let's go over there and come talk to Wazi. Su Yueguang took the man's shoulders and walked towards a certain alleyway. The man, on the other hand, was bewildered by Su Yueguang's arms around his eyes as he moved forward. Come to the deserted alley. Seo Tsukimitsu unlocked the Sharingan illusion. Wait until the man wakes up. His face went white, and he fell to the ground on weak legs. Where am I? The man looked around as if he had been drained of his body, his face pale. A dense perspiration surfaced suddenly on his forehead. Stopped his gaze on Su Yueguang after seeing him. You're the man who was with that woman earlier. The man weakly said, "What did you just do to me?" He was furious and tried to get up, but he didn't have any strength left, his body and mind were exhausted and his head ached. In the midst of that blood-red world, he was subjected to excruciating torture. Tell me, what organization are you with? Su Yueguang transformed a stool out of thin air and sat herself on it, sizing up the man in front of her. Of course, you can keep your mouth shut and I'll give you another go at what you just experienced. As if thinking of the possibility that the man would refuse, Su Yueguang added a sentence. No, don't. The man, the weak, immediately returned, I'll say anything. The voice was a little raspy and fearful, obviously psychotic. Okay, say it, who are you? I'm a member of the Eagle Society, an organization that traffics in player qualifications. The man was breathless and sat on the ground without moving. Eagle? What a coincidence. Then there's nothing more to say, give me all your stuff and I can give you a hard time. Su Yueguang said that if you meet someone who is an eagle, you'll kill them on sight. The other party was the Eagle's people, and the purpose was simple enough, for the glory of the northern gods. No, it was for Lu Baishue, who the player was qualified to capture. Then there's nothing more to say. Swish, swish, swish. Without hesitation, the man removed everything from his backpack and placed it in front of him. Please, don't torture me anymore. The man's voice was hoarse. A moment passed in reality, but he was tortured for an entire day in another illusion. Hundreds of tortures. It's like begging for your life. Can anyone tell how he got through the day? He'd rather die than go through that again. Could be. Su Yueguang took out the revolver and aimed it at the man's forehead. Before you die, can you tell me what your name is? And let me die too. The man pressed his hands silently on his abdomen. Name? Su Yueguang sneered disdainfully, her complexion suddenly high and proud. Scumbag, since you've asked in good faith, I'll be merciful and tell you that my name is Jerome. Mike. The man who is about to become a god to all players. The thing that this master hates most in his life is your kind of dog that sells player qualifications, is worse than that. From now on, if I see you bastards once, I will kill you once. Remember, in your next life, go around me when you see me. Boo. Not waiting for the man to question why Su Yueguang, an oriental face, had a western name, Su Yueguang pressed the trigger. There was a bang of a gunshot in the alley. Someone heard a voice and glanced inside, but all they saw was a man's dashing back. Just as Su Yueguang left. Underground of an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Yuang City. This place has been transformed by the Eagle into a base for selling player qualifications. Somewhere in a shadowy room in the base, a man with 2 cigars in his mouth clenched his fists full of diamond and jeweled rings as he listened to the gunshots coming out of his headset. Dogs? Not as good as? Come on, man. Go find out for me. Get me a man named Jerome Mack. Mike. I want everything about him, I want him dead. The man's shoulders shook with anger. Yes. After his men left, the man was alone in his room, his hands trembling with anger, his eyes cold as frost. The scum? I'd like to see who's the scum. On the other side. Su Yueguang surveyed the loot this time. Sharingan is quite useful, using illusion to make the opponent suffer great torment on the mental level. Mentally fragile people simply can't withstand such torment, and will even develop an afterthought mentality. Not bad, not bad. The effect of using Sharingan on other things is unknown, but it does work quite well on people. He then took out a mirror and nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the red pupils in the mirror. Not bad, it fits my temperament quite well. Why do you keep your Sharingan eyes on? 1 is because it's handsome. 2 or because it's handsome. And lastly, an unimportant reason is because not only is Sharingan not draining for him, but it keeps increasing his Ryatsu, as well as the Ryatsu generated by his laziness. The two together are generating a lot of spiritual energy all the time. Isn't this equivalent to whoring? Why not use it if you can get it for nothing? Spend money to make the rich happy, whore for nothing to make everyone happy. On the way home, Su Yuang looked at the game time. There are 7 days and 15 hours left until the next death game. He just traveled today. Shouldn't it be 9 hours? So I was wrong in my guess that the time away from the next death game is variable? It's possible that it's a 10-day cycle, or that the next death game will be played in 2 days? But it's better this way, too. It prevents players from exploiting the loopholes to team up early and work together. After all, knowing ahead of time when the next death game will be played allows you to team up ahead of time. It doesn't do much good for the average casual player. But the benefits to some powerful players are pretty obvious. Know ahead of time when the next game will start, form a team ahead of time, and have different supplies ready ahead of time. It's fine if you can't run into each other, but it's definitely earned. The same game is over, so maybe the next game will be able to be played together. Such a time change reduces the possibility of combining power players even more. Do I just happen to be at the same time as this girl? Why does it feel like I might bump into the same game? Thinking of Lu Baixue, who said she would protect herself, Su Yuang shook her head. A ghost is so scared and shrunken that it's a problem to protect itself, let alone him. The other side is lucky to have met him. Back home, there was a prepared meal on the table. And a little note. I've prepared a meal for you, warm it up and you can eat it, be a good boy and clean up at home, come back and check, if you don't clean up, I'll beat your ass. Yi Xiao Yu stay. Chapter 71, My Eyes. Out again. Didn't they say that public service is easy? What happened to the promised 9 to 5 and double weekends? How come Yi Xiaoyu is so busy? You want to kick my ass? Su Yuang disdainful light humming, really move, he can clean up the other side called Baba. The. Put down the envelope. Look to the table for the meal. It's all homemade stir-fry, shredded pork with leeks, abalone, and ginseng and turtle soup. Looks pretty good. Half an hour later. Hiccup. Su Yuang lay on the sofa and patted her stomach. There was not a single dish left. Clean up the messy table after a short break. The table was vacated again, and the spoils of this time were placed on it. There are about a dozen different objects. There's grass, there's little jade bottles. Blood restoration pill, restore blood and chi. Grass for condensing light, can be used to make pills. It's not much use. Su Yuang looked at these cheap drugs, he stabbed himself. All these drugs are not necessarily enough. How can you be a badass when you're so poor? Su Yuang disdained it and put away the useless things, leaving 2 items on the table. One is a jade pendant and the other is a bamboo dragonfly. Physical protection jade pendant, able to withstand a 1-ton mass physical attack when in danger. Note, when the attack exceeds the tolerance range, you will die a horrible death. Bamboo dragonfly, wear it on your head and you will have the same flying ability as a bird. Stored energy for 1 hour of flight, can be recharged automatically, after 1 hour need to replenish energy to continue to maintain flight. The power can withstand a weight of 100 kilograms, beyond which the energy consumption increases. Note, please approach the ground when your energy is about to run out, ignore this reminder if you want to turn into a meatloaf. A physical shield, he doesn't need it. But this bamboo dragonfly kind of works. Can make him fly. And it's the consumption of energy that keeps it flying permanently. Wouldn't that be the equivalent for me of being able to fly for an unlimited amount of time? Su Yuang hadn't mastered any flying abilities at the moment. In the last death game watched Forgetfulness and others want to fly old envy. I can't wait to grow a pair of wings myself, and I had wanted to learn the art of flying in the clouds with Forgetfulness. I didn't expect a bamboo dragonfly to be sent over to me so soon. Thank you for nature's gifts.
Su Yuang prettily put the things away in her backpack.
The game of death chat box was then found. There were a few who didn't take the message, Kaori Miyamoto and Fanjian.
Fanjian was dead set on friending him.
The other guy was a nice guy despite a bit of an orientation problem, so he agreed.
Let's look at the news from Kaori Miyamoto first.
Oni-chan, I've joined an underground organization in Sakura country. The organization is full of people who want to destroy this island. Oni-chan won't be coming for a while. I'll protect myself, don't worry.
The organization that destroyed Sakurajima?
It's true that everywhere there is a portion of hot-blooded young people who don't give in to the forces of evil and want to return a clear sky to this world.
I'm high on you guys, come on. Su Yuang blessed in her heart and opened Fanjian's chat box again. Oni-chan, brother, Appa, I'm an Asagi, want to come over to me?
It was accompanied by a photo of himself making a playful face.
Ah! My 36-karat titanium alloy electric eyes. It's over, it's over. Go wash your eyes. Go wash your eyes.
Su Yuang returned a rolled word to close the chat box.
I feel like I need to go wash my eyes, or else I'm designated to get pink eye. Who can imagine a man making a playful and flirty face? Su Yuang stood up with trembling legs.
He had never served anyone in his life, and Fanjian was considered one.
At night, Su Yuang turned off the reversal to rest early.
He found out that reverse sleep has bugs. The first thing you need to do to fall asleep is to make yourself sleepy before you can sleep. But after falling asleep, the more you sleep, the better your spirits will be.
Then reverse it.
Until you fall asleep, the more you sleep, the more awake you will be, and you won't be able to sleep at all unless you give yourself a slap on the wrist. But after falling asleep, the problem arises again.
Can't wake up.
The more you sleep, the more awake you become, which in turn means the more sleepy you become. In other words, if there was no external force to wake up, then Su Yuang was able to sleep and die here.
That's why Su Yuang basically turned off the reversal and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Su Yuang woke up early to head to the bus stop. Wait for bus 13 and get on.
Into the eyes, clear of beautiful women.
Oh, no, there's a granny. After entering the bus, Su Yuang attracted the attention of all the beautiful women on the bus. Hey, another group of women.
Su Yuang sighed helplessly in his heart.
Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Almost all the empty seats are next to beautiful women. Why don't these women like to sit together? In the end, Su Yuang chose the seat next to that grandmother.
Young man, you're so handsome, much more handsome than my dead husband when he was young.
Grandma had noticed Su Yuang when he got on the bus.
Seeing Su Yuang sitting next to herself with a joyful smile.
Don't talk so happily about your old partner going away. Thanks, it's just average. Su Yuang was modest. It is indeed 1,000,000,001, young man, my husband has gone and I have no children, do you have a job now?
If you don't have one, you can be my godson, and all of my future assets can be left to you, you just need to accompany me for a walk when you have time.
The old man looked at Su Yuang kindly and said.
She didn't look at her face to want Su Yuang to be her godson, she just felt that Su Yuang was very kind.
At the risk of sounding presumptuous, your assets?
$1 billion, though not much, is what my partner and I fought for when we were young. But I was in a car accident when I was young and I have some heart problems, so I can't have children.
You're going to be my godson and it's all yours.
The old man's mottled face, etched with signs of age, was a little sad.
Su Yuang. Is this godson of yours decent?
If he hadn't seen the spring in the old man's eyes, he would have thought he was simply being a godson.
Chapter 72, Approaching Science. Thanks, Grandma, I'm a little carsick from sitting in the front, I'll do it in the back, huh? You take care and take it easy.
Not do not want to do each other godson, with his luck, he is afraid that he today do each other godson, tomorrow for nothing more than 1 billion assets, not to mention, but also woe of an old life.
Sometimes too much luck isn't a good thing.
There's a beauty for every double seat here. There were only 2 empty seats left in the last row of multiple people seats, and there was a girl to the left and right as well. All the women looked up wistfully and stared at Su Yuang, their watery eyes seeming to seduce Su Yuang to her place. Those eyes were filled with all kinds of deep meaning.
In the end, Su Yuang chose a giant glasses girl. This glasses girl was kind of the only one who was more calm and had normal eyes. Can you add a wiki?
Su Yuang just sat down, the glasses girl took out her cell phone and said with a calm face.
Could be.
Seeing that the other party was calm and didn't seem to mean anything else, Su Yuang didn't refuse and added the wizards. Looking at the profile, a well-known university and graduate school, the other party is also a schoolboy, the kind of science, no wonder it is so calm. My name is Nangon Yaya, I'm a graduate student at Beijing North University, nice to meet you. The other party stretched out her small hand and turned her head to look seriously at Su Yuang. Hello. Su Yuang was a bit surprised by the other party's cold expression. The other party's face was calm, but the various gestures seemed very enthusiastic. Again, he added the wizards and offered to introduce him. Don't you want to ask me what I'm researching? Aha. Is he out of touch? Do you have to study something in graduate school? Then what are you studying? Su Yuang subconsciously asked. I've been studying male bioconstruction lately. Nangon Yaya pushed the glasses on the tip of her white nose and looked at Su Yuang expressionlessly. Do you want to be my research subject? Also, I've heard that the temperature of a male comforter is only 18 degrees, so I'd like to test that for myself, Don't get me wrong, nothing else, just trying to get closer to the science. Nangon Yaya said seriously. Su Yuang. Nangon Yaya is worthy of being a school bully, and has a set of tricks for teasing people. In the end, Su Yuang finally couldn't take it anymore when she was nearing a stop and got off the bus one stop earlier. I've heard that men and women sleeping together helps you sleep. Remember to look me up if you want to verify that. After parting, Nangon Yaya also sent a message to Su Yuang. Su Yuang's face darkened and deleted the chat message after returning a thank you no need. I thought the schoolteacher would be immune to his face for a bit, but I didn't realize that she was also a woman who looked at her face. Bah, women who crave his body, lowly. Looking at the surrounding streets where people were coming and going, Su Yuang took out a huazi with some emotion, tilted his head and spat out a smoke circle. If being too good-looking was a sin, he felt like he was truly sinning. Ding, attack by poisonous gas, intelligence +10, cellular immunity +100, cellular resilience +100, lung vitality +100, essence. Arriving at the hospital, Su Yuang came to the medicine window and took out a sack. Nurse, come 10 pounds of arsenic. He's found a shortcut to getting stronger, and yes, it's poison. Arsenic, 10 pounds? The nurse who was swiping the short video looked up with a frown, and was about to inquire if the other person had some kind of serious illness and had come to her for a laugh. When he saw Su Yuang, he immediately changed his impatient face that was disturbed and his eyes lit up. Handsome, hospitals don't sell patients arsenic, I have a more poisonous poison here, do you want it? More poisonous? Yeah, why don't you add me to your wiki? I'll come to your house tonight for you? The female nurse threw a wink. No need. Su Yuang turned around and left. Hey! Don't go! Security guard! He wants to buy arsenic to kill himself, stop him. The nurse saw that Su Yuang was going to leave and hurriedly called for the security guards to stop Su Yuang. I don't know if it's really for the good of Seo Moonlight or if she has something else in mind. Sharingan. Leaving the hospital, Su Yuang was somewhat speechless. Sure enough, the poison can't be given to me so easily, or I have to go to a dark store. Search online for dark stores in Banyan City. One was quickly found. A small drugstore in the suburbs with pretty good reviews and a decent amount of them. Took a bite of cranberry, now my abdomen hurts, I should be going to the other world tomorrow, see you all again sometime, brothers. This rat poison is good, I feel hard all over now. I bought a 7-step powder, I don't know how effective the medicine is, I've gone 6. Su Yuang looked at the comments contemplatively. Why does it feel a little fake? But it's the only one online, so you still have to go over and take a look. Half an hour later. Su Yuang found the pharmacy. It's a store near a neighborhood in the suburbs. There aren't many people outside the suburbs. There are rows of stores, all of them closed. There's only one store left that's still open. Anyone who dares to set up store in a place like this is a tough guy. Came to the door, and looked up and surveyed the store before him, with its tattered roll-up door, sprayed with paint, What with all the debt repayment, parking at the door, adding wizards about, etc. There's a beat-up, broken down, 3-wheeled hauler parked in front of the door. Inside the store are old glass cabinets that... Boss? Su Yuang walked into the store and frowned at the pungent smell of disinfectant in the air. What's all the screaming about? Here it is. A middle-aged balding man sat up discontentedly from the recliner underneath the glass cabinet, seemingly a little upset because Su Yuang had disturbed his rest.
Su Yuang looked over and knew, this uncle is balder than the programmer. Mediterranean hairstyles.
The center of his head was blank, a few strands of hair around it fluttered in the wind, his pores were rough, and his face was vicissitudes of life, about 30 or 40 years old.
Uncle, I want the most poisonous poison you have here. Su Yuang didn't care about the other party's tone and took out a red ticket and slapped it onto the cabinet. But the man didn't even look at the money and glared angrily at Su Yuang. Big what, uncle?
I'm only 26 this year.
About the same age as you. Why are you calling me that? 26.
Su Yuang was silent, staring earnestly at the man up and down, then stepped back to more carefully measure the whole body,
looking at the hair on top of my head that I could count, and then at the belly that looked just like a pregnant woman's. You're not kidding? Really 26?
I'm afraid this wasn't dragged to be a programmer's overtime dog from a young age, or it would never be so bald.
Chapter 73, A Cat's Strength in a Man's Battle, Su Yuang. Of course it's true, what? Doesn't it look like it? The man frowned.
You're more than unlike that, you're not at all.
So how did you get through the last 26 years? Wash your face with a briquette every day?
It's an old-fashioned face that the average 26-year-old really can't reach this height.
Like. It doesn't look 26 yet. Su Yuang said seriously. Can you open your eyes when you say that? Otherwise I always get the feeling you don't want to open your eyes.
The man said with an expressionless face.
Ahem, that's not important, what's important is that the boss has heard that you have a poison like smiling half-step epileptic here? Yes, I have all the poisons you want, know the rules? Rules? What rules? Do not understand? The man looked at Su Yuang thoughtfully, then take a picture of the front of the ID card and keep it. Good. Su Yuang dryly took out her ID card and pressed it on the glass window. The man swept the ID card with some surprise, then sized up Su Yuang. Aren't you going to ask me why I need the ID card? Can't you not ask? Su Yuang's showy brows frowned lightly.
Su Yuang's question was a bit of a surprise to the man. It's fine if you don't ask, but I have to remind you that the things I have here can't be used for indiscriminate use, huh?
Don't worry, I'll eat it myself.
Su Yuang thought that the other party was worried that he was poisoning the others and casually said.
Oh, just eat by yourself, huh? Eat by yourself?
The man's words turned around, something didn't feel right.
Everyone else comes to buy medicine for others, but Su Yuang gives it to herself?
Well, eat by yourself, so have something that tastes good.
Why don't you go buy rat poison instead of these? Don't you just want it to taste better? Is that rat poison stuff for people? Pesticides and stuff are super hard to drink, okay?
Who has nothing to drink that stuff? It's better to have this colorless, odorless, and even tasty poison.
Taste good? The boss looked odd, still really eating by himself?
He looked at the handsome Su Yuang with some confusion, but he still opened his mouth to persuade him. Brother, not my old brother said, brother, you look like Pan in instrumentation, dashing suave, extraordinary temperament.
What do you want? What's wrong with doing what you do? Why do you have to seek death? Seeking death?
Su Yuang, who was surveying the store, turned her head to the boss with a puzzled expression, who said, I'm seeking death.
If you don't seek death, you eat poison. Oh, I eat poison not to seek death. This point, boss, you do not need to worry. ID card also showed you. Give medicine. How much to open a price is good?
Okay, brother can never think. Something to old brother say. Old brother, although not much culture, but can be a faithful listener. The man looked seriously at Su Yuang, and there was something in his eyes that only a man could understand having feelings.
Su Yuang. Don't worry. I'll come to you if I really want to die, and not only will I come to you, I'll drag you along with me, so can you prescribe me a pill now? Could be, good tasting poison, huh?
The owner removed 3 boxes from the glass case. This, named broken intestines, has a very simple effect. After eating it will be intestines through and through within an hour.
It will not be introduced.
This is my store's specialty, the 3-day drilling compound, which won't cause any problems or symptoms for the first 2 days after taking it.
However, after the 3rd day, the poisoned person's face will begin to darken, his heart will be restless, and his hands and feet will become numb.
The boss sounded and danced with his hands, colorfully explaining the poison effects to Su Yuang with a startled voice.
The first 2 days are still curable, but wait until the 3rd day.
The boss spoke faster, with a sinister face and a sinister laugh. Yeah, wait until the third day of the poisonous gas attacked the heart. The face blackened. The gods cannot be cured. This person is afraid to be twitchy and scare people by talking about a poison. This introduction to poison's acting is all good enough to crush contemporary fresh meat, but it's not even close.
Well, what about the last one? This last one, it's just ordinary cranberry, but I've seasoned it with cola, chicken wings, and other flavors. Which one do you want? So many flavors? Su Yueguang's eyes lit up. All of them. One flavor for one bottle.
You can't have too much of a classic poison like cranberry.
Okay. Big business, then you wait. Seeing that Su Yueguang wanted so much, the boss smiled happily and went to the inner room to fetch the goods. Meow. Just after the owner went inside, a yellow and white field cat came through the door. Taking elegant little cat steps, tilting her chin, her tail waving behind her, she glanced at Su Yueguang, then turned her head, jumped up onto the glass cabinet, raised her cute little paw, and licked it like no one else was watching.
Boss, is this your cat?
Su Yueguang said to the owner of the house.
Yes, is Little White back?
Xiaobai is good ha, I'll feed you cat food later. This cat can't understand you either. Su Yueguang glanced at the inner room and saw that the boss hadn't come out yet towards Xiaobai. Reaching out, he stroked it. Cats are such little cuties that regular people want to pet their heads when they see them. Meow.
Seeing Su Yueguang's paw reaching out, the cat first looked up at Su Yueguang, then lowered its head, ignoring Su Yueguang, and continued to lick the back of its small paw.
Good little white boy, it's so cozy.
Su Yueguang stroked Xiaobai's head, sliding his hand along the head and down the back, which was furry and very comfortable to touch.
This is yours, eh?
The boss came out from the inner room with a bag and saw Su Yueguang touching Xiaobai's head with a startled cry, as if he had seen something strange.
What's up, boss?
Hearing the boss's surprised voice, Su Yueguang turned his head, jerking the cat in his hand without stopping, and asked.
Nothing, here's your medicine, a total of $100,000, look, swipe your card or? 100,000? Why the hell don't you go rob? Su Yueguang's eyes opened wide in shock, staring daggers at the boss. Brother, you won't be able to afford it. The boss skeptically looked Su Yueguang up and down.
He thought he had a big client, but not a poor man with no money. Poisons are tightly regulated, so they're naturally expensive. Not that I'm bragging, if you can find a second place in Banyan City that sells as many varieties of poisons as I do, come to me and I'll give you a full refund. The owner seemed confident and patted his chest in assurance.
Do I look like someone who lacks money? Buy it. When you think about it, the poison thing is really harder to find, and this is the only one I found online.
Su Yueguang hesitated for a moment or decided to buy it with a big wave of his hand. It didn't matter if it was more expensive, he wasn't short of money. By the way bro, I also accept customized weapons here any weapon will do, even some weird toys or weird chairs, price is negotiable.
The boss threw a you-know-what look at Su Yueguang. Su Yueguang said that he really didn't understand what the boss was talking about, something strange. Alright then boss, I'll leave first. After giving the money, Su Yueguang carried her things and left. Okay, let's go, don't see me off. The boss waved and happily watched Su Yueguang leave. Su Yueguang waved his hand behind his boss's back and left the store. When Su Yueguang left, the boss looked at his cat, stroking his chin in contemplation, seeming somewhat puzzled. Little White, how come you're willing to let strangers pet you? Is it hard to believe that cats also look at faces these days? Thud. The sound of running came from the doorway, and Su Yueguang's figure reappeared in the store. Hey! Brother, you still? Boss lend you the cat. Aim? Not waiting for the boss to ask what Su Yueguang is doing back here.
Su Yueguang then interrupted the boss and picked up the small white wine that was licking its paws on the glass case and walked towards the outside of the store.
Boss? White, being held? Just as the boss was wondering what Su Yueguang was up to,
the next moment he realized that.
Woof woof woof.
The sound of an aggressive dog barking came from the doorway.
Tai. You stupid dog, look at the cat. This was the shrill voice of Su Yueguang's man fighting the cat.
This was followed by a low, threatening purr from the cat.
Aim at. Meow 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 meow.
Then came the sound of the cat's voice in power.
Woof, aim. Ow 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 woof. Ow ow meow. Woof.
This was followed by the miserable yelp of a wild dog being scratched by a cat, mixed with the cat's grumpy yelp. Eventually, all that was left outside was the agonizing scream of the wild dog's cup scratching, which was getting quieter and quieter, and looked like it had run away. Wait until the wild dog barking dies down. Ha 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 ha. Stupid dog, have the guts to come back again. This master, the cat waiting for you. Su Yueguan's voice came out as he laughed loudly. Su Yueguan was then seen returning to the store with a happy face, holding her cat. Ha 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 ha. Boss, you're so good with this cat. Ha, thanks. Su Yueguan placed the dumbfounded cat onto the glass cabinet, then left another $100 ticket before departing again, leaving behind the clueless owner of the store and the cat licking its own bloodied paw. Only after Su Yueguan left for more than 10 seconds did the boss come back to his senses, looking at the 100 on the table and then at the cat that was licking its bloody paw. The corner of his mouth twitched and... Live long enough? I've heard of people fighting dogs, but I've never heard of people fighting cats. Today was kind of a long day. People fighting cats. You've got to be ashamed of yourself. His cat isn't human, but Seo Moonlight is a real dog. P.S. Asking for a 5-star review. Chapter 74 God's Group Combat Genius. This stinking cheeky one, are you alright, White? The man looked at his cat with concern and heartache, but then tapped his head. Hey, look at my brain, I really thought of you as a normal cat. This asshole actually threw you out to block stray dogs. Next time I'll make sure to blackmail him hard. For popping or snapping. The owner clapped his hands and spoke to the door. Go, follow this guy, find out if he's a player, where he lives, and snatch the medicine back if he's not. As the words fell, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the doorway and followed in the direction Su Yueguan had left. The drugs are all real, but they're not sold to the general public. Rather, they are sold to people who can use him. After the 2 of them left, the boss looked at his own buy heartily and... Bye, look at your vision, why do you see such a product? So yeah. People can't look at faces. It's better to rely on a solid-looking guy like me. Meow. White let out a low and disdainful purr at his boss, while a blank stare seemed to humanize his eyes. Boss. Don't understand the good of honest people. About 20 minutes later. The boss, who was sleeping leisurely, waited until his returning henchman. It was 2 men, one tall and one short, both with a pair of sunglasses on the bridge of their noses. Back? A little faster this time, tell me, what's the situation with the people? The boss, still reclining in his chair, inquired with narrowed eyes. By the sound of the footsteps you don't have to look to know it's one of your own men. People? What people? Boss, are you sleepy? Where is anyone? 2 men made inning noises. The boss's cloudy eyes opened steeply, bursting and splashing with a harsh, refined light. Like a zombie, straighten up anti-gravity style. What did you guys just say? The 2 men, one taller and one shorter, froze at the sight of the man's strong reaction and looked at each other in. Then he said tentatively, What are you talking about, boss? We went out for a walk, didn't we? Where are the people? Shorty nodded, Yeah boss, when did you tell us to follow people? I didn't even see where they were. That serious face didn't look like a lie. This made the owner freeze in place, then seem to think of something and guffaw. This kid, he's quite interesting. The boss nodded, Alright, you guys go ahead. Yes. The 2 men acted dryly, the boss let go, without the slightest stay, with orders, quite an iron-blooded demeanor. Waiting for the 2 to leave. The boss's face also became serious, and opened the photo of Su Yueguan that he had just taken, looked at the face on it that was more handsome than Su Gong's, and then sent it to a person. Check some of them, talk to someone from the past who lost their memories and came back, should be a player. After sending a message. That's when he put down his cell phone. Just let the others check it out next. On the other hand, Su Yueguan flung a bag of melon seeds and walked slowly towards her home. That boss really isn't the norm. Thinking of those 2 guys just now, a thoughtful look appeared in Su Yueguan's eyes. Thunderbolt, like he's been specially trained, and he feels a bit naive, not humane, this look, how he feels a bit like that place. Su Yueguan pondered, to be able to open such a store within Yuang City was definitely not an ordinary person. And there is an inherent irrationality in the fact that a drugstore that is so prominent online has not been seized. The fact that the officials didn't seize it says it all. Originally, he wasn't sure, but through those two just now, Yuang was 80% sure that this store was that place. No wonder it's so conspicuous, it's here to set up players, isn't it? Players entering the game will definitely want to get some poisons and also weapons. Game points can be bought but can be saved, other players will never waste them, after all, not everyone is as extravagant and wasteful as Yuang, saying that they will use them. And that store specializes in those, surely a lot of players will go over there. So this place should be all for registered players, right? I gave him my ID, so it looks like I should be targeted. But does he care? Of course not. It's not a big deal if you're staring at it. As long as he didn't bother to register, and with his high profile, the officials would find out about him sooner or later, and it was only a matter of time. Forget it, let's go back and drink some poison and eat some melon to catch up on the show. It's a rare day of relaxation, so of course you have to enjoy it. It's night. Silence fell outside the suburb, and the occasional stray dog would hiss. The stores along the street were in a state of closure, leaving only one lone store still emitting an eerie yellow glow that illuminated the weeds and old trees in front of it. Inside the drugstore. The boss, who was playing the game, received a reply: "This person is mentally ill, escaped from the mental hospital half a month ago, suffering from paranoia as well as serious suicidal tendencies, and is now being tracked down." However, the surveillance has not checked to find his direction of travel. All that can be ascertained at this time is that this person is still within the territory of Rongqing. Next time you encounter him, please take control immediately. Suicidal psychopaths? The boss's eyebrows jumped. Yuang had just bought more than 20 bottles of poison. Remember that when questioned during the day they said they were drinking by themselves. No way. The owner's heart thumped. Don't really drink it yourself. Some kind of monitoring center. A middle-aged man with an inch head frowned as he looked at the monitor that was splayed on the screen after sending the message. What the hell is going on here? How did the surveillance just happen to go wrong? A technician was helpless, I don't know either. But as long as we check the trail of Yuang, all the surveillance in that area will disappear, there's nothing we can do. Could it be his ability to determine where he is through all this broken surveillance? Can. The other side is near the Home Bend neighborhood, but the exact building number and neighborhood is. Well. Can you spare someone to investigate building by building? I wanted to investigate the information, but thinking that Yuang might not register it, I thought better of it. Eh? The technician's face stuttered. The workload might be a bit heavy. Who? The middle-aged man also knew it was a bit of a hardship. Okay, that's it then. By the way, do I remember if any of the members of the God group next door live in the Home Bend neighborhood? The God group's battle frenzy? The Nova goddess Yi Xiaoyu lives there. The technician replied without thinking. HM? How do you know so clearly that it was Yi Xiaoyu's address? The middle-aged man froze. Yi Xiaoyu he had also heard of, a veritable genius of the combat department. Eh? The technician scratched his head in some embarrassment. Well, I was just curious to find out. Does she prestige have it? The middle-aged man mused. I asked for it once the other day, I didn't get it. I heard that she doesn't even add the other boys' wizards, even the other talented players in the God group didn't get through, hee. Speaking of which, the technician's face was a little sad. The middle-aged man looked at the technician and seemed to know why the other party knew Yi Xiaoyu's address so well. Chapter 75, You think I'm afraid of you just because you're wearing pupils? Take advantage of the fact that the game is still a few days away. Yuang chases dramas and plays games all night. Ding, attacked by poison, cellular activity plus 100 cellular resilience plus 100 gut resilience plus 100 comfort plus 100 nerve strength plus 100. This chicken leg flavored cranberry is not good. Yuang sat on the sofa, catching up on romance dramas and smashing his mouth with a bottle of Crane's Red. The cranberry is actually arsenic, chemically called arsenic trioxide, and commonly known in modern times as arsenic. Inorganic compound, chemical formula is as-2O3, odorless and tasteless, white frosty powder, so-called arsenic. Because it is odorless and tasteless, it can be processed and seasoned to a variety of flavors. Normal people poisoned by oral ingestion will experience nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, stool sometimes mixed with blood, painful spasms of the limbs, oliguria, and urea coma, convulsions, respiratory paralysis, and death. But it's a tonic for Yuang. It's more tonic than ginseng. But the chicken thighs taste weird. It's still good in Coke. Yuang on the cola taste thief. It was now 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, and Yi Xiaoyu shouldn't be coming back. Su Yueguang glanced at the time and ate a mouthful of popcorn, then picked up the arsenic cola and poured it into his mouth. One sip. Pft, cough cough cough. Accidentally choked and spit a mouthful of arsenic cola right on his pants. That's weird. I can choke on water? Su Yueguang suspiciously drew paper and wiped his pants. Creak. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. Why don't you turn it off, huh? Yi Xiaoyu pushed open the door and saw Su Yueguang wiping the middle of her pants under the faint light of the TV. Turning his head to look inside the TV, it just happened to be playing while the hero and heroine were in the heat of the moment. She blinked her big eyes, her eyes moving back and forth between the TV and the tissue in Su Yueguang's hand. Seems to realize something. The air seemed silent for so many seconds. A moment later, it was Yi Xiaoyu who took the initiative to speak. This is not good. If really cannot stand it, you can give me say, I can introduce you to girlfriend. Even the big-hearted Yi Xiaoyu was a bit embarrassed in the face of this situation. The slightly inebriated little face was adorable in the faint glow of the TV. For the sake of Su Yueguang's face, I won't hit him with my hands. Su Yueguang saw the other party's sight first froze, and then looked at his pants and the male and female lead in the drama, and seemed to realize what was going on as well. Raising his head with a serious and earnest face, he looked at Yi Xiaoyu. Trust me, it's not what you think. I just dumped water on my pants. I believe you. Stop it, it's not good for your body. I'll go back to my room first, you clean up. Yi Xiaoyu shyly lowered her head and went back to her room, leaving Su Yueguang with a complicated face. You really have to believe me. It's really not what you think. Early the next morning, Su Yueguang received a text message from Yi Xiaoyu. It's a picture of some beautiful women. Yi Xiaoyu, which one do you like? I can introduce to you. So still no letter right. The corners of Su Yueguang's mouth twitched and returned a thank you no. When he got up, he realized that Yi Xiaoyu had disappeared again. Shrugging her shoulders, Su Yueguang walked towards the kitchen to prepare to make a broken-hearted lunch to treat herself. Just as he was cooking, the elevator entrance of the floor where Su Yueguang is located. Two uniformed men in sunglasses exited the elevator panting and sputtering with exhaustion. So many neighborhoods around here. How long will it take us to check out that guy? Take your time, rest for a while later. Next house, if it isn't my goddess Yi Xiaoyu. The middle-aged sunglasses man's eyes widened as he looked at the name on the document. Goddess? Where is it? Where is it? The skinny sunglasses man rushed over. This is it, this is Yi Xiaoyu's room. Then there's no need to check, right? The goddess seems to have gone on a mission today. Okay, next house. The middle-aged man nodded his head and was about to change the family when he suddenly heard movement coming from the room. The middle-aged man who was about to leave had his footsteps stuttered, turned back in confusion, and looked toward the door of Yi Xiaoyu's room. There seems to be someone inside? The thin man nodded with a serious face. I heard the noise too. The two men looked at each other with heavy faces and headed for the door. Knock knock. Open the door and check the water meter. Su Yueguang, who was preparing lunch, was cleaning the cabbages when she heard a knock on the door outside the house. Check the water meter? What's with the water meter check in the morning? It's only 11 o'clock. Su Yueguang walked towards the door suspiciously. Creak. When Su Yueguang opened the door, she saw two men wearing uniforms and sunglasses holding a book in their hands. The sign on the uniform reads Water Conservancy. It's really a water meter check. Check the water meter, make way. The head of this household is Yi Xiaoyu. Who are you? The thin man narrowed his eyes at Su Yueguang. I'm the nanny Yi Xiaoyu hired. Su Yueguang said truthfully. Nanny? Is there anyone else in this house? The man frowned, probing and scanning the room. Are you checking the water meter or the household accounts? Hearing the other party's tone, Su Yueguang said irritably. Hey! This little tantrum of mine. You think I'm afraid of you just because you wear a ing pupil? You. The man who spoke was about to lash out, but was pulled back by his companion next to him. I'm sorry, my co-worker is a little pushy. We'll just check the water meter and leave, please. The middle-aged sunglasses man next to him smiled apologetically. Okay, hurry up, I still have to make lunch.
Su Yuang waved her hand impatiently.
Thanks to the other party's companion pulling back, otherwise today, he would definitely let the other party know why the flowers were so red. After checking the water meter, the two uniformed men left. However, looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Su Yuang always felt that there was something wrong with these two people.
What are you pulling me for? Yi Xiaoyu is the goddess of many people in God's group. I am envied by the dragon group. How come there is such a thing in her room? Maybe it's a thief. Thief my ass. You retard, can't you see the guy is the one we're looking for?
The middle-aged man rolled his eyes and cursed.
The person we're looking for? Su Yuang?
The man quickly pulled a picture out of his arms.
As expected, it was really Su Yuang. The photo is exactly the same as the one from earlier. The only difference is that Sui Tsukwang was wearing contacts just now. Chapter 76. I think he should get a girlfriend. Found it?
Inside one of the offices of the Dragon Group base, the long-haired man looked at the two henchmen who had returned with a joy.
Where?
At home in the Bend neighborhood, room 404. In front of the man, a middle-aged man and a thin man in uniform with sunglasses were the same two men who had checked the water meter during the day.
Home Bend neighborhood 404, why so familiar?
The long-haired man rubbed the spiky stubble on his chin, recalling where he'd heard it.
Boss, this is the address of Goddess Yi, the combat department genius of the God Group. The thin man stepped forward and reminded.
Oh, Yi Xiaoyu, let's just say how come it sounds so familiar.
The long-haired man nodded his head, but suddenly realized something was a bit off. Wait, you mean, this Su Yuang, who lives in Yi Xiaoyu's house?
The long-haired man's mouth was open, a little surprised.
Right.
Both of them nodded their heads at the same time, while the skinny guy still had a pained look on his face.
Living with a goddess, this is something that many people can't envy. How come CO Moonlight is in there? Boss, I think he must be a thief. It's possible that he went there today to steal something. The skinny sunglasses man said with a twinkle in his eye filled with naked jealousy. Old Lee. Don't talk nonsense, he said he's the nanny Yi Xiaoyu hired.
The naive middle-aged man frowned. You shut up, Hua Chuan, tell me the details of what happened. Listening to the two people's different opinions, the long-haired man frowned and looked at the middle-aged man. The skinny one is called Li Yingjun, and the naive middle-aged man is called Hua Chuan.
A few minutes later, Hua Chuan gave a general account of the two men's experience.
After listening to the two men's descriptions, the long-haired man sat down in his chair in a contemplative manner.
Team Wang?
The two men said with a tentative grunt.
Wangerhammer looked up at the two staring at him. Alright, I know all about it, stay out of this matter, I'll figure it out, you guys go down. Yes. The two looked at each other and left the room. When the two left, Wangerhammer made a WeChat call. Hello? Egg thing?
A middle-aged man's voice came over the phone.
Hearing this voice, Wangerhammer's serious face instantly piled up with a fawning smile. Elder, I've found out what you asked me to find out. It's number 404 in the Home Bend neighborhood. Got it? Why don't you just do it? Why are you calling me?
A puzzled voice came from the other side.
I would like to ask your opinion of this man.
Even if it was just a phone call, Wangerhammer's voice remained at a certain level, not daring to speak loudly, enough to see his respect for the other party.
Oh. This kid not bad, didn't hurt my people, what?
Well, he's living with Yi Xiaoyu, the genius who has recently emerged from the God Group, so I'll have to consider Yi Xiaoyu's situation.
Like this? Fine, do what you want, is there anything else you want to ask? No, thank you, Elder. Wangerhammer hung up the phone with a smile on his face.
After hanging up, the smile disappeared from his face and he tapped his chair armrests rhythmically with both fingers. Contemplating for a moment, he rose and left the room.
Come to the first floor. After exiting the building, the sky opened up.
Looking around in all directions, a forest of skyscrapers filled with a modern sci-fi feel.
Looking down from God's point of view.
The surroundings, however, are of a suburban location. The suburb is surrounded by low-rise factories, and these tall buildings are especially conspicuous in the midst of them, extremely abrupt.
Here, it's the Divine Dragon Team base in Young City.
Players and staff came and went around, each minding their own business.
Wangerhammer walked towards a building.
A few minutes later, he came to the door of an office. Dongdong, cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics.
Come in.
Another man's voice came from inside the house.
Squeak. The door was opened and Hammer walked in. Inside was a young man in casual attire that, with his feet in the air and his index fingers touching the ground, he was doing upside-down push-ups. Old King? Something wrong? The man inverted after seeing his Hammer also does not stop, continue to sit with one finger inverted push-ups. Is Yi Xiaoyu here? Hammer didn't drag his feet and went straight to the topic. Xiaoyu? Out on a mission, don't know when he'll be back, looking for him for something? Well, a little something. Hammer just finished, did not buckle suddenly sounded knocking on the door. Dongdong, cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics. Enter. Squeak. The door was opened, a handsome girl wearing a set of casual clothes walked in, carrying a stick-like thing with a condom on her back. Yo, speak of the devil, Xiaoyu, you're back just in time, Team Yuang has something for you. With one finger braced on the ground, the man spun 180 degrees in the air and rolled over, returning to his seat to take a sip of tea. Team Wang? Yi Xiaoyu looked at Hammer next to him. Hammer she recognized, because the other person's name was rather special, she made a note of this person. The captain of the dragon team, an existence on the same level as his own captain. Hello, Team Wang. Yi Xiaoyu nodded slightly. It seemed to have just experienced a violent battle, and there was still a faint aura of fury on his body. Well, Xiaoyu, I won't beat around the bush, I want to ask someone. Ask someone? Yi Xiaoyu's eyes were puzzled, you said. Well, you did get a roommate recently, right? Right. Yi Xiaoyu simply said back. She wasn't exactly a matronly person, and answered what she was asked without saying another word of nonsense. Well, what do you think of him? How are the people? Yi Xiaoyu froze and looked at Hammer. Why did the other party care about his roommate? It's okay, that is. She thought of Su Yueguang's big night. Just what? Hammer asked in a hurry. Nothing, it's just, it feels like he should find a girlfriend. Yi Xiaoyu said truthfully. What she said was naturally because she saw Su Yueguang playing with his life, so she thought Su Yueguang get a girlfriend. But that instantly sounded wrong to the ears of the two old men. Is this Yi Xiaoyu thinking that Su Yueguang should find a girlfriend or Su Yueguang really should find a girlfriend? That's a big difference between those two sentences. Yi Xiaoyu is now living with Su Yueguang. If it was Yi Xiaoyu who still felt that it was time for Su Yueguang to find a girlfriend, then the meaning was obvious, Yi Xiaoyu wanted to be the other party's girlfriend. These words silenced Hammer as well as Yi Xiaoyu's superiors. Don't ask, don't tell. Is it true that good looks can be a meal? Team Wang was a bit skeptical and forced himself to spit and continue asking. Well, what do you think of his character then? Well, okay, it's no different from ordinary people. Okay, I'm done asking. Wu, do you have time for a chat? Okay, let's talk when I handle Xiaoyu's mission. Old Wu, the fitness man, said. A few minutes later. Yi Xiaoyu left the office with a puzzled look on her face. Old Wu looked at Team Wang next to him. Say, what's the situation? How come you still bring my family Xiaoyu out? Xiaoyu is my good seedling here, don't get into any accidents, then I'll have a big responsibility. When it came to Yi Xiaoyu, Lao Wu also got serious. I'll show you a profile first. Team Wang took out his cell phone and pulled up a file and gave it to Lao Wu. What information? Lao Wu frowned and took the phone to check it. Co Tsukimitsu? Patient at Castle Peak Hospital, suicidal, multiple suicide attempts? Old Wu came to the silk interest, sit up and continue to check. Winning $8 million and getting rich overnight. A few days ago, he eliminated the middle-level members of the Eagle organization. Well, he eliminated the Eagles people. He's not bad, isn't he? The Eagles, in the entire Banyan City, were considered to be a top-ranking evil organization. Traveled to the butcher's a few days ago to buy poison? A few days ago? Lao Wu sensed that things were not simple. Isn't there something wrong with this record time? Why would it be just a few days ago that you went to buy poison from your seniors? It takes at least 10 games to kill a member of the Eagles' middle tier. The average gamer, after a few games, thinks about things like poison weapons. That's what that drugstore exists for. Spying on players while selling poison weapons to registered players in the Dragon Kingdom. Poison weapons are essential for players. Sell medicine at the same time, but also be able to view the information of the people who come to buy medicine, sometimes good luck, but also encountered like the Eagle this organization's players to buy.
This kind is naturally arrested on the spot and sent to the God group. In the case of new players, there will be official oversight. But the fact that Su Yueguang was able to eliminate the members of the Eagle group meant that Su Yueguang had at least participated in the game quite a few times. And yet it's only at this point in time that you come to buy something like poison. That's a little strange. And what's the meaning of this jackpot $1,022,000? Old Wu frowned. He's won the lottery 22 times, and each time the prize is in the millions. What? Old Wu jerked his head up and looked at Old Wang. You're not kidding me? Chapter 77, Psychiatric Test Questions. Of course not, I've looked into it, and those 22 wins were all jackpots. Seeing the other party so surprised, Wang Hammer felt like he had found a confidant. Yeah, you think it's more than normal, don't you? I was more shocked than you were when I first saw this. What the hell is this? Ordinary people win the jackpot once, that is to use up the last life of the accumulation of Yin virtue. Su Yueguang won 22 times. 22 times. Is this still a person? When this was first determined, that surprise, that envy and jealousy, that oddly complex and unspoken emotion, made his heart unspeakably hard. Now that there was someone who could share this complex emotion with him, Wang Hammer's heart instantly felt much better. How is it possible? Did this person use some kind of trick? After being shocked for a long time, Wu Yong came back to his senses. No, I looked into it and determined it was just luck alone. Wang Hammer smiled and shook his head. Seeing old Wu so surprised, there was an inexplicable sense of superiority and comfort in his heart as why. Become a multi-millionaire by winning the lottery 22 times by luck alone? Wu raised an eyebrow. He's also a player. Could he have boosted his luck through some means? Luck is a nebulous thing. None of the malls in the death games sell luck-boosting items, and I don't know if he's gotten anything from any of the games. What is certain, though, is that he does have a lot of luck. Wang Hammer leisurely said, there's another item not written on this. 10 days ago, he defused a bomb inside the Wanyang shopping mall, helping the daughter of the former richest man in the Shenlong kingdom to survive. And this? That's too much luck. It couldn't even be said that it was luck, it was completely God's separate eye that was paying attention to Su Yueguang. Yes, but he has a history of mental illness, and after we investigated the matter we suppressed it and didn't publicize it. Wang Hammer sat down on the chair and crossed his legs. His heart was like a blocked river that was finally dredged as freely as it could be. There's another thing, multiple suicide attempts, there's a problem with that as well. Wu focused on the first point. Well, there is a problem. Committing suicide multiple times and not dying because of various coincidences isn't a problem, it's a big problem, and it's safe to say that God is looking out for him. Wang Hammer said leisurely, that's why I came to find you, to see what you think. Too little contact to have any idea, just keep an eye on it for now. After all, it's just this little bit of information and there's no way to surmise anything more. Wu took a deep breath, forcibly calming the shock and complex emotions in his heart, and sat back in his seat. Anyway, he's suicidal, not homicidal, and helped us with the Eagle's men, so he's not an enemy of the state, at least on current behavior. Also, but right, he's living under the same roof as your man Yi Xiaoyu. Indeed, as long as Su Yueguang did not threaten the lives of others and did not break the law, none of them had any reason to treat Su Yueguang as an enemy. Just as Wang Hammer's words fell, Wu stood up violently and... Chow! I forgot about it if you didn't tell me. Asshole! No, we must keep this guy away from Xiaoyu. What if the mental illness is contagious? Wang Hammer, don't get excited, you're confused, aren't you? Mental illness is not contagious. He wanted to slap himself, that mouth, he should have known better than to talk too much, km. That won't work either. The boy must be made to move out of Xiaoyu's house. No, this will scare the snakes. There are still a lot of suspicions on the other party, they are the object of our focus, we can't just act rashly. That Yi Xiaoyu is still our God group's key focus. It's not like he's affecting your genius right now, your genius isn't fine. It's too late to influence. Wu said and wanted to go out to find Yi Xiaoyu. Wang Hammer was startled, and hurriedly pulled Wu Yong. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him, and I'll be sure to tell you the first time something goes wrong. This. Wu turned back to Wang Hammer somewhat hesitant. A moment later, he still nodded his head and... Okay, then I'll listen to you, but don't be careless. Don't worry, you're still not worried about me. The next morning, Su Yueguang found that the neighbor across the street has changed, came a young man. A bit of an artist, like one of those cartoonists who draws comics and wears glasses. Why did you find out? because the other party knocked on the door of Su Yueguang's room. "Hello, I'm Chen Yuan, the newly moved neighbor across the street from you. Please take care of me from now on." The other handed over a bag of apples and smiled with a kind and sunny look of affinity. "Where am I good?" Su Yueguang the other subconsciously asked. The other party was silent then, not holding back a word for half a day. "Thanks for the fruit, I'll take care of it." Su Yueguang took the apple and snapped off the door to the room. Casually tossing the apple into the trash can, he pondered what would be a good return gift to buy next time. Mom said not to eat from strangers. Just the other day I read the news about the woman who ate her neighbor's buns and accidentally became pregnant after passing out. Although Su Yueguang wasn't afraid of poison, he was afraid of. What's the best way back? A watery arsenic cucumber with a spiky top flower and a curvy green color? Or the fresh, plump, red on white broken peaches? Is it for me or for Yi Xiaoyu? Su Yueguang sat on the sofa and stroked his chin. It just happened to be their neighbor at this time, and it didn't take much thought to know that it was coming for one of the two of them. Although the other party looked kind, he wouldn't be naive enough to think that the other party was some kind of good person. "It's almost time for the next death game, so why don't we take this one out?" Then Su Yueguang shook her head. The other party didn't know what it was for. Since they had moved across the street from their house, it meant that the other party was trying to keep an eye on them and had no intention of doing anything for the time being. Not necessarily with malicious intent. "You can keep it. Can't stay on the opposite side though." Su Yueguang took out her phone, then dialed a number. "Hello? Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital? I want to report that a man named Chen Yuan across the street is mentally abnormal. Can you come and give him a test? The location is 403, Building 3 in the Home Bend neighborhood." "No? What if I pay $100,000 for the trip?" "Good, come quickly I'm afraid this psycho is hurting people." Hanging up the phone, Su Yueguang leisurely drank a cup of open water version of cappuccino. Sure enough, there's nothing in this world that money can't fix. If so, pretend he didn't say that. In the room opposite Su Yueguang, Chen Yuan arranged various mechanical instruments. Signal listening instruments, cameras, computers, pinhole cameras. The above is correct, there is indeed something wrong with Su Yueguang. Not a normal person at all. Thinking about the other party's answer just now, this brain circuit is different from any normal person. Confirmed to be mentally ill all right. About an hour later. Chen Yuan, who was debugging the equipment, the doorbell wanted. Clanking sound. Who? Chen Yuan came to the door impatiently. Opened the door and saw several men and women dressed like doctors standing in the doorway. Hello, are you Mr. Chen Yuan? Yeah, you guys are? Chen Yuan suspiciously looked at a few people toward the sign on each other's chest, Qingnan Mountain. Isn't Qingnam San from the mental hospital? We got a report of a mental illness here, so we wanted to do a test. The nurse lady smiled. If you have a mental illness, go find him. Why are you looking for me? Chen Yuan said impatiently. Then noticing the other man's expression that looked at him and smiled, he seemed to realize something. Raising his hand and pointing to himself. The mental illness you're talking about, that wouldn't be me, would it? Yes it is, Mr. Chen Yuan, someone has reported you to be mentally ill, please can you cooperate with us for a test? Chen Yuan. He looked toward the closed door of Su Yueguang's room across the hall. No need to guess, it is definitely this deep well ice across the street. Okay, do it quickly, I have things to do when you're done. The body is not afraid of the shadow. He knew he wasn't mentally ill, so naturally he wasn't afraid of any tests. Okay, you only need to answer 2 out of 3 questions correctly to prove you're sane. So the first one, ask, the bathtub is full, there's a tub next to it, and a spoon, and now the request is to empty the bathtub, what would you do if it were you? Of course it's using a basin to scoop the water clean, cut, can you ask something difficult? Chen Yuan disdainfully said. Okay, one mistake, next subject. Hey! Wait! How am I wrong? Don't normal people use pots? Is it hard to use a spoon? Chen Yuan stopped the nurse who wanted to ask the next question. A normal person would pull the tub plug. The little nurse said in all seriousness. Chen Yuan. Okay, question 2. Chen Yuan's face turned serious, this question seems to be a little bit difficult, he has to be serious. Q when a black man marries a white man, does the baby born have white teeth or black teeth?
Black and white, no. Chen Yuan's eyelids fluttered, and he hastily covered his mouth and... White. It's white. Everyone's teeth are white. Wrong. What a mistake. Chen Yuan was unconvinced. Aren't the teeth white or black? All wrong, babies don't have teeth yet. It's established that the man is indeed mentally ill. Let's take him back and then let the family discuss what to do. And a real psychopath. The little nurse shook her head and... I didn't realize that a trip out there would be a surprise. Chow. Aren't you drilling words? I'm not convinced. The little nurse rolled her eyes and said rather helplessly, fine, then I'll test you on one last question. If you get it right, you'll prove that you're not mentally ill, and if you get it wrong, you'll come with us. Okay. If I can't answer again, I'll go with you. Okay, please listen to the last question. May I ask why tigers always eat raw meat? Chen Yuan didn't answer immediately this time, but pondered for a moment. Then looking up firmly. Because it's hungry. Hungry so it eats raw meat, that's right. It's hungry even if the king of heaven comes today. Wrong, it's because it can't cook meat. Go, don't delay, the treatment will do you good too. Take it away. The nurse beckoned, and the crowd swarmed to take control of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was led to the car with a bewildered look on his face, his brain buzzing. Wrong? 3 questions, all wrong? What's going on? It shouldn't be. Is it possible that he is, in fact, mentally ill? Chen Yuan is a bit skeptical of life. Early the next morning. The door to Su Yueguang's room was knocked on again. Open the door, it's the same neighbor from yesterday. It's still the same apple. But there was one more youth behind him. Ha! You're still here? Su Yueguang exclaimed. The mental hospital didn't take him away? The corner of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched. Are you disappointed that I'm still around? Oh, that's not so bad. Is something wrong? Su Yueguang shrugged. Nothing, it's just that yesterday I went to the mental hospital to hang out and my friend bought me some apples, but I didn't like them, so I thought I'd give them to my dear neighbor to eat. Also, this is my friend who will be staying with me from now on, so we'll all be neighbors from now on. Chen Yuan grinned and introduced his friends behind him, and there seemed to be a deep meaning in his smile. If eyes could kill, Su Yueguang felt like he had already died 1,000 times. Chen Yuan gazed at Su Yueguang with dangerous eyes. Yesterday's admission to the mental hospital shocked his bosses to the core. Took him out of the asylum and gave him a good talking to. And gave him a helper. He was now old grateful to Su Yueguang. No, I don't like apples either, thanks. Boo. The gate reclosed. Chen Yuan didn't care and hummed as he led his friend back to his room. For the next few days, Chen Yuan had been monitoring Su Yueguang's every move. As for Su Yueguang, he ate and drank in his room every day. The poison is almost gone. Finally, after a few days, the Game of Death arrived. Chapter 78 Game of Death, Terror in the Dark. Look at the countdown with 3 hours left on it. That meant that the next game would begin tonight, and the wait was getting old for him. Finally, if not, I'll have to go across the street to have some fun. It was basically confirmed over the past few days that the 2 guys on the other side were simply trying to spy on him and had no malicious intent. And not much else in the way of movement. Everything was fine, except for the fact that the guy he'd put in the mental hospital was looking at him a little wrong. Su Yueguang lay on the sofa drinking the last bottle of Crane Red Coke, waiting for the game to arrive. Opposite. 2 men staring at a computer screen, headphones on, lost in thought. This guy didn't go out for a few days in a row. Chen Yuan's eyes darkened. Yeah, how can there be such a nerdy man? Don't you get tired of staying at home? Next to him, the man with a chicken nest head Guan Xiaofei was skeptical. Su Yueguang hadn't left the house once in a few days, and even they had been staying inside these days. It's boring as hell. Both men became more convinced that Su Yueguang was a psychopath. But Brother Chen, before I came here I heard that you were sent to a mental hospital. What's going on? Guan Xiaofei was curious. Chen Yuan. I'll ask you a question and you'll see what's going on. First, are the teeth of a baby born to a black man and a white man white or black? Chen Yuan looked at his companion playfully. The other party definitely could not answer. Babies don't have teeth, do they? Guan Xiaofei asked tentatively. Chen Yuan. How? The other side answered. How can anyone answer such a sick question? Have you read the original question?
Chen Yuan grew his mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. In the end only this sentence popped out.
No, isn't that common knowledge? Normal people should know it, right? Guan Xiaofei looked innocent. Wait a minute.
I'll ask another one, why do lions like to eat raw meat? Chen Yuan looked at the other party smugly. This question the other party must not be able to answer.
Because a lion can't cook meat, right? It can't cook or roast meat, so doesn't it have to eat raw?
Guan Xiaofei was careful again.
Brother Chen, am I right? Chen Yuan. That's not possible. How is that possible? Absolutely not. 2 correct answers. He didn't get any of them right. Something must be wrong somewhere.
I'm going to get a taste of death while you watch. After a moment of silence, Chen Yuan walked towards the window with some vicissitudes. His back was hunched, and he seemed to have aged a few dozen years in an instant.
Hey, Brother Chen, smoke faster, I want to smoke too.
Guan Xiaofei called out, not forgetting to stare at the screen. Chen Yuan nodded his head, came to the window, and by the silver moonlight, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and took out a box of matches from his arms. Rubbing brush stroke in painting. Exhale. A wooden match was lit, and a smell of burning gunpowder filled the air, and the
Chen Yuan lit a cigarette, raised his head and tilted his chin to look at the moonlight outside the window. His eyes were a little sad, and his mouth murmured words that only he could hear. Can it be that I am really mentally ill? The game of death begins in 10 seconds, so please prepare yourselves. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The game of death began with a familiar feeling of vertigo, which Su Yueguang had gotten used to. He felt like he shouldn't pass out after a few more times. I don't know if it's been too long. When Su Yueguang opened his eyes, it was a smell of rotten and putrid land. It's like a suburban meadow, in which someone may have passed through it with feet that have stepped in dog, or a cow or sheep may have conveniently passed through it, and... Anyway, Su Yueguang couldn't stand it and stood up instantly. Standing up, they realized that they were in the middle of a forest next to an asphalt highway. Players fell across the floor. At the same time that Su Yueguang turned awake, the other players also ghostly turned awake. Ding, welcome player to the game of death. This game of death is codenamed Terror in the Dark. All players are asked to find the correct route to the town of Dawn and survive for 3 days after entering the town to consider the game complete. Note, this game prohibits the use of all self-carried attack type skills and items. The game mission is issued and completed, and this time the game profile is extraordinarily simple. It's all about survival, and crucially, it doesn't say that players can't kill each other. This means that players can kill each other at will. Su Yueguang smacked his lips. I'm afraid this game won't be too simple. It's not necessarily the unknown that's the scariest thing in a game of death, it's the others that are the most dangerous. This way I can kill someone even if they mess with me, right? Banning all offensive skills and items is friendly to defensive types. It's also friendly to him, as his hurt the enemy and reversal are not offensive skills. He can use both of these key skills except for revolver, which he can't use. Su Yueguang was pondering over the information in the game's introduction when he suddenly heard a girl's familiar voice from the side. Opening his eyes, the familiar figure was in front of him. Yo, bomb disposal chick. Su Yueguang looked at the figure in front of him, but wasn't it Lu Baixue? Sure enough, they ran into each other, and Su Yueguang was a little surprised and not surprised. What bomb disposal chick, call me Queen Snow. Lu Baixue proudly raised her chin. Su Yueguang looked at the other party's nickname, it was really Snow Queen. This name. Your name is, Jerome. Mike? Lu Baixue looked at Su Yueguang in surprise. Jerome. Mike he was well aware of. Isn't this the same asshole who kidnapped people? And also gained an A rank skill the other day. There are a lot of people who get A level skills every day, but not many. If you don't pay attention on purpose, you might not generally care about someone who gets an A rank skill. Maybe a reward like S rank SSS rank would make everyone remember his name, but a rank would only make some people notice its nickname. Ryu Baixue then remembered this Jerome. Mike. She had her heart set on arresting this Jerome for a long time. You, that person who planted the bomb was you? Lu Baixue looked at Su Yueguang with wide, unbelievable eyes. So it's Su Itzuk Kwang who planted the bomb and then defused it? Hearing what the other party said, Su Yueguang instantly knew that the other party had misunderstood. No, you misunderstood, I just borrowed the name.
Su Yuang shrugged her shoulders.
You know each other?
At this point, the people around them noticed the two talking and joined in. The one who spoke was a young man with medium-length hair wearing sportswear, looking about 27 or 18. Most of the remaining people were young people within 30, and there was only one middle-aged man.
79, Western Forest, less.
More than knowing each other, we just met a few days ago.
Lu Baixuez said.
After saying that, she looked at Su Yuang with a strange gaze, her eyes full of deep meaning. She had a lot of questions about why Tsukasa Seo had used the name Jerome.
The name Mike. Know each other? How else do you know the name of this creep? And what's with the A+ rewards from the other day? A rank bonus Sharingan. Did Su Yuang really get an A-class reward?
Having experienced the game of death, she was well aware of how difficult it was to obtain the A-rank rewards of the game of death.
Grade A and above are even rarer.
Although Su Yuang's eyes were normal now, she had personally experienced an illusion a few days ago, and that feeling was still fresh in her mind.
As much as it was hard to admit it, Su Yuang did seem to have obtained an A-ranked Sharingan. She was a little envious.
But the first official game is Ghosts and Monsters, and it's just that she's afraid of ghosts. But now was also not the time to ask these personal questions. It was easy for others to peek into the real identity through some information, which was also the reason why she did not call out Su Yuang's name just now.
Okay, personal issues later, now about the world.
A teenager with a cold face walked out. Looking like he was almost in his early 20s, but extraordinarily calm, he scanned his surroundings.
ID is called Zhang Xiaofei.
It wasn't just him, everyone here was surveying their surroundings.
Trying to familiarize myself with the terrain. It's a bit unlike the territory of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Looking around at the trees, someone said. Each region has its own specialties.
Near the crowd was a dense pine forest, in the center of which was an endless double solid road running through the entire forest, with no end in sight.
Kind of like the West, there are very few highways like this through the forest in Shenandoah. Why don't we start by talking about the number of games each has played? And familiarize ourselves with each other in the meantime?
A cockhead man in a leather jacket stepped out with an impish grin on his face, instantly recognizable as a gangster. The ID is called Zhong Li Mai, which is a fake name at first glance. Lu Baixue glanced at the other party and spoke. This time, the game of death is not restricted to players killing each other. Knowing the number of games, it's likely that people with high field counts will appear to be bullying and oppressing players with low field counts, so I wouldn't recommend self-reporting, but rather discussing how the game will go.
Hey, I just said it off the top of my head.
The rooster head man hemmed and hawed, a little embarrassed by Lu Baixue poking his heart out, and stopped speaking. But deep in the bottom of the eyes, looking at Lu Baixue some upset and hatred, at the same time there is a touch of lustful light. This game, do not taboo player killing, naturally, also do not taboo some crime. This isn't the modern era, where there are laws regulating what players can do within the game, while adhering to the game's rules. The field went cold for a moment. The forest was so silent that only the chirping of insects and birds could be heard. All of them were looking down in deep thought, their eyes darting about, not knowing what they were thinking.
Do you guys think someone went to the bathroom here? How come this land stinks so bad?
Suddenly, as the crowd quieted down, a discordant voice rang out. When the crowd turned their heads in confusion, they saw that Su Yuang was taking out a wet tissue paper to wipe her white face.
Motherer, you guys smell this forest soil, it stinks too much too. It's definitely some asshole who pissed here. Su Yuang looked at the ground with a face full of disgust. Crowd. Is this the time to discuss such things?
However, when they heard Su Yuang say this, the crowd subconsciously wiped their faces. They wouldn't have stuck to something strange just now as well, right?
Vomit.
Some of the girls looked disgusted and a little nauseous.
Give me a piece of toilet paper too.
A clean-cut teenager reached out to Su Yuang, wanting to wipe his face as well.
ID'd as Lu Xiuji. Nope. Su Yuang shook her head. No more? Forget it then.
Lu Xiuji withdrew his hand and didn't care.
Jerome, why do you carry this kind of stuff? Games should carry something useful, otherwise what happens when things go wrong?
Seeing that Su Yuang actually took out a tissue from his backpack, Lu Baixue frowned and came to Su Yuang's side, attaching her ear and whispering a reminder. Each column of the backpack bar is very important, and normal players do not want to waste any of the squares. Each backpack bar needs to be rethought and filled with the items you need most to be used to face all kinds of crises. Things like toilet paper, wet wipes, things no one would want to take with them.
Just call me Su Yuang, do you want one?
I still have wet tissue paper here.
Su Yuang backhanded Lu Baixue a wet tissue. Lu Baixue.
Looking at the wet tissue paper in Su Yuang's hand, Lu Baixue was silent for a moment, reaching out, her small face slightly red as she took it. Thank you.
You're welcome, we're all from the same hometown.
Lu Xiuji.
I thought you said you didn't have any toilet paper?
I don't have toilet paper but I have wet tissue paper, but this is really the last one. Seo Moonlight's serious face.
Lu Xiuji.
Cough cough, this is not important, it doesn't matter if the game of death is a little dirty, the most important thing for us right now is to find Dawn Town. Which direction do you guys think is good to take the highway?
Zhang Xiufei said. That direction. Without hesitation, Su Yuang pointed in a direction and said. Why?
A burgundy-haired woman around 28, dressed somewhat prettily, saw Su Yuang so dry and curious.
ID name Lan Yu.
Less. The surrounding men's eyes lit up with lust at the sight of the beautifully dressed burgundy-haired woman. Although the other party is not very beautiful, but the face is quite delicate, and there is a kind of Imperial Sisters flavor, this kind of a little bit of posture, but not particularly beautiful women don't have some flavor.
Anyone who isn't blind can see that arrow on the ground. Su Yuang casually glanced at the woman before turning back and casually said. The crowd followed what Su Yuang said and looked towards the highway ground. Sure enough, there was a yellow arrow not too far away, and the game of death it was explicit. Lan Yu. Alright, now that we've set a direction, let's go. Slow down, it's possible that this is a trap for the game of death? Deliberately making a fake to lead us in the wrong direction.
Zhang Xiaofei, the indifferent teenager from earlier, stood out and stopped the crowd.
Su Yuang glanced at the other party. Your idea is fine, but what is the name of the death game this time? Scary Black Knight, what's the problem?
Roosterhead Zhong Limai had a blank look on his face.
Yeah, well, this game focuses on the darkness of the night and has little to do with the highway, and there's no point in death games lying to us about it.
Of course, you can also choose to go in another direction or another path.
Su Yuang walked towards the direction he had chosen after saying that.
People are prone to overthinking, and when they do, they can't tell what's right from what's wrong. Hearing Su Yuang's analysis, the crowd also felt that it made sense, and that there was no need for Game of Death to lie to them about it.
Wouldn't it be nice to make the game more difficult by wanting them dead? With that, they all followed Su Yuang as well.
Leaving Zhang Xiufei to hesitate for a moment, he looked at the other direction of the highway and then at the crowd, pondered for a while, and also chose to follow.
Chapter 80, It Must Be This Way. Terror of the night, does that mean the crisis comes at night? All the way forward. There were 8 people in total, discussing the plot of this game together. So will it be dangerous if we don't reach the town by night? The speaker was a ponytailed teenage girl with a whiny speaking voice, ID'd as Mari. There were a total of 3 girls here, Xiaolanyu, Lu Baixue, and the last one was Molly.
Hey, beautiful girl, still in school, right, follow brother guarantee your safety. Leather jacket cockhead Zhong Limai looked at the tender girl and smiled lewdly, not hiding his thoughts about the ponytail girl.
No thanks.
Mary was a little scared when she saw Zhong Limai's lewd smile, and subconsciously hid away a little. Hey, it's fine, when you encounter danger, feel free to think of your brother anytime, your brother will definitely protect you. Zhong Limai still didn't give up saying something that made everyone present hate it.
Su Yuang did not look back, walking at the front without even looking at the people behind him. But while Su Yuang didn't care, Lu Baixue couldn't help herself. In broad daylight, how dare you molest a good woman?
It was not putting her in her place.
Zhong Limai, can you stop bullying girls?
I'll protect her in case of danger, I don't need you to come yet.
Lu Baixue glared at Zhong Limai.
Zhong Limai looked at Lu Baixue who scolded him, that lewd smile gradually disappeared, his eyes were dangerous, like a hungry wolf hunting with a ferocious light.
What's it to you what I want to do? My mouth is on me and I need your permission to speak?
The game of death has all kinds of people, murderers, gangsters, doctors, bricklayers, and a wide variety of personalities.
Zhong Limai is a violent-tempered punk who isn't afraid of anything. Saying this was even more provocative.
I advise you to stop harassing women or suffer the consequences.
Hearing the other party say that, Lu Baixue's face swished cold. It was this kind of scum she hated the most.
Usually, when you encounter them, you are designated to be taught a lesson and locked up for a few days. The law of the jungle is the law of nature, but in this society, the law of the state overrides the law of nature. But the punk wasn't the least bit afraid of Lu Baixue, looking straight at the other party as if he wanted to make a move. Both men were glaring at each other, not budging. The crowd stopped, the two men argued, and it was impossible to continue the journey. Hearing the commotion behind her, Su Yuang, who had her hands clasped over her head, turned back to look at the saber-rattling atmosphere. I say, it's not impossible for you to argue if you want to, but you'd better do it after you've found the town, or you might not have the life to do it by nightfall. Yeah, why don't we just go find the town first? With Su Yuang starting, the others also rounded up. Speaking as the presence of the oldest middle-aged man, looks a little kind, but also some weak and naive, ID called Zhou Yang. Despite being the oldest, his appearance made him feel extraordinarily bullied. That's right, even if you want to argue, go to the town first. Besides, I also advise you to stop harassing women, otherwise I won't be polite. The indifferent teenager also stood out, clearly favoring the vulnerable girl Mari. When you're a teenager, you're just bloodthirsty, and it's hard for anyone to hold back when they see this kind of scene. Yeah, let's go, don't argue or it'll be bad if it gets dark. Lu Xiuji also came out to round off the scene. He didn't want to offend either side. Although he knew that Zhong Limai was wrong, it was clearly unwise to offend the other party. Zhong Limai looks like a gangster, offend each other in case the other side of the key time to retaliate is not worth it. The punk Zhong Limai looked at Zhang Xiufei and Lu Baixue as well as the others. Seemingly realizing that he seemed to have incurred the wrath of the crowd, his face was a bit ugly, and after weighing the situation in his mind, he finally decided not to bother with these people. The main reason is that there is no one to help him, and he will definitely be the one to suffer in a fight. I know, I won't harass her. Although he was very unconvinced, Zhong Limai still jarred and admitted his mistake. Mari, let's go. Seeing that the other side has recognized the wrong, Lu Baixue snorted coldly and pulled Mari to follow Su Yuang. What exactly do you think will be dangerous at night? Su Yuang glanced at Lu Baixue who was following her. Putting his hand on the back of his head, he put it in his shirt bag. How would I know? Lu Baixue rolled her eyes, then continued. But don't worry, I'll absolutely protect you if I said I would. I studied Taekwondo, Jeet Kune Do, and Jiu-Jitsu in college, so I'll have no problem protecting you. Su Yuang. So where the hell did you get the illusion that I'm weak? Forget it. Okay, I thank you. You're welcome. Lu Baixue arrogantly raised that white, rounded chin. The rising chest makes Su Yuang think about it, looking horizontally at the mountains, near and far, different heights. It's amazing how different views can be seen from different directions. Su Yuang sighed in his heart. It's strange. It's weird. Zhong Limai, who was walking at the end, looked at Lu Baixue, who was talking to Su Yuang, and his expression was filled with undisguised hatred. It wasn't that smooth a ride. I had thought that I would be able to reach my destination after the system had prompted me. But the walk was no more than an hour long, and the crowd had another problem. Halfway through the trip, a fork in the road appeared ahead. Lu Baixue looked at the fork in the road ahead of her. On one side there was still the eerily silent forest path, and on the other, a wide semi-plain area with some wildlife running above the plains, which could be seen in all directions at a glance. So, where to next? Lu Xiuji hesitated. The direction of the highway on both sides stretched out in two opposite directions, and if you took the wrong road, it would take a lot of time, even if you took a shortcut through the forest to get to the other road. The crowd was silent. You can't go wrong at this time or you could easily get into an accident. I think we should take this side of the plains, where the forests are so gloomy and unlighted that they cannot be inhabited. With plenty of sunshine on this side of the plains and a river in the distance, I think even if someone lived, they would live in this terrain. Cold-faced Zhang Xiufei stepped forward again. What he said was echoed by a number of people. Mostly, the forest does seem a little shady to walk through, and it makes your heart flutter a little. On the other side there are mountains and water and living things, and it does seem a little safer and comforting to the mind. If they had to choose, the crowd would indeed prefer the plains side. Go this way. Just as the crowd all nodded in agreement, another familiar voice rang out. The crowd looked over and it was Su Yuang again. Su Yuang looked in the direction of the forest. Why go this way? This side is too eerie and not as suitable for human habitation as this side. Zhang Xiufei frowned. Because of this. Su Yuang pointed to a branch at his feet. There were still shoots on the branches, and the broken branches still had a tinge of bright green, obviously freshly snapped off. I just threw it, and this branch is pointing this way, so it must be this way, Su Yuang said with a face of certainty. Chapter 81, I told you I'd protect you. The crowd was silent as they looked at the broken branches on the ground. It's on hold to make a scene. Why not flip a coin to determine the direction with a tree branch? The scene went quiet for a moment. Are you, serious? After Zhang Xiaofei hesitated for a moment, he still opened his mouth to ask. Lu Baixue was also stunned, then seemed to think of something and slapped her forehead. She must have gotten sick again. It was only now that she remembered that Su Yuang had another identity to come. Psychosis. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yuang was only having an attack now, she hadn't even felt that Su Yuang was any different from a normal person. She stroked her forehead and came to Su Yuang's side, comforting him like a little baby. This is not the time to make a scene, be good, do as you're told and come with us that way, okay? Mental illness is supposed to be the same as a child, right? With a little reassurance, she should be able to listen to her. Su Yuang turned his head with a strange face after hearing Lu Baixue's words, looking at Lu Baixue's gentle expression that was like comforting a small child, as if he was looking at a retard. What's wrong with this stupid girl? Brain fart. Talking to him like that. Think he's 3 years old. Seeing Su Yuang's eyes that looked like he was looking at a retard, Lu Baixue blinked her eyes and stared wide-eyed with Su Yuang. Lu Baixue spoke tentatively, obey? Su Yuang, you listen to me? Lu Baixue. Didn't you have an attack? How come the morbid Su Yuang feels nothing has changed? Aren't all mental illnesses stupid on TV? Su Yuang, you're the one who had an attack, your whole family had an attack. Lu Baixue. No cursing. Okay, so do you trust me? Unbelievable. Lu Baixue shook her head. Snow Queen, what did you mean by illness just now? Next to her, Zhang Xiaofei asked after hesitating for a moment. Nothing. Saying that Su Yuang has a mental illness might ostracize Su Yuang if other people know about it, and it would put Su Yuang in an embarrassing situation when the time comes, and she knows what to say and what not to say. She's talking about mental illness, but you can trust me, I'm really not mentally ill. Lu Baixue didn't say it, but Su Yuang said it with a big grin. Mental illness? The crowd froze and took a step back in unison, looking Su Yuang up and down, their faces growing odd. This little cutie. How did you say it yourself? Don't you know how easy it is to be ostracized? Lu Baixue secretly let out a bad cry and hurriedly explained with an awkward smile. Don't be afraid, you guys, he's not the kind of psycho that hurts people, he just has a tendency to self-harm. Self-harming tendencies? The crowd looked at Su Yuang suspiciously. It's not a disease, I'm just trying to see if my life is hard so I just jumped off the roof of a building more than 10 meters high, it's not considered a mental illness, don't you think so? Su Yuang looked at the others around him and said. Crowd. Jumping off the roof of a building. If this isn't mental illness, is there any mental illness in the world? The crowd was silent and did not answer. But still without a trace away from Su Yuang a little bit, there is a mental illness, although it is a self-inflicted mental illness, but it is hard to guarantee that the other party will not suddenly have a brain twitch to give others a knife. It's always right to stay away. Hey, why don't you guys believe me? Xiao Yuguang spread her hands, I'm really not sick. Yeah, you're right about everything. Still no answer. That's it then, each of you choose your own direction to move forward, I'll choose the side, if you do, go wherever you want. Zhang Xiaofei walked towards the other side without hesitation. As for Su Yuguang's death he didn't care. He was no saintly mother, and if Su Yuang had to seek death, he wouldn't meddle. Su Yuang, why don't you come this way with us too? It really doesn't look like someone lives over there. Lu Baixue looked at Su Yuang and said seriously. Su Yuang shook her head, knowing that that side is not the destination, why would she go that way? You can go that way if you want to, no need to do so, we met in passing, we don't know each other or know each other well, there's no need to go against my will because of me. Looking at everyone else going the other way, with not many people paying attention to themselves, Su Yuang didn't care. He was confident in his luck, and the right path was definitely this way. Going that way if we don't find the town by the end of the day, we'll face who knows what. However, like Zhang Xiaofei's thoughts, the death or life of these people had nothing to do with him, he had already pointed out the correct route, and whether or not the other party was willing to go was the other party's own choice. After Su Yuang finished speaking, she no longer hesitated and headed towards the road within the forest. The others had already gone to the other side of the road, leaving Lu Baixuo alone to imitate the original spot. She also wanted to go the other way, but looked at Su Yuang's lonely back. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Baixue clenched her teeth and followed suit. "What are you following me for? Didn't you think that was the right path over there?" Su Yuang glanced at Lu Baixue, who had followed up with a helpless and complicated face, and looked at the other party playfully. "I said I would protect you." Lu Baixue clenched her silver teeth and said, "Aren't you afraid of death? This is a game of death, death is the norm, so many people died in the last game, if you make a wrong move you might die, aren't you afraid?" Su Yuang came to be interested, snickering and laughing. "This woman, she's kind of funny. Scared, but can't just watch you die." Lu Baixue's voice was heavy and firm. At the same time, he looked at the blazing sun hanging in the sky, and his face calmed down. "It's afternoon now, and it's still a long time before it gets dark, so I'll accompany you to look at the road ahead, and if there's a problem, it's not too late for us to go back the way we came." Chapter 82 Cutie. Lu Baixue. "What if there's no problem?" Su Yuang casually returned. "It can't be okay." Lu Baixue said silently in her heart. "No problem, of course, keep going." "No, I mean, if it's okay, then I saved your life, how are you going to repay me?" Su Yuang teased. "Repayment?" Lu Baixue turned her head to look at Su Yuang's handsome face and shook her head. "Let's wait until there's no problem." Su Yuang shrugged, the other party still didn't believe him. "It doesn't matter. We'll see who's right and who's wrong later." But even if he didn't believe it, he was still willing to risk his life to follow her. Should I say it's worthy of being a servant of the people, or is it really just so good-hearted that it's willing to sacrifice itself to save a stranger? This kind of person is rarer than a rare animal nowadays, so it's not like he's just going to run into one, is it? "Let's advance for an hour, if we haven't found the town in an hour we'll go back immediately, what do you think?" Lu Baixue estimated the time, 1 hour was already the limit. Any more would likely be life-threatening, and there was no way she was going to die for nothing. Su Yuang shrugged his shoulders and didn't answer. Seeing that Su Yuang did not answer, Lu Baixue sighed in her heart while silently looking around. There's no choice but to move strong. Find a rock or a stick, knock it out and take it away, and all problems are solved. But this was a bit of a strain for her to carry one, so I don't know if it would work. But it was absolutely impossible for her to leave Su Yuang unattended. "Why are you being so helpful? I think we've only met a couple times, right? You're the vulnerable one, it's my duty and responsibility to protect you. It's what I should do. It has nothing to do with recognizing or not." Lu Baixue looked solemn as the morning sun. "It's a miracle this woman has survived this long." Su Yuang touched his nose. "A good man does not live long, but a scourge lasts 1,000 years. Not necessarily, but it kind of makes sense. In the official world, good people are most likely to be used as a shield, blocking a few times may be gone." It was not easy for Lu Baixue to appear in front of him. "Thank you, seeing as you're so righteous and kind, I'll give you a hand in the future." Su Yuang put his hands on the back of his head and raised his head towards the front. "You're welcome." Lu Baixue gave another haughty cry and puffed out her chest. After about half an hour of walking, Su Yuang suddenly stopped. "Stop." "What?" Seeing Su Yuang suddenly stop, Lu Baixue, who was staring at the back of Su Yuang's head and waving a stick, thinking about what angle to knock people will be dizzy, was startled. The stick in his hand was tightly gripped, and his eyes were quickly scanning the surrounding area to check for abnormalities. "Here's a sign, check it out." Su Yuang turned back to point to the roadside and saw Lu Baixue holding a wooden stick to alert the surrounding froze. "What are you doing with a stick?" "Signs?" Without a trace, Lu Baixue placed the wooden stick behind herself. "I have nothing, it's simply for defense against any wild beasts, definitely not for you." Su Yuang raised her willow leaf eyebrows and nodded, seemingly believing the other party's bull. "What did you find out?" Lu Baixue picked the topic and came to Su Yuang's side. Looking in the direction Su Yuang said, he saw a yellow sign on the side of the road, more than 10 meters ahead. It also has the alphabet on it. Walked over and surveyed the sign. There are a few large letters in the center. Dawn Town. Game of Death automatically generates meanings of the letters in your head.
It really is Dawn Town. Lu Baixue exclaimed as she looked at the letters on the sign. Su Yuang didn't choose wrongly. It's really this way. There's a small line below. Su Yuang reminded. Lu Baixue glanced at it, and sure enough, there was another line of small, inconspicuous words: we yearn for light, we long for freedom. Yearning for the light is understandable, what's with the desire for freedom? Who knows, we'll find out in town. Shrugged. So now it's time to tell me how you want to thank me? Looking towards Lu Baixue, Su Yuang's mouth grinned. Lu Baixue. This is no time for jokes, I'll buy you dinner when we get back to reality. If we pick the right path, then the others? Of course it's the wrong choice. If we don't get back in time, we'll all be out in the open tonight, won't we? Su Yuang stroked his chin, imagining the tragic death of several people in his mind. Exposed to the wilderness? All of them. Lu Baixue's mind seemed to have brainstormed that kind of image as well, and her face turned white. They're all going to die? Hearing Lu Baixue's voice, Su Yuang turned her head with a smile and looked up and down at Lu Baixue's slim and beautiful figure, her white melon face, and her serious eyes, and smiled even more happily, and... Of course they're going to die, and they're going to die horribly, and I don't suppose you want these people to die, do you? If you want to go, then go now, and you might have a chance to bring these people back. Knew the woman was stupid, didn't think it would be this stupid. Lu Baixue bit her lip. Now we've just been gone for half an hour, and they've just been gone for half an hour. I can save some time by going through this forest. You're right, by going now I can make sure that I survive, and that I can bring them back with me. They'll really die out there if they don't go. Lu Baixue's face was serious, and after counting the time, she literally turned around and dug in towards the woods, as if she really wanted to call the other players back. I have to remind you, if you don't come back before dark, you'll die too. Su Yuang looked at Lu Baixue's marvelous back with her arms wrapped around her. The silly white sweetie wasn't even this stupid. It's okay, there's enough time, I can get back faster, I'll do what I can. Saying that, without looking back, Lu Baixue fiercely zipped into the forest, took a step and ran at a fast pace. In the forest, the light is dark, the straight and tall weird pine forest covers most of the sunlight, only the mottled and sparse light shines through the branches and leaves of the trees, which makes the forest particularly mysterious and weird. Looking at Lu Baixue's gradually disappearing back, Su Yuang pondered for a moment. I added your friend, agree? Yes. Lu Baixue's urgent voice was getting farther and farther away. A cool breeze blew by, the wind mixed with that strange stench of dirt, ruffling Su Yuang's lapel. Su Yuang stood alone on the side of the road, looking away from the dim and secretive forest, his gaze as deep as a black hole, not knowing what he was thinking about. Close your eyes and listen to the wind that's whistling in your ears and... The wind is so noisy today. Chapter 83, that guy looks like a dog. Closed his eyes and listened quietly for half a tea. Su Yuang opened his eyes and made sure there was nothing unusual within the forest. Although he wasn't much stronger, his ears had been receiving an increase, and now they weren't normally good. Glanced at the sign on the side of the road, then continued on. Hands on his head at a leisurely pace, the dense forest faded away after an hour of exposing a vast waste of fields, in the midst of which stood scattered figures of yellowish scarecrows. Wearing a tattered hat and an overcoat, he stood in the sunlight facing Su Yuang and seemed to be saying, "Look, that guy looks like a dog." "What dog? What dog?" "Single dog, ha ha ha." Su Yuang only subtle imitation performance comedy pressed voice. It was too boring to be alone, and it was true that it was better to have a few companions who were more interesting and could tease them if nothing else. Another hour later. Su Yuang was finally seeing people in buildings. It was a small town, Western style, with smoke rising from the cooker, as if preparing dinner. There are still scattered farmers working near the town, and you can see from afar that these are all Western faces with different pupils and hair. Su Yuang didn't immediately go up to greet him, but instead raised his head at a 45-degree angle to look at the sky. It should be dark in about less than 3 hours, and the sun is already approaching the mountains. He sent a message to Lu Baixue. Where are you guys at? Willow white snow, past that sign. How much longer? 2 hours of slow walking. Su Yuang didn't look at the message after replying. The other side should be able to get here. Toward the town, and the townspeople noticed him. Someone's coming. Those residents who were working in the fields raised their voices. One saw Su Yuang, two saw Su Yuang, and others gradually discovered Su Yuang's figure. Someone's coming. It's a stranger. Come and see. A large group of people gathered at the entrance of the town, waiting for Su Yuang.
The image was like a group of children being shouted out to see the gods.
Wow, this guy is really good looking. Yeah, it's obviously an oriental face, so how come I think it's still kinda pretty?
Che, little white boy, no muscle at all, I can beat 30 of these good looking ones with one hand.
Don't be sour, you're just jealous. Coming. Hey there, young man, how are you? You're the ones that were notified the other day that you were coming to live in our town, right?
A tall and simple tall man walked out and looked at Su Yuang with sympathy in his eyes, seeming to feel some regret.
Notice? Did Game of Death do this? That's pretty thoughtful. Su Yuang smiled. Yes, and you are?
I am the mayor of this town and the bell ringer.
A bell ringer? What's a bell ringer? Su Yuang froze.
I'll tell you about that when we get inside. Please, where are your friends?
I thought there were 8 of them? There are 7 others who went the wrong way and should be coming over soon now.
Su Yuang shrugged his shoulders.
Wrong way?
Someone behind the mayor exclaimed. My God, it's almost dark already, and if we don't get back before it gets dark, we might run into those demons.
Demon?
Su Yuang heard a sensitive word. It's a monster that resembles a human, he kills all humans in sight and can change his appearance.
The mayor explained.
But now it's nearly 3 hours before the sky reaches darkness, so if they don't get here before it gets dark, they'll have to fend for themselves. There was something heavy about that wrinkled, mature face. Come on, let's go in first and talk about it. Everyone else should go back too, it's getting dark.
Hearing the darkness, a number of people were jolted, as if they were in shock.
Walking inside the town, there was town housing on either side along with stores and things like that. There's a bar and stores, but there are very few snacks left in the stores.
There are only some breads and such that can be made out of food. Little snacks like chorizo are basically invisible. Everyone else go home early and don't walk around or you'll be in trouble if you can't get home in the dark. The mayor watched as the others followed with curiosity and caution.
Hearing the mayor say so, the others looked at the pleasing Su Yuang with fondness and took a step forward and back toward their own homes.
Mayor, why do we have to go back when it's dark? What did the villagers mean by demons just now? Su Yuang said as he surveyed his surroundings. It's basically a single building, very much in keeping with the sparsely populated western landscape. Well, I don't know what to tell you.
How do you say it? You can interpret that as a monster, or you can interpret that as a demon. The mayor organized his words and explained. When the sun goes down, those monsters will gradually appear in the town, as well as outside the town. What it is we don't really know. You won't necessarily believe me even if I say it. Wait until the night when you see it for yourself, you'll naturally be able to understand it.
The mayor explained. Actually, you guys shouldn't be here.
As he spoke, the mayor suddenly sighed softly, suddenly somewhat helpless.
Why? Su Yuang's face remained relaxed, as if she wasn't worried at all about any dangers she might encounter at night. Because when you come, you can't get out, hey.
The mayor's face showed a look of regret, just like the look in his eyes when he first saw Su Yuang that time.
Can't get out? The road is right here, why can't we get out? Su Yuang surveyed the town entrance in the back. Wasn't this a way to get out any time? Can't get out. Unexpectedly, the mayor was particularly firm.
We've tried and we can't get out no matter what we use, and you see some of the people who live here are also outsiders who come to visit, but after they come in, they stay here.
Su Yuang mused, then it seems that this town's problems are not small.
Since the town mayor has said that he is not going to go, then he must be unable to get out. This point Su Yuang does not doubt.
But why can't you get out? Why can't we get out? Because.
The mayor was about to speak, but after glancing at his watch his words changed. It's 6 o'clock, it's going to be dark in an hour or so. Do you have your keys?
In.
Su Yuang took out a key from his pocket. He had long ago realized that he had an extra set of keys in his bag.
This should be given to them by the Game of Death.
Just be there, there's not much time. I'll show you your house first. Go to your house and then we'll talk.
Yes.
The two headed towards the interior of the town. After walking for a few minutes, Su Yuang realized that this town was not small, and the architectural style was somewhat similar to the buildings in Western cowboy movies. There were brick-walled houses and wooden houses, each some distance apart. The houses are of different types and architectural styles, but one thing is the same: a cross hangs in the doorway of each house. Su Yueguan looked at the black crosses hanging in front of all the houses and came to be interested. What's that cross for? Chapter 84 The Lost Mari. The cross prevents those things from entering the room, but not, of course, from the darkness. The mayor whispered. The cross represents the refuge of Jesus, and as long as that cross is not removed, those monsters cannot attack the house. Can't attack the house? Then if I open the door? Su Yueguan stroked his chin. Never open the door. The mayor's face changed. Neither doors nor windows should be opened after dark. This must be remembered. The mayor's voice was very loud and his tone did not hide his fear. Someone has opened a window at night before and the whole house died. Those monsters fear the light, but it's not like they can't touch it. The mayor's voice was still a little afterthought, as if he was remembering the beginning. With a color of fear in his eyes, his face was complicated and tangled, his legs shook inadvertently, but he quickly stabilized himself. Another small detail, although afraid of the light, it's not a sight for sore eyes. Su Yueguan stroked his chin. So it's like that cross can't be taken off, and you can't open the window. Mayor, do you know where that thing came from? I don't know, those monsters only pop up at night, they never appear during the day. We've searched around this town as well, and there's nothing out of the ordinary. The middle-aged mayor shook his head. It's interesting not knowing the provenance. Ding, triggering quest to find the truth about the monster. Synopsis, finding out how the monster came to be. Do you take the assignment? Yes. Su Yueguan's eyes lit up and she said without thinking. The mission was something that had to be claimed. As to whether or not he could complete the mission, it was out of his consideration. Ding, congratulations to the player for receiving the quest. Please find the truth about the monster within 3 days. Finding the truth about the monster's appearance is considered mission accomplished. That's no fun at all, and if we can't find the source of that monster, we'll just have to live in constant fear. The mayor said bitterly, every night you have to be on your toes. You'll know what that feels like tonight. Your room is here. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My name is David. Morvant. Mayor David, Su Yueguan nodded. My name is Su Yueguan. In your words, you can call me Yueguan. Su, just call me Moonlight. Okay, Moonlight friend, go on in and see your room. The one prepared for Su Yueguan is a single large house. The house is well furnished, just a little dusty. Why are there so many empty rooms here? Su Yueguan noticed that there were quite a few empty rooms that seemed to be unoccupied for a long time. Hey, although every once in a while there will be unlucky people who have no intention of entering our town, there are also quite a few who will be killed by monsters. The previous owner of this house was killed by the monster, so it's been left vacant. So Mr. Su, you must heed our warning and make sure you don't go out during the night time. Million. 10 million. Don't go out. The mayor repeated the reminder to Su Yueguan. Got it. Su Yueguan nodded thoughtfully, I definitely won't go out. Well, it's a little dusty here, it might need you to clean it before you can live in it. I have all the covers, come with me to get them, and by the way it's dinner time, so we'll talk over dinner. Good. Su Yueguan nodded. The mayor's home wasn't much of a luxury, it was just a normal cabin, and the furniture was plain, with appliances used by normal people. Electrical water sources, these are connected to the outside world and are functional. This made Su Yueguan float, as it suggested that there was a world outside. So is he or she now in another world, or is he or she in the original world? But it was just a random thought, and it didn't matter. What mattered now was how to find the source of those monsters. The time was calculated from tomorrow, and Su Yueguan had a mission watch on her hand, which showed all the missions as well as the mission time. Tap the watch to be able to automatically cast the screen into the air to see your tasks in time. Dinner was simple, just plain thin sausage, and corn, mushroom and carrot soup. And grilled lamb chops and fish and chicken. The meal is a bit humble, but this is all we have here, so don't mind. The town mayor said to Su Yueguan with an apologetic face. It's fine, I'm not a picky eater. Su Yueguan looked at these meats, which were indeed a bit humble. In his last life he ate noodles or thin rice at night. Even in my life, I have rarely eaten so humble at night. To actually prepare so much meat for him today, is this looking down on him? Please be sure to do so every day in the future. By the way, Mr. CO, one more thing, at night please don't turn off the lights. Don't turn off the lights? Why? Because monsters fear light, it's safer to sleep with the light on. Understood. Su Yueguan nodded. The meal took half an hour. The mayor was cleaning the dishes as Su Yueguan came to the entrance of the town to wait for the others. No one was walking outside the house at this point. Everyone here knows that there are monsters at night, so they are extra careful and will choose not to go out when it gets close to dark. Su Yuang took a bottle of milk and drank it, sitting on a wooden chair at the entrance of the town with a big grin. Just as he sat down, he noticed movement, several figures walking distantly towards the town.
Coming!
Su Yuang saw Zhang Xiufei's few people from a long distance.
How come it feels like there are less people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 5 people? Shouldn't it be 7? Su Yuang's eyebrows jumped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Su Yuang recounted, it is indeed 5 people. Wait until a few people approached. Su Yuang also see who the lesser is. Lu Baixue and Mari. Zhang Xiufei walked at the front and was a bit embarrassed to see Su Yuang. I didn't expect Su Yuang to casually throw various different tree branches and really find the right direction.
Zhang Xiufei was simply groundless when he saw Su Yuang. Almost took everyone to the ditch. Where are Mari and Snow Queen? When the crowd approached, Su Yuang asked with a frown. Chapter 85 The Abandoned Lu Baixue. Didn't she go to get you guys? Why didn't you come back together? Su Yuang seemed to have thought of something. It couldn't have been used as a shield by these guys in danger. With that little cutie. S virtues, it's really possible. If Lu Baixue died, then he would not be polite, or he would give these to Lu Baixue to be buried with him. This, said the man-child Lu Kuji, his eyes fluttering, unsure of what to say. Even Zhang Xiufei was a bit speechless for a while, a bit embarrassed to speak. Che, what's there to be ashamed of saying? I've never dared to say what I've done. Besides, it's not like we asked that woman to help the other side. The punk Shon Limai looked at these people with contempt, and very much despised the hypocrisy of these people. Help who out? Su Yuang's face was calm, and her mind pondered how to kill these people well if Lu Baixue died. Who else can I help? Help that Mari, that woman has a lot on her mind, it's a good thing she didn't follow me. Hey, twisted my foot halfway there. Zhong Limai hemmed and hawed, guess what happened as a result? Zhong Limai looked at the crowd present playfully, none of these people are willing to help that Mari, only Queen Snow is willing to go and help her. But I can understand that, after all, people are selfish, so am I. If he went to help Mari now, he might not be able to reach this town before dark, and something could easily happen then, and only that stupid woman would go to help. Heh, what a? Zhong Limai sneered and mocked. Hearing Zhong Limai say this, Su Yuang understood. Mari has a broken foot and only Lu Baixue is willing to help. No one wants to compromise their own well-being because of someone else. Understandable, after all, most people are selfish. Not many people would be as enthusiastic as Lu Baixue. Neither did Su Yuang. Su Yuang only does what he thinks is right, and only saves those he thinks should be saved. Lu Baixue was willing to trust him, so he didn't mind helping the other party out. But people who had nothing to do with him, and even now kind of annoyed him, he wouldn't necessarily save even if they died in front of him. After all, you don't know if you're saving a white knight or what. Su Yuang only saves people he thinks should be saved. In this materialistic society, where worthless things are out of fashion. Favorable kindness, the least valuable of all. Kind people are respected and admired, but no one wants to learn from them. Su Yuang would also curse a little cutie to someone as kind as Lu Baixue. The person who was saved might thank her for giving the other person a second life, and it was only when people were in a life-threatening situation that they would like someone who selflessly went to save others like that. The rest more people would just curse a little cutie just like Zhong Limai. Putting himself in danger of his life because of someone else was not being a little cutie. It's something. But Su Yuang kinda likes this kind of cutie. At least when he was in danger the other party would also come to his rescue without reservation. But it's no good being so stupid. Like now. Saving a bunch of white wolves. After her eyes rolled around, Su Yuang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly revealed a kind smile. Her eyes narrowed into a slit as she softly said. Wasn't the Snow Queen there to save you? Why are you abandoning her like this? It shouldn't be dark if you do her a favor, right? Lu Xiuji and the others were silent. Su Yuang was right, this journey would not be delayed if they helped, but even if they were right, they still wouldn't go to the rescue. At this time, it was Zhang Xiufei who came forward instead. The look was still as cold as ever. She came to show us the right path, and we're very grateful, but I also warned her not to save Mari. Not saving each other is the right choice, we don't know the rest of the journey.
If we delay the journey because of Mari, maybe everyone will die there.
She was decent and kind and we admired that, but compared to that, I think most of our lives are a little more important.
I'll be damned. Wouldn't it be easier to just say that you just don't want to jeopardize your own little life?
Next to Zhong Lim I saw Zhang Xiaofei's cold and justified words couldn't help but open his mouth, and his eerie voice made the others' faces look a little less than desirable.
Aren't they just a bunch of selfish guys who don't want to put themselves in danger by helping each other? What's with all the righteous talk? Can't you be more forthcoming like your boss? Labor is just selfish. Just don't want to save. Isn't that enough? Speaking in a grandiose manner, aren't you still as selfish as I am? What's the point of pretending when it's just the few of us? If it wasn't for the large number of people on the other side, Zhong Limei would have wanted to spit on Zhang Xiaofei.
The most annoying thing is people like this who are obviously selfish and have to make their selfishness sound good.
If you interpret it that way, I have nothing to say. Zhang Xiaofei's face remained cold, and he did not say anything even after glancing at Zhong Limei.
It didn't show any dislike or hatred for the other party's words either, it was like an emotionless robot.
Do you have a good conscience about this? Su Yueguan laughed even more happily, and her mouth grinned a little wider. The crowd also noticed Su Yueguan's odd smile. What was with the very happy smile when he was clearly questioning them?
What passes or fails?
I don't know if they're gonna make it.
But I didn't ask her to save us, she came to save us herself. Anyway, I'll die if I'm a cheap bastard. Besides, what we do with that woman is none of your business.
Zhong Limei unceremoniously disliked Su Yueguan. You know what, the last person who talked to me like that is dead.
Hearing Zhong Limei's words that were full of gunpowder, Su Yueguang's smile slowly disappeared as he stared at Zhong Limei, his eyes narrowing slightly, his narrow eyes revealing a dangerous light.
Hey, you! Tinkerbell, what are you guys doing? Are those your friends?
Just as Zhong Limei was about to fight hard with Su Yueguang. Suddenly there was a sound of bells in the distance.
An older, middle-aged man came toward the town's entrance.
The crowd looked over in unison and,
Mr. Su, these are your friends. Hurry up and go to my place to pick up your things and go back to the house, it's getting late.
The man said as he came in front of the crowd. Zhang Xiaofei and the others looked at Su Yueguang and then at the middle-aged man in his eyes, only assuming that it was only because Su Yueguang said that they would come to the man that they knew. They don't realize that the system has already set them up for a reason.
You are? Lu asked tentatively. I'm Mayor David, didn't Mr. Su tell you? Hurry up and come with me, it's getting dark. Let's go to your house first, we'll talk about things tomorrow.
The mayor looked up at the sky, his face a bit anxious. The crowd also looked at the sky, it was indeed very late. Whatever the situation, it is indeed best to listen to the other side first.
Mayor David, can you tell us about the situation here?
Zhang Xiaofei said.
Tell me as we go, hey, Mr. Su, you go back to the house early too, or you'll run into those things when it gets dark.
Noticing out of the corner of his eye that Su Yueguang had no intention of leaving the town's entrance, David turned back and shouted loudly.
I've got a point, you guys go on back. Without looking back in the direction of the forest, Su Yueguang sent a message to Lu Baixue, where are we? Hey, forget it, let's go first.
David saw that he couldn't call out to Su Yueguang, so he didn't have time to say anything more and turned around to leave.
Lu Baixue also immediately messaged Su Yueguang back. It's been about half an hour out of the forest, I don't know how much longer it'll take to get there, I'm a little slow with Mari on my back. Su Yueguang looked at this little cutie.
Messaged back, sighed softly, and muttered to herself. This woman, why did she follow me just now, and now she has to trouble me? He wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble if the intersection hadn't followed him and the others to their deaths just now. Although he said so in his mouth and thought so in his heart, Su Yueguang still walked towards the town mayor's direction, ready to inquire to see if there was any transportation here. Since the other party was willing to risk following him and even thinking of saving him, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by. What's bad for him, he'll pay back tenfold. What's good for him, he'll give back tenfold, even 100-fold.
Chapter 86, It's Getting Dark.
Never get stuck in traffic on my beloved scooter. Blowing unknown whistling syllables.
Su Yueguang drove the small three-wheeled motorcycle towards the outskirts of the town. Mr. Su, it's already late. Going out now is tantamount to seeking death. David reminded loudly from the back. I'm not just going to get killed. Why did I come out here if I'm not going to get killed?
Su Yueguan raised his hand and waved it while thinking this in his heart without speaking. What kind of monsters will appear at night? It's still curious. Su Yueguan looked toward the gradually darkening sky. The surrounding fields were silent and eerie, and every now and then the fields would shake among the grass, as if there were some unknown thing scurrying around in them. Su Yueguan didn't even look at the grass, still whistling as he slowly drove towards the forest. It took less than 10 minutes to see Ryu Shirayuki, who was carrying Mari. Both were moving very slowly, and Mari on her back was already in tears. Sobbing, he said to Lu Baishue, "Bye, Sister Baishue, you go. Put me down, you can still survive if you go on your own, otherwise we'll all die here, oh." Mari was terrified that Lu Baishue would leave her on this dark road. The body trembles with fear at the thought of being alone in the scene. She definitely couldn't walk back alone, and as soon as Lu Baishue left her behind she was dead. But she still said the words, even though her whole body was shaking with fear as she said them. She was afraid of death, but she also didn't want Lu Baishue to just die with her. Death is meaningless. She just hated that she didn't usually exercise and work out more, and now she was dragging others down with her. Don't talk. I'll pick up the pace. We'll surely reach the town. Hearing Mari's words with a sobbing voice, Lu Baishue gritted her teeth and didn't say much. She knew it might kill her, but she still wouldn't let go. Da! Just then, a horn suddenly sounded up ahead. The two froze and looked up to see a three-wheeled motorcycle coming toward them. The 3 wheels of 1,000 lamps were like bright lights in the dark night, bringing them unlimited hope. A bright light appeared in the otherwise bleak eyes of the two men. Lu Baishue looked at the silhouette on the car, her otherwise resolute eyes slightly red and swollen, with teardrops reflecting the light swimming in them. Get in the car. Su Yueguan used his motorcycle to make a beautiful dump, and the left wheel of the car was high up, almost flipping over. After shaking his tail, Su Yueguan gave a stinky flip of his hair and gestured for the two to get into the car. You. Looking at Su Yueguan's face that was white and incomparable even in the darkness of the night again, the corner of Lu Baishue's eyes finally left a few drops of tears indisputably. But she forced herself not to make the sound of crying, letting the tears fall. Without saying much, carrying Mari climbed into the tricycle. Thank you for coming to save us. Lu Baishue looked at Su Yueguan's back and was moved beyond words in her heart. Even if Mari hadn't been there, she would have burst into tears. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to save your asses. You guys are in luck. I was thinking of going out to see these monsters on my own, but tonight you should be able to enjoy the monsters in all their glory as well. Su Yueguan drove a shaky tricycle and grinned. Monster? Lu Baishue sat on the back of the tricycle and looked at the rice fields around her that were already a bit dark before she realized that it was almost dark. She had a jolt. It's not completely dark yet, so we shouldn't run into monsters, right? That's unknown, but it's better to be mentally prepared. Do you think it's worth it for you to go and save these people like this? Su Yueguan questioned. Those guys left you behind and ran away, didn't they? Su Yueguan's face remained relaxed, seemingly asking unintentionally while scanning the surroundings for monsters. The mocking meaning in Su Yueguan's words was very obvious. Lu Baishue bit her lip and didn't speak. It's me who dragged Sister Baishue into this. If I hadn't been afraid of pain and put all my attribute points on defense, I wouldn't have twisted my foot and walked so slowly, and Sister Baishue wouldn't have been dragged into this by me. Ma Li blamed herself. At the same time, his heart was grateful to Lu Baishue. Without Lu Baishue, it was very likely that he would have died here tonight. This feeling of being saved in a moment of life and death is great. She remembers the last time she was saved from a fire at home when she was a child, and was saved from the fire by her firefighter uncle who tried his best to save her. It's got nothing to do with you, and you're still not talking, are you? Su Yueguan drove without hearing Lu Baishue's voice behind her laughing even more happily. Then I'll give you something interesting to listen to. Su Yueguan hemmed and hawed and took out a cell phone from his arms. Turned on the tape recorder. What's interesting? Listen. Su Yueguan interrupted Lu Baishue, who wanted to speak, and signaled the other party to listen. Wasn't the Snow Queen there to save you? Why are you abandoning her like this? It shouldn't be dark if you do her a favor, right? The recorder turned on and Su Yueguan's voice came from the cell phone. She came to show us the right path, and we're very grateful, but I also warned her not to save Mari. Not saving each other is the right choice. If we delay the journey because of Mari, maybe everyone will die there. She's very decent and kind, and we admire that, but compared to that, I think most of our lives are a little more important. It was Zhang Xiaofei's voice. This was followed by the voice of the punk Shonlime, Ai ba.
Just don't want to jeopardize your own little life, don't you? Can you guys live with your conscience like this? Su Yueguang's voice came again. What pass or fail to go, labor did not let her come to save us, it is her own to come to save, anyway, old man cheap life a death is dead. Besides, what we do with that woman is none of your business. Again, Zhang Xiaofei's voice rang out. The voice ends here. Everyone's words were recorded by Su Yueguang. Cold and cruel. It was like a sharp thorn in Lu Baishue's heart. Su Yueguang's smile did not diminish. How was it? What are your thoughts after hearing that? At that time, he intentionally said those words to make the other party say those words, just to give Lu Baishue a listen. Sooner or later you're going to get cold if you continue to be so stupid. Su Yueguang said he would help Lu Baishue. It's stupid, but it's not hopeless. Hearing these piercing sounds, Lu Baishue man was dumbfounded for that brief moment. Then his body was shaking, and all kinds of negative emotions such as anger, helplessness, and sadness appeared in his heart. Himself, that's all he saved? No one can stand it when their good intentions are treated like an ass by the other party. She felt despair when everyone left on their own, unwilling to help them. But it only felt all normal, people were selfish and she knew it, but now listening to the recordings, for the first time she had doubts about whether she should help these people. Sister Baishue, are you alright? See Lu Baishue face sometimes cold, sometimes hate, sometimes anger. Mari was a little taken aback by what she saw. It's okay, I want to be quiet. There's no need to think about Jing Jing, in fact, you can also think about me. Su Yueguang teased. The corners of Lu Baishue's mouth deflated, tears streaming down her face, she didn't speak, her shoulders kept shrugging. Hearing the sound of sobbing, an unspecified smile appeared on Su Yueguang's face. Keep whistling your own whistle while looking for signs of those ghostly things. It was dark, a gray, unidentifiable mist drifted away like green smoke, and the damp, heavy air was even colder at night, making Mari, who wasn't wearing much already, shrink. Time passes quickly. 10 minutes later. Su Yueguang arrived at the entrance of the town while the sky was completely dark. A full moon hangs in the sky, its silvery glow spreading a light veil over the vast earth. Just as the tricycle was driving into town, it got dark. Not far away, a few figures slowly emerged from the misty fog. Toward the direction of Su Yueguang. Mari. Snow Queen. A few shouts came from the distance. The three of them looked over at the same time, and saw that it was none other than Zhong Limei and the others. At this time, several people are together, the foremost Zhang Xiaofei with a kind smile, the back of the several people with a calm face, together slowly walked toward them, while walking also called out the names of several people. Chapter 87. That? Zhang Xiaofei and the others. Mari looked at the silhouettes not far away and exclaimed. Only that green and childish somewhat thin little face did not have much joy of seeing a companion. Instead, he pursed his lips and looked at Su Yueguang. Brother Yueguang, why don't we go back and leave them alone? Her face was a little tangled and complicated, but she said it anyway. Lu Baishue rarely refuted Molly, looking at the distant silhouette without saying a word, not knowing what she was thinking. Su Yueguang noticed Lu Baishue's silence and didn't say anything. That's what I'm talking about. What is the best way to repay a grudge with virtue? One needs to repay a grudge with a straight face. However, these are our companions, how can we leave them alone? I'm taking them back with me. Su Yueguang righteously did an ethereal drift and drove the small tricycle towards those people. You guys wait for me, I'll take you with me. Su Yueguang shouted loudly to the few people in the distance. Su Yueguang's action made both of them dumbfounded. Lu Baishue looked at Su Yueguang with some surprise, her eyes were slightly red, but there was still some surprise in her eyes. Su Yueguang was not such a person, ah? When did you get so warm and fuzzy? And it was late at night, and she always felt a little out of place. Come on, Su Yueguang, we're waiting for you. Seeing Su Yueguang walking over, the people behind Zhang Xiaofei all revealed kind smiles, seemingly grateful and relieved at Su Yueguang's arrival, their voices calm and gentle. Thank you, Just as a few people wanted to say thank you, they suddenly realized something was wrong. Su Yueguang's speed seems to be getting faster and faster, does not seem to stop to pick them up on the car. Interge boo-hoo. The sound of a gas pedal sounded. Ha ha, my brakes seem to be failing, get out of the way guys, ha 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 ha. Su Yueguang looked ahead and said with a frightened expression. At the same time there was more throttle in hand, bringing the car up to speed even faster. Look how happily Seo Moon Quan laughed when she was terrified.
For a moment it made a few people think that people were supposed to laugh so happily when they were terrified.
Lu Baixue. Mari. Brother Moonlight, what are you doing? You're getting faster and faster. It's going to crash.
Seeing that the car is about to hit a few people, Mari was shocked, her face changed drastically and even her lips were a little trembling.
Ha ha ha. Why don't you guys get out of the way? If you don't then I'll be rude. Wah ha 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 ha. Su Yuang threw his head back and laughed, happy like a small child who saw a toy. Anum. Bang, bang, bang. As the words fell, the car slammed into Zhang Xiaofei who was at the forefront.
The smile on Zhang Xiaofei's face disappeared, his face was expressionless as he was hit, and his leg broke when it touched the wheel, and his body flew backwards. Then the car is like a bowling ball, one after another into a few other people, knocked down all the people after not too much, and even the wheels also in a few people's body face arm run over.
Anum.
Click, click, click.
Interj boo-hoo.
The car ran over several people, and several of them were crushed, their arms and legs bent into strange arcs, and they didn't get up for a long time. It was only after about 10 or so breaths that a few people leisurely climbed up with expressionless faces somewhat distorted, and a wheel mark on their bodies and faces. But just as he was about to climb to his feet, another horn sounded.
Ha 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 ha.
I'm sorry, my car won't stop again.
Get out of the way, ha 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 ha. Toodle-doo. Anum. Bang, bang, bang. Su Yuang did another handsome drift in front of him and drove back. Sharp horns blared throughout the town as the car ran over a few more people. A few people who were about to get up fell back. The sound of the car's horn and Su Yuang's loud laughter intertwined, forming a piercing note in the night. If it weren't for the fact that all the residents here are afraid to come out at night, someone would have to come up with a comment about whether or not people are allowed to sleep at night. But even so, there were still a number of people watching the commotion outside from their windows. Watching Su Yuang crush those people, the local residents know that it is not human, there is no sympathy, only thrilling. Haha, I'm sorry for making you guys get hurt, I'm going to call a doctor for you guys, haha, you guys wait here. After the second crush, Su Yuang didn't go back and looked back before heading off. Those men carried wheel marks on their faces and bodies, like Play-Doh had been pressed out, not deep, but certainly sunken in. At this time, Molly has not yet reacted, saw Su Yuang to a few people to a second crush face scared white up. Brother Moonlight, what are you doing? Those, aren't people. Lu Baixue reacted at this time, her eyes were still red and swollen, but she calmed down. Not a human? Then what is it? Seal Moonlight whistled and drove towards his house. If it's not a person of course it's a monster. Lu Baixue calmly said. Then what kind of monsters do you think those are? Su Yuang said casually. Definitely not human that is, but able to mimic humans. Lu Baixue thought back to the ones from earlier. The one called Zhang Xiaofei can't smile at all, but just now kept smiling. I hadn't realized it just now, but now it's a little weird and scary to think about. If Su Yuang had really gone to pick up those people just now, it was really questionable if they could survive tonight. Definitely not in person, and it seems that they don't know the character of the person, as presumed by their behavior, and would just make a smiling face. The more he thought about it, the more he thought about the kind and hypocritical smiles of all the people who had approached at the end. Good, all your deductions make sense. Su Yuang was like evaluating his own child's homework, but you overlooked one point. What? Lu Baixue frowned, feeling like she shouldn't have overlooked something. Can you turn around and look at those ghostly things, can you still see them? Su Yuang reminded. Can, they're looking at us. So have they caught up yet? Su Yuang looked ahead as the car slowly slowed down. Lu Baixue shook her head, no. Anum. Nuisance. As the words fell, Su Yuang stopped the car. That's it, don't you see? They didn't chase us, or run. Su Yuang turned back, a strange smile appeared on his face. Hey, get off the bus, it's your turn to make it up to me. Chapter 88, that's it? Compensation? The two girls looked at each other as if they had thought of something terribly mortifying. Mari's pretty face flushed, and she lowered her little head to rub the corner of her coat, not knowing what to say. Lu Baixue's face collapsed, and she was about to scold Su Yuang for still thinking about such things when it's time, but Su Yuang snatched her words. Let's talk about it first, those things are coming. Su Yuang opened the door and made a gentlemanly hand of invitation to the two.
The two turned around and looked at the men following them, blushing and rushing into the house. Creak. Su Yuang closed the door, and the glow in the darkness disappeared, leaving only several silhouettes circling the house. Entering the house, Su Yuang took a broom and mop from the side and handed them to the two. Start your show, it's time for you to make it up to me. Su Yuang smiled at the two. Mari and Lu Baixue looked at the broom and mop and froze. A broom? So that's what Tsukamitsu Seo meant by compensation? What's wrong with you? Sweeping and mopping? Seeing that the two did not move, Su Yuang frowned. Mari took the broom in a hurry. Willow White Snow also took the broom with an expressionless face, and that was it? Bang, bang, bang. Just as the door was closing, there was a knock at the door. Mari, Snow Queen, open the door, we're still outside. Zhang Xiaofei's voice came again from outside the house. They? Lu Baixue and Ma Li's faces turned white. There was no need to think, this must be those monsters turned into humans just now. They're not going to come in, are they? Mari looked at the wooden door that was shaking from the knocking and her legs were weak. The wooden door doesn't seem very sturdy. Lu Baixue was also a bit scared and huddled with Mari. All of our attack abilities are disabled. If the other side breaks in, we're dead. The scariest thing about death games is that sometimes the situation is simply unsolvable, or they can't think of a way to solve it. In certain situations, they have no choice but to wait for death. That's what's happening now. Although Lu Baixue felt that the game of death wouldn't give them a certain death situation, she still couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. Su Yuang stroked his chin and looked at the doorway for a moment of contemplation, then walked towards the door. Tsukiakari Seo. What are you doing? Lu Baixue exclaimed when she saw Su Yuang near the gate. Don't go. Dangerous. Ignoring Lu Baixue, Su Yuang came to the door and listened to the sounds outside with her side ear. Dongdong, cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics. Open the door and let us in. We haven't gone in yet. There were other voices from outside. Thud. Su Yuang also knocked on the door and pinched his throat. There's no one in this house. Su Yuang and Bai Shui and Mali are all sleeping. The bed can only sleep 3. You guys go somewhere else. Su Yuang said he only likes 3 people. 3 men. 3. Lu Baixue was silent. Mari was silent. The knocking at the door stopped. That seems like a bit of a problem, but then again it doesn't seem to be a problem. Dongdong, cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics. After a few moments of silence outside, the gentle and whiny voice of Yun Lan Yu came from the doorway again. Moonlight, open the door and let me in, okay? They're bullying me, save me. The voice was so delicate and green and soul-crushing that a man would not be able to resist hearing it. Su Yuang also came to the interest. Okay, then you wait, I will first solve these two, later let you come in. Don't knock on the door before you spoil my fun. No, I want to go in now, these people are bullying me. Oh. The choked voice came. Su Yuang's curved moon eyebrows rose. What? They bullied you? Tell them. Don't stop. Keep bullying, I just love hearing you get bullied. Mari blushed as if she had thought of something unimaginable. Lu Baixue's face was as black as charcoal, the hand holding the mop was trembling. Looking at Su Yuang's face look, she couldn't wait to go up and give Su Yuang a mop. The voice at the doorway fell completely silent, as if he didn't expect Su Yuang to say that. A little unsure of how to take this. And then, violently. Outside, frantic tapping on the door, Lan Yu's voice grew progressively more frantic and violent. Open the door. Open the door for me. Open the door or I'll come in and kill you. Yo, hurry up. Su Yuang spat. Can come in, you did not come in earlier, have the guts to come in and beat the out of me. Come in today and we'll fight for 300 rounds, if you don't call me Baba I'll be your father. Su Yuang's disdainful voice caused a lurch outside. After a few moments, the other party seemed to feel that there was no profit to be made here in Su Yuang, and the knocking disappeared, eventually falling silent. Su Yuang glanced in the direction of the gate, his face full of disdain. A bunch of little chicas, who to here? Still playing mouthy with me, don't even look at who master is. What are you looking at? Why don't you clean up? Do you really want to sleep with me? I don't want to sleep with you. Turning back, he saw the two women staring at him blankly, and Su Yuang's face was a bit impatient. Oh. Hearing Su Yuegwang's impatient voice, the two of them came back to their senses and continued cleaning. The main thing is really did not expect, Su Yuegwang can just rely on the artillery work to drive away these monsters. Monsters are not people, but Su Yuegwang is even more not people. Let me give you a few things to keep in mind at night. Number 1, you're not allowed to sleep with the windows open at night, no matter who's out there. Even if it's me out there, I can't open a window or a door. Taking advantage of the two men's efforts to clean up, Su Yuegwang exhorted. As you saw just now, these monsters are able to mimic our voices and appearance. Second, you must sleep with the lights on. These monsters fear light, so you must never sleep with the lights off. Count sheep if you can't sleep. Su Yuegwang carefully cautioned the two. Also, there's a cross at the door that can shelter us from the monsters. The monsters haven't violently broken through the door because of that. Don't go taking the cross off. Third, don't disturb my sleep unless it's necessary. Just as Su Yuegwang was introducing his rules to the two girls, the other players also slept in their respective houses. Each of them has a house. And everyone encountered these monsters. Just as Zhong Limai had just finished cleaning, the window resounded with the whispering voice of Lu Baixue. Chapter 89 Late Night Creepiness. Zhong Limai, asleep? The voice was gentle and at the same time carried a compulsion like magic. This voice? Zhong Limai's eyes lit up as Lu Baixue. I'm Lu Baixue, can you open the window and let me in? I'm a bit scared to sleep alone. Lu Baixue's voice was a bit soft and a bit pathetic. Hearing a voice at the window, Belle Mighty hesitated a little. But finally came to the window. The mayor accounted for the rush. A lot of things have not been said clearly. He that. Coming to the window, as expected, it was Lu Baixue's tall figure, willow waist, peach buttocks, her figure as tantalizing as a blooming rose. What's worse, Lu Baixue's neckline seemed to have been undone intentionally, allowing its flavorful body to be better displayed in front of his eyes. The weak light illuminated Lu Baixue's face, and that white melon face made Zhong Limai a little infatuated. Zhong Limai had been a little skeptical, but after seeing the large expanse of white of Lu Baixue's, the hints the mayor had given him when he entered the town, he had all but forgotten at this point. He had 4 words in his eyes: I want. Why are you out here? It's a big night, come on, come in, I've got a bed big enough for 2 people. By the way, do you like to sleep without clothes? I prefer sleeping, hee hee hee. Zhong Limai smiled lewdly while opening the window, signaling Lu Baixue to come in through the window. But the moment he opened the window, the smile on Lu Baixue's face suddenly turned a bit gloomy. Okay, wait for me to come in. Lu Baixue slowly approached the window, and when she came to the window, Zhong Limai hurriedly reached out and tried to pull Lu Baixue in. But as Lu Baixue held his hand, a sudden change occurred. Lu Baixue's slender fingers surged madly, rapidly branching out into several tentacles. Like an octopus instantly absorbed on top of Zhong Limai's wrist, while the melon face that was white and delicate just a moment ago also changed at this time. The mouth strangely appeared a bloody color, the lips melted like mucus, opened his mouth and let out a strange scream. The lips were actually stuck together like glue was pulled apart. The bright white teeth in his mouth had turned into sharp teeth like jagged teeth. Roar! The horrifying face, the strange palms, and the sharp, ear-piercing sound made the lust in Zhong Limai's heart disappear instantly. At the same time, there was a huge force coming from his hands that seemed to want to pull his body into the blackness outside the window. Inside the other house, Lanyu had just finished her bath and was lying on the bed. All the lights in the room were turned on. Lanyu lay with her delicate body perfectly displayed in the air. That white neck, that rounded chin, those white and small jade feet, the round and mature keto body rolling back and forth on the bed. Usually used to living in fine clothes, she now suddenly came to this kind of haunted place, could not sleep at all. She missed her licking dogs so much. At this time, as long as the other party to send a message each other will certainly be a second back, to send a picture of each other will certainly praise their own beautiful, care about this care that, cannot sleep will also coax her to sleep. Maybe even come over to keep her company. Although it was a gluttony for her body, it was also a company that she wasn't. It's not like now, when you have to sleep with the light on and in such a hard bed. So annoying. Why did I get picked to enter the death game? Lanyu gritted her teeth. Face pained. You don't come to this horrible place without getting into the damn game. I should have known better than to mess with those 2 lickspittles. Her death was a little hard to explain. It was when she was in a room with a lickspittle and was discovered by another lickspittle, and as a result the 2 lickspittles accidentally pushed her down the stairs when they got into a fight. A fall from a 13th floor hotel has predictable results. Undeserved disaster, straight to the game of death. Boring. Lan Yu tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, especially with the dim light overhead, which became more and more unpleasant the more he looked at it.
Why can't this damn light be turned off?
Lan Yu angrily got up and walked towards the door, looking at the lights outside were on, and she was on the second floor, so she thought that even if they were turned off it shouldn't be a problem. After all, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to turn off the lights in just one room.
Pattering sound.
It's a lot more comfortable all of a sudden when you turn off the lights, at least your eyes aren't as shaky. As the lights dimmed, Lan Yu's consciousness gradually began to drift. In this dark, quiet room,
sleepiness strikes. Creak. Just as Lan Yu was about to fall asleep.
Suddenly, a slight voice rang in the ears of the confused Lan Yu.
Lan Yu's eyes swished open. There was a noise. It's the window location. She didn't get up right away, nor did she do anything drastic to.
Instead, he carefully turned his head and looked at the window. The eye moved to the window with the ceiling, In the dim and silent room, by the light from outside and the moonlight from the window, she could clearly see that her glass window was still closed.
It's exactly the same as before you went to bed.
Lan Yu breathed a sigh of relief, as if relieved, it turned out to be a false alarm.
Maybe I'm hallucinating because I'm so nervous.
The windows were closed, so how could anything happen? But just as she tried to go back to sleep with her eyes closed,
she suddenly sensed something was wrong.
The eyes that had been closed snapped open again, and again they swept around the room without moving. Looking to a spot in the room, his heartbeat steepened and his sweaty hairs stood up violently. In the dark and silent room, Lan Yu clearly remembered the location of every piece of furniture in this room. But she didn't remember that there were any humanoid objects in the location of the closet.
And now, next to the closet, an additional humanoid black shadow.
The black shadow was about the same height as a regular person, with slightly wider shoulders, and just stood there motionless, as if it didn't want to startle Lan Yu. Lan Yu's spine suddenly turned a little chilly, like there was a cloudy wind blowing across her face, and the room was deathly silent. The whole room was gusty and the air was so oppressive she couldn't breathe. Her hands and feet were shaking and she couldn't stop her teeth from chattering.
Fear invaded her entire body. The mind went blank. The bed creaked from her trembling. When did that dark shadow appear? When did you enter the room and what was it? What was the point of entering her room? Multiple questions circled her mind.
It made her heart beat faster and faster. She closed her eyes dead shut, her vision turning black again as she tried to relax herself in this way.
Illusion, it's all an illusion.
Lan Yu comforted herself by deceiving herself in her mind, with tears welling up in her eyes, as if she would cry at any moment. Then slowly opening his eyes again, he quietly looked to where he had just been by the closet.
Nope. Gone. Lan Yu's heart rejoiced as the humanoid shadow disappeared. It really was an illusion just now.
Lan Yu lay on the bed and breathed a sigh of relief, scared to death. Both were so scared they almost peed their pants.
Luckily it was an illusion.
To be on the safe side, she felt the need to go to the bathroom and sleep with the light on. More than not being able to sleep, she was afraid that if her eyes closed and opened, her whole life would be gone. Pressing her hands to the side of the bed, she tried to get up to turn on the light. But suddenly something about the touch on his hand felt wrong. The right hand seemed to touch something hard and cold. It wasn't the touch of a bed, more like some rough bark. Lan Yu's face swished white, her head still looking at the ceiling, didn't dare to turn around to see what it was.
Slide your right hand along the bark-like thing that.
It was a silhouette, and she could sense that it probably looked like a person. But her bed, or even say the whole house, is only her one person, right? How can there suddenly be an extra person in the house?
Still in her bed. When did you get laid?
Dense beads of sweat gradually appeared on her forehead. Stiffening, he turned his head and, after seeing the other party's face, Lan Yu's face changed dramatically.
Ghosts. Ah!
In the darkness of the night, heart-rending screams rang out in Lan Yu's room.
Chapter 90, Death of a Teammate.
Within the dark and silent room, Lu Baixue breathed rhythmically with her eyes closed but gradually, her breath caught, and she couldn't catch her breath as she felt like something was pressing down on her. She opened her eyes in a daze, unconsciously scanning the side of the bed, and with just one glance, her head cleared instantly. Sweat hairs all over his body also rose up, goosebumps like green beans densely sprouted from his arms. There was a dark figure in the shape of a man beside the bed. Thin shoulders and what looked like a woman stood motionless right next to her bed. When she tried to struggle up and escape, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get up. Asshole. Lu Baixue stuck out her tongue, wanting to bite herself to make herself more conscious and then climb up to escape from here. Bang. But before she could bite down, a throbbing pain shot through her hip. Hiss. Lu Baixue sat up violently from the bed. Covering her ass and rubbing it lightly, she looked at Xiao Yuang, who had an odd expression next to her, and she revealed her little tiger teeth. Asshole, what are you doing? Why are you asking me when you're about to bite your tongue? Su Yuang looked at the other party doubtfully. It's normal, ah? What made you want to bite your tongue? What did you dream about? Su Yuang was puzzled, seeing how scared you looked just now. Did you dream of something horrible? Dreams? The small hand rubbing the back gave a lurch. A dream, last night's dream. He himself was just dreaming. Lu Baixue hurriedly looked to the side of the bed. There was nothing but Su Yuang, and looked out the window again. She was on the second floor, and by now it was light, and the window had been opened at some point, and she was able to clearly see the sunlight from outside pouring through the window, a sprinkle through the window position to form a small irregular white square on the ground. It's dawn. I was really dreaming just now. Exhale. Scared the out of her. Lu Baixue closed her eyes, calming her restlessness, and placed her hands over her eyes to rub them. Su Yuang picked his nose. What are you picking my nose for? Lu Baixue angrily opened her eyes, looking at the fingers on his nostrils angrily at Su Yuang. Oh, so it was your nose that was picked. No wonder I'm still a little itchy myself. Su Yuang withdrew his hand and continued picking his nose as if nothing had happened. You did it on purpose, and I have proof. Well, don't dawdle here. Whatever we dreamed last night was a dream. Time is running out. We need to go to town to get town information. Let's go. Seeing that Lu Baixue should have slowed down, Su Yuang stood up and walked outside. Helping to ease the other person's mood should be a little better now. Su Yuang flexed his fingers and the booger accurately fell into the trash can next to him. Brother Moonlight, is Sister Bai up yet? Mari had just finished washing up. Up and about, having nightmares like you. How come I'm the only one not having nightmares? Su Yuang shook his head in regret. Hey! He also wanted to have a nightmare to see what interesting things he could dream about, so why not enter his dream world? Sister White is having nightmares too? Mari was shocked. She also had nightmares. Bai Shui also had nightmares. That. You're right in thinking that there's something odd here, and if it's not wrong, I'm afraid that something has gone wrong with the others as well. Su Yuang's eyes carried a thoughtful look. The two of them waited for Lu Baixue inside the hall. They waited until Lu Baixue had also washed up before going to the town diner for breakfast together. But just after heading to the town, the trio realized that something was wrong with the situation. There's not a soul in town. Strange, where is everyone? How come there's no one? Lu Baixue stood and turned around, and there really wasn't a single person. Su Yuang frowned and didn't say anything. The trio continued on, finally spotting the town's crowd outside one of the houses. That way. Su Yuang nudged her mouth to look ahead. Not far ahead, a large group of people had gathered, not knowing what they were doing. Something seems to have happened. Let's go over there and take a look. Lu Baixue had a bad feeling in her heart. Trouble, what's going on here? Why are they all gathered here? Lu Baixue asked a resident for advice. Oh, you guys are also the new batch, right? It just so happens that this dead one is also with you guys. Go check it out. Seeing unfamiliar faces, the resident signaled the three to take a look. Lu Baixue's eyelids fluttered. The teammate they were with, dead. The three of them hurriedly headed upstairs. He happened to meet a few people from Lu Xiuji who were coming down. What's going on here? Lu Baixue asked with a frown when she saw Lu Xiuji covering his mouth. Lu Xiuji's footsteps were hurried, covering her mouth as she quickly descended the stairs, waving her hand without answering. Su Yuang didn't even look at Lu Xiuji and went straight upstairs. The town mayor was also here, as well as Zhang Xiaofei. They were all outside a room, looking into the silence of the house. You guys are here. The mayor saw the trio and greeted them, then looked at Lu Baixue and Mali. I advised the girls not to look inside. But how could Lu Baixue listen to the mayor's advice? Straight to the doorway looking into the house. Xiao Yuang understood why Lu Xiuji had gone downstairs like that after one look. What is this? Lu Baixue and Molly curiously came to the doorway, and their faces changed slightly after glancing towards the inside. The entire room was covered in blood, and a semi-skeletal frame lay on the bed, which was also covered in large patches of blood and shredded flesh. The reason why it was a half-skeleton frame was because the skeleton was sticky with blood, but still had some flesh on it. All the features of the face were gone. His nose was cut, his eyes were hollow, his eyeballs had disappeared without a trace, his ears had a bloody cut mark, and his lips had disappeared so that 2 rows of blood-white teeth could be seen. The internal organs were all emptied out, only the skeleton remained, and all the flesh on the legs was cut off. The air is filled with the pungent odor of blood. Vom. Mari couldn't help herself after just one look, covering her mouth and running quickly downstairs. Come downstairs next to the bushes and vomit with Luigi. Lu Baixue's stomach was also turning over and her pretty face was white, but she forced herself to hold it in. You guys take a look at the situation first, I'll go down for a bit. Lu Baixue forced herself to calm her face and walked towards the stairs with an ugly face. He finally couldn't help himself even as he walked to the first floor, and quickly walked over to the woods to throw up along with Mari. The only people left upstairs were Yuang, the biggest middle-aged man in the group, and the indifferent Zhang Xiufei, as well as the town mayor and one of the mayor's deputies. Su Yuang did not continue to look at the house, but instead looked at Zhang Xiufei and Yuang. Zhang Xiufei seemed to be apathetic by nature, so the lack of reaction wasn't a surprise. But this Yuang obviously looked naive and honest. How come he wasn't scared at all in the face of such a horrible scene? Chapter 91, Strange Smell. Hey, old Chow, how come you're not scared at all when you see a scene like this? Su Yuang looked at Lao Zhou and asked as if he had no intention of asking. Oh, I'm a butcher, I'm used to seeing this kind of scene. Zhou Yang smiled innocently, a naive smile on his rough face, leaving Su Yuang speechless. Nodded and didn't ask any more questions, not that he believed the other party anymore, but he couldn't ask anything if the other party didn't want to say anything. It's normal for people entering a death game to have secrets, it's not normal for them not to have them. The dead one is the one called Lan Yu, right? Su Yuang glanced at the system prompts. There weren't any death prompts, but the only remaining face with its features cut off could vaguely be seen as Lan Yu. Even with only half of his face left, he still couldn't hide Lan Yu's horror and pain before he died. It's like being tortured to death alive. Dead characters don't prompt, and Tsukiyokari Seo remembers this point. Walking into the house, the mayor's deputy, Fatty, was searching the room for any traces or clues left by the monster. Su Yuang, on the other hand, came to the edge of the bed and carefully stared at the half-fleshed skeleton on the bed. This scene made Zhang Xiufei frown, even he did not dare to go in and look at that Lan Yu like this. It was so bad that he would have definitely reacted if he had been that close, so he was still trying to get used to it outside the door. This guy is really off. Zhang Xiufei looked at the earnest and incomparable Su Yuang and silently said in his heart. To be able to face a hollowed-out female corpse so calmly is definitely not an ordinary person. Su Yuang ignored the others and huffed around the room. Seemingly smelling something, Su Yuang brought her nose closer to Lan Yu's corpse. Sniff. Su Yuang sniffed at Lan Yu's corpse. This made the assistant next to him, Fatty, change his face slightly. Is this guy a devil? So close to a corpse and not a single reaction. Even though he had seen many corpses, he still couldn't help but feel a little sick to his stomach at the sight of such a scene, and didn't dare to approach the corpse. There's something about the smell on it. Su Yuang's nose twitched and she took a big deep breath. The smell of blood was mixed with the fetid stench of entrails, but there was another smell that was still very familiar to him. Just came to that forest land in this game world. It also has that flavor. Associated with the fact that the monster had entered this house and killed Lan Yu. Su Yuang was thoughtful. Flavor? What flavor? No one cares about the smell on a dead body, they just assume that the dead are supposed to have these foul odors. Su Yuang shook her head without answering. And there's one more person, Zhang Lei Mai. Su Yuang didn't see Zhang Lini's figure when he arrived. The lad was injured and had an encounter with one of these things during the night, broken arm, and is now in hospital. The mayor sighed at this time and opened his mouth. It's all my fault, I didn't give them a clear explanation last night. Last night the time was too urgent, saying that I didn't have time to explain a few more times, explaining once they definitely didn't listen to it. This guy's life is really big. It's really true that good people don't live long, and misfortune lasts 1,000 years. Su Yuang shook his head. Mayor, this is not your fault. By the way, do you know how this Lan Yu died? Knowing that. Fatty spoke up, We didn't close the windows when we came, and the lights in the other rooms were on, only the lights in this room were off. It should be that we wanted to turn off the lights at night to sleep, but the monster found an opening to drill in.
Then why didn't the monster take her away, but instead made her like this? Yuang asked again. Hollowing out people's bodies is a special fetish of monsters?
That, we're not quite sure. Fatty shook his head, but almost every person killed by the monster looked miserable. Some were bitten alive and had all their internal organs eaten, some were tortured to death, but without exception, their bodies were hollowed out.
Like this? Yuang stroked his chin. It feels as if these monsters are intentionally torturing people.
Zhang Xiaofei suddenly spoke at this time.
Not sure yet.
Yuang shook her head, but don't we still have a party? Yuang revealed a playful smile. I wonder how Zhong Li Mei is doing now, don't die. A few people left the room and found Zhong Li Mei. Zhong Li Mei still had some panic and hatred on his face at this point.
Asshole. That damn ghostly thing tried to impersonate Shirayuki and kill me.
Zhong Li Mei sat on the hospital bed, his right hand wrapped in bandages.
Around them stood Yuang, Lu Baishuai and the others.
That is, I, Zhong Li Mei, have a torch-like gaze and a quick mind, even though I realized that this Baishui was pretending, and cut off my arm in time when she grabbed my hand. Zhong Li Mei spoke in a colorful manner, causing Yuang to smack his lips.
How is this injured? It's healthier than a living person. But didn't the mayor tell you not to open the windows at night? Why do you open the windows at night?
That monster was made up to look like the Snow Queen and said there were monsters after her. It was an emergency situation, and the monster was right behind her, so how could I think so much? I opened the window and tried to save Lu Baishuai. Zhong Li Mei said righteously, open-eyed blindness face does not bring red. The crowd looked at him in silence, their faces filled with skepticism.
Zhong Li Mei saves the day, how does this look? Hey, you guys!
Seeing the skeptical and measuring eyes of the crowd, Zhong Li Mei exhaled, finally unable to take it anymore.
Forget it. No more nonsense, heck. Am I such an unkind person in your eyes?
Well, I really don't have much of a good heart. As if realizing he didn't believe his own bull, he added.
And then told the truth about last night.
There's nothing bad to say about labor, it's just that last night that weird thing transformed into a snow queen and exposed her breasts to seduce me. I didn't hold back and opened the window.
When he said this, even Zhong Li Mei couldn't help but blush in his old face. Then?
Yuang pursued. Then after I opened the window the ghost thing grabbed me and tried to yank me out with brute force. Heck, that ghost thing was strong. Speaking of this, Zhong Li Mei couldn't help but feel a bit of fear.
A little force pulled me halfway out.
Luckily I hugged a knife for defense before I went to bed, then I didn't do anything about it. I simply cut my hand off then closed the window. After the window was closed those monsters didn't react and couldn't seem to break the window to get in. Zhong Li Mei said as he recalled the scene. The mayor is right, as long as the cross at the entrance is there, the monsters really can't break through the door. Zhang Xiaofei said after a moment of silence. This is the key to our survival. If these monsters can't destroy the window, the game should be easy this time. We only need to survive for 3 days, pay attention at night and we should be able to survive.
Yuang was silent, he always felt that it wasn't that simple.
It's really that simple, then the game of death wouldn't be called the game of death. Well, the patient needs to recuperate, so why don't you guys head out, the mayor is waiting for you. The one who spoke was a beautiful Western nurse in the hospital, with a thin face, blonde hair, and blue pupils, not a very good figure, but the face was not bad. Zhong Li Mei saw a lecherous smile appear on the nurse's face. With such a pretty nurse, he planned to spend the next few days in this hospital.
Yuang nodded and left the hospital with the crowd.
The mayor is already waiting outside. Taking a few people to the restaurant in town, while taking great pains to explain matters to them.
All of them were heard once yesterday, and Yuang was full of disinterest.
Zhang Xiaofei and the others listened extraordinarily carefully, fearing to miss a point.
After the lecture, breakfast is almost done. A few people were wandering around the town, and Yuang asked her question. Mayor, what the hell do you think is going on with this town not being able to get out?
The mayor was just about to reply, when suddenly the horn sounded, and outside the town, a car drove in at breakneck speed.
Chapter 92 The Town of the First and the Last. Cars drove into town, stopping every now and then to ask a passerby for directions. But strangely, the passersby didn't seem to want to talk to these people. Until, the car stopped in front of the town mayor and a few people from Yuang. "Toot a couple of you, do you happen to know which way I can leave town and get back on the highway, please?" Looking into the car, it was a family, a man and a woman with 2 children slumped in the window, a large one and a small one. The younger one looked 6 or 7 years old, the older one at least C, and the age looked 15 or more. "This girl is a bit precocious," Su Yueguan thought silently in her heart. "It's almost as good as Lu Baishui. Hello outsiders, if you want to leave town you need to go out at this intersection, turn left up ahead and keep going to get back to the main road." The mayor carefully pointed the way to the other man. "Oh, that way? Thanks." The man who asked for directions smiled and nodded his thanks as he drove off in the direction the mayor pointed. "You're welcome," the mayor politely returned. "I thought you said you couldn't go out, Mayor?" "What?" Seeing the mayor giving the other man directions, Mari asked nervously. The mayor twisted his head to look at the clear and childish Mari. "It's not possible to get out, but they won't believe it if you give it to them, only if you try it yourself will they believe that it's really impossible to get out. By the way, aren't you guys curious too? There's a tricycle there, maybe you guys can try it too." The mayor pointed to the tricycle not far away, the same worn-out tricycle that Su Yueguan raced last night. 10 minutes later. The car carried Lu Baishui, Zhang Xiufei and the others towards the outside of the town. Ahead. Su Yueguan excitedly drove the motorcycle. The feeling of driving and blowing the wind is a thief. A couple of guys in the back were talking. "You guys, do you think that if we go out of this town, will we not be in danger?" Zhang Xiufei stroked his chin, observing the surroundings and said. Lu Baishui and Mali didn't answer. The two seemed to have a disconnect towards people other than Su Yueguan, and didn't want to have much interaction. Instead, Lu Shirji thought about it and nodded seriously. "I think this works. The game mission is Terror in the Dark. All players find the correct route to the town of Dawn and survive for 3 days after entering the town to consider the game complete. It doesn't say we can't leave town. That is to say, it's actually fine for us to leave the town?" The middle-aged man, Zhou Yang, tried. "That's right." Zhang Xiufei nodded his head and looked at Lu Baishui, who did not speak, and did not initiate a conversation. The game only says to survive 3 days after arriving in the town, but it doesn't say to survive 3 days inside the town. SSS-level, I think you guys should think about how to get out of town before discussing this. CO Moonlight whistled ahead. "Humph, maybe the world outside the town is more dangerous than inside, and you'll die if you go out." Mari struck out. Lu Shioji looked at Mari and didn't retort. "Also, let's see if we can get out first. Since the mayor said no, it means there is indeed something wrong with this town." A few people spoke to each other and eventually decided to wait until they were sure they could leave the town. PP kitty or feminine slang. Su Yueguan whistled as the car drove fast. "Keep driving forward." About half an hour later. The car drove back to the entrance of the town. Looking at the town ahead, Su Yueguan raised his eyebrows. Zhang Xiufei and Lu Shioji frowned. "Su Yueguan, why are you driving back? We're asking you to drive out." Tooting noise. Su Yueguan honked his horn twice and didn't answer. Instead he parked his car at the entrance of the town. "Snow and Mari come down," Su Yueguan said as she looked towards the two Lu Baishui. "Okay." The two girls got out of the car obediently. Go to the mayor." Su Yueguan ignored both of them and twisted his head to leave. "Hey! What are you doing? Say something. Why did you bring the car back?" Lu Shioji shouted from behind. But Su Yueguan took the two girls and walked in the direction of the town mayor's house without looking back. Zhang Xiufei stopped the cursing Lu Shioji. "Alright, I'll drive, you watch the road around you, there seems to be a problem." A 3-wheeled motorcycle that is not too difficult to operate. Zhang Xiufei drove the two and passed Su Yueguan when Lu Shioji was still cursing. Obviously a little displeased with Su Yueguan for ignoring him. "Brother Moonlight, why did you bring the car back?" Regardless of Lu Shioji, Molly curiously looked at Su Yueguan and asked. "It's not driving back, it's the car coming back on its own. We only made one turn on the road, we shouldn't have just returned to the town." Lu Baishui explained. "The car came back on its own? What does that mean?" Dressed in a casual short dress, Mari naive up extra cute. "There's something wrong with this road, we can't drive out, even if we keep going forward we'll still return to the town, if I'm not wrong, even if we change directions we'll still come back." Su Yueguan narrowed her eyes and said. What's going on here?" Mari's eyes grew,
her tiny head a big question mark.
That's why the mayor said he wasn't going to the town, isn't it?
Lu Baishue raised her hand, her index finger as white as a green onion heart traced across her fair and delicate face, pulling a strand of hair behind her ear in a sexy and seductive manner.
Dressed in a black fitted tracksuit, the dropsy was evocative. That should be it. Su Yueguang nodded thoughtfully, a bit distracted, seemingly thinking about something.
Soon, several people found the mayor of the town. The mayor was talking to the church priest about something at the moment.
You're back. The mayor was a little surprised to see Su Yueguang come back so quickly. How did it happen so fast?
I drove out of the town, but came back to it.
Su Yueguang said truthfully. And then don't go and try a few more times? The middle-aged mayor was a bit surprised no normal person would be willing to try it once.
So he felt sure that Su Yueguang and the others would also try a few more times before giving up. No, some of my other companions went, but I didn't think it was necessary. Mayor, I would like to ask where this went wrong and why we would be here when we clearly set out to the outside.
Duh.
Just then, outside the town, another automobile drove up, the very same one that the family of 4 had just been in.
For the second time.
The mayor looked at the car coming towards them with a calm face and said. The car continued to drive forward past a few people, and Su Yueguang was still able to see the man's incredulous eyes. Think it's in a daze as to why it's back in town.
Mayor? Su Yueguang called out tentatively. Oh. The mayor looked towards Su Yueguang, who had good senses. In fact, everyone who has come here has tried and experienced what you are doing right now.
The mayor points to the people around him, teenage girls, women, and children and teenagers. They all came in accidentally from outside the town and tried to get out, but without exception, they all ended up staying here.
The crowd looked around and some of the surrounding exotic girls would look this way as they passed by, their eyes lingering extraordinarily long on Su Yueguang's handsome face. At the same time also gave Su Yueguang a wink, showing the openness and boldness of foreign girls. Looks like these girls really like Mr. Su, huh?
The mayor chuckled as he noticed the stares of the girls around him.
Noticing that Su Yueguang just smiled faintly, he didn't seem to have the intention of talking about this cough to collect his smile.
Alright then, I'll be honest with you, we don't know what's going on, this road goes all the way back to the town, there's no doubt about it.
Is that the problem?
You can understand that it's a circular path, here.
The mayor points to the entrance of the town.
Here. Pointing to the exit of the town again, these two roads are connected head to tail, I've forgotten what the original road looked like now, hee hee.
But mayor, we didn't feel a curve in the middle, and we didn't make a turn, Lu Baishue frowned. Yeah, that's the weird part, even if you don't turn the corner, you'll come back to this town. Even if we go into the forest on foot, we'll end up back here, and this town is like a box that cuts us off from the outside world, and we're stuck inside that box. And are there boundaries to where we move?
If this place is likened to a box, then that box necessarily has boundaries.
Nope.
The border here is the other side of town, just like this road, and this border is the direction to the other road. Does that make sense to you guys? Seemingly sensing that what he said was too complicated, the mayor looked to the 3 men.
Su Yueguang pondered, he probably understood.
Lu Baishi frowned, her mind a little confused.
Mari naively looked at the 3, and followed the example of the 2 contemplating, with a beak and a heavy face, who am I? Where am I? What are they talking about? Chapter 93 Broken Lights? Got it, Mayor David, so are we able to go around the forest around here? Su Yueguang looked towards the nearby forest thoughtfully. Yes, but don't go too far, and make sure to be back before nightfall.
If you can't come back, you'll run into those monsters.
David said seriously. Su Yueguang nodded and was about to leave.
Next to Mayor David, a tandem bearded man dressed like a priest with a beard attached to his sideburns suddenly spoke, his voice gentle.
You are family members who have just arrived, aren't you?
In the future you can come to my church if you need prayer here, it's a little run down but you're still welcome.
Su Yueguang looked back at the calm-faced priest and nodded, Thank you, Father. You're welcome, just call me Merc. Thank you, Father Merc. Lu Baishue and Mari looked at the calm-faced priest rather favorably.
The trio headed towards the forest.
The priest looked at the backs of the 3 Su Yueguang people, pondering. What are you going to the forest for?
Lu Baishue said with some confusion.
See if there are any traces of those monsters. Su Yueguang said truthfully.
He has a bit more of a task than the others and needs to find the truth about the monster. Now there's a little clue as to the flavor. There seemed to be a smell on these monsters, a putrid smell. The first time I came here I woke up in the forest, but I didn't reach that place when I was driving just now. That said, the town's borders don't seem to contain their starting point, but they do smell like monsters. That would be interesting. This means that their point of departure is outside the circulation range of this town. But there's the smell of monsters there. What is this about? Is it possible that there are monsters in the outside world? Or is that actually part of the town limits there? Or maybe it's something else. The forest? Why would you think a forest would have monster sightings? Willow White Snow asked. The smell, there's a stench from the monster, I smelled it on that body today, and it's the same kind of smell we had at our starting point. Su Yuang uttered a sentence that left Lu Baixue dumbfounded. Our starting point had that flavor too? But we just returned to town without reaching our starting point. That's not to say. There are those monsters outside of this town cycle too? Mari finally figured out what the two were saying for once. No, it's just possible, just one of the possibilities. Su Yuang shook her head. But why are we trying to find out where these monsters go? Wouldn't it be better to just spend these few days in peace? Lu Baixue, who was about to ponder the key to this, suddenly remembered that these things seem to have nothing to do with her awe. Oh yeah, you guys can go back, I picked up the hidden quest to find the truth about the monster, but you didn't. Su Yuang looked at the two, light in thinking about these monsters went, but ignored that the two girls had little to do with this matter. Hidden mission? You claimed it? Lu Baixue's bright eyes went wide as she looked at Su Yuang and exclaimed. Ah, picked up. Su Yuang nodded her head as she looked towards Lu Baixue's slim figure. Well, never mind, if you collect it, you collect it, so how many days does the mission last? Thinking that Su Yuang was mentally ill, Lu Baixue took a deep breath. It's no surprise that mental illness does what it does. 3 days. 3 days. How is it possible to find out the truth about the monster? It's not even possible to search all around this town, is it? I can find it, but I don't just want to find the truth about the monster's appearance, I also want to know the truth about this town. Su Yuang's eyes carried an extremely strong desire to explore. This town? Isn't it just a game world? Mari said in a rush as she managed to find herself able to interject. Yes, it's a game world, but you saw that car just now, it came in from the outside, which means that the outside world is also real. Existence is logical, and since this place can exist, and since the death game has issued quests like finding the truth about monsters, it means that the existence of this town is also logical. Su Yuang's eyes carried a slight fervor, this feeling of exploring the truth was too exciting. Lu Baixue was silent, Su Yuang had said so, she knew she couldn't stop the other party. Then let's go to the forest together first, we're bored anyway. She was also quite curious about the truth of the monster's existence. Standing on the hillside, Yu looked down. Su Yuang looked at the forest that he could not see the head at a glance, finally he knew why the town mayor reminded him not to go too far, as if he went in, he would easily get lost. You can't go in too deep, or you might get lost, and if you don't come out at night, you'll encounter those monsters. Lu Baixue also thought of this and reminded Su Yuang. Well, go. Full of unconcern, Su Yuang squatted on the ground and gently sniffled, then stood up and walked towards the forest interior. Just as Su Yuang's few people were walking towards the inner forest. Inside the town. Zhang Xiaofei's few people returned to the town again. At this point a few people, even if they were stupid, knew that there might be something wrong with the road. The sedan passed them one at a time, plus they repeated circling the town as well. They also finally realized it wasn't that simple. There's something wrong with this road. Zhang Xiaofei thought of Su Yuang in the first instance. Su Yuang returned to the town and did not go out again. It is hard to believe that he realized that there is a problem with the road after only one cycle. Why are you so confident? The reactions and thinking are simply ridiculously high. This man is no ordinary man. Zhang Xiaofei secretly placed Su Yuang in his heart. We've been back and forth twice now, and the mayor was right, there really is no way out of this town. Lu Xiaoji said. But there is one thing that makes me strange. Zhang Xiaofei frowned. What? Zhou Yang asked. Since the road here is a dead end, the wires on the road should also be dead end, so where is the electricity coming from in this town? Zhang Xiaofei looked at the rest of the few people and pondered for a moment. The lights are on full blast at night, so where does the power come from?
Electricity?
Zhou Yang and Lu Xiaoji looked at each other in disbelief. They hadn't really paid attention to these details.
Then Lu tried, why don't we go back to our room and take a look?
Back in Zhang Xiaofei's house, a few people turned on the electric lights.
Look at the table lamp lit up on the coffee table. A few people were a little confused that. The lights are fine, but how did they come on? Where's the power source?
Several people looked again at the plug where the electric light was connected. Lu found the socket at the back of the cabinet and carefully unplugged the lamp.
Ha! There's something wrong with this plug.
Lu exclaimed, picking up the plug and exclaiming out in shock.
Zhang Xiaofei and Zhou Yang looked over, only to see that the metal connector on the plug was actually missing one.
The three of them blushed in unison, turning their heads at the same time to look at the table lamp that stood silently on the cabinet.
There's one connector missing, so how did the damn desk lamp light up? 94 discoveries. A two-hole socket that continues to function with one missing? Are they physically incommunicado or is it just not normal here? A few people face-to-face man's heart only feel creepy, fearful, a time do not know what to do.
Although I knew the town was dangerous and odd, it was still heartbreaking to see the jack missing a connector electric light still on now.
What the hell is going on here? The middle-aged man Zhou Yang shrunk his shoulders, this was too terrifying. No! Just then, Lu Xiaoji, who was holding the plug, suddenly exclaimed again that there doesn't seem to be any copper wire in here.
Lu Xiaoji's eyes looked at the wire in his hand in horror, forcing himself to resist the thought of throwing it out and picking it up to give Zhang Xiaofei a look.
How?
Zhang Xiaofei took the plug and took a look, and sure enough, the part of the metal connector that was broken was seen to be empty inside.
Find the scissors.
Zhang Xiaofei's face was serious and grave, wanting to find scissors to take it apart to see if there was really no copper wire inside.
The lack of connectors is weird enough, the lack of copper wire is outrageous. A few minutes later, the wires of the electric lights were dismembered.
Zhang Xiaofei's trio sat on the chairs, staring blankly at the empty wires, their entire being dumbfounded.
There was nothing inside the wire, not only was there only a metal connector, there wasn't even any copper wire inside the wire. There's no way to transmit power at all. The three looked at the table lamp, so now the question came, this table lamp, how did it light up? In the forest.
Su Yueguan looked at the empty woods around him and carefully observed them, and every now and then, she would bend down to sniff lightly at the ground. Eventually, he stopped.
What?
Why did you stop? Su Yueguan was silent for a moment. The ground in this forest has that stench all over it, and the hillside we were on just now also had that smell.
Could those monsters be underground? I don't know, if it's really underground, then wouldn't the entire town be full of monsters? Su Yueguan thought deeply about it and still couldn't think of a reason. How about digging this place up? Mari tried.
Then why don't we go back to the town and dig near the town, it's still a bit safer. Su Yueguan was nothing on his own, but he couldn't take any chances now that he had the two girls with him.
It's just as easy to go back to digging around town and not have to worry about it getting dark. Then let's go back and dig it up now and see what happens.
Although he thought there might be nothing underground, he felt the need to dig and try anyway.
But when they went back, a few people realized they didn't have to do it. Hey Seo, your companions are being buried, want to come along for the ride?
Going back, he came across the mayor and deputy carrying a body with a white cloth over it towards the cemetery. Burying a corpse definitely requires digging up the ground, and Su Yueguan agrees without a second thought. Father Merc was there, with a worn book in his hand, the words Bible handwritten on the cover of the book.
A few people came to the cemetery. The graveyard has been dug out of a deep hole. Su Yueguan went to the side of the deep pit and sniffed. Sure enough, there's a smell here as well, but we can't see anything even after digging this deep, so I'm afraid we won't be able to find anything if we dig any further. Su Yueguan looked at the deep pit in the graveyard beside the two Lu Baishui and whispered. And where did the ground smell come from? Su Yueguan shook her head without answering. So are we going to keep going after those monsters?
No, I think we should go back to the town and check it out first. We're just searching for the town outside, why go ahead and try to look for clues within the town?
Su Yueguan's abyssal thoughts were silent, his eyes calm and deep. Bury the body.
A few of them went back to the town together.
Father, how long have you been in this town? Su Yueguan inquired about the town's information intentionally or unintentionally. It's been years, hasn't it?
I broke into this town when I was in my 20s. There are people here who were even born here as children and have lived here ever since. The priest looked up in contemplation for a moment and said, "Everyone who came here wanted to get out, but none of them could, and in the end everyone just resigned themselves to the fact that since they couldn't get out, they would simply live well here." David nodded. "Not bad. There is a saying in the East, if you are here, you are here. It's actually not bad to stay here, you don't have so many worries every day. Other than these damn monsters, it's all pretty good." "You said that you both thought about going out, so did you find anything strange while looking for a way out?" Su Yuang asked as she looked at the two. "Weird stuff?" The priest and David looked at each other, then looked at Su Yuang and shook their heads at the same time. "No, in all the years I've been here, the only strange thing would be the monsters, appearing from nowhere and disappearing from nowhere." "Monsters?" "Right, that cross at the door, where did that come from again?" Lu Baishue's eyes lit up with a bright idea. "The cross? It was there before I came here, according to the old men who were here, it was there when they came here, exactly how it appeared they forget." David said. "Don't even know." Lu Baishue was a bit lost, this was too difficult, there were no clues whatsoever. "Come on, go back and have a cup of tea and rest. It's the Orientals who make the tea, and it's not only Westerners who are trapped here, but also Oriental faces. Nice to meet you all, my name is Yihao. I didn't expect to see the same Oriental faces in this town, we were the only family here that was Oriental before you guys came, huh?" The speaker was a young Oriental guy, speaking Mandarin. "We're not happy at all." Mari's little face was a little sad, not happy at all. Yihao saw Mari's expression and realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. Hastily remedied, "Oh, do not be so sad, since we have come, or look away a little good, live in the moment." Thanks." Lu Baishua smiled and nodded her head, that fresh hair, clean face, clear eyes, and that fresh and natural atmosphere emanating from the inside out, painted into a beautiful picture scroll, which mesmerized Yihao, and for a while, she actually looked dumbfounded. "Hey, good looking, huh? I also think it's pretty good looking, it's just that the person is a bit silly." Next to her, Su Yuang said with a smirk. "Good, When he was about to say that it looked good, Yihao suddenly realized that something was wrong and hurriedly apologized to Lu Baishue. I'm sorry, I've just never seen such a beautiful girl, I'm sorry." "Ha ha." Beside him, Mayor David let out a loud laugh as he watched Yihao's embarrassment. "It's fine, get used to it." Lu Baishue nodded her head lightly, unable to see any joy, while also glaring at Su Yuang who was making things happen. Just as a few people were drinking tea and talking about the town, the three men found the three Su Yuang. "Su Yuang, come here, we have something," Lu Shirji said with panic in his voice. Chapter 95, The Weird Underground. Inside the house, Su Yuang looked at the table lamp's wire without copper wire in thought. Zhang Xiufei spoke, "I looked, there is no battery inside the desk lamp, plug this cord into the socket, desk lamp will only light up, but there is no copper wire inside this wire." He stared at Su Yuang's clean face, wanting to hear Su Yuang's opinion. Su Yuang looked at the wires, if there are no copper wires in here, then where is the root cause? The basement, we followed the power lines for a bit before we realized that the roots of these lines were not followed by poles, but inside the basement, where the wires extended in the direction of the dirt, where they extended to is unknown for the moment. Underground again? Su Yuang stroked his chin, those smells were also only found on the ground, and now the power lines were going in the direction of the underground as well. So you guys are going to dig up the basement? That's exactly what I was thinking, but wanted to hear what you guys had to say. Zhang Xiufei looked at Su Yuang when he spoke, obviously this you guys only refers to Su Yuang, adding a you guys just because Su Yuang is a team of three. I think so, there must be something wrong with this underground. Hearing the other woman say she wanted to hear what they had to say, Mari felt it was time for her to play. The opening caught the attention of the crowd, and everyone looked at the simple Mari without blinking, wanting to hear what else Mari would say, But Mari, who was being watched by so many people, lowered her head in some embarrassment and squirmed, You guys don't look at me like that, I'm embarrassed. Zhang Xiufei and others. Do you guys have any opinions? Zhang Xiufei moved his eyes to Lu Baishue and Su Yuang again and inquired. There's a stench from the land near the town, and I have a feeling it's coming from underground as well, but there's nothing unusual about the nearly 1.5 meter pit dug on the graveside. Su Yuang told what he knew. Stench? You said there was one even when we were awakening, Zhang Xiufei's words trailed off. Good, there's a stench beyond the town loop as well, right at ground level, so I suggest you start digging now into a depth of at least 2 meters. I have a feeling that this 3-day survival mission might not be so easy. Curiosity alone didn't make these people sell their digging, they also had to add a little something fierce to these people, and Su Yueguan gave a nod to his own wit. Zhang Xiaofei and the others frowned when they heard about the survival mission that concerned their lives. Then what are we waiting for? It's going to be dark soon. Let's start digging now. There's no rush. At that moment, Su Yueguan shook her head, attracting everyone's attention. Just as everyone was staring at Su Yueguan wondering what else Su Yueguan wanted to say. Su Yueguan touched her stomach. It's time for lunch. Had lunch. A couple of the men prepared their tools intending to go back and dig the basement. Where are you going? Not digging with us? Lu Shizhi realized that Su Yueguan had taken the two girls in other directions. No, I'm going out to continue looking for clues. Su Yueguan's deep eyes as well as thoughtful eyes made the crowd feel that Su Yueguan was serious. Okay, be safe. Lu Shizhi said with concern, only feeling that Su Yueguan was really doing her best for everyone's life and death. Aren't we going to help dig along? It feels like it would be faster. Don't you guys find physical labor like that tiring? Why get tired when you can rest? Su Yueguan said lazily. So you're not helping because you don't want to do the hard work. They remembered Lu Shizhi's touched eyes, and it was a waste of that gratitude. So we're now? Isn't that what I said? Look around inside the town to see if there's anything special. Su Yueguan casually said. So, are you going shopping? What's the problem? Or do you want to dig with them? I won't stop you either. Su Yueguan looked at the prominent figure of Lu Baixue beside her and snickered. Lu Baixue didn't say anything, obviously not wanting to go back. The two girls attracted a lot of male attention. It's summer in this world, and the people here are dressed very coolly. All men show their tendons, and all women show half of their pectoral muscles. Su Yueguan looked pleasing to the eye, or exotic women are good, the welfare is always issued sufficiently. Occasionally he could see a few bejeweled women winking at him, and at the same time eyeballing his own house, and the significance of that was obvious, the Moncler to play Perhaps because they were all trapped here and knew they couldn't get out, everyone was reckless. Wouldn't do anything illegal or harmful, but got a lot bolder. Along the way forward there were several men inviting Lu Baixue and Mari to hang out with them. But Lu Baixue politely declined them all. Every now and then, Su Yueguan would interject a sentence about how the two women liked to play with him in the clouds. Nonsense. After two more men left them, Lu Baixue glared angrily at Su Yueguan. Isn't this to help you drive them away? There's a lot of people in there this time of year, but not too many, about 100 or so, self-sufficient and kinda peachy. Su Yueguan looked around at the people who were farming, or cleaning, or watering cozily. It would be better without those monsters at night. Mari beamed. Unconsciously. The three had come to the edge of the woods on the south side of town, and there was a man ahead of them wandering in front of the woods. What's that guy doing? Willow White Snow wondered as she noticed the man wandering through the woods ahead of her. The man moved back and forth across the road in front of the woods, all the while mumbling something under his breath, as if he were saying something. This strange behavior naturally attracted the attention of several people. A few people walked towards the man. Hi there, I'm Seo. Seo Moonlight walked towards the man and spoke as she approached. The men found them, too. Seo? You're, like, the new ones? Came close, Su Yueguan saw the man's face, eyes black, a little late-night dark circles under the eyes, fluffy medium-length hair, while also giving a bit of a sinister feeling, small eyes dripping turn, always give a person a kind of unsuspecting look. Yes. Su Yueguan nodded her head, then looked at the road and the forest beside her and... What are you doing? The man walked back and forth between the woods and the road, seemingly measuring something. Oh, I'm measuring if these trees have moved, and you guys come see, I'm finding a lot of interesting things. The man casually walked forward while turning around and signaling for a few people to follow. Su Yueguan did not hesitate to follow. Lu Baixue and Molly looked at each other and hesitated for a moment to follow. My name is Steve, I'm a geological survey geographer, and I find everything and anything here to be very strange. Steve said. Strange? Which is strange? Su Yueguan's eyes lit up. Well, I've noticed that the trees seem to be moving on their own. I've been watching various parts of the town for a way out, and while I haven't found a way out, I have found some suspicious places. Steve didn't mince words when he told Suitsukikazu what he had discovered. After all, it didn't matter if he told Su Yuang and the others, everyone wanted to go out, and he was worried that Su Yuang wouldn't believe him. Oh? Then you found something suspicious. Su Yuang looked at the man in front of him as if he was looking at a treasure. Fantastic. And such a treasure of a man who had watched for himself in advance. I've noticed the trees here seem to move a little distance every year, a very small distance, but they do move, and, to show you something interesting. The man showed off his results with the excitement of a small child. Several people followed the excited man all the way towards the depths of the forest. Su Yuang observed the trees here, some of which had existed for at least 100 years. About 10 minutes later, the man finally stopped. Scanning the large trees around him, he finally locked his eyes in front of one with a hole in it and, "Come and watch, this will absolutely blow your minds." Steve waved at a few people, signaling them to approach the hole in the tree as well. Su Yuang smiled and followed. Mari and Lu Baixue looked around warily and followed suit. Steve was seen looking for a small stone on the ground, and then drew a smiley face on it with a pen, and gave Su Yuang a look to show that he had made a smiley face mark, and then threw it in towards the hole in the tree. The stone fell into the hole in the tree. Su Yuang looked at the other party in confusion, not understanding what he was doing. "Maybe it will work, maybe it won't, you guys look to the sky and be careful." The man remonstrated to Su Yuang and the others, looking at the sky somewhat like a madman. The behavior was confusing and strange, making Lu Baixue and Ma Li's already unattractive faces even more unsightly, and looking at the man's eyes also brought a faint caution. The man is a bit of a psychopath. Pattering sound. Suddenly, a slight sound came from Su Yuang's ears. He looked down at his feet as a rock fell from the sky to his feet. He subconsciously squatted down and picked it up to check it out, only to see that on it, there was this man's smiley face that he had just drawn on the stone. Chapter 96 Black Wild Dog, Storage Room. Su Yuang looked at the smiling face above him in contemplation, then looked up at the sky again. "What's the principle here?" Lu Baixue and Mali exclaimed out in shock at the same time. "This is the stone you just threw inside the tree hole?" "Right. Isn't that amazing?" Steve exclaimed. "None of them believe me, and I don't want to talk to them quacks, but I feel sure you're all wise." "Why?" Mari froze. "How about because you were willing to trust me to come here with me and watch me experiment on you? Wasn't that a very pleasant surprise, a very pleasant surprise?" The man grinned. The voice was also a little agitated. "You are crazy, it would be strange if someone could believe it," Lu Baixue said in his heart. "But why is this falling from the sky?" Lu Baixue frowned as she looked at the stone, then looked up at the azure sky, and finally put her eyes on the hole in the tree next to her. "Where does this hole in the tree lead?" "To the sky, and no matter what you throw in there, he's going to fall out of the sky, and it's going to fall in a different place every time, but it's always going to fall out of the sky. I don't know what the principle is, but I'm sure it must be beyond modern perceptions that can be understood." Su Yuang nodded. "Yes, but those monsters alone are already beyond common knowledge, and this hole in the tree is merely another coat for the town that already has a veil over it." "True, but I'm sure there's a reason for this. Once we find the reason, we will definitely be able to find a way out of this town," the man said firmly. Yes, Xiao Moonquang looked over at the man, her mouth grinning at the corners. "So, did you find anything else?" "Found a live treasure that had to be squeezed for value." "Well, not much else if you find it." Steve shook his head. Then coming to the edge of the hole in the tree, and sighing helplessly, "The people here are so used to living here just the way it is that not many think of leaving this town. If we could all work together to find these truths, we might have left this town long ago. The people in the town might have struggled a bit at first to find a way out, but after they were sure they couldn't find one, they gave up. There are very few people like Steve who persist in finding a way out." "Your idea is right," Lu Baixue said seriously. "As long as we keep searching, I'm sure we'll be able to find a way out of here." "Thanks." Steve was about to say thank you when he suddenly looked over at the hole in the tree. Woof woof woof. There was a barking sound coming from the hole in the tree. Steve's body lurched, then felt his brain swell a little. "Those barks echo in my head." Steve covered his ears with a slightly pained expression. "What's wrong?" Dogs barking." "Don't you hear it?" Steve yelled out in pain and nearly fainted. "I didn't hear that?" Willow White Snow froze, a little confused as to what was going on with Steve. "No, there's a sound, over there." Su Yuang looked in a direction in the forest. Over there, he also vaguely heard dogs barking. Somewhere inside the woods, a bald, dark-skinned man holding a wooden stick was somewhat alarmed at the wild dogs around him. "Get out! Get out of my way, all of you! Woof woof woof!" Around them, several black-haired wild dogs kept hissing at the man, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. Boo! Just then, a gunshot rang out through the forest. Ooh-hoo! A few burly, black-haired wild dogs were startled and fled the area in a hurry. The man was startled and looked in the direction of the gunshot. Then he saw 2 men and 2 women coming his way. "Steve!" The man shouted as he saw Steve frowning. "The other guy is crazy and acts a little weird, and they usually stay away from each other." "Jack, what brings you to the forest?" Steve frowned at the sight of the other man, whose hand still held a small pistol. There were quite a few guns inside this town, and the sheriff had one on him, but Su Yuang didn't expect Steve to have one on him. Jack, obviously preoccupied, didn't say much. "Thank you, I have something to do, so I won't talk to you guys." With that, he turned and walked away. "Who's this?" Looking at Jack's departing back, Lu Baishue frowned. How could the other party be here at this time? There's nothing in the neighborhood. Hardly anyone comes here. What's the other guy doing here? And with a preoccupied look. He's our granary keeper here, and he's brother and sister to Lena, the waitress at the restaurant." "The granary manager? What's he doing here?" Mari looked suspiciously in the direction the other man had left. "Who knows, those dogs just now felt so familiar to me." The man ignored Steve and looked in the direction the dingo had just left. "Familiar? Have you seen it before?" Essence bloomed in Su Yuang's eyes. "There's something wrong with these black dogs, too. How can there be wild dogs in such an enclosed area, and who owns them? What did you grow up eating?" I'm a little unsure, I'm going to go home and check it out." Steve hesitated. "Then go back together and take a look." Su Yuang felt that there was something very wrong with this Steve. The crowd was back in town. Steve's home. Where is it? Steve rummaged through the storage room, looking for it for half a day. Su Yuang was sitting next to the 2 girls in the living room and was in no hurry. "Oh, I remember." Steve's eyes suddenly lit up. "Where?" "In the town's storage barn. That's where all of the town's former belongings are kept, former, and now our own, anything that isn't used." "There are still places like this?" Su Yuang's eyes lit up. Go take a look. Putting in previous items guarantees no surprises. The storage barn was inside the Oriental-owned restaurant, the same place where Su Yuang and the others drank tea and ate lunch and breakfast. "Hey, want a drink?" No sooner had the 4 entered the store than a flat-faced burgundy-haired girl came up to a few of them and smiled inquiringly. The eyes still couldn't help but run towards Su Yuang's face. Apparently couldn't resist Seo Moonlight's face either. "Lena, we're going to the storage room, I want to find something I put in there before," the man said. "It's funny that this is the man's sister, one black and one white." Su Yuang looked at the other party's plain face and thought to herself. "The storage room? Okay, Grandma, they're going to the storage room, so please take them there," Lena said as she looked over to an older man who was at the dining cabinet. "A storage room? All right, follow me." The old man stood up and walked towards the interior of the restaurant, while waving to Su Yuang's several people. Inside the storage room, Steve looked back and forth on the shelves. There's a lot of stuff here, some of it put there by people in the past, some of it stored by people now. This. Soon, Steve found a cardboard box. A quick rummage through the box followed. A few breaths later he found a couple of paintings from within the box. "This is it. You guys look. Isn't it exactly like that dog?" Steve excitedly turned the painting around for Su Yuang and the others to see. The painting depicts the same town. The ground and the houses were sparsely and very scribbly drawn, and there seemed to be a lot of humanoid objects on the ground, and red stuff on the humanoid objects, and in the center, a solid black dog. It was very similar to one of the black dogs Su Yuang and the others had encountered in the forest. Chapter 97: A Town Full of Oddities. The painting is very blurry, but this black dog can clearly make out its shape. The gray and gloomy tone of the painting has an apocalyptic and despairing atmosphere. Where did this diagram come from? Yuang observed the black dog on the diagram, which was a bit blurry, and with the dated feel of the age, it gave off a very eerie feeling.
It's from that room of mine.
This picture is at least a dozen years old.
Steve looked at Yuang and said excitedly. You know what?
Dogs only live for a decade or so, and that dog just now didn't look any older.
This is why. Shouldn't that dog be dead already?
Mari said with wide eyes. She also had the same key.
Things had gotten a little out of whack, though the town was already a little out of whack. I think there must be something wrong with this.
Lu Baixue stroked her smooth chin in contemplation.
The dog should have been there a decade or even decades ago, so the question is, who painted this picture?
Why is the dog still alive again?
Yuang looked at Steve. What does it mean when dogs that are supposed to be dead actually reappear? This painting?
Steve froze. This painting is something I had right after I entered that room, something that existed right before. Maybe it was painted by the previous dead owner of that house?
A dead house owner, so why did he paint this picture? Also, the painting on it is a bit blurry, but the people lying on the ground should be dead, right?
Yuang looked at the humanoid object next to the black dog in the painting, with red accents on it, clearly a dead person. It does look like a dead person, and it still looks like a person who was killed by a monster, and the place of death should be inside the town.
Lu Baixue looked at the pattern on the painting.
It's either supposed to be, or it's the town, and there aren't many house buildings left here, except for the houses inside the town. I found this painting from under a cabinet in the basement. Why I painted it I'm not sure.
Steve shook his head.
You guys, does it ever feel like this painting is prophesying something? At this time, Mari spoke in a small voice. Seeing several people turn their heads, Mari was a little embarrassed, but still continued. I feel as if this is a reflection of the fate of this town. This painting gives me a feeling like it's a foreshadowing that everyone in this town is going to die. Mari's words made the three of them freeze and move their eyes to the painting, which kinda looked like it when Mari said so.
The town is still full of people now, so who are the people who died up here? But isn't it just the town? Prophecy? Steve's face went white and he seemed shocked. No, it can't be.
Nothing is absolute. What Mari guessed is really possible. Perhaps this painting is the downfall of the people inside this town.
Yuang said. Steve's face went even whiter. No.
He took a few steps back in some panic. Impossible.
This is absolutely impossible.
Steve's eyes were hollow and his mouth kept repeating impossible. Then he staggered and quickly rushed out towards the house, his body still bumping into something every now and then because he was swaying from side to side.
Crazy one.
Yuang looked at Steve, who went out in a panic and shook his head. Crazy, another crazy one.
Out of the storage room. Why don't you guys go hang out by yourselves? Yuang looked at the two girls beside him. What are you abandoning us for? Willow Whitesnow's face was expressionless. Mari looked at Yuang grudgingly. Yuang.
How is this picture like a negative man who spoils two girls and then wants to abandon them? I'm going to be alone to think about the clues I got today.
Who cares? Lu Baixue gave a haughty cry and held onto Molly's wrist. Molly, let's go shopping.
After saying that, he pulled the dumbfounded Mari towards the distance.
Yuang ignored the two men, walking and pondering as he digested the news he had gotten today.
Black dogs that haven't aged, recycled towns, weird undergrounds, and the stench of the birth point, oh yeah, and tree holes that fall out of the sky when you throw a rock in them and trees that move. The system issued a quest for me to investigate where these monsters came from.
There must be a connection, Yuang mused. By the way, Steve just measured the distance between the house and the forest, and it's the forest that's moving toward the town? Why move toward the town? Monster that moves towards the town's trees. Hey, Sue.
At that moment, a familiar voice came to his ears.
Yuang looked up. It was Mayor David, and the family they met in the morning as well as the older girl. Hi, Mayor David. Yuang walked over. Didn't you go to the forest? Did you find anything? David asked. No. Yuang casually smiled and didn't reveal her findings.
Well, to introduce you, this is Sam's family who were about to go on a trip but accidentally entered the town. We should be family from now on.
David said. Mayor David, is there really no way out? My wife and kids and I have a lot to do out there.
The man heard Mayor David's words a little anxious, looking at David's face that was a little tanned by the sun anxiously said.
It's impossible to get out, look around.
Mayor David and the men explained the situation here. The two children were quietly watching from the sidelines. Because of their age, they didn't know the seriousness of the matter. Even the older girl was looking at Su Yueguang with a desire to explore, very interested in the somewhat good-looking Su Yueguang. Noticing that both the girl and the little boy were looking at him, Su Yueguang grinned, counting it as a greeting. This smile made the boy feel like he saw his future self. Makes a girl feel like she sees her future husband. However, she was not like a girl from Shenlong country who would look away due to embarrassment. Instead, she boldly discharged her eyes towards Su Yueguang, and also bit her lips lightly with quite a deep meaning. But Su Yueguang didn't care about the reactions of the two men. Saying goodbye to Mayor David, he headed for the rest of the town. Continue to think about what just happened. The sky was getting cloudy and Su Yueguang found the three Zhang Xiufei who had dug up the ground. By now the three were sweating profusely, and there was an extra deep pit in the otherwise flat floor of the basement. The three men had dug a hole nearly 3 meters deep, but the wire was still going down, with no sign of bottoming out. "You're here." "No, it's deep down here, we can't dig to the bottom." Lu Xiaoji shook his head and said, "It's indeed too deep. It might be better to use an excavator, but unfortunately we don't have one with us, and the mall won't allow us to buy any more items." Zhang Xiufei said. Su Yueguang came to the edge of the pit and nodded as he looked at the wires in the pit that were still stretching downward. "Have you discovered anything?" Zhang Xiufei looked at Su Yueguang, feeling that Su Yueguang could definitely discover something. "Found it, trees outside the town that move toward the town, and a hole in a tree inside the forest that will fall from the sky if you throw something in it, and a painting." Su Yueguang told all the information he got today to a few people as a way of repaying them for their sweaty heads. Originally, these things have nothing to do with them, but also so hard to dig such a big deep pit. Tired and sweaty, he felt a little embarrassed. So this town is full of oddities? Zhang Xiufei also thought of the crux of the matter. So what happens if these trees come to town? The tree is closing in on the town, so what happens when the tree comes to town? Who knows, maybe it will obliterate the town. Have you guys ever thought that this tree might represent the monster, and that when it moves to the town is when it kills all the villagers, and that the dog's appearance is a sign that the town will soon be devoured, and the inhabitants will be killed by the monster? Lu Xiaoji voiced his speculation. Zhou Yang, who was next to him, never said a word and listened to the trio's explanation. That shouldn't be the case. These monsters are slaughtering the NPCs here whether they reach the town or not, so there's no need to wait until the tree is moved to the town. There must be another reason. As for the dog, there's definitely something wrong with the appearance. In fact, it's just a matter of figuring out who the owner is. Is that goddamned guy still around? I don't know where it went. Su Yueguang shook her head. So are we still digging now? Lu looked to the deep pit in the ground. There's no need to dig. It's pointless to dig any further. It looks like we have to look for clues from other places. Zhang Xiufei threw down the shovel. Hey, wasted effort. Lu Xiaoji rubbed his shoulders. Wait, what's this? Suddenly, Su Yueguang saw a foreign object inside the mound of dirt he dug out. Su Yueguang took it out, and it was also a painting. Zhang Xiufei hurriedly brought his head over to look at the contents of the painting with Su Yueguang. At a glance, on the painting, there is a boy and a girl holding hands, and behind them, there is a man and a woman. Chapter 98 Confession of a Beautiful Nurse. What the hell is this? A family? Lu Xiaoji wondered. Yes, it's a family. If I'm not mistaken, I should have seen this family before. Su Yueguang muttered. This town is getting interesting. You've seen it? How is that possible? The traces on this painting look like it should have been in the ground for an unknown number of years. It's all about to rot. How could you have seen it? Zhang Xiufei frowned. How many years ago this painting was painted is not even known. Then it means that the family members on it are also people from years ago. How did Su Yueguang meet these people? Those people should all be dead by now. After all, the previous owner of the house had died before they had a chance to live in it. Well, I'm also guessing because the town came to a family today, a family of 4 as well. Su Yueguang did not hide it. What came today has nothing to do with this painting, right? Lu Xiaoji wondered. It's okay. Su Yueguang nodded without further explanation. Okay, it's going to be dark soon, be safe. Su Yueguang left the gloomy and dim basement after saying that. Coming outside the room, the twilight sky was deep and Chu Tianqi was wide. The sun is setting in the sky. The air became heavy and depressing as if pieces of dark clouds were about to press down. The residents of the town, who were busy during the day, all began to pick up speed, quickly making their way to their homes after working on what they had to do. Darkness is coming and monsters are about to attack. Hi, Mr. CO? Yuang was about to go look for Steve again when he was stopped. Looking to the side of the road, a girl was standing at attention. And you are? Aisha? Aisha, the beautiful nurse who took care of Zhong Li Mai. Yuang looked at the other party, slim figure, about 1.7 meters, long blonde hair on both shoulders, like autumn water eyes staring at Yuang. There seems to be 1,000 kinds of style in his eyes. Wearing a floral dress seems to be a little small, the rounded curves are perfectly displayed in front of Yuang's eyes. What is even more appealing is that the clothes worn by people here are low cut, and the other party's whiteness are clearly displayed in front of Yuang's eyes. You remember me? Aisha's eyes lit up when she heard Yuang call out her name. I thought you didn't know my name. Aisha's somewhat thin face snickered. The mayor told me. What's up? For one thing, I stay on the second floor of the asylum at night, and your friend is there, so I'd like to ask you to come along and take care of your friend. By the way, you can visit my room on the second floor, and if you like it, you can stay in my room tonight as well. This town is not shy about men and women, and a big handsome guy like Yuang who just came here will soon become the meat and potatoes, so he won't have a chance then. So Aisha decided to get a head start. Even the very cheerful Aisha couldn't help but blush a little when she said that. But the eyes were still fixed on Yuang, without the slightest intention of moving away, as if they wanted to know Yuang's answer. Visit your room? Is he serious about this visit? He won't go if he's serious. Yuang looked up and down at the tightly dressed Aisha. Her figure was good, it was the Western face that he always felt didn't look as good as the Oriental. It was otherworldly and beautiful, but he only wanted to play games, not women. It's still true that women are not as fun as games. I still have some things to do tonight, I might not be able to go, I'll come back tomorrow during the day. Yuang smiled, politely refusing. Aisha froze. It was rejected? Although it was euphemistic, Yuang's refusal was obvious. However, she didn't have any lost expression, and seemed to have been prepared for this, and came to Yuang's body, standing opposite to Yuang, her thin face still slightly red. It's okay, you're always welcome in my room, ABA. Well, good night. Surprisingly, he poked out his little head and blazed a bite on Yuang's face, then quickly turned back and turned around. Evening, N. Yuang touched his face. Westerners are all good, just this is not good. Meat on the kiss, this in case there is any disease infection. How to do? Yuang. Isn't it comfortable to kiss a beautiful woman? Just then, Lu Baishua's cold and gnashing voice came from behind her again. Turning back, he saw Lu Baishua and the mayor walking towards him. So you sidetracked us to get a girl. You're quite good at it, aren't you? It's only the first day here and you've already gotten a girl. Lu Baishua laughed and smiled. Yuang shrugged his shoulders. It's not a girl grooming, it's just a kiss goodbye gift given by the other party. Oh no, CO, it's not a kiss goodbye salute. There are only so many people in our town, there is no such thing as a kiss goodbye salute. Oh, I think Aisha has fallen for you 80%, Su. The mayor said to Yuang with a bad smile. This mayor kinda likes to watch the fun. Do you like all this gossip when you're old? By the way, I forgot to tell you that there is free love within the town, and no objection to polygamy, as long as you can work out the problem of marital harmony. Mayor David badgered and moved his eyes over the trio of Lu Baishue and Mari and Yuang. Mari Lu Baishue. This one's pretty good, democracy, the girl? Or you can be monogamous. David shrugged. This trapped world is fine with polygamy and polyandry, after all, it's going to be trapped for life, and it's too much of a shame to have to be bound by all those rules and regulations for the rest of your life. Yuang. Ahem. Yuang coughed and stopped talking about it. Mayor, why are you with Snow and the others? Oh yeah, this one I was going to have a suite for each of the Snow girls. But they said they don't want to live in the new house, they want to live with you, so I came to get your opinion, so if it's okay then that's it? Although he already knew how Yuang would answer, he still had to inquire about what should be asked once more. Yes, by the way Mayor David, have you seen Steve? Yuang glanced at Lu Baishue and Mali, whose gazes were somewhat evasive, and eventually looked again to ask. No. Should be home by now. In addition to you, the new family of Mr. and Mrs. Smith will also be joining our big family today, so I hope that we can all get along in the future. Mayor David said amiably.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith?
Where did they live?
Su Yuan thought of the portrait.
Oh, it's right next to your house, yo. I hope you guys get along. It's getting late. I'm going home to get my bell to remind people to go home, and you guys go home early after dinner.
Thank you, Mayor.
Although the town is filled with crisis and weirdness, everyone is trying to have as much fun as possible.
But Su Yuan didn't notice.
Just as Isa was kissing him, in some nearby room, a girl was staring at them through a stale window, her eyes dead on. Chapter 99, The years have smoothed out our edges. The night wiped out the last vestiges of the sun, and the night fell slowly like a curtain in a theater. The town fell silent, even the sound of insects disappeared without a trace. The blackness of the town at night was like an endless abyss that swallowed everything living into it, leaving only the humans languishing in their dilapidated houses. Su Yuan looked outside into the black sky. The moon seemed like a shy little daughter-in-law, shyly hiding in the clouds. Su Yuan sighed a bit. Time flies like an arrow and the sun and moon are like a shuttle. The years have smoothed our edges and turned us from shapes to colors.
Boo!
A teddy bear smashed into Su Yuan's head.
Can you be decent? Lu Baixue gritted her teeth.
Su Yuan didn't care about the smashed head, still with his hands behind his back, looking out into the night sky, handsome and dashing.
Honey, can you open a window? It's so cold out here. Aisha came to the window and looked at Su Yuan tenderly and pitifully through the window and said. The pathetic look was particularly heartbreaking.
Lu Baixue and Ma Li's hearts jumped when they heard the voice, and they hurriedly got up and came behind Su Yuan. Seeing the woman outside, both of their faces changed in unison. Su Yuan, come here.
This woman must be a monster. Don't be afraid, it's not like she can get in. I was looking for someone to talk to. Su Yuan turned around and smiled, full of disinterest.
He then looked out at Aisha and said as gently as the other, since you've called me darling, I'll be merciful and leave you a match outside tomorrow to help keep you warm.
No, darling, I don't want matches, I want you. Elsa was vocal, and even more so when she spoke. If you want me to, then I'll ask a question. You ask, and I will answer. Who's your mom? Honey, what are you talking about? Just open the window and let me in, will you?
Aisha still had that soft expression on her face. No, you have to tell me who your mom is today. Tell me and I'll open a window for you.
Okay, my mother is Tina, can you let me in now?
Aisha tried to appear as gracious as possible.
In the back, Lu Baixue and Molly were on edge, worried that Su Yuan would really open the window.
Instead, Su Yuan turned her head. Hey guys, this demon is stupid, it really thinks that answering the question will make me open the window for it.
Who to?
Both girls breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Aisha's affectionate expression froze for a moment.
But this time the demon wasn't furious. Instead, the affectionate expression on his face slowly flattened, and he turned and left. Huh, not freaking out this time?
Su Yuan looked at Aisha's back as she left and raised her eyebrows in shock. Why was she so nice this time?
Aisha ignored Su Yuan and kept walking towards a dark place unseen by the darkness of the night. Just when Su Yuan thought that the other party would not follow through.
Suddenly, there was a frantic tapping at the door.
Open the door. Su Yuan. Open the door.
It was the voice of Zhong Limai, sounding urgent and panicked.
Zhong Limai? Changing monsters this time? Su Yuan looked toward the door and snickered. Not a monster. I'm Zhong Limai. Asshole. Open the door. Something happened at the hospital.
The monsters are all coming in, I barely escaped, open the door for me.
I want to go in.
The voice grew anxious, as if something was chasing him.
Something happened at the hospital? Lu Baixue's eyes snapped open. The other guy knew the hospital and didn't sound like a monster. Su Yuan, could it be true?
Yeah, Brother Moonlight, this seems to be real, it doesn't sound like a fake. It didn't seem fake to either girl.
True or false? Even Su Yuan, hearing this kind of voice, nodded her head in agreement with the two. So, us?
The two men looked toward the door with some hesitation.
You guys aren't going to open the door just because it's real, are you? Su Yuan looked at the two unexpectedly.
Noticing that both men were staring at the doorway and had tangled faces, he said with some surprise.
I know I can't drive, Lu Baixue bit her red lip, but what if the other person is real?
Of course we don't open it, there's no guarantee that it's real, then it could be a monster, and even if the other side is real it has nothing to do with us. Su Yuang sat down on the sofa, although it was a bit cruel, but death is so ruthless within the game. He was sure that if it were the other side would never open the door either.
Have you forgotten how they abandoned you? In their eyes, you were supposed to be dead. I saved you. Without me, you guys would be dead right now. Su Yuang calmly said. The voice was flat as water, as if it were an emotionless machine. The two heard Su Yuang's words and the hesitation on their faces stagnated. Su Yuang was right. If it wasn't for Su Yuang saving them, they really would have died.
The faces of the two men gradually turned cold. A glance was exchanged, followed by a look around.
What are you doing? Seeing the two looking around as if they were searching for something, Su Yuang asked.
It's nothing, we want to find nails and also wooden boards to see if we can seal the window and the door, lest he breaks the door open, which would also put us in danger.
Lu Baixue said in a cold voice. Su Yuang was right. Spared his life to save a bunch of scum. It's not worth it. Don't let the other side harm them again at this time. Su Yuang. Strong, it's harder than his heart. Even if you don't let them in, you're still afraid that the other side will break in. That's how much you can't wait for the other guy to die. Regardless of the two girls who were preparing to seal the window, Su Yuang looked towards Zhong Lini, who was still tapping and screaming at the door. Something happened at the hospital? Were these monsters pretending something was wrong with the hospital to try to get him to let himself in, or was something really wrong with the hospital? They're just borrowing the excuse. Su Yuang always felt that something was wrong. Something's not really happening at the hospital, is it? Chapter 100, the exact same painting.
But hospitals also have crosses, so it stands to reason that nothing should happen.
The cross is taken very seriously by all and will never be taken off easily by anyone. Early in the morning, Su Yuang woke up early.
Didn't bother the two girls who were still sleeping.
Su Yuang went straight out the door towards the hospital.
He always felt there was something wrong with the hospital. It probably wasn't a coincidence that the monster came for them last night. There were also some residents within the town on the road who were up early. But as if it were an appointment, it was headed toward the hospital as he was. When Su Yuang arrived at the hospital, he found that a portion of the residents had already converged outside the hospital. Su Yuang squeezed in towards the inside of the crowd. Upon entering, he saw traces of bright red blood dripping all over the floor of the hospital hall. All this blood came from the two bodies in the living room.
Zhong Limai and Aisha.
Two corpses on the ground, one with a clean and thin face, and the other with rough and short hair. The five senses were dug out or cut off, and the internal organs and flesh and blood were all cut off, and the bones that had been removed from the flesh and blood were exposed to the air, and there was also shredded flesh and blood sticking to them, so that the watchers' scalps were all numb.
Really dead. Something really happened at the hospital. He confessed to him yesterday, and today he's dead. Su Yuang remembered that the little girl who was still a little shy yesterday, died so tragically in front of him today, and his mood was a little complicated. Make way, trouble, what happened?
A stubble-faced man also squeezed in beside Su Yuang at the front of the crowd, looking out into the hospital's halls, and it was the husband of one of the smiths who had just moved in yesterday.
It is. I'm new here and I'm curious. Going to the front of the crowd, he saw the two bloodied bodies in the living room. Never having seen such a bloody scene before, he blanched as the smell of blood in the air and the bloody, horrific scene on the ground irritated his retinas and nose. I'm going out for a bit.
The man sprinted toward the crowd with another white face, found a spot and began to vomit. This kind of scene is too horrible, to stimulate the eyeballs. The first time to see this kind of scene not many people can stand. Inside the room was a serious-looking Mayor David, and Mayor David's deputy, Fatty.
The two men looked at the bodies on the ground in pain.
All the people at the hospital are dead, as well as Porter, the other caretaker upstairs, and the head nurse.
Fatty looked to the mayor, his face heavy.
The mayor closed his eyes upon hearing this, and held a piece of the cross in his hand in a death grip, as if he were about to pinch the palm of his hand and bleed it out. The clenched fists represented his disturbed and angry heart. It pained Mayor David to see his companions killed one by one, but there was nothing he could do.
Su Yuang looked deeply at the cross in Mayor David's hand, then turned to leave. Hey, Sukiakari Seo, what's going on here?
Just after leaving the crowd, he ran into Zhang Xiaofei's few people.
Zhong Limai is dead.
Seeing the way a few people look, they should have just gotten up.
Do you guys live together? How come you're all together at all times?
Yeah, a few of us live together for safety, and we take turns sleeping on duty at night. Lu Xiuji explained. Su Yuang froze, so cautious. The caution of these three guys was somewhat justified, though, and he thought of Zhang Limai. You're saying that Zhang Limai is dead? Zhang Xiufei stood out at this time and frowned. Yes, dead, killed by a monster. Something should have gone wrong with the cross. Something wrong with the cross? What problem? Zhang Xiufei was startled that something had gone wrong with the cross, and sure enough, his caution was right. His greatest fear was that something would go wrong with that cross. This game world bans all of their attacks. In the face of monsters, they are ordinary people with no hands, no different from the townspeople here. Once the cross goes wrong, they'll have to face those horrible monsters. Su Yuang spread his hands. This might be something you'll have to ask the town mayor about, I'm just guessing. Where is the town mayor? Zhang Xiufei pursued. Su Yuang pointed to the crowd behind him, still in the hospital. The body is there too, go see for yourself and you'll know, bye. Siotsuki Akari put her hands behind her head again and walked towards a man in the distance. Seeing Su Yuang's back as she left, Zhang Xiufei's few people walked towards the hospital with a gloomy expression and just entered the hospital. Just saw the mess all over the floor, blood on the floor as if drawing big letters on the ground distributed in various places. It made one's heart skip a beat to look at the two corpses that had their bodies hollowed out, and the twisted faces that had no facial features. Just one look made Lu Xiuji feel like he was going to lose sleep again tonight. Mayor, what's going on? How did they get killed by the monster? Zhang Xiufei came to the town mayor's side and said in a deep voice. Zhang, you're here, this cross was touched on the ground, probably by whoever did it by accident. David said casually, his face still steeped in self-reproach. He felt it was all a matter of his own failure to manage. Who's careless? How could it be? Hearing Mayor David say this, Lu Xiuji's few people were shocked. This is obviously man-made. Mayor David froze, man-made? You guys are saying that someone killed them on purpose? How is that possible? He shook his head. He was familiar with everyone within this town. He didn't believe that the residents within this town would victimize others. Why is it impossible? Zhang Xiufei frowned. If this cross is man-made, Mayor, don't you think it could be anyone? No, I trust everyone here. We didn't know each other before we entered the town, and we didn't have any grudges after we entered the town, so why would we want to harm each other? David said seriously. Zhang Xiufei did not know what to say for a moment when he saw David's resolute attitude. People's hearts are in the right place, and who can tell if someone didn't do it on purpose? But seeing how determined David was, Zhang Xiufei's few people eventually did not say anything else and turned around to leave the place. It must be man-made. How could this have been accidentally touched off? Leaving the hospital. Lu Xiuji said angrily, who the hell is trying to harm us? Zhang Limai did not live in no accident. As soon as he lived in the hospital, there was an accident. It was hard for them not to associate Zhang Limai with the accident. I think we need to be more careful at night. Zhou Yang, who was next to him, suddenly spoke up. That's right, rotating duty is right, we must keep an eye on the cross at night. Zhang Xiufei's brows furrowed as he glanced back, his mind spinning rapidly as. The game really isn't that simple this time. Hi Mr. Smith, are you okay? Over here, Su Yuang found Smith. Smith was still a little pale. Seeing that it was Su Yuang who rushed over, squeezed out a forced smile on his ugly face. It's fine. That would have grossed him out just now. It also made him even more determined to get out of here. Gotta get out of here. Otherwise, what happens to those people inside the hospital might be what happens to him and his family. Well, would you like to join us for some breakfast? The dining room should be ready for breakfast by now. Where is your family? Oh, at home, I'll get them. Come along, I'm alone anyway. Su Yuang smiled and expressed her goodwill. Smith nodded and said nothing more. For the harmless-looking Su Yuang, he didn't have much defense, mainly because Su Yuang was too young, and he felt that even if Su Yuang was in any danger, he would be able to solve it. The mayor had also told him that Su Yuang had also just arrived. He only thought it was because Su Yuang wanted the newcomers to help each other. But naturally, Su Yuang didn't think so. Arriving at Smith's home, the two kids were already sitting at the dinner table. Seeing his father return, he happily called out to him. Then saw Su Yuang behind them, all lit up. Dad? He is? The eldest daughter's big eyes stared at Su Yuang without blinking, a smile at the corner of her mouth. He's been in town for the last 2 days like us, Easterner, Moonlight. Sue, just call him Sue. Smith casually introduced Sue Yuang, then walked upstairs and... Sue, please keep an eye on them for me while I go and call my wife Jane for dinner. Okay, Sue Yuang gave an okay sign. Hey brother, did you just get here too? No sooner had his father gone up than the little boy took an interest in the very handsome brother and initiated inquiries. Yeah, I came a day earlier than you guys and I'm stuck in this town too. Sue Yuang laughed gently. The gentle smile made the girl next to her unable to look away, then she took the initiative to go forward and extend her small hand to Sue Yuang. Hey there, I'm Emily. The girl's eyes were full of all sorts of meanings, and although she was not yet 20, her incipient breasts were slightly visible, and she was dressed extraordinarily boldly, with short sleeves that did not hide her bright figure and the whiteness of her neck underneath. Hello, just call me Sue. Sue Yuang responded with a smile as well. Sue, are you from the East? Emily took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Yes, Oriental. Instead of focusing on the girl, Sue Yuang glanced around the room, eventually resting his eyes on the dining table. I've heard that all Orientals know martial arts, do you, big brother? The little boy seemed to be very interested in Sue Yuang. Sue Yuang froze after hearing this, martial arts? No, a little bit. He came to the table and casually scanned the table, which had a few paintbrushes and a painting on it. Then can you teach us? My sister and I are both interested in Oriental martial arts. Both kids were a little excited. Sue, I kinda want to learn too. Emily thought about teaching martial arts, which seemed to be taught close to the heart, right? Wouldn't that make it seem intimate? For a while various scenes of Sue Yuang teaching her martial arts appeared out of her mind. For example, straight up, old, eagles on the wing. Yes, before that, can I ask who painted this? Seo Moon Kwang held up the painting on the dining table to show the two children. Although he already knew who had painted it, he still wanted to be sure. On the painting were two children, a boy and a girl, holding hands, and were only half drawn, apparently with someone else behind them, leaving a blank space. And this boy and girl Sue Yuang were very familiar with. The pigments used in color were all the same as the painting that Zhang Xiaofei's few people had found out exactly the same. Chapter 101 Steve the Brainy. I drew this. The little boy laughed happily. Isn't it pretty, brother? I'm going to add mommy and daddy to it. Sue Yuang smiled and laughed. It's pretty, very pretty. Remember to finish this painting. My brother's name is Eddie. I can also draw and dance. Maybe we can dance together sometime. The older girl stared at Sue Yuang and took the initiative to invite. Dancing? Emily, maybe daddy and I can join in. Oh. A mature woman's voice came from upstairs. Several people looked up the stairs as Smith and Jane came down. Jane was a woman in jean shorts and camouflage short sleeves, her clothes a little baggy, and much like Emily, both had flashy pecs on display. Seeing his own daughter's appearance smiling wistfully, he seemed to have read his daughter's mind, but did not say anything about it. Hi there, my name is Sue. Sue Yuang took the initiative to greet the woman. Hello, I'm Emily's mother, Jane, nice to meet you. Jane also had a pretty good impression of Sue Yuang. Come on, it's time to eat. Smith greeted. The crowd arrived at the restaurant, and the Smith family was enthusiastically inquiring about Sue Yuang Dongfang. Emily, in particular, was especially enthusiastic about Sue Yuang. Hey Seo, can I have lunch with you if I'm free? As several people finished their meal and were about to leave, the restaurant waitress, Lena, caught up with Sue Yuang and took the initiative to invite her with a smile. Lunch? Yes. Sue Yuang looked at the girl with a little freckle on her face and didn't refuse, smiling. Able to bring my friends along though? I still have some Oriental friends. Eh? Lena's words trailed off, then she squeezed out a not-so-natural smile, of course. Thanks, I'll see you at noon then. Sue Yuang left. Lena kept her eyes on top of Sue Yuang's back. The mayor passing by noticed Lena's gaze on Sue Yuang for a moment, then smiled knowingly and walked into the distance with a laugh and a shake of her head. Under his breath, he muttered something about how he thought I was so popular back in the day. Returning home, Sue Yuang found the two slackers still sleeping. Lu Baishua's sleeping position was more civilized, curled up on her side in the quilt, quietly resting soundly. Mari sleeps in a naive manner, hugging the bunk, long legs exposed to the air, and murmuring under her breath, not knowing what she is talking about. Sue Yuang didn't bother the two after looking at them. Out the door to Steve's house. That painting says a lot. Two identical paintings.
It couldn't have been drawn by two people, only by the little boy. Then this is even more interesting. The little boy just got here today. When did he draw that picture and why is it in the ground? Soon, Yuang arrived at Steve's home. Bang, bang, bang.
Knocking on the door, the guys were soon opened to reveal Steve's somewhat lewd and disheveled face.
Hi, Steve. Hi, and you are? Steve looked at Yuang in front of him in confusion, seemingly a little puzzled as to who Yuang was. Yuang froze for a split second looking at the other party's puzzled expression, then reacted, "You don't recognize me? Should I know you?" Steve said after a moment's hesitation. Yuang's mouth slightly opened as she looked at the other party for a moment, not knowing what to say. Don't recognize him? So he saw a hell of a Steve yesterday? Then do you remember what happened yesterday? Yuang asked tentatively. Yesterday? Steve scratched his head. I forgot where I was yesterday, why do you ask? Yuang's words trailed off. Then do you remember the matter of the town's trees moving? What are you talking about? What trees moving? There's something wrong with you. Hearing Yuang keep saying inexplicable words here, Steve frowned and directly closed the door. Boo! The door slammed heavily. The door was only 0.1 inch away from Yuang's nose, and almost Yuang's nose collapsed. At that time, Yuang was wondering if there was something wrong with Steve's brain. What are you doing? Just as Yuang was pondering what was wrong with Steve's brain, the mayor's voice came from behind him. Yuang looked back at the mayor. Mayor David, this Steve? Yuang stretched out her index finger and turned it around at her temple. Steve has a bit of a brain problem and sometimes forgets what's happened before. And a real brainiac. Oh, was he always in his right mind? Yes, it's always been there. He's a native of this town, and I've known he's had it ever since I entered it. People inside the town have always thought that he's brain dead and nervous, so no one wants to talk to him, and you'd better stay away from him as well, so you don't get infected. Mayor David kindly reminded. Born and raised in the town. Yuang's eyes lit up. This was an important clue. It showed that the other side definitely knew more about the town. Got it, Mayor David, I've got a little business to attend to first. Yuang smiled and nodded her head in appreciation, then walked towards the forest. About 10 minutes later, Seal Moonshine found the grove of trees where they were brought by Steve yesterday. In the middle of the forest, huge trees stood in the sky. Looking up, you couldn't even see the tops of the trees at a glance, and the rough, broad tree lines proved that all of these large trees were at least 100 years old. Lush, dense green foliage shielded the first blazing sun, spilling large swaths of sword-like light and sunlight into the forest. There were countless dead yellow fallen leaves on the ground. The fresh, cool air in your nose is invigorating. Seal Moonlight caught a glimpse of the tree he had been brought to see by Steve yesterday. Everything seemed normal. But Yuang didn't feel normal at all. He came to that hole in the tree and glanced at the depths of the. He's sure this is the same tree that threw the rock yesterday. But he turned his head again and looked beside this great tree, somehow. Next to this giant tree, which yesterday had nothing next to it, there is another redwood tree with rough tree lines. Chapter 102 Branches falling from the sky. So, am I misremembering, or did this tree actually pop up today? Yuang came to the redwood that was about as thick as a thigh and reached out to caress it. The bark is rough, just like the big trees in the mountains. The forest, the stench, the same painting. If he remembered correctly, the large tree had come out of nowhere again. Is it normal that after the deaths of the people at the John Lame Hospital yesterday, these trees popped up today? And Steve, memory gone, saw him yesterday, don't recognize him today. Is it really in your head, or is there something to it? Is it really just insanity? Having lived within the town all his life, it was clear that he might know more about what was going on within the town, and it was his brain that was the problem. I left too quickly earlier. I should have asked the mayor if there were other people who had been living in the town. He's just thinking about the tree. He then took an axe from his belt. Looking over to the large, 100-year-old hole-in-the-ground tree next to him, he smiled wistfully. Now that we know there's something wrong with the tree, it's natural to look into it. Bang. Bang. The forest resounded with the rhythmic sound of trees being cut down. Tree shavings fall to scatter on top of the yellow leaves.
Su Yuang removed his top and showed off that perfect muscular curve. His firm biceps were no less than any Mr. Bodybuilder. 10 minutes or so later, a large tree was cut down. Creak. The last hint of a connected branch snapped and clicked. The giant tree made a squeezing sound while the entire tree fell over towards one side. Pattering sound. Rumble. As a huge tree as thick and tall as a skyscraper collapsed, it even smashed into several other trees, the errant branches and leaves flying and drifting in the sky. The 100-year-old redwood tree was cut down through the hole in the tree, and the center of the irregular cut revealed the dark hole in it. Su Yuang probed her head towards the inside of the tree hole. Nothing could be seen, it was like a black hole absorbing all the light, blacker than the night. The hand with the axe reached in towards the inside of the tree hole, trying to see if it could reach the bottom, but even after poking half of his body in, he still couldn't touch the bottom. Strange, how cool nothing can touch it. Su Yuang muttered and looked her sight to the branch next to her. Her hand was too short, looking for a long branch might reveal a little something. Su Yuang pulled her hand out and just got up. Suddenly he crouched down again. When did the shoelaces come apart? Su Yuang muttered. Call out. The very moment he crouched down, a slight cracking sound rang in his ears. The back of Su Yuang's head was cold, and something seemed to have grazed the top of his head. Boo! A stone crashed on top of the trunk of the tree next to Su Yuang, firmly set in the body of the tree. Su Yuang heard the sound and turned her head to look at the source of the sound, which was the trunk of a tree that had been smashed out nearly an inch deep. He sucked in a breath of cold air. What the hell? Smashed into the inside of a tree trunk. I'll be damned. Quickly turning his head in the direction from which the stone flew, the giant trees stood, tall trees swaying with the breeze, not a single silhouette, only what looked like one like a giant. All is quiet, the wind and the sun are warm. Nothing. But the rock just now he was sure was man-made. Gone? Turning back after making sure the people had left, Su Yuang came to the giant tree studded with stones. Stone. Su Yuang looked at the trunk of the tree. In the middle of the trunk is ordinary small stones. Strange power. What kind of method is used to make the stone look like a bullet with such a strong impact? Su Yuang gouged out the stone with some disbelief. This rock wouldn't be dead if it had just hit him in the head. It was probably capable of going through his temples on the spot, dead as a doornail. Su Yuang was shocked, not scared shocked, but surprised at the strength of this person. Someone must have tried to kill him, who it was aside, this hand of stone throwing alone was no ordinary person. Luck. Su Yuang looked down at his shoelaces. It seemed that Lady Luck was on his side again. The corners of Su Yuang's mouth curled up as an excited smile gradually appeared on his face. It's really getting interesting. Who tried to kill me? And what was the method used to throw the stone over? Su Yuang casually threw the stone onto the ground next to him. While thinking in his head, he came to a relatively straight branch of a tree. All the branches of the tree were cut off and trimmed into a smoother branch, poking nearly a dozen meters into the hole in the tree. Su Yuang muttered, "Who wants to kill me? And why is trying to kill me? It doesn't make sense. The monster might want to kill him, but the monster certainly couldn't come out during the day or there would be no fun. Who is that if not a monster? The guy who got the hospital cross off yesterday?" The branch probed into the hole in the tree and was not hindered in any way. It's like it's really a bottomless pit that stretches all the way down to the deepest part. Eventually the branches were all thrown in, but there was still nothing out of the ordinary, and looking up into the sky there were no branches coming out of nowhere. No. Su Yuang muttered and loosened her hands. The 10-meter-long branch looked like it had been absorbed by a black hole and disappeared without a trace. Su Yuang looked up at the sky, trying to see where the branch would fall from. But after waiting a little while, he didn't wait for the branch. What the hell? Didn't it fall off yesterday? How come it didn't fall off today? Or did it fall somewhere else? Su Yuang frowned slightly. Forget it, go back first. All that work for nothing and nothing to show for it. Su Yuang returned within the town somewhat lost. Slowly back to the town, just saw Zhang Xiufei. Several people assisted the middle-aged man Zhou Yang toward the hospital. Zhou Yang's pants on his legs at this time broke open a mouth, and his face was unsightly to the extreme. Hello? What are you doing? Su Yuang walked quickly towards the several people, and after coming close, he directed his gaze towards Zhou Yang's pants that had torn open a hole. It was covered with blood, even wetting his pants legs, and was obviously badly injured. "Hey, stop it." Several people stopped when they saw Su Yuang. Lu Shirji said with a sad face. Zhou Yang went to the woods to use the restroom, and when he came back, a weird branch fell from the sky and just grazed his leg. This town is really weird and dangerous. It's weird that a branch fell from the sky while we were walking. I really don't want to stay in this hellhole for a moment. If I hit my head next time, how can I live? Chapter 103, Spooky Cellar, Empty Window. This is a real disaster. Lu Shouji, a face of fear, thanks to be smashed to Zhou Yang, which if smashed to him shall not cry to death. Zhang Xiufei also looked up to the sky with a serious expression. It's really weird here, the sky still drops things, I don't know what's going on, and I doubt more will come out later. There's even those monsters, they don't fall from the sky too, do they? He's also a little scared, at any moment he could fall from a height, which who isn't afraid? Tomorrow we're staying in the house all the time except for dinner, we can't just go out anymore, and later you'd better get a helmet too or you'll be in trouble if something goes wrong. These words were said by Zhang Xiufei to Su Yuang. The expression was serious, and it was clear that there was no hint of a joke. Su Yuang looked at Zhou Yang's legs in silence. Branches. It can't be that coincidental, can it? The branch he threw and wouldn't happen to hit Zhou Yang, would it? It's a bit embarrassing. Should I tell them I threw it? It's better not to talk about such things that ruin friendships between friends. Then looked up to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang at this time is still a thin and weak appearance, only at this time more pain. His mind almost collapsed. Who would have thought that a 10-meter-long tree branch could fall from the damn sky? That is, he reacted quickly to stop. If he didn't react, the branch would have hit him squarely in the head. With this smashing, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of the woods today. By the way, Zhou Yang, did you just go to the grove? Su Yuang remembered Lu Xiuji's words just now and opened her mouth to ask. As he asked this, his eyes stared at Zhou Yang without blinking, wanting to see the other party's attitude. Yeah, just went to the restroom. How did I know something like this would happen? Lu Xiuji didn't think much about it and grabbed it. Well, went to the restroom. I didn't think that going to the restroom could cause trouble for everyone, please. Zhou Yang apologized and laughed. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The eyes were also looking straight at Su Yuang without the slightest bit of color. Su Yuang looked at the other party's soft eyes and nodded, smiling slightly, then hurry up and go to the hospital, don't delay the wound from getting infected. Okay, we'll just go ahead. Zhang Xiufei and Lu Xiuji framed each other towards the direction of the hospital. Su Yuang watched the other parties departing back towards the mayor's home. My fingers moved when I spoke just now, my face tightened for a split second, and my eyes were off kilter for a split second, and with the action of looking straight at me in the back, it should be him. Su Yuang remembered that just now the other party looked straight at himself pretending to be indifferent. Zhou Yang was somewhat speechless. Don't you feel a bit of a split personality when you normally give yourself the persona of being too soft and weak to look at people, and then you lock eyes with me at this very moment? This doesn't even need to be reasoned, this Zhou Yang designates that there is something wrong. But why do you want to do it to me? I don't seem to have anything against him? Su Yuang was a bit puzzled. Why go after him when there's no grudge or interest in the game? Su Yuang shook his head and found an opportunity to see if he could kill the other party once and for all. Hey! CO! It was on the way to the mayor's home that Su Yuang met a man. Smith. Smith's face was a little burnt at the moment, and his forehead was covered with sweat, as if he had just been busy. What have you been up to? Why are you sweating all over the place? A hot breath came from the other party's body, causing Su Yuang to subconsciously take a step back. Su, I realized that something is not right here. Smith is breathing heavily, as if he has just been busy. Well, you're right, I've also found out that everyone inside this town has found out. Su Yuang nodded her head in a serious manner. Eh? Smith froze, then snapped back, I don't mean monsters, I mean something else. Like what? Su Yuang raised an eyebrow. For example, I saw a kind of dead person inside a basement. Dead people in last century's clothes, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. In the end, all I saw was a mark. Smith was talking a little fast and a little disorganized. But CO Moonlight understood. Where did you see that? Go! I'll take you there. It's really too strange, I was just looking for a way to leave this town, but I didn't expect to see that ghostly thing. You come with me to see what the hell it is. Su Yuang followed Smith towards the outside of the town. It was in a cellar near the town, and I was a little curious, so I went in to take a look, not expecting to see a monster covered in rot. But then in the blink of an eye the creature disappeared again and I didn't notice anything, and I suspected that I was wrong, but I don't think I was," Smith said excitedly as he walked. "There's no rush, no panic, show me first." The cellar, sure enough there were still too many parts of the town he hadn't explored. "Go, right there." Within 10 minutes, the two arrived near the town cemetery. Smith led Su Yuang to a boarded-up door at the bottom of a small hill. The surrounding area is overgrown with weeds, and the wooden door at the bottom of the small hill is the entrance to the cellar. Opening the shabby boarded-up door, a musty smell came out of the cellar. The boarded-up door is feared to be at least a couple decades old. Looking at the wooden boards filled with traces of age corrosion, Su Yuang murmured, "Yes, but it doesn't matter, you come with me." Smith walked inside the cellar while still waving at Su Yuang. That monster appeared right here. Just as the two entered the cellar. Smith's home. The little boy sat at the window and continued to draw his unfinished painting. My sister was outside the door cleaning and my mother drying clothes. The little boy was still looking out the window as he drew. Every now and then, he smiled slightly out the window, as if he was saying hello towards whatever was out there. "Hey Eddie, what are you looking at?" The sister came to Eddie's side and followed her own brother's line of sight to the window, which was empty. Chapter 104, The Origin of the Cross. "Eddie? What are you looking at?" Emily looked a little puzzled at the slightly chubby googly-eyed face of the empty window. "Nothing." Hearing his sister inquiring about herself, Eddie hastily lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Emily looked strangely at Eddie and then out the window, coming to the window and opening it to peer in and out, still nothing. Shaking her head, she didn't think any more about it and continued to accompany her mother in her chores. Inside the cellar. Two men stood in the center of the cellar. "So, you're sure you saw the body here?" Su Yuang looked inside the empty cellar. Looking around, there were dust-covered items everywhere, wooden tables and chairs, nothing out of the ordinary. "It's not a corpse. It's the monster that opened its eyes and looked at me." Smith was afraid that Su Yuang would think that he was crazy, and tried to put on a calm tone so that he could act like he was calm. "I'm sure that what I really saw was the corpse monster that was sitting here with its eyes open looking at me. But then it suddenly disappeared after I was startled." He pointed to the seat. "I believe you." Su Yuang nodded. "You really believe me?" This kind of strange thing was a few degrees more mysterious than the appearance of monsters within the town, and he was a bit worried that Su Yuang wouldn't believe him. "I believe that anything strange can happen within this town, and it's no surprise that you're the only monster here that you can see, so can you still see it now?" Su Yuang looked at Smith's eyes and nodded seriously, indicating that he truly believed it. "I can't, I don't know what's going on." Speaking of this, Smith was a little pained. "I clearly saw it. But in a flash it's gone again. What the hell is that for?" Su Yuang. "So that's too metaphysical. Why is it like that?" "Smith, what do you do?" Su Yuang looked towards Smith, in a vain attempt to find a little clue from the other party. "I am retired Special Forces, now on a company, the day is also quite can, originally earned some money, want to come out to spend a vacation, the result who can think will encounter this gear, hey." Smith sighed helplessly. Taking a vacation into a hellhole like this would make anyone despair. "I was in a good mood when I came out, but then I encountered this bad thing, and now I have to face those monsters every day, worrying that I'll be killed at any time." Su Yuang shook her head and didn't continue with these off-topic topics. "Special Forces, do you think your ability to see these monsters could have something to do with your profession?" "My profession? That, I don't think so." Smith froze, he hadn't really associated the two together. Su Yuang shook his head without saying any more and went out of the cellar with Smith. "How the hell are we going to get out of here? I don't want to be stuck here for the rest of my life, Aowa." Except for the cellar, Smith broke down a bit and looked up to the sky, roaring. "Keep looking for a way out. There might be something else to find." Su Yuang shook his head. With just this little trace, he still couldn't judge anything. But what is certain is that there is more or less something wrong with this new Smith, and the youngest son. It is definitely not normal for one painting to find another from the ground, and for one to be able to see monsters that others cannot see. Neither could figure it out and returned to town. Smith headed for his house while Su Yuang headed for the mayor's house. "Mayor, please could you ask if there are any other people here who have been living in the town as long as Steve?" No, Steve is the only one, he grew up here and lived off of hiding in the bushes.
David fought back. Living off the bushes? What does that mean?
Yuang froze.
Another fresh word.
It's just that there used to be no crosses, and Steve and the guys in town relied on hiding within the bushes from the monsters. At that moment, a gentle voice came from the side, and Yuang turned her head to look over. Father Merc.
May the Lord bless you. Seeing the two Yuang, Merc made a sectarian blessing gesture.
Father, did you just say there was no cross before?
Yuang's eyelids rose.
That's right. There used to be no crosses, and I was the one who found out that crosses keep these monsters away, and that's why we have a safe house now. Mayor David reached out and clapped his hand on Yuang's shoulder and explained. There was some pride on his face as he said this. After all, being able to discover that the crosses could defend against demons was what allowed the people within the town to make it through the night safely.
Yuang's pupils suddenly dilated. And that kind of thing. This information is so critical. And where did you find these crosses, Mayor David?
This? The very first words were found in the cellar, and that was my first day in this town. Mayor David was lost in memories. On the first night, I encountered the monster and was chased by it, and I tried desperately to run away to prevent being caught by the monster, but in the end I just couldn't run anymore, so I hid in the cellar. After entering the cellar I realized that there were quite a few of these crosses within the cellar. I am a devout believer, and with the mindset of fighting to the death I put the crosses right on the doorstep, and it turned out to be really safe and sound all night long. Speaking of which, Mayor David giggled. That was the night I realized that this thing seemed to ward off evil spirits. After that I tried it again by switching to houses and realized that it really does prevent monster attacks. Of course, the only way to defend against monsters is to put it in the doorway. I haven't tried it any other way.
Cellar, Mayor David, you mean within the cellar of the cemetery near this town?
Yeah.
David nodded.
It's not just the cellar though, there's other parts of the town as well. I had the townspeople collect all the crosses after I found out that this kind of thing wards off evil spirits, and hang them on the doorways at night to prevent monsters from attacking.
Anywhere else? Yuang's eyelids fluttered wildly. Smith saw the monster in the cellar. This cellar used to have a cross taken out by the mayor. Is there any connection between the two?
If there is a connection between the crosses and the monster that Smith saw, then the crosses that were in other places were all taken to the town by David, so are the other places.
There are these monsters out there too? Chapter 105, Eternal Life. Things are getting more and more confusing and suspicious.
It was supposed to be just investigating the truth about the monster, but I didn't expect to find so many weird places.
Yuang bid farewell to the mayor. The priest watched Yuang leave before returning to his room alone.
Entering the hall to a certain utility room with a wooden door in the floor of the room, the priest opened the wooden door to the basement, revealing the dim light of the fire in the basement. One of the smells was particularly pungent of candles that hadn't burned sufficiently. The priest didn't care about the smell of carbon monoxide in the air, and headed into the dark basement with his Bible in hand. Upon entering the basement was a small space with some farm equipment and a table, chairs, and benches within the space. The most unique, of course, was a circular mark like a phalanx in the center open space on the ground.
Father Merc came before this circular phalanx. Muttering under his breath, that man seems to have found something. What should I do? Should I kill him, or wait until the final cleansing? Eternal life is what we should be seeking. These monsters, are they the ones Smith saw? Yuang thought of the cross the mayor had said. The town had monsters before taking the cross out of the cellar. That means these monsters now are not the ones in the cellar. How about something exciting? Yuang jumped at the chance. It's not easy to find out where the monsters are coming from, and one of the easiest ways to find out is to keep watch in the forest. There was the smell of monsters in the forest, so if you crouched in the forest when darkness came, you would definitely be able to find out where the monsters were coming from. The problem is solved. As for whether or not he would die, that was out of his consideration, and that question should go to Goddess of Luck. But that was just the mission. Yuang wanted to know more truth about this town. Now that we know there are problems in this town, it always feels itchy not to get to the bottom of them. Was about to go home and call the two girls for dinner. Suddenly Smith's youngest son was found alone in the street looking from side to side as if searching for something. Eddie? Why are you here?
Seal Moonlight came next to the little boy and rubbed Eddie's burgundy hair.
Brother Moonbeam, it's you. Sister missed you. I'm looking for my friend here.
Seeing that it was Su Yuang, Eddie had a joyful expression on his face.
Your friend? Didn't you just come to this town? Where did you get friends?
It's only just met not so long ago, a friend about my age who wears white and has a big black dog, and his dog is huge. Eddie danced around, comparing the size of the black dog. It's about so and so big.
Extraordinary.
Black dog? Su Yuang's eyes lit up. Eddie, you said that little friend had a black dog?
Yeah, big black dog. Extra big.
Oh yeah, he doesn't want me to mention his existence to anyone. Can you keep it a secret for me, brother? Eddie seemed to have thought of something and covered his mouth, blinking his big fluttering bright eyes as he stared up at Su Yuang and asked.
Yes, of course. Su Yuang smiled amiably.
I'll be sure not to let him know that anyone else knows but you.
Thank you, brother. Eddie smiled happily, although he felt that what Su Yuang said was a bit wrong. He felt that Su Yuang wouldn't lie to him.
What's with the guilt in the heart? Seeing Eddie so innocent, he was embarrassed to lie to the other man. Come on, your friend should be home by now. It's time for lunch. I'll take you home to mom.
Good.
Hearing that it was time for lunch, Eddie rolled his eyes and forgot about his best friend.
At this time, Smith's parents are anxiously looking for Eddie, far from seeing Su Yuang with Eddie back after the two at the same time towards Su Yuang rushed over.
Eddie! Where have you been? We've been looking for you for half a day. Jane crouched down and wrapped an arm around her son. It's fine, just wandering around inside the town. I saw it and brought it back, so keep an eye on it in the future.
Su Yuang explained for Eddie. Thank you, Seo. Smith thanked Su Yuang earnestly, and his favorable impression of Su Yuang rose again.
You're welcome. Su Yuang smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries, bid farewell to the two again, and returned home, where the two girls had already gotten up, lying breathlessly on the table.
Su Yuang.
Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lu Baishui excitedly stood up with a smile on her face, obviously very happy. Standing up though, he seemed to feel a little out of place like that, and coughed softly, regaining his calm demeanor, and said softly, "Where have you been?"
Brother Moonlight, where have you been? We haven't been able to find you.
Molly didn't have so much heart. When she saw Su Yuang, she happily stood up and rushed to Su Yuang, just short of giving Su Yuang a warm hug. Su Yuang shrugged his shoulders, went to quite a few places. Did my mission, have you guys had lunch yet?
If not, together.
Not yet, go. It just so happens that I'm hungry too. Sister Baishui, you come along too.
Without waiting for Lu Baishui to be a little more pretentious, Mari snaps. Lu Baishui. When he arrived at the restaurant, Lena was already waiting for him.
Come on, I'm meeting a friend to show you guys around.
With a glance, Su Yuang saw Mari sitting on the seat and the table was ready with food, and brought the two girls to Lena. I'll introduce you guys, this is Lena, this is Willow Shirayuki, and this is Mari.
Su Yuang introduced each other.
Su Yuang, this is? Lu Baishui's eyes darted back and forth between the somewhat skinny Lena and Su Yuang, as if wondering if the two had some kind of ulterior motive.
What's that look in your eyes? Just simple friends, sit down.
Su Yuang rolled her eyes at Lu Baishui.
Lunch was simple, with sandwiches, burgers, grilled meats, and fruit salads and such. Of course, the fruits are very homogeneous, that is, seasonal fruits, and this town can't eat much of anything from other seasons. The only thing that's better is that there is poultry raised here and the monsters don't seem to have much interest in poultry, which makes animal husbandry very good here.
Meat is also relatively plentiful. By the way, Lena, is there something you wanted to see me about? Su Yuang looked at Lena's thin face and thought of his brother Jack, the one who was surrounded by black dogs in the forest.
There seems to be something wrong with Lena's brother, appearing in the middle of the day in a deserted forest. This is also the reason why Seo Wolguang is willing to have dinner with Rena. He wants to investigate Rena's brother.
Nothing, just wanted to invite you to lunch. Lena smiled slightly, as if there really wasn't anything going on. Like this? Okay. Su Yuang didn't pursue the question further, but mentioned Jack intentionally or unintentionally.
By the way, Lena, I saw Jack last time I was in the forest. I heard Jack is your brother, is that right? At the sound of Jack's name, a subtle change appeared on Lena's face, something strange, but not obvious. Yes, Jack is my own brother. He works as a janitor within the grain silo and manages the food here, the forest, if you will. Probably went to the forest to use the restroom.
I think so. Su Yuang didn't refute Lena, and with a twinkle in her eye, she continued to ask, it's boring anyway, can you tell me about your brother?
Brother? There's not much to talk about, every day at the granary, occasionally helping everyone with some farm work, not much else. Hearing this, Lu Baixue also heard that the other party didn't seem to want to mention her brother. Su Yuang, on the other hand, seemed to be interested in the other's brother. In the end, not surprisingly, nothing was asked, perhaps because Lu Baixue was beside her, perhaps for other reasons. It really was just a meal, nothing was said. Not a single bit of useful information was extracted, and Su Yuang was somewhat helpless. Forget her brother for a moment, what about the little white boy and the black dog? The black dog was actually owned by the little white boy. But he had never seen any little white boys within this town. It had been days since he'd been here, and he'd never seen any little children in white. Smith saw something weird, and Smith's son saw a little white boy that no one else could see. There's something wrong with this family, Su Yuang muttered silently. Chapter 106, Dogs Don't Eat. Where else are you going this afternoon? I'll accompany you. A delicate and pleasant voice entered the ears of Su Yuang, who was thinking. Looking up, he saw Lu Baixue tensing her small white face, strongly hiding her emotions. Lu Baixue was a bit ashamed. She had originally said that she would protect Su Yuang, but now she always felt that she was useless, making her, a talented woman, wonder if she was really a waste, actually not even comparable to Su Yuang. No, there's no need to go anywhere in the afternoon, just wait at home until it gets dark. Su Yuang, however, shook her head. He wasn't planning on going anywhere in the afternoon, just wait until dark to figure out the origin of the monster. Not going out? You don't want to finish your mission? Lu Baixue looked at Su Yuang in confusion. Shouldn't she be going to figure out the truth about the monster? We'll find out tonight. Su Yuang turned his head and grinned at the corner of his mouth at Lu Baixue. After a day and a half of work, it's time to take a break and rest today. Tomorrow is the third day, and we'll finish the mission tonight just in time. Tonight? Lu Baixue muttered, you've been busy all day and you didn't even know it. It's weird that you know it even though you're not going to do anything today. On the way home, a few people ran into Zhang Xiufei and the others again. The town is so big that you run into the same people several times a day. At this moment, Zhang Xiufei's few people had a very strange look. All three men were wearing helmets at this point. Heavily dressed as well. The two teams didn't greet each other, and with a distant look and a nod they headed toward their respective homes. These three people are stupid, right? Wearing such thick clothes and helmets on a hot day, are they out of their minds? Seeing the trio's costumes, Mari whispered that she looked at the players other than Su Yuang and Lu Baixue with great displeasure. Not only did they find the trio's styling strange, even the residents inside the town found the trio's styling odd. Why are you wearing a helmet when you're not doing anything in the middle of the day? Su Yuang is even more normal than them. Lu Baixue rather agreed with Mari's words. Su Yuang. Not only did you not demean the trio with that comment, it hit me. He looked back at the trio, scratching his head at the hats on top of each other's heads. Should we give them the story that the branch was actually thrown by him? Thinking about it. Or forget it, they don't care about people looking at them differently, what do I care? Besides. He shifted his eyes to Zhou Yang's lanky body, and there were quite a few calluses on those rough old hands. This guy. Back home. The three were bored, so they played three-player poker. Snap. You actually have poker in your backpack? Pair of threes. Lu Baixue was very shocked that Su Yuang was able to take out these useless things from his backpack. Another look at the fat happy water next to him. What's it all about? What's the point of pretending if you don't pretend these? To the king. Of course it's loaded with weapons. How can you load these useless things? Don't. Lu Baixue's eyelids jumped wildly. Every player who participated in the death game wanted to live. How could they possibly pack so many useless things? Don't. What else do you have in your bag, Big Brother Moonlight? For twos, JKA 3 belts, no more. Su Yuang threw down all the cards. If I backpack, let's see, there's still 10 loaves of bread, a box of Kongsher D's old pickled beef noodles, and 2 bottles of fat water, and a yo-yo. Do you guys play yo-yo? Su Yuang looked up at the two after checking it once and flipped his palm. A yo-yo ball appeared in his hand. Lu Baixue. Mari. You don't have a single weapon loaded? Lu Baixue was truly shocked. Su Yuang, this are loaded with what? Not afraid of encountering danger when they cannot take what they need? It's loaded with there's a small pistol, and a music box, and a storage gourd, but I can't remove any of those things.
Su Yuang shrugged as all of these things went black. There's no way to take it out.
Brother Moonlight, I heard that Master Kang's old altar sauerkraut beef noodle has been on the official news recently, and the sauerkraut is smoked sour with your feet, so why don't we throw it away?
It's too disgusting.
Mari had a jolt at the thought of using her feet. The sauerkraut that came out of her feet sent a wicked chill down her spine.
Sauerkraut out of feet? This unscrupulous merchant, is the owner still a human being? What a son of a, selling us something that dogs won't even eat. Doesn't he realize that the people who eat this stuff are poor? With a face of indignation, Su Yuang removed the box of old world sour vegetable beef noodles and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Grandma, it's a good thing I didn't eat it, or wouldn't I have to be sickened to death?
This dog chairman who can't produce offspring is too damn pitiful, even for us poor people.
Snap.
Su Yuang stepped on the old pickled cabbage instant noodles box, instantly the whole box of Kang Shidi Fu in pieces, broken all over the ground.
Don't rich people like to screw the poor? Mari muttered in a small voice. Also. Thinking so really, Su Yuang picked up the broom next to her and swept all the damn bubble noodles into the trash can.
This stuff is too dirty to feed to the dogs later.
Lu Baixue.
I say, is this the time to discuss these things?
Moonlight, did you just say you have a storage gourd and a pistol?
Lu Baixue's eyes carried 3 parts skepticism, 4 parts surprise and 3 parts disbelief.
The music box aside, the storage gourd was a very precious thing. How did Su Yuang get it?
Oh, this one, yeah, I grabbed it.
Su Yuang greatly told the 2 girls about himself. Eagle organization? Lu Baixue hesitated for a split second when she heard this term. Yes, what's wrong? Su Yuang said.
This, I haven't encountered it, so I don't quite understand it.
Does the Eagle organization have an eagle mark on everyone's shoulder? Lu Baixue looked at Su Yuang's bright eyes with inquiries.
I'm not sure about that, why do you ask?
Well.
Lu Baixue hesitated for a moment and said, because Zhou Yang has a tattoo of an eagle right on his shoulder.
Chapter 107, Those Who Live to the End. Eagle, tattoo? Repeating, Su Yuang's eyes gradually blossomed with excitement, looking earnestly at Lu Baixue as if she had seen some toy. Are you sure? Lu Baixue was a bit confused by Su Yuang's reaction. Dang, of course I'm sure, I saw it with my own eyes at the hospital. Is it someone who is a member of the Eagle organization?
I don't know, but just ask him personally. Su Yuang smiled and turned her head to look outside the window, seemingly seeing the 3 Zhang Xiufei who were staying at home.
Does it get boring staying home all the time like this?
Inside the house, 3 large men sat at the table, slumped in boredom.
All 3 of them at this point didn't dare to go out again. Lu thought that staying at home couldn't still be in any danger, right? Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Zhang Xiufei's face was expressionless. Staying at home, although boring, is better than dying outside.
Zhou Yang had a fine light flashing under his eyes, seemingly calculating something. It's not wrong to say so, but it's always a bit boring. Why don't we have a chat?
What do you want to talk about? Lu Shuji lazily lay on the table. He was falling asleep if Zhou Yang didn't open his mouth.
What else can we talk about? Of course it's about the game. It's boring anyway, and the 3 of us don't have any conflict of interest. Why don't we talk about our experiences in the game? It will also add some experience for myself in the future. Zhou Yang smiled nervously. His thin and rough face seemed to be true to what he said, that he was a pig killer. Zhang Xiufei nodded his head when he heard Zhou Yang's proposal. This is fine. The death game we are going to experience in the future will not be able to experience what our teammates have experienced. Neither Lu Xiuji nor Zhang Xiufei noticed the flickering light under Zhou Yang's eyes, and began to talk about his gaming experience. Zombie Town, Lanark, Zombieland. Both of them were talking about their experiences, and Lu Xiuji even talked about his own abilities in the heat of the moment. Anyway, all 3 were companions and there would be no conflict. Although Zhang Xiufei did not explicitly state his skills, he was probably able to guess Zhang Xiufei's skill level through his in-game performance. The 2 men took turns talking about their experiences. Zhou Yang on the side smiled and narrowed his eyes as he listened attentively. 2 people plus gambling games, a 3-game game, a 4-game game. And the rewards are similar to most players. Lu Xiuji F grade, Zhang Xiufei is a little better in F and AD grade. Of course, Zhang Xiufei's skill level was something he had guessed, and Zhang Xiufei still had some defenses even in this situation. In his heart, he cited Zhang Xiufei's teenage mind, and Zhou Yang had almost figured out the situation of the 2. We're all done. What about you, Zhou Yang? What games did you all get into?
Lu Xiaoji looked at Zhou Yang after seeing Zhang Xiaofei finish. Zhou Yang hemmed and hawed, his sinister and cunning smile made Zhang Xiaofei frown. Why did it feel like Zhou Yang had changed into a different person? In my case, I gained a B rank skill in the first game. First game, B level skills? Holy crap! What did you bet on? The size of my plug, half the chance of survival, I survived and gained a B rank skill. Zhou Yang spread his hands and laughed easily and comfortably. After that, I entered a game called Fierce Ghost Chase, and was chased by a fierce ghost for a night, and in the end, I was the only one who survived. Zhou Yang said as he picked up the fruit knife next to him and trimmed his nails in his hands. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zhang Xiaofei increasingly felt that there was something wrong with Zhou Yang. Looking at the sharp fruit knife in the other party's hand, Zhang Xiaofei's brows furrowed slightly. B-level skill. Betting on size. Zhang Xiaofei's heart lifted. How could this kind of person be a weak and deceitful person? I got a D rank item for that game. Living until the end to obtain a D rank item? Lu Xiaoji was shocked. The fact that Zhou Yang was the only one alive speaks volumes about the difficulty of that game, which resulted in a D ranked item. Getting B rank and above items for death games isn't as hard as it sounds, but it's close. Carrying out the game normally to complete the quests doesn't even get a B rank rating or reward, and being able to receive a D rank item reward is already very good. It's a pity that I didn't kill the ghost back, otherwise I would have been able to obtain a better reward. Zhou Yang lamented. Live to the end? Zhou Yang, you're too good too. You wouldn't have survived to the end by hiding somewhere and not moving all this time, right? Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaoji didn't even realize the seriousness of the matter now, and was still laughing there when he heard Zhou Yang tell about his experience. Ha! Zhou Yang followed suit with a naive smile. This is not true, I survived to the end using other methods. Zhang Xiaofei had been staring at Zhou Yang, the color of vigilance gradually appearing in his eyes, and at this time, following up on Zhou Yang's topic, he asked, what approach? Is there a way to do anything? It's actually quite simple. Zhou Yang grinned. Knights kill one by one when they kill. This is much easier. Just whenever a knight catches up and wants to kill someone, wouldn't it be better to give his teammates to him? Zhou Yang's words were taken for granted, and sounded a bit smug, as if he was proud of himself for coming up with such an idea. But Zhang Xiaofei and Lu Xiaoji were creeped out by what they heard. You were saying. Aha! Lu Xiaoji wondered if he had heard wrong, and just wanted to confirm to Zhou Yang once again if he had heard wrong. Suddenly a small knife flew straight towards his neck. The fruit knife went through his neck, and Lu Xiaoji's wide eyes looked like dead fish eyes staring at Zhou Yang in death. The crimson blood flowed slowly from the neck, and ran slowly down the neck into the collar of the coat like drops of water slipping on a glass window. Lu Xiaoji glared at Zhou Yang, one hand covering his neck, one hand pointing at Zhou Yang, his eyes gradually losing color as he slowly collapsed to the side. Those bloodshot dull eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 108, Throat Slitting. Even the moment he fell, he couldn't believe that Zhou Yang would attack him. You sure aren't right. Zhang Xiaofei moved away from the table when Zhou Yang did. With a heavy stomp of his foot on the ground, the man leapt into mid-air and landed on the far side, keeping a distance of 4 meters from the table. To Zhou Yang, he said in a deep voice. What's wrong? They're all players. You're human, I'm human, what's wrong with that? Zhou Yang's eyes stared straight at Zhang Xiaofei, and at this moment, the weak and deceivable appearance completely disappeared, leaving only a perverted bloodthirsty smile. Obviously a little kid, but actually so cautious. It's really not easy. If I meet a grown-up you, I'm afraid even I can't do anything to you, right? The corner of Zhou Yang's mouth sketched out an evil and weird smile. Are you thinking you've got me now? The gaming experience you just recounted is at most a C rank skill. I have a B rank skill as well as a D rank item. Do you think you're comparable to me? Zhou Yang disdainfully scorned Zhang Xiaofei while raising his right hand, which began to morph into a bizarre pattern of circles. I thought you couldn't use skills here? Noticing that the other party's hand was contorting, Zhang Xiaofei's face gradually turned ugly and pale, and a few water droplets emerged from his forehead. The rules of the game say that attack skills and items aren't allowed, but this one of mine, it just so happens that it doesn't count as an attack skill. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yang's hands and feet were rapidly transforming. Eventually, the arms and legs actually took the shape of springs. Zhou Yang tilted his chin in rampant complacency and looked down at Zhang Xiaofei. I am a spring man who ate the spring fruit. Although the spring fruit isn't an attack-type fruit, it was able to increase my speed drastically. Speed, that is, power. You'd better be obediently killed by me. Jia. Why are you trying to kill me?
I don't have any life and death grudges with you. Zhang Xiaofei took a step back without any trace. Who says you have to have a grudge to kill? Zhou Yang inclined his head, a hint of suspicion in his eyes, his tongue spat out and shrugged to the side of his mouth with a strange smile. I kill people, I never need a reason. Click, 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 click. Crazy. How could there be a madman like you? Zhang Xiaofei no longer hesitated, turning around and rushing in the direction of the door, wanting to leave the room. Hey, still trying to run? Zhou Yang watched Zhang Xiaofei's movements, and the springs under his feet had long since squeezed together. Just at the moment Zhang Xiaofei turned around, Zhou Yang's spring-loaded legs fiercely stomped. His body rushed towards Zhang Xiaofei like a cannonball, his figure was like the wind, and the wooden floor was instantly stepped on by the powerful recoil and broke into two and exploded. Chow! Hearing the cracking sound behind him, Zhang Xiaofei knew that he couldn't get out, and could only roll on his side in place and roll towards the door next to a donkey to avoid the other party's attack. Jia. I like this cat and mouse tease. Run away. Hide. Zhou Yang had originally rushed towards Zhang Xiaofei to attack, but after Zhang Xiaofei deviated from his direction. His direction was naturally toward the door, and he rushed. Originally, he was thinking of landing on the door and then reversing direction again on the door to continue attacking Zhang Xiaofei with the spring fruit. But as he watched, he was just about to land on the door when suddenly there was a bit of a mishap. Boo! Boo! Anum! Rumbling! Where are the people? Come and fight the landlord! A large foot violently kicked the door open with a stomp. Zhou Yang, who had just landed on the door, had not yet had time to adjust his direction when a brutal force came from the door and even he took the door with him and slammed it toward the back of the door. Zhou Yang was even more unsteady because of the force of the spring, and bounced out in a certain direction towards the living room. The rumble smashed the table in the living room to pieces. Before Su Yuang could enter the door after kicking it open, he heard heavy objects colliding, and the sound of a table breaking. Hey! What's this? Su Yuang fixedly stood in the doorway and looked around, looking towards the direction of the table, and then to the living room where Lu Xiuji, who had fallen on the floor and was still bleeding, as well as Zhang Xiaofei, who was crawling up next to him with a hard look on his face. You guys, is this a fight already? Is triple poker this intense? It's all seeing red. Su Yuang exclaimed as she looked towards the crimson blood on the ground. What a doujinshi! This asshole tried to kill the other players. This lunatic! Zhang Xiaofei looked towards Su Yuang and rushed towards him. Let's go, that asshole is a spring man who ate a spring fruit. It's not something we can fight against, go get the gun, I can't believe he's still faster than a bullet. Zhang Xiaofei gritted his teeth. Spring fruit spring man? Su Yuang turned his head to look at Zhou Yang, whose head was broken and bleeding amidst the broken wood. So that's how it was, that stone was thrown towards him with a spring fruit, that's why the power was so strong. That's right then, it's you, isn't it? That sneaky little thing from the forest. Su Yuang, who was dragged by Zhang Xiaofei and could not move, stood in front of the door and looked at Zhou Yang, who slowly climbed up and laughed. Zhou Yang had become a bloody man by now. Just now, in a good way, my head hit the corner of the table. Even the strength and physical quality still couldn't withstand this violent collision, and his head saw red on the spot. Go! He's eaten AB rank bonus devil fruit, we're no match for him. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaofei desperately tugged at Su Yuang, but Su Yuang did not react halfway, still standing in place just watching Zhou Yang stand up. Forget it, I don't want to die if you're looking for death. I'm going to get the gun, you're on your own. Seeing that he could not drag Su Yuang, and Zhou Yang also climbed up, Zhang Xiaofei no longer hesitated and rushed towards the town mayor. He didn't know if the others had guns, but he knew the mayor had one. Ha, Su Yuang, I didn't expect you to actually come to my door. Standing up, Zhou Yang's head was broken and bleeding, and blood covered his entire face, making the Zhou Yang at this time look even more hideous and terrifying. That creepy smile, moreover, made Zhou Yang look like a demon that had just come out of hell. So it was you who attacked me? Seeing the head broken and bloodied Zhou Yang, Su Yuang did not react half-heartedly, still repeating his question. Good, it's me, you were lucky I didn't kill you. Not so lucky now. As the words fell, Zhou Yang's already squeezed spring-loaded leg popped out at Su Yuang again. Boom! It wasn't dodged this time, and the blow landed a solid punch on Su Yuang. Duong! Su Yueguang's instantly off the ground, his body like a broken kite straight toward the door and flew out backwards. But after rotating around in the air and then slowly and steadily falling to the ground, there was not the slightest color of pain on his face, and it seemed that he had not suffered a bit of damage at all. Zhou Yang froze when he saw Su Yueguang's expression. How did he feel that the other party was not injured? He then felt a pain in his hand and frowned as he raised his own right hand, only to see a small gash cracked on top of his fist with blood flowing out while his entire right hand was shaking. A sharp pain came from his hand. Hiss! Zhou Yang sucked in a mouthful of cool air, foolishly looking at his cracked hand, somewhat failing to understand what was going on. How come he was the one who got hurt when he punched Su Yueguang? He looked up at Su Yueguang in the center of the town with puzzled eyes. Su Yueguang noticed the wound on Zhou Yang's fist and grinned at the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry, I forgot, I just put a steel plate on my stomach. Su Yueguang took out a steel plate from his stomach and threw it to the side, originally thinking that it might be useful to face monsters at night, but he didn't expect to use it so soon. Zhou Yang looked at the steel plate. A small dent seemed to have appeared. It should be what he had just blasted out. His face swished and became ugly. He had just punched a steel plate. No wonder it hurt so much. Asshole. I'll kill you. Who in their right mind would put a steel plate on their body? You're crazy. Zhou Yang's body slightly squatted, one hand propped up the ground, both legs became spring-like, dead squeezed together, then the spring violently shot out. Boom! Once again, he rushed towards Su Yueguang at super high speed. But this time, Co Moonshine sidestepped it. But Zhou Yang was not discouraged even if he missed. His legs stabilized on the ground, heaved a little, and moved at high speed around Su Yueguang. While moving, his mouth also issued a jia strange laughter. You're from the Eagles, aren't you? Su Yueguang looked at the surrounding residual shadows due to the high-speed movement and didn't panic, just letting the other party's speed get faster and faster. Bang, bang, bang. Each high-speed movement stomped a small wave of blowing dust out of the ground. In the end, he even directly wrapped Su Yueguang in a residual shadow. Jia. I didn't expect you to know that I'm an Eagles man. Jerome. Mike. I don't suppose you know that, do you? I'm not just an Eagle person. I'm still the third in command of the Eagle. You're already on our Eagle's bounty list. When I kill you, I'll take your head to the boss to collect the reward. Jia. The voice was ethereal and unreal, like the sound of a person talking into an electric fan. But Su Yueguang still heard it clearly. Just in time, I also said, members of the Eagle, I'll kill one when I see one. How do you want to die? Su Yueguang drew out a fruit knife from his waist and laughed evilly. How to die? Are you talking about you? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Su Yueguang's threat, Zhou Yang, who was moving at high speed, let out a loud laugh, not speaking at all about putting Su Yueguang in his eyes. Okay, then it's up to me. I will grant you the punishment of slitting your throat for the crime of murder and fall into hell for eternity. Su Yueguang said, holding the hilt of his sword in his hand, and threw it in a random direction around him. Ha 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 ha. You retard. You want to hit me with a blade of your speed? Ha ha ha. I think you're going to laugh me to death. Just you, still want to kill me? At this speed, watch this. It couldn't cut my throat even if I put it in front of a knife. Boo. Just as Zhou Yan let out a wild laugh, and was about to fly past the tip of the knife with his throat rubbing against it, suddenly a gunshot came from the distance. Time seemed to slow down. A bullet hit the maniacally laughing Zhou Yan squarely in the ankle. A sharp pain came from Zhou Yang's nerves, and his feet suddenly went limp. He had originally wanted to fly the knife past by grazing his throat and show Su Yueguang a wave of real skill. But at this moment, this foot was soft, his body lost control, and his throat was actually directly slammed towards the knife. And because he was falling down and gliding through the air, he couldn't borrow any force at all. One could only just watch as he flew in the direction of that small knife. Nuisance. The knife is so bizarre rubbing Zhou Yang's throat flew past, and because of Zhou Yang's impact, the knife is actually directly stuck within Zhou Yang's throat, just to Zhou Yang cut his throat. Chapter 107, Darkness on the Second Day. Pattering sound. Zhou Yang's body flung itself to the ground, and because of the high-speed movement, the body skidded on the ground for more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. The face was also a bloody mess from rubbing downward on the ground, the skin on the nose and face being rubbed out of shape. Ahem. Zhou Yang felt his face lose consciousness, and blood and flesh blurred his vision. Coughing up blood from his mouth, scarlet hot blood kept flowing out along the slash on his neck and seeping into the earth. Yuang strained to take his hand back, trying to brace himself to stand up. But he couldn't do it. He just felt his vision getting blurrier and blurrier and blurrier, and he was in agony. In the end, he lost consciousness in his agony and fell into complete silence. Dead, dead. That's dead? Not far away, Zhang Xiaofei with a pistol in his hand looked at Zhou Yang, who fell on the ground, blood spilling out, gasping for air, holding the pistol in both hands, kept shaking up and down. One after the other, he used all his strength. At this point he was a little surprised and backed up. He just watched as Zhou Yang slammed into the knife. This is too weird. It's like seeing a rabbit slamming into a wall in broad daylight, the kind that keeps knocking itself to death, as creepy as it gets. Is it a coincidence? It was a little weird, but he was relieved. Anyway, finally dead. He sat on his ass. Finally killed this guy. Otherwise they'll be the ones in bad luck today. Although the death was a little weird, but at this point he didn't care about that. Who cares how he died, as long as he didn't die. Su Yuang saw Zhou Yang's death face as flat as water, not at all surprised. There were quite a few people gathered around at this time. All came this way, even the mayor and the priest. What's happening here? Seeing Zhou Yang, who had fallen to the ground and was bleeding profusely, and looking at Su Yuang and Zhang Xiaofei, the mayor's rough face gradually sank, his brows furrowed together. At the same time, after noticing the pistol in Zhang Xiaofei's hand, he was even more vigilant. Just now Zhang Xiaofei grabbed his pistol and ran away, which is why he followed him. Don't worry, town mayor, it's fine, this guy has already been killed by us. After taking a deep breath to calm his violently beating heart, Zhang Xiaofei stood up and said to the town mayor. The mayor's eyebrows furiously jumped as he looked at the gun in Zhang Xiaofei's hand and backed up. What's all right? It's because you killed someone that something's wrong. A number of townspeople had also converged around them at this time. Seeing Zhang Xiaofei and Su Yuang with a strange color in their eyes, both of them could clearly see the panic in the townspeople's eyes. Zhang Xiaofei looked distantly at the mayor's retreating steps, and noting the somewhat frightened eyes of all the surrounding residents, he seemed to understand something. Throwing the gun in his hand, he threw it at the mayor's feet while opening his mouth to address the townspeople. Don't be nervous, everyone, you've got it all wrong. It's not that we're trying to kill people, it's that this guy is trying to kill us. 10 minutes or so later. The mayor finally believed Zhang Xiaofei after he lied about Zhou Yang's illness, but I heard Nick say his arms are turning into springs. What's going on here? The town elder had gravity in his eyes, this matter was too bizarre. He'd still be a little unconvinced that human legs and feet could turn into springs if it weren't for the fact that more than one person said they'd seen it. This actually is our secret. Su Yuang steeply turned serious. Mayor, this is actually a military secret, but now that you've seen it, we won't hide it. He actually drank a genetic potion, something that causes a person's structure to change, and that's what drove him crazy. Su Yuang was talking nonsense in a serious manner, babbling about all sorts of jargon and their backgrounds. He didn't know what he was talking about himself, but it didn't stop him from bragging until the mayor believed him. 10 minutes or so later. Su Yuang and Zhang Xiaofei left the mayor's house in a big way. Zhang Xiaofei was a bit bewildered next to him, his brain buzzing from being blown by Su Yuang, not to mention the town mayor. You know that Zhou Yang? Walking through the town, Zhang Xiaofei asked. That Zhou Yang is from the Eagle organization, you know about the Eagle, right? Su Yuang looked at Zhou Yang and stopped. Male Eagle? Zhang Xiaofei revealed a puzzled look. It seems to be unknown, an organization that sells player qualifications. Seeing Zhang Xiaofei's blank face, Su Yuang guessed that he should not know. I've encountered them earlier and even killed their members, I didn't expect to actually be on their wanted list, what an honor. A weird and sinister smile surfaced on Su Yuang's face. Wanted? You're on the wanted list of a player qualification trafficking organization. Hearing the words player qualification, Zhang Xiaofei's face swished and obviously knew about it as well. Ah, it's all a small matter, a small gang of little trash, I'll exterminate them all when I have time, and maybe with a little luck someone will even exterminate them for me in advance. I'm going back to playing poker, so take care of yourself, ha. Su Yuang smiled shallowly, and without further ado, turned to leave. What's done is done, now it's just a matter of waiting for the monster to show up at night. Zhang Xiaofei looked at Su Yuang's departing back and stood in place contemplating for half a day, seemingly pondering something, and only after a long time did he leave. Time flies.
Su Yuang and the two girls played poker in their room until the evening.
Except for meals, he plays poker in his room.
Until the time of darkness. It was only then that Su Yuang got up and prepared to go out to squat. Hey! Su Yuang. It's going to be dark. What are you going to do? Seeing Su Yuang walking towards the door, the two girls almost jumped up in fear.
I know, I'm going out tonight. Whoever told you all, you don't open the door, including me.
Su Yuang turned back to look at the two girls with rare seriousness.
These two stupid women. If he did call for help outside, he was really afraid that the two would not want to open the door for him.
You're crazy. You'll die if you go out now.
Lu Baishue's pupils suddenly shrunk as she quickly stepped in front of Su Yuang and grabbed his wrist.
I'm not crazy, don't worry, I have the means to save my life. Su Yuang flipped his wrist and a small object appeared in his hand. Bamboo dragonfly? Lu Baishue blinked her eyes at the bamboo dragonfly in Su Yuang's hand, then glared at Su Yuang.
What time is it? You still have the heart to joke. I don't play with toys like bamboo dragonflies that children play with.
She thought Su Yuang was trying to coax her into letting her play by herself. Su Yuang. No, you've got it wrong, it's not for you, it's my prop. Su Yuang sucked a hemisphere of the bamboo dragonfly's tail on his head, huffing and puffing.
Just after placing it on his head, the bamboo dragonfly spun on its own, while Su Yuang's figure rose up and his feet floated off the ground.
Flying, flying. Mari exclaimed as she looked at Su Yuang with wide eyes. Okay, I'm going out, remember. Don't open the door at night if anyone calls you. If I want to come in, I'll naturally open the window and come in. Those monsters don't open windows. Su Yuang didn't continue the nonsense sensationalism with the two girls, opened the door and flew out.
It was already dark, and it was time for those monsters to come out.
Chapter 108: The Truth About Monsters, Little Boy in White.
Darkness fills the sky.
The moist fog drifted away. Under the waning moon, Su Yuang's figure slowly moved forward in the sky, lonely and forlorn. I can't see it, so it looks like there's a trip down there.
Noticing that there was a thick fog slowly rising in the distance to cover the forest below, there was nothing else to do, so Su Yuang had no choice but to lower his altitude and descend towards the ground. Soon, it came to a branch of some large tree near the town.
The mist slowly drifted away.
Su Yuang carefully observed all parts of the woods. As time flew by, the woods in the dark night gradually underwent some kind of bizarre change.
Su Yuang could hear herself breathing. Even the heartbeat was clear.
The scraping sound of his feet on the branches was particularly harsh even in this dark night. There was no more half-heard voices in the place except for him.
The quirky atmosphere would certainly make a normal person's head spin.
However, Su Yuang sat on a tree branch with a big grin and picked his nose without any fear. Just sit and observe the surrounding area and wait for the monster to appear.
Where the hell did these monsters come from? They didn't come out of geography, did they? Speculating as he surveyed Su Yuang, he was kinda curious about where these monsters appeared. Suddenly, zip!
Strange voices coming from somewhere in the dark forest. The sound was like the sound of electricity and the sound of duct tape being pulled apart. It was so abrupt, odd, and piercing in the stillness of the dark night that the suddenly appearing, the more timid can even be scared half to death. Su Yuang heard the voice the first time it appeared. He hastened to look down to the source of the sound. The dark jungle could not be seen at a glance, and the yellowed fallen leaves were scattered in it. And the bark of a large tree next to Su Yuang suddenly began to squirm. The bark was like a film that wrapped around the living thing inside, which was struggling to get out.
Su Yuang didn't blink when she realized the problem with the tree. Out!
The body of the tree that was adjacent to the ground began to wriggle, and an object protruded from within the tree with its bark.
Who could have imagined that Su Yuang Pro actually saw a hand sticking out from inside the tree? And still pulling at the bark's hand. It was as if the bark had stuck to his hand, reaching out with his arm and making a strange sound of nuisance in the dark, silent forest. This odd image made Su Yuang come to be interested. These monsters are running from inside the trees? The bark keeps pulling, first the arms, then the feet, then the body. In about a few minutes, there was an additional figure covered in bark in front of the large tree. It's like a baby that has been differentiated from, or born by, a tree. There was no obvious change in the big tree itself, but there was indeed an extra figure in front of the tree. The scene is as horrible as it gets.
Especially now that it's still dark, any person seeing this scene would be scared half to death. Except, of course, for Psychosis and Tsukiko Seo. Ding, the truth about the quest monster is complete. Rewards will be issued after all quests are completed. Mission accomplished. These monsters are coming out from behind the trees. Yuang stretched out, finally finished. Watching the monster that was walking slowly towards the town slowly get up, it wasn't just this one monster that was around, there were quite a few other monsters that had also emerged from inside other tree trunks. And both headed in the direction of the town. It's time for him to go back. Well, isn't that amazing, outsider? Just as Yuang had just gotten up, a childish voice suddenly came from her side. Yuang's sweaty hair stood on end, his pupils crinkled, and he fiercely looked to his side. I don't know when, just beside him, there was an extra little boy dressed in white, just sitting quietly on the branch next to him, his little feet shaking, extraordinarily well behaved. The little white boy at that moment just looked into his eyes, which were pure and emanated a childish light. When are you? No, you're not human. Noticing something a little strange about the other man, he frowned and his ears twitched as he didn't hear each other's heartbeats. His ears were strengthened, and he should be able to hear the other party's heartbeat at such a close distance. But at that moment, he heard nothing, including the other's movements, and did not make a single sound, as if there was nothing in front of him. Surely an outsider, people in this world shouldn't have such outrageous hearing as you do. Noticing Yuang's ears twitching slightly, the boy smiled faintly and did not explain. Come with me, I'll show you something. With that, the boy jumped and dove into the swarm of monsters. But the monsters let him pass by as if they hadn't noticed him. Seeing the little boy being ignored by the monster, Yuang's brows leaned in tightly. Where did the other guy just appear from? He didn't notice it at all, which is odd. It's only fair to hear a little more movement. The little white boy Eddie was talking about would be this kid. But how did he appear and what was he up to, and why were these monsters not even looking at him? Yuang watched the little boy's footsteps and stood on the branch of the tree for a moment in contemplation, but finally followed. After following the little boy all the way in the sky, eventually, Yuang came to a familiar place. Chapter 109, A Different Kind of Underground. The hole in the tree, that big hole in the tree that was cut down by Seo Moonlight. Stumbled, circled around, and came back here. Yuang scratched his head as he looked at the hole in the tree in front of him that was split in two. This. Get in. While Yuang was still looking at the hole in the tree and didn't know what to say, the little boy jumped right in, watching Yuang's heart flutter. This tree hole can really go down. During the day he'd speculated about whether or not a living person could go down here, not realizing that he'd have to try it himself now. Seeing that the little boys all jumped in, Yuang didn't hesitate and followed suit. Pattering sound. It wasn't deep, and Yuang felt like she only fell a meter or two before stopping. Ring around the block. There is something else inside this tree hole. The surrounding area resembles a basement-like structure. But instead of a damp stone and brick basement, it was a wooden basement with candlelight. It was like the interior of a large tree, with walls and floors made of wooden planks with circles of vertical grain. Isn't it a surprise that there's a basement here? The little boy looked back at Yuang from the front with a smile in his eyes. It was a bit of a surprise. I clearly threw down a branch during the day. Why didn't it fall into here, instead of hitting someone? Yuang was sure she remembered correctly that she had really thrown a branch down during the day, but if there was something else going on in here, what was with that branch, and that rock? How did it fall from the sky? Yuang couldn't figure it out. Well, if you come with me, you'll understand, and I'll tell you everything. The little boy's eyes were innocent, his voice couldn't hear the slightest fluctuation, just like a robot, no matter what he encountered, he was so flat. Following the little boy all the way, Yuang realized that this underground was simply something else. Underneath the woods, there were actually intricate underground passages. Yuang followed the little boy all the way forward, nearly 10 minutes later. It finally came to a stop in front of a wooden door. It's not quite accurate to say that it's a wooden door to be precise, it should be a high-tech wooden door. For on the door there was an unusual texture with a strange light flowing through it, and next to it was a groove in the shape of a hand full of modern mechanics. Just when Yuang thought that the other party would press his hand on the groove next to him, he saw that the boy merely raised his hand and aimed it at the wooden door, which was easily opened and scratched to the side. Nuisance. The wooden door opened to reveal the space inside. Yuang followed the boy inside the wooden door.
The kinds of things inside the door deeply shocked Su Yuang.
Within this wooden door, there was actually a wide space of. The view opens up steeply and in the center is a round, wide, white table. On top of the table was a 3D projection picture of something Su Yuang was familiar with.
It's this very town. Su Yuang came to the table and looked down at the projected town on the table in great surprise. Well, isn't it beyond your imagination? With the whole town under our control. All of this is just an experiment.
The little boy's voice with a smile was still so cold, and he seemed a bit pleased with himself as he looked at Su Yuang's unbelieving eyes. Everything you thought was wacky and metaphysical was just their experiment, and everything was manipulated by others.
Everyone is just a player in the experiment. Can I have this table? Oh no, give me this projected thing. Su Yuang suddenly turned her head and looked seriously at the little boy. Then he checked the table up and down again. This thing should be able to be taken away, right? By the way, can you connect it to a computer to watch a movie?
Just project it in a particularly realistic kind of way, and don't get me wrong, I'm not in it for the movie, I just want to get closer to the science. Afraid that the other party would misunderstand, Su Yuang explained seriously. The little boy's smile came to an abrupt end.
The smile on his face stiffened, not expecting Su Yuang to say those words. Through the bioscanner, sir, you are thinking about human mating.
Su Yuang's pupils shrunk slightly, somewhat shocked as she looked at the little boy's flat, watery little face and exclaimed, "Forgetfulness."
Yuang turned into a child to tease me. Forgetfulness? The little boy froze, confusion in his voice. Who is forgetfulness? I don't know forgetfulness.
Seeing that the little boy didn't look like he was lying, Su Yuang slapped his head and had a brain fart.
How did forgetfulness come to be here? Okay, let's return to the topic just now. Is this thing real if it projects a movie? Can you see the details, and most importantly, can you touch it? Little boy.
He felt that Su Yuang might have a bit of a brain problem, and that this was a bit of a lost cause in his program to pick up on.
So he answered Su Yuang's question honestly.
The details are all infinitely scalable. If you want to have a tactile fabrication chamber, perhaps you could create an analog silo to take the consciousness directly into the created world to touch it. That should satisfy you.
A world of creation? Everything can be created in it?
Yes, the ability to create anything with your consciousness and with a touch exactly like a human's, and in the created world, you are God.
Then what are you waiting for? Go! Go build a simulated warehouse out of it. Su Yuang couldn't wait to pull the child's hand, but just then, Su Yuang's hand went through the boy's wrist. Chapter 110, The Truth.
The palm of the hand felt like it was cutting through the air, not touching the little boy halfway.
Su Yuang's eyes snapped open and she looked at the little boy. You really aren't human.
It's true that I'm not human, I'm the heart of this ship, or as you might say, the intelligence.
Artificial intelligence?
Su Yuang looked up and down at the bloodless little boy. No wonder there was no heartbeat. It turned out to be an AI, but,
what is this spaceship you were talking about?
And why are you able to travel freely to the town if you're an AI?
The town?
No, not a town. This whole town is just a part of our ship. The boy shook his head and explained, I'll tell you a story to make it clear.
Wait, can you build my analog bin first before telling this story? Sukiakari Seo reached out to stop the young boy.
The little boy shook his head, not saying anything about it, but started telling the story to himself. 300 years ago, in the midst of that vast universe, a great fleet of interstellar voyagers took orders from the Master Star and traveled to the outer planets to explore other beings that existed in the universe. Within the first few years, they found some creatures sporadically, but they were so far behind that even the planet hadn't yet begun the age of intelligence. They gave up this idea of communicating with such creatures and searched, until they came to this azure planet.
So what are you looking for other creatures for?
Su Yuang inclined her head in thought. Exploration, pursuit, curiosity, it's an instinct that lurks deep in the genes of all creatures, and we attempt to seek out the rest of the universe as our companions to grow together in friendship. Su Yuang nodded her head, then the other party was considered to be looking for the wrong person. If some of the countries on this planet knew that there were aliens who wanted to live in friendship with them, they would definitely find a way to get all of the other side's technology over and colonize the alien planet, and maybe even destroy the other side and then get their own people over there. Each planet has limited resources. When the resources are exploited, human beings will not be able to survive, then the only way is to travel to the vast universe to find other planets to survive. It's a fat delivered right to your door. As for any goodwill and friendliness from the other side, how can this stuff compare to survival? There may be people who would like to live together amicably, but that won't stop some people from entertaining the idea of annexing each other. In particular, the election mechanism in some countries is such that those who are able to become leaders are all devious, cunning, and despicable people. You're right, we're also worried about something like this happening. As if he heard what was going through Su Yueguang's mind, the little boy smiled.
Su Yueguang. Master, this AI is afraid that it's not your doppelganger. Why does it always love to pry into other people's hearts? So what are you going to do?
Of course it's an experiment, through which the true nature of the human heart in this world is viewed, and through the accumulation of big data, it is naturally possible to discern the nature of living things.
Su Yueguang nodded. Instead of observing someone, do you judge by big data, which is indeed a bit more accurate?
After all, individuals have differences, but the problem of individual differences will be minimized infinitely under big data.
So, this town is your experimental base? Su Yueguang all but said. So many directions that don't make sense.
Yes, the entire town was chosen as our test site, wrapped in our light-painted junction that. The original inhabitants of this place as well as the outsiders have been chosen to be our test subjects, and collecting humans on a large scale would cause too much commotion and would detract from our original intent.
That's why we only utilized the residents of this isolated town. But you trap humans in the town and then send monsters to kill them. What kind of thing can you experiment with? Su Yueguang looked at the projection on the table and wondered. Send monsters to kill them?
The boy shook his head. We didn't send monsters to kill humans, we just wanted to observe. Su Yueguang's expression stagnated, and a brilliant light blossomed in her eyes, followed by a thoughtful glow. That is to say, those monsters outside were not created by you?
Yes and no, you can interpret it as a bug in the system.
A humanized light of thought appeared in the little boy's eyes as he said, in the beginning, we simply wanted to make these people feel fear by creating some virtual monsters. Afterward, observe the nature of these people at the time of life and death, and then collect them as big data for projection.
But I didn't realize there was a slight problem among the humans. What problem? Su Yueguang pursued. What could go wrong among humans? Kill each other? Well, that's a bit of a complicated question, and I'm not sure where that falls among humans. At the very beginning, the plan did go as it normally would.
But while these people are trapped within the town surviving together, because of a food and water crisis, some people appeared to kill each other, the humans were at odds with each other and killed each other, and in the end, only one group survived and continued to survive in the town. We were going to use the magnetic field to copy and store everything that happened here as data, but then we didn't realize that there was a little accident while copying, and those who died came back to life and turned into something strange.
Artificial intelligence searched its database with a skewed head. A picture appeared in front of Su Yueguang's eyes. It was a single, scarred human with a bloodthirsty gleam of hatred in his eyes. One man had a long sword stuck in his chest, one had a knife stuck in his neck, and there were others who died in various ways. But without exception, all of these people came to life.
The corners of Su Yueguang's mouth twitched.
So this is a high-tech way to bring out ghosts or zombies? And then these monsters killed everyone? Su Yueguang picked up the conversation.
Now that he has been resurrected, it is only natural that he should kill all those who killed him. That's right, these people are killing all the residents of the town, and it's still a sadistic killing. They cut off the flesh of these people's hands and feet piece by piece, letting these people die with pain and suffering.
The little boy's words sent a chill down Su Yueguang's spine. These perverts. And then what?
After killing everyone, they discovered the secret of the town, which is our existence.
And then found us.
After the resurrection, each of them gained magical powers, and using this power, they killed my masters, and of course, with our masters' resistance, they ended up with only the strongest human left. The little boy's voice changed for a moment as he spoke of his master being killed, but it quickly returned to its original state.
Ding, triggering a hidden mission. Mission, kill the human who survived to the end.
If you receive this quest, the difficulty of this trial quest will be increased, Death Game will change the rules of the game, all quest restrictions will be lifted, and all players will be able to use their abilities.
Pick up. Su Yueguang's eyes were glowing. This is not claiming to be a little cutie. The little boy is still going.
After that, the human activated some of the ship's programs, and despite my interference, he still activated some of them.
Su Yueguang blinked. What program was activated? Chapter 111. What warps their minds? Wrenches?
The first one was a bioculture system. He brought his companion back to life with a bioculture system. The little boy said. Resurrection. Su Yuang had a bit of a bad feeling in her heart.
You mean his companions all came back to life?
Yes.
And those abilities of theirs?
That's not true. After being resurrected they didn't inherit the original abilities. Su Yuang breathed a sigh of relief, which was good, otherwise he would still have to face these monsters that came back from the dead when he finished his mission. But the strongest of them had it when the strongest of them killed them and then resurrected them.
Su Yuang.
What kind of perverts are these?
What warped their minds? Wrenches? Killing and resurrecting, that's something humans can do?
If he was going to deal with that last human, that wasn't going to be another monster to face.
And are they alive now? There's only one left dead. Su Yuang. Can you finish all at once? Isn't that what you were going to ask me?
The little boy said calmly.
Su Yuang's face fell. What the other party said seemed to be right.
Okay, I won't ask, you tell me.
Aha!
The little boy continued. The man initiated another program after reviving his companion. Saying that, the little boy looked towards Su Yuang, as if waiting for the other party to ask what the procedure was.
What are you looking at me for?
So he's asking all the questions that the little boy's actively trying to entice him to ask. Seeing that Su Yuang had no intention of opening his mouth, a humanized disappointed expression appeared on the little boy's face. He activated a somewhat special program, similar to pulling the world into reincarnation and trapping the town in an infinite loop. Saying that, his voice was again a beat, and he looked at Su Yuang again, seeing that Su Yuang was still silent.
Couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to ask me what the cycle is and what the purpose is again? Su Yuang stared indifferently at the little boy without saying anything.
Well, it's a feature that puts everyone in this world in duplicate. The world keeps repeating itself, the townspeople keep coming back to life, and then they keep getting killed. And the purpose of the repetition is to give him a sadistic thrill. And he puts the flesh and souls of these people inside the tree outside for his own consumption at any time to ensure the activity of his body, or in his words, immortality. That's why he killed his companion, because he realized that he was able to absorb his companion's power to strengthen himself. But in the end, still not satisfied with killing all his companions, he set his sights on the townspeople, repeating the process of bringing them back to life, then killing and absorbing them to ensure his perpetual survival. Every resurrection is a cycle, and when the last one dies, it will all begin again. I want to save these innocent people, but there is nothing I can do but use my authority to do what I can.
The painting?
Yes, the painting was left behind by me with permission to alert people who are in a loop here, but very few people are able to spot it each time.
The little boy said.
I wanted to leave clues for these people to discover and find the truth, and then break the cycle to save myself, but it was never discovered. Even if I made crosses that could withstand those monsters of the night so they could live better. These people still don't choose to do more meaningful things while they're alive, and they repeat the same things every day waiting to die.
You made the cross? Su Yuang was a bit surprised.
Yes, it was created when I realized the man's weakness. That person, although he was able to sustain himself by devouring others after his resurrection, developed some weaknesses that. For example, fearing a special substance, a magnet, his body will start to decay when he touches it, which is the fundamental purpose of my making the magnet cross.
And sunlight, too, is something he fears. This kind of cross can kill him? A dawning look appeared in Su Yuang's eyes after pondering. Sure enough, the game of death doesn't give unanswered innings.
If there were weaknesses, then by finding a way to capitalize on those weaknesses, even if the strength wasn't as strong as the other party, it was still possible to kill them.
Wait for me to sort it out. Su Yuang organizes the information that is already available. First, those monsters were made by humans. Second, he was able to absorb the humans of the storage town for his own absorption to ensure long life. Third, you left the clues in town too, but what are you doing looking for Eddie? Su Yuang wondered, there were still too many things he couldn't understand.
Because Eddie is a child, pure at heart, that human would not compel him to be his servant, for even if he did it would serve little purpose.
Compulsion? Su Yuang nodded thoughtfully, you're saying that amongst humans, there are also traitors, right?
It was something he had guessed after seeing what happened at the hospital. The stone at the hospital he was sure was man-made, he just didn't have a guess as to who it was. He suspected the two Lena siblings but had no proof. Yes, but it's not exactly a traitor, he can only carry out compulsion. There are many weaknesses in human nature, and it only takes a little exploitation to be able to make a person betray their faith and race. The little boy's voice seemed to carry some strange emotions. Unfortunately, I let that man live. He didn't do what he needed to do.
Yuang froze, that person?
Steve, the guy the town dismisses as crazy. The very first survived Steve.
Steve survived because of you? Yuang was astonished.
Yes, I saved him and kept the human from noticing his presence, although later I realized that the human actually noticed his presence, but he survived. But that's all. Even after surviving, the man still used a magnetic field to erase his memories so that he couldn't perceive the truth about the town.
The young boy said faintly. I have 3 last questions. What happened to the stone thrown into the tree hole? And how did those monsters come back to life?
The space technology within the ship is capable of transferring the stone to other locations.
Monster?
It was that human who used the technology inside the ship to create trees as petri dishes from his own cells and cultivated them with the cells and souls of those people. Using petri dishes, they are able to come out at night and move around.
Once the program was entered, it was all carried out by the programs within the ship.
Because of the cells of that human being contained in it, the instinct of these monsters to survive, that is to devour other beings. But those monsters also fear the light and the cross. Yuang nodded unsurprisingly. The technology within this airship was simply outrageously high. His mom opened the door to outrageous to the home.
So, last question, where is that human?
A murderous intent flashed within Yuang's eyes. Kill this human and the mission would be complete.
He's already here. The little boy looked behind Yuang.
Yuang froze, turned his head, looked at the visitor. Shocked color overflowed.
It's you! Chapter 112, The Sharingan Eye. Eternal life is what we all seek. Dear Sue, do you think I'm wrong?
A man wearing a cross robe, his entire body shrouded in an ornate blue robe, removed his hat, revealing a gentle and elegant face underneath.
It was the man of faith for everyone in this town, the priest.
The stringy facial whiskers connecting his temples with that kind and gentle smile made people subconsciously feel friendly.
Yuang looked at the priest in front of him and smashed his mouth.
Oh priest, this is quite a surprise. I haven't noticed anything unusual about you since I entered the town. He was genuinely a bit surprised. The priest hadn't shown any abnormality when he entered the town and usually smiled. Who would have thought that such a kind and still believing in Jesus would be a pervert who abused the townspeople? But I'm not surprised you showed up here yet, outsider CO. It's true that I should have found a way to kill all of you when I first entered the town. The priest stood still with a smile on his face, but the words coming out of his mouth were chilling.
Outsiders, because they're all sent outside the wheelhouse by the death game?
The only townspeople in this town caught in reincarnation are the townspeople, who were sent by the death game, so they are not townspeople in reincarnation.
Strange, shouldn't you be afraid of sunlight? And how come the crosses don't react to you? Ignoring the priest's words, Yuang curiously surveyed the priest, who, as the AI had just said, was afraid of crosses in sunlight.
But this priest was standing well in the sun during the day, and was not any different from an ordinary man.
Oh, this?
Of course it's because of this particular puppet shell, but since you already know about it, then I don't need to disguise myself anymore. The priest craned his neck, and instantly 2 cracks appeared on his neck like dried up clay being broken. The cracks quickly extended out throughout his body as they appeared, while the priest opened his mouth. While this shell allows me to be like a regular person, it also limits my strength, and if it wasn't for teasing these ING assholes, I wouldn't really want to hide inside this shell. The priest stretched, like someone who had been sick in a hospital bed for a long time just recovering from getting up, and couldn't help but move his muscles.
Would have been nice to tease them, but alas.
The priest's eyes steeply glazed over as he looked at Yuang, the shell on his face quickly fading away, revealing that white skin with scars and black tendons underneath a dry, thin face. Your sudden arrival here as outsiders has forced me to advance the cleansing program. For popping sound. The priest's shell fell to the ground as fast as the clods of mud, and the ground soon accumulated a large area. It also revealed the face of the demon beneath that shell. It was a man with a dry, thin, dark face, and at first glance, the most striking thing was the reddish eyes. Although his skin was dark, his pupils were red and scary. Siotsuki Akari's Sharingan eyes were merely the pupils of his eyes were red, while this man, his entire eyes were red. So much for red eye special effects. Yuang muttered in her heart. The other party was wearing a set of close-fitting white battle armor, so no need to look, it must be from these aliens.
Dear Sue, first time meeting, introduction, my name is William. Master, perhaps this is the last stranger you'll ever know, cherish it. The man opened his hands as he spoke, and some of the objects within the airship inexplicably began to fly. It is? Su Yuegwang's face was filled with novelty as she looked at the substances floating up around her. Sure enough, the other party really did have psychic powers. It's an ability I gained after I was resurrected, magnetism. I was able to control everything made of iron, and it's the reason I was able to kill all the aliens inside this ship at the time. Without waiting for the little boy to explain, William said it himself. He has full confidence in his abilities. Killing the aliens who treated them like ants at the time, who else in the world could stop him? If it wasn't for this damned boundary, maybe I would have ruled the world by now. But it doesn't matter, soon I'm going to break open this boundary, and when I do, I'll leave this town, breathe the outside air, and enjoy everything outside. When you die, I'll absorb your flesh and blood and become my sustenance. Buzz. All the floating objects, tables, chairs, and benches abruptly stopped shaking, then turned their direction and aimed at Su Yuegwang. Go! Sue, get out of here! Run! The little boy beside him suddenly opened his mouth, and at the same time, a certain wall behind Su Yuegwang abruptly parted, revealing a white metal passage filled with a sci-fi feeling inside. It's too late. Shoo, shoo, shoo. With a wave of William's hand, those tables, chairs, and benches flew towards Su Yuegwang as swiftly as bullets. Die! Blood will eyes. But just as the table and chairs flew towards him and were about to come close, the pupils in Su Yuegwang's eyes suddenly turned red. William had been staring at Su Yuegwang, and the moment Su Yuegwang's eyes turned red, the world in his eyes suddenly changed, and the entire world began to melt like chocolate meeting the sun, revealing the red world hidden behind it. The alien ship dissolved and disappeared into blackness, with a blood moon high in the sky overhead. Startled, William turned to look around and, at some point, the entire world turned into a dark world shrouded in blood red. What's going on? Why am I here? He yelled in panic. In the real world, the table and chairs that flew towards Su Yuegwang strangely stopped in the void under the gaze of the little boy's horror, and Su Yuegwang looked at the stopped table and chairs with a grin at the corner of his mouth. He, sure enough, as long as it's a person, the Sharingan eye is omnipotent. Su Yuegwang looked and stopped bench he. CO. What have you done? Why did he? Artificial intelligence, the little boy exclaimed as he watched the man suddenly pause and hold his open hands. Did what? Su Yuegwang pointed her finger at the man and made a downward stroke. Bang, bang, bang. The man's open arms shrugged to his sides, and the tables, chairs, and benches that had floated up also fell to the ground. Of course it's to control him and torture him, Su Yuegwang said with a bad smile. In the world of visions, the man is wrapped in a red moon in the world of the blood moon. The whole thing was immobilized. Clatter of horses' hoofs. A ringing finger sounded in the silence of the world, and in the blink of an eye the man felt more restraints on his hands and feet. He was tied to a cross on a black platform. Grrrrrrr. In the void before them, darkness converged into a single raven drifting and gathering, after 10 or so breaths had formed the shape of a teenager. CO. How did you do that? Where is this? Seeing Su Yuegwang, the man struggled wildly with both hands and feet, trying to break free of his bonds. Screaming, roaring. The piercing sound was loud and clear in the darkness of the night. And Su Yuegwang, with an extra candle in her hand, he evilly laughed as she walked towards the man. Chapter 113, Grade A Alien Ability. After torturing for 3 days and 3 nights, Su Yuegwang left the world of illusions unfulfilled. Of course, 3 days and 3 nights spent in the illusion was less than a minute in reality. Sue, what are you doing? He seems to be in pain and confusion in his spirit. Seeing Su Yuegwang and the other party freeze and not move, the little boy had been scanning the data information of the two people's entire body. It wasn't until Su Yuegwang opened her eyes that she immediately inquired. This one? I'm using a whip, no. Su Yuegwang opened his eyes and heard the little boy's voice just after he wanted to open his mouth, but suddenly felt that the words were somewhat inappropriate for children. After thinking about it, he rubbed his chin in contemplation for a few moments to change his story, shaking his head. I'm torturing him with some tools that will make him live and die and die and die. Torture? I see, you're trying to wear down his spirit to break him. That's called conditioning in human parlance, isn't it?
Well, children shouldn't use such words that are easily targeted by the river crab god beast. Crash is a more apt word. Yuang finished looking at the man who couldn't bear it and fell to the ground, and sighed in his heart that this sharpening willy is really good. It may not be useful against non-humans, but as long as it's still a human being, then it's just a vegetable chicken that can be casually abused in front of him. With his opponent's ability, it would really take him a while to deal with this Magneto. But now, he looked at the man who had fallen softly to the ground and passed out, like a lamb to the slaughter. Yuang flipped his wrist and a revolver appeared in his hand. The gun was pointed at the man and boom. A shot in the arm. The bullet hit the man's head, and a bloody hole appeared abruptly in the male god's forehead. Pistols won't kill him, you need to use a cross, eh? The little boy was just about to remind Yuang that he could only use the cross to kill the man, when suddenly, he realized that the man on the ground was actually starting to dissipate. It was like a burning paper man, fading rapidly to the ground and dissipating into dust specks in the air. That's, like, dead? How is that possible? You can only kill men with magnets, right? It just so happens that my pistol bullets can turn into magnets. Yuang looked over at the little boy and grinned. Nothing is a problem when it comes to the Emperor of Europe. Do you know who killed Zhong Li Mai? Yuang looked to the AI. Lena, the girl who invited you to dinner, was supposedly instructed by William to approach you on purpose to try to find out where you came from. Because you came into the cycle out of nowhere, it gave William a twinge of unease. Seo Moon Kwang nodded. So Lena is William's person? No, it's not accurate to say that. Lena was just compelled and threatened. She wanted to leave the world. But what she doesn't realize is that I make the decisions about leaving this world, and William can't even get her out of this town. The little boy shook his head. Yuang nodded his head and understood. If he didn't become a demon, it didn't have much to do with him. If he became a demon, he wouldn't mind getting rid of Lena by the way. He then made his way to the table and looked at the 3D projection of the town on it. Noticing that the town was wrapped in 2 layers of boundaries, Yuang was confused. Why is this town wrapped in 2 layers of boundaries? Is 1 layer not enough? Yuang looked towards the location of the town's 2 layers of boundaries, which just happened to be the location of their resurrection. The knot out there is the one I set up to trap William from leaving this place, and it's also the place where people from Eddie's family were resurrected. The knots in there were set up by William to circulate and control the townspeople, and whenever they touched one point of the knots, they would come out of the opposite side of the 2 points of diameter on a plane are connected together by spatial technology, and both points, no matter which point they go out from, go to the other point. But humans who have been made into monsters by William will not participate in this cycle, and everything in the difference set of the 2 junctions, which is the place that belongs to the big junction that does not belong to the little junction, does not participate in the cycle. It dawned on Yuang that it was no wonder they were resurrected there and could smell the monster. The game of death sends them to the gap between the 2 knots. But now that William is dead, these boundaries can be undone after the monsters are destroyed. The little boy said. William was already dead, the biggest threat no longer existed, and the remaining small monsters didn't even need Yuang's hands. For popping or snapping. The little boy clapped his non-existent palms together and buzzed. A single mechanical box protruded from the walls around them. The box is open. A little mechanical bee flew out of it, flying in the direction of the hole in the tree outside the airship. These are the exploding bugs we made, and each one is just powerful enough to destroy 1 monster. Watching the little bee fly off into the outside world, the little boy smiled a humanized smile of relief. It's over. Everything. It's over. Once all these monsters are eliminated, everything here will return to its former form. He could also leave the planet and return to the home planet to report on the situation here. So are you able to build me a simulated warehouse now? Yuang looked at the young boy and said seriously. 12 o'clock sharp the next day. Game over. The last reincarnation of humanity survived. Yuang's few people also completed their tasks successfully. Ding. Mission accomplished, game over. Number of participants in this game, 8. Deaths, 4. Remaining survivors, 4. Player Jerome. Mike's performance statistics. Statistic success, the player performed well this time, with an overall grade of A. Reward issued, awarded with class as psychic ability, intentional manipulation, able to manipulate up to 12 swords at once. Chapter 114, to give a fist and a reasoning. Reward disposable props of life and death dice. Synopsis: ability to automatically activate or actively use dice at death. Point 1. Resurrect the object of use. Point 2. Doubles the strength of the subject after reviving a dead subject. Point 3. Resurrects dead objects and activates things that weaken the killed object. Point 4. Strike the object of use. Point 5. Manipulate the object of use. Point 6. Can resurrect the subject of use to gain some S rank and lower specified ability for 10 minutes. Automatically destroyed after use. Acquisition of a rank skills as well as a rank items. Will it be broadcast to all players? Yes. It's time to share happy moments again, so Yuang happy never begrudging to share with everyone. After the reward was broadcasted, some clown cursed and prepared 10 more bombs for Su Yuang. At the same time, some people finally noticed Su Yuang, who had been receiving a rank rewards. Reward complete, leave game in 10 seconds, 10, 9. Su Yuang, remember. Report to the officials, don't run, the officials will protect you. While there was still time, Lu Baixue hurriedly exhorted. Protect me? Su Yuang slightly raised her eyelids. If you wanna protect me, come and catch me, and I'll let you protect me, hey, bye. Su Yuang beckoned to Lu Baixue, and in the end, he only saw Lu Baixue's body being swallowed up by a black hole, and his vision began to rotate heavenward. Open your eyes again and you're home again. Game, open character panel. Player, Jerome. Mike. Grade, 2. Allocable points, 0. Power, 330. Speed, 340. Spirit, 350. Defense, 300. Body mass, 340. Soul strength 500. Note, normal person full value 100. Skills, inversion inverted state, can be freely controlled, each shift consumes a little mental energy, hurt the enemy 1,000 times to lose 800 passive skills, no consumption, details can be clicked to see, Sharingan, 8 door. Cultivation technique, embracing spirit technique. Nothing has changed a game, upgrade the next level how much more experience? 130,000 experience points short of level 3. 130,000. Looks like I'll have to raise the rating a bit more next time, but it's really hard to get S or higher rewards for this game, huh? Su Yuang had taken such an initiative to accept the hidden mission, but it was actually still only an A rank evaluation. What exactly do you have to do to get an S rating? What about the SSS class? Across the street from Su Yuang's house. A man looked at the instrument on top of the cell phone fluctuating excitedly, back. Back from the world of death, this kid, life is quite big, actually did not die in it. Hey, the previous games are easy alright, although the probability of death is high, it's not as difficult as the later stages after all. Guan Xiaofei said. He seems to be going out, should we follow? Of course we follow, it's our job to follow him, but don't get too close, it's easy to get caught out. Out the door. Su Yuang glanced behind her and the corner of her mouth lifted. Those two guys are catching me out, aren't they? He didn't care, the other guy could follow if he wanted to. The daily routine starts with a big meal, there's a lot of meat inside the town but eating the same meat for days on end is a bit much. It's still a rich and varied menu that suits him. The two men ordered 2 dishes and watched Su Yuang dine from the sidelines, although they also wanted to eat a lot, but after all, they had to keep an eye on Su Yuang, even if they ate. The two of them ate carefully, staring at Su Yuang as they ate. Go. Su Yuang ate quickly and settled in less than 15 minutes. The two of them followed in a hurry. Until Su Yuang entered a SPA clubhouse. 2 people stood in silence at the door, looking at the door stood 2 dressed a little sultry welcome little girl, silent and do not know whether to go in. How about just waiting here? Guan Xiaofei tried. Right, it's not good for our identities to go in. Shen Yuan nodded. 2 gentlemen, are you looking for a massage? Our massage technique here is first class yokamina. A welcome girl noticed the 2 hurriedly went forward and pulled Shen Yuan's hand, her tone and eyes were quite ambiguous. Will you play inside, sir? My sisters are waiting inside. Another little sister also walked out and took Guan Xiaofei's arm. 2 people rubbing their bodies against each other is a heavy-duty slam dunk for 2 somewhat introverted and shy men. The 2 men blushed then, waving their hands and mouthing refusals. Seeing 2 people casually rubbing their breasts against each other and being so shy, how could the 2 girls not understand that the fat goat had come? In their eyes, this kind of easily shy people are the best to cheat, and casually pit the other side of the money over. Whether it's intimidation or whatever, the other side can keep the people, but the money has to stay with them anyway. The two were half pulled into the store by two little sisters. Half an hour later, the two men exited the spa club with ugly faces. A couple of beaten and bruised men followed docilely behind him. A few of you, turn yourselves in, even the official people dare to intimidate, tired of living. Chen Yuan twisted his wrist, his face was ugly to the extreme. I didn't realize I was being fairy trapped. Went in thinking there could be some benefits, but it turned out that the massage or something came to a full set, and when they went into the small dark room, they suddenly came in a group of big men. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Yuan knew a bit of boxing and kicking, he would have had to hemorrhage today. Yes, we will definitely go. A few big men coyly promised. When they face good bullies they hit hard, when they face bad bullies, then they just get bullied. They also didn't expect Shen Yuan and Guan Xiaofei to be so capable of fighting, beating several of them one by one, and getting more and more fierce as they fought. Humph. Whether you guys go or not, this store has to be rectified. Really think we're so easy to bully? Guan Xiaofei was red in the face, not shy, but angry. His pants were off, and then such a group of things rushed in. He wasn't even that angry when he rushed in when he was done. Nope. Aren't we forgetting something? Chen Yuan was about to continue to move his fist and reason, when suddenly his face changed slightly. The two looked at each other at the same time. Su Yueguang. Over here, Su Yueguang had already left the massage parlor early and headed to the outskirts of Yung City. Chapter 115, Do You Have a Girlfriend? It was still the bus, and this time it wasn't full of beautiful women after all. He couldn't bear to do it again. Casually find a seat where no one else is sitting. At the second stop up came a beautiful woman in a very cool and simple dress. The girl got in and looked around the car, searching for where she should sit. The men who were alone in their seats gave up their places, while their eyes pretended to glance at the girl from time to time without noticing, focusing on whether the girl had come to them or not. Anticipation in the mind, expressionless high spirits on the face. Su Yueguang, on the other hand, was sitting steadily on the outside, blocking the inside. He's fine on his own, how troublesome to have a woman. Hello, can I sit here? A clear and pleasant voice rang in Su Yueguang's ears. At the same time a fragrant breeze came, mesmerizing the men around them, and they couldn't help but close their eyes to enjoy the mesmerizing smell. It's the smell of first love. A man next to him looked at the round, sexy body of the girl with her back to him and his eyes filled with red hearts. He felt he had to take the initiative. Ahem, beautiful, I have an empty seat here, there's no one next to me, you can sit. The beautiful woman glanced back at the man, then at Su Yueguang, and politely said with an apology, I'm sorry, you're too ugly. Man. Why? Why did he fall out of love so quickly after just falling in love? Why was the world so cruel to him? Can good looks be a meal? The girl turned back and looked at Xiao Yueguang with a smile. Sir, this bus is public yo. Su Yueguang. Being good looking is really annoying. Why did God give me such a handsome face? Why did he have to be so lucky? Why did he have smooth sailing and success in everything he did? You can't even experience suffering if you want to. That's what this is all about. In the end, the girl smiled sweetly and sat next to Su Yueguang, and intentionally leaned a little closer to him. Do you have a girlfriend, sir? Just after sitting down, the girl took the initiative to strike up a conversation to Su Yueguang. Peach blossom eyes, pink cheeks and agaric nose, exquisite melon face, a snake pendant in the right ear, nothing in the left ear, a living, breathing beauty. Su Yueguang expressionless looking at the beautiful woman beside him who stared at her without blinking, her eyes expressionless. No. The girl smiled sweetly and reached out her hand, grabbing Su Yueguang's palm and interlocking her fingers. So now, you have it. Su Yueguang looked at the soft little hand that grabbed him and gently broke free. Sorry, I just answered inaccurately, you ask again. Good, do you have a girlfriend? The girl smiled sweetly, not caring that Su Yueguang broke away from her small hand, and asked again. Yes. Su Yueguang calmly said. Well, then. The girl looked at Su Yueguang's smile even sweeter and more enticing, and went to reach out her own white and clean with fresh fragrance small hand to grab Su Yueguang's big hand. Meeting Xiao Moon Kwang's puzzled gaze with tender eyes, he said, so you have two girlfriends now. Su Yueguang. It's just like I'm a big chow. How come there are always so many strange women in the world? Are women so open nowadays? Wouldn't it be nice to have more normal ones like Lu Baixue? Why are you always pushing some demented girls on me? Xiao Yueguang muttered in a low voice as she got out of the car. The result is to add the prestige. Su Yueguan clearly said that for the time being, he does not need a second girlfriend, and the left hand and right hand are his most loyal friends. The girl didn't force herself, but just said something inexplicable. This thing called fate can't be stopped. But Su Yueguan felt that her destiny might not be able to stop her, but her luck did. Soon, it came to that poison store again. Boss, 2 more copies of the poison from last time.
The owner is still the same old man in his early 20s. Smiling upon seeing Su Yueguan, his cloudy eyes were a few points brighter.
The orange and yellow field cat was still there, pouncing on Su Yueguang's feet and rubbing against Su Yueguang's pants leg after he entered the store.
Alright, did you drink it all so quickly?
The boss said casually as if he saw an old friend.
Hey, just that much is enough for anyone to drink. Is there anything more poisonous?
Su Yueguang inquired as she carried the cat to the counter and kneaded it, sitting on the counter.
More poisonous? I've got some of this, do you want some?
After you take it, you'll be cut off from your children and grandchildren, and men and women will be guaranteed not to produce a single child. It's just too sinister and damaging to the yin and yang, and I haven't recommended it much.
Make it 10. And this medicine? Of course Su Yueguan wasn't using it for himself. Did he need it? Of course not. He simply wanted to use it for his enemies. A moment later, Su Yueguan got 10 green bottles. Boss, why did you make the bottle green?
Boss froze, severed children and grandchildren medicine, so that the other side severed children and grandchildren, that is not cheap next door to the old king of the well, do not get green to get what color?
You make so much ing sense, I can't believe I'm speechless. After buying the medicine, Su Yueguan glanced at the boss's mountainous and windswept Mediterranean Sea. A moment of silence. Boss, are you really a 90? The boss heard Su Yueguan's words a little unhappy, squeezed his eyebrows and exasperatedly said, What do you mean, how do I not look like the 90s? You're a ing 1890s. Su Yueguan nodded, didn't say anything more and turned to leave. After returning home, Su Yueguan realized that the 2 goods across the street were already waiting for him. He also ignored the 2 and went straight to his room. Then, making an empty space in the room, he removed an oversized machine from his backpack and placed it next to the bed. Kind of like the experimental pods in the movies.
Metal body plus high-strength glass cabin, tailor-made for Su Yueguan, able to enter the world of consciousness, free to create anything.
Everything you want can be realized in this world of consciousness. Women, power, wealth, endless money. Even Su Yueguan was able to stay within his own created world for the rest of his life until he died as long as he wanted to.
This cabin is made of high technology. After going in, the cabin will automatically scan my physical condition to replenish the required nutrients at any time. As for the source of nutrition, it is from particles in the air as well as solar energy. Here's the mock-up and the little boy made for him.
Chapter 116 Mecha Dreams. Su Yueguan unlocked the door and entered the game pod.
The glass inside the pod is not as smooth 5 transparent as the outside, and inside is a smart screen.
White.
Su Yueguan called out softly after lying down inside the game pod.
Intelligent program Xiaobai at your service. A mechanical female voice rang in Su Yueguan's ears. This is the intelligence system of the analog warehouse.
Wake me up immediately if someone knocks on the door or asks for me, or in an hour if no one is there. Su Yueguan said as she closed her eyes.
Yes, master. Activate the simulation pod.
Activating the simulation chamber, connecting the mental consciousness and checking the body data.
Cellular activity, good. Mental status, normal.
After more than 10 breaths, a mist appeared in the cabin, and Su Yueguan's consciousness became increasingly blurred.
Opening her eyes again, Su Yueguan realized that she had appeared on a sea.
With his feet on the choppy waves, the sea breeze around him brushed his face with a faint salty smell.
The flavor of the sea, you know. Is this my ideal world? Appearing in a sea, does that mean I'm the Sea King? It's a good name, just easy to beat.
Su Yueguan muttered and raised his right hand.
Aim a sweep forward. Sound of gurgling water.
The world began to change, as if it were mechanical. Everything around it faded away layer by layer, and then other things emerged from the ground: skyscrapers, traffic, pedestrians, traffic lights, bickering Amazons.
Am I a god in this world?
Looking at the city that had been created by the wave of his own hand, the corners of Su Yueguang's mouth lifted lightly.
Wave again. The city receded like a tidal wave like crazy, and then a lonely island appeared on the sea level. A girl appeared in front of Su Yueguang, 2 girls, 3 girls. Each girl was wearing a different bikini and it was very eye-catching. After repairing, they bent down in unison to Su Yuang and called out, "Greetings, master."
Well, good.
Su Yuang nodded with satisfaction.
With another wave of his hand, a workbench appeared in front of him. Everyone listen to my command, pass me parts and serve me tea, then some of you fan me, I want to build mechs.
All men's dreams. Mech warriors and dragon riders. Su Yuang must build himself a set of battle armor that is even more awesome than Iron Man today.
Yes, master.
A group of bikini beauties sweetly nodded their heads and smiled as they bent over. Wrench. Saw. Pliers. After working all afternoon, Su Yuang had finally built the most perfect mecha in his imagination.
A sci-fi inspired blue and white mech with humanoid construction, plasma weapon thrusters, and melee weapons that can transform.
Perfect.
Su Yuang snapped her fingers and removed all the bikinis around her, leaving only a gorgeous mechanical battle armor on the island.
Women are no more fun than battle armor. Su Yuang's hands spread out, and the mechanical battle armor dispersed like parts and automatically floated onto Su Yuang's body. Body function checkup in progress. Mecha power system check in progress. Mecha weapon system check in progress. 1 minute later.
All mechanical synthesized sounds disappear.
Su Yuang, who was wrapped in the mech, moved her wrists. It's like your own arm.
Raising her hand and looking at the blue-white battle armor wrapped around her hand, Su Yuang reached her hand to her back and drew out a white transparent longsword.
Transform. Su Yuang looked excitedly at the weapon in his hand. As the words fell, the weapon in his hand instantly turned into a longbow. After playing mechs in this world for a few hours of playing battle armor fighting monsters, Su Yuang left with a sense of satisfaction.
Leaving the game pod, Su Yuang felt that he could totally rely on the game of death to get a set of such bullish battle armor. This game pod is so invincible and can create all sorts of monsters. It was no different from the real thing, his sense of touch and physicality was no different from being in reality. A gaming pod like this, if given to a dead geek, could probably turn Tendo into a big girl and over Tendo. When I came to the window, there was a curved moon hanging in the sky, and the stars around me were twinkling like little children playing hide and seek.
Is it all dark? Su Yuang touched her stomach, which was also a bit hungry. The nutrient bin gave just enough to keep him on the line between hungry and not hungry. I felt hungry when I came out.
Out the door, trailed by 2 more lanky shadows.
Su Yuang ate as usual and then headed to the clubhouse as usual. Chen Yuan, Guan Xiaofei.
This time the two learned their lesson and waited by the door with a cigarette.
But after waiting for 2 hours, Su Yuang didn't see anyone. Will it be too long? This kid is so good?
Chen Yuan threw the cigarette butt to the ground and stamped it out heavily with his foot before picking it up and throwing it to the trash can.
I think something's wrong too, why don't we go up and ask?
The 2 men came into the lobby.
Hello, do you two have an appointment?
The receptionist said respectfully.
No, I wanted to ask how come that young man who came in 2 hours ago and was particularly handsome didn't come out? Chen Yuan was curious. Oh, that particularly handsome gentleman?
He's gone, shuffled his feet and left out the back door.
Speaking of Su Yuang, the girl was impressed and had a somewhat reminiscent expression. Chen Yuan. Guan Xiaofei. Ran away again.
On the other hand, Su Yuang was wandering around the street with her head in her hands. Originally, he had nothing to do, he wanted to go to the hookah to shop, but thought that the hookah in this world only sells the body but not the art, then there is no meaning. He went not for the women, but to share his versatility. After buying a cup of fruit milk tea, Su Yuang strolled around for a while towards home. Ding, consumption of expired rotting material, gastric digestion plus 100, cellular activity plus 100, microbial resistance plus 100, penicillin resistance plus 500. Rotting fruit produces penicillin.
Ha! After finishing the last sip, Su Yuang let out a breath of cool air.
This store is good, sells milk tea made with expired fruit, it's good, I will come to this shop from now on. The garbage was then thrown into the garbage truck passing by.
Was about to sweep a little bike home.
The sound of a man whispering on the phone suddenly came to his ear.
What? The 9-tailed fox met a ghost that she couldn't handle? Even she can't handle it? I know, I'll be right there.
Su Yuang stopped her steps and turned her head to look at a small couple on the side of the road wearing casual clothes.
Chapter 117 Explosion, It's Art. It was 2 young men and women in power suits.
Hand in hand, Both of their faces were a bit stony after the call was answered. Then headed off in a certain direction. Nine-tailed fox, isn't that dear little Yu? Yuang looked at the departing two with a grin at the corner of his mouth. What kind of problem had he encountered that he needed to ask for help? After casually buying a helmet on the side of the road just in case, Yuang quietly followed. Somewhere in a small grove in the mountains near Banyan City. A woman with blood on her shoulder covered her shoulder and looked across at the black-tinged monster with a heavy face. Fifth-level ghosts, they don't seem to be opponents, cough. Yi Xiaoyu looked at his companion who had already fallen down next to him alive or dead with a pale face. Just during the day, they received a mission that a demon had appeared here, and Yi Xiaoyu volunteered to come. She had thought that with her strength as a level 3 player she would be able to easily deal with any monster, but she hadn't realized that the other party's strength had directly exceeded her by 2 levels. Even the levels and skills combined were not enough to deal with this monster. The difference in strength is too great. They had already done their best by killing only one female ghost, and they were not able to fight back at all against the male ghosts, they were purely being abused. Roar! On the opposite side, a tall man covered in black gas stared straight at Yi Xiaoyu with hatred in his dark pupils. His ghost wife was killed by Yi Xiaoyu and others. The night ghost's gaze was ferocious, and the sharp nails on his hands shone with an eerie light under the full moon. In the midst of Yi Xiaoyu's unsightly gaze, he slowly walked towards Yi Xiaoyu. The black mist around his body was like a trailing inflammation dragging behind the stern ghost, and the black pupils had a fierce aura. Demon, what do you want? Just as the monster was about to close in on Yi Xiaoyu, 2 shadows suddenly strung out from the nearby forest. A long sword in each hand. Green Thunder twin swords. A man and a woman mouth at the same time light drink. 2 swords on top of the light suddenly released, green-blue halo in the sword body flow, the 2 people in the air entwined together around the rotation, the tip of the sword is like a gyroscope toward the ghosts and monsters stabbing, the power seems to be to tear the void. Buzz. The night ghost was not alarmed at the sight of the sudden attack, and his body's black mist steeply intensified. Boom! The 2 of them drilled through the black fog, but they didn't even attack anything. In the end, the sword chi only chopped off a large tree around it. What happened? Disappeared? A man and a woman looked around suspiciously. They hadn't attacked the night ghost just now, which they knew very well. Sister Qing, be careful, that monster can be invisible. Yi Xiaoyu was relieved to see the visitor and hurriedly reminded him. Green Thunder twin swords, the 2 are lovers, usually inseparable, the most skilled in the art of combining attacks. Green Thunder twin swords is also a magic treasure, against the severe ghosts think even if they cannot defeat will not be easily defeated. Stealthy? Then watch me. The young man looked at the disappearing night ghost and looked around warily, pinching a spell in his hand. Tai Shan Lao Jun is in a hurry, demons and devils are in the present. The man cupped a spell in his hand and then heavily slapped it on the ground. Buzz. A yellow glow appeared steeply on the ground within the forest, bearing a strange incantation on it. Under this pale yellow light, all the evil chi could not hide. But. Strange, where? The 2 of them looked around, neither of them found any traces of that ghostly monster. It shouldn't be, the presentation technique has failed? There is no lapse. Above your heads. The water decree. Another man's voice came from the middle of the jungle. Neck feathers of a bird old. A buzzing sound came from overhead. The 2 men looked up and saw that the stern ghost had appeared above their heads at an unknown time, its sharp claws as sharp as long knives emitting a pitch-black luster, grasping towards the young man's head, seemingly wanting to tear the man to shreds. But it was obscured by a curtain of water. The sharp claws clawed at the transparent water curtain, sending ripples. Chow! What a time! Thanks, Waterboy. The young man looked into the middle of the forest and smiled in gratitude. Pete. Told you not to call me Waterboy. Call me the Water King. I'm the king of the water, the Water King. 2 more figures stepped out of the forest, one of them a cursing man in shorts and slippers, his henna hair in disarray, and keeping a dharma motion in his hand. Next to it, was a youth with a sullen face and sword eyebrows, carrying a long stick-like object tied by black cloth strips on his back. His eyes were stern like a sword, and he did not blink as he watched the eyes of the stern ghost. Together! Kill this stern ghost! The sword-browed man appeared and probed his hand to bring the long stick-like cloth behind his back to his body, gripping the exposed end of the cloth end. With a fling at the ground, the black cloth came off, revealing a long stick within the cloth. Under the force of the swashbuckling man's flick, the stick grew, like a shaking stick, a section of the. And that's not all. After the growth. The man again held the stick in one hand and spun it around in the air. The stick grew another section, and its true colors were completely revealed to the crowd. It was an overlord spear, its body taller than a man, with fiery streaks twining around it, and within the streaks there seemed to be flames flowing, glittering for sounds. Up! Without waiting for the others to reply, the sword-browed man rushed forward with his lance. The tip of the gun was pointed straight at the night ghost. Roar! The stern ghost saw that it couldn't kill the young man and woman, and the overlord gun was attacking towards it, so there was nothing it could do but retreat unwillingly. Good chance. Layer. Combined attack. Yes. Those present were not ordinary people, and just at the moment the stern ghost faded away, the young man and woman reacted. Catching the opportunity, the two swords combined and attacked towards the lower part of the night ghost, at a surprisingly fast speed, not even giving the night ghost a chance to react. Roar! Seeing that Qing Lei's twin swords were pointing directly at his lower body, the night ghost roared in anger and tried to dodge, but his air was sealed by the overlord gun. If you move to the side, the buster gun will be right behind you and you can only back up. However, the Green Thunder twin swords were pointing straight at its retreating path, and if it continued to retreat, it would definitely be struck by the Green Thunder twin swords' combined strike. Roar! The Lich howled angrily and was about to fight to the death when suddenly, several fist-sized objects flew towards the sword-browed man as well as the young man and woman from the forest next to them. Watch out, someone's sneaking up on us. The three of them reacted extremely quickly, simultaneously drawing back to block the unknown object that flew over. Rolling. 3 explosions rang out in mid-air. A strange, shrill laugh came from the forest. Ha 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 ha. Explosion, it's art. Chapter 118, Hooray Heaven and Earth, Righteousness Lives On. A man wearing bizarre clown makeup walked inside the battlefield. Over his shoulders stood a small white bird with lush, bright green, shredded hair that stood out in the darkness of the night. There are so many of you. It must be very satisfying to kill you all, right? Yeah. The corners of the man's mouth widened, and because of the heavy makeup, his true face could not be seen. All that could be seen was the face with the crazy grin. Smiling like a madman. It always seemed to Yi Xiaoyu and the others that the person in front of them was a little bit of some kind of major illness. Who are you? Yi Xiaoyu took a pill and took a deep breath as she stood up and faced the visitor gripping her long sword. Jia, it doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that you all die here. The clown looked at the 5 people and 1 ghost around him, as well as Yi Xiaoyu's teammates who were collapsed on the ground, and seemed to have thought of something, his eyes filled with madness. Just you. Suiton, Suirio bomb technique. The Water King cupped his hands together, his feet separated into a horse stance, and his hands clapped heavily. Buzz. A large amount of water vapor gathered in the air, and the vapor rapidly gathered, and in the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a water dragon in front of his body. Water dragon. Go on, trap him. The Water King pointed at the clown man while yelling at the others, you guys deal with that ghostly creature, I'll deal with this guy. Yes. Since the Water King was there to deal with it, the others were no longer distracted and focused on solving the Ghost King. Go. Looking at the transparent and ferocious water dragon rushing towards him, the clown man didn't panic and beckoned to the little bird on his shoulder. Anum. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB who was sound asleep. The bird was like an origami bird, flying slowly towards the water dragon with a wide open mouth that seemed to be able to swallow a fierce tiger. The seemingly harmless bird made the Water King a little disdainful, a paper bird, what could it do? But the next scene shocked him. The water dragon rushed towards the bird with an unstoppable dominance that broke through everything, instantly swallowed the harmless bird, and continued to rush towards the clown. The eye was about to swallow the clown as well. Just when the Water King thought that the battle was over, the situation suddenly changed. The clown man grinned an even weirder grin. Boom! Anum! Rumbling. Suddenly, the water dragon exploded violently in the air without knowing what had happened. The water was splashing in all directions, and it was laced with fire and the faint odor of smoke. The 10-meter-long water dragon that was so powerful and unmatched in the last second fell apart in the blink of an eye and dissipated into water mist. Only a blanket of fog was left to block the clown man's figure. What's going on? The Water King's eyes glazed over, not waiting for him to figure out what was happening. 3 more suddenly flew out of the water mist, 1,000 paper cranes? The Water King exclaimed, this thing can be used as a weapon too? Although he didn't know what the hell it was, he didn't dare to be careless. Ken Shui, water curtain. Buzz. A transparent film made up of streams of water appeared to stand between the man and the paper crane.
Boom.
The paper cranes emitted violent flames the moment they touched the curtain of water. The curtain of water rippled but the explosion was eventually deflected.
Chow.
This man plays with bombs, everything in his hand seems to be able to explode, be careful. Seeing the paper crane explode, the man exclaimed in shock and warned the others loudly.
Got it, watch yourself.
The young man and woman and the sword-browed man were working together to fight against the night ghosts, and they were crushing the night ghosts into a retreat. Yi Xiaoyu saw that a few people were enough to deal with the night ghost, so he placed his sights back on the clown man.
Water King, I'll help you deal with him. Vast heaven and earth, righteousness lives on.
The long sword was crossed, both fingers stroked lightly on the long sword, and a white light wrapped the long sword in it.
Righteousness technique, chop. Yi Xiaoyu flicked his feet and leapt up high, aiming a sword slash at the clown man. Oh, the situation doesn't seem good for me. Looking at the sword chi chopping attack released by Yi Xiaoyu, as well as the fat man gawking at the side, the clown man's smile became even more frantic. Then, die together. Ha ha ha.
The clown man's body slowly began to expand.
Art that just explodes. Ha!
The clown man's body rapidly expanded in the air, and in an instant it turned into an incredibly fat man with a wide body and a face that rose up out of shape, and seemed to have the tendency to burst itself.
Chow! He's going to blow himself up, watch out.
The Water King realized that something was wrong at the first moment and his face changed abruptly. Just now a small paper crane was able to blow up a person, and now the other party swelled up to the thickness of 3 people's arms. This kind of power.
Treadmill.
This is powerful enough to cover all of this place.
Come to me. 10,000 waters come to the city, a triple water boundary.
At the moment the Water King spoke, the other few people did not bring any hesitation, pulling their fallen teammates to immediately rush to Fatty's side.
Phew.
Also just as a few people were approaching the fat man, the Yi Xiaoyu's Haoran sword chi also slashed the clown male Fatty.
Dead silence. Boom. It was followed by a rush of fire.
The violent buzzing sound coupled with the flames that broke through the clouds instantly covered the entire surrounding forest.
Rumbling.
It was like a demon god destroying the world. Yi Xiaoyu's several people hid in the water boundary, and all before their eyes was a blazing fire. The entire world was filled with flames, and it was as if they had entered a fiery hell, with only their small area still intact.
The water boundary was broken through a layer in the blink of an eye. The second layer also started to evaporate after blocking it for just over 10 seconds.
It wasn't until the third layer that the flames finally slowly dissipated. And it is becoming clearer before the eyes of all. The entry was a mess, the ground and surrounding area a dark color. There are still some flames burning on the ground. This small piece of open space around them had turned into a hell on earth, with not an inch of grass growing.
With the explosion at the center, all life within a 100-meter radius was exterminated. Does this guy not want to die? Actually blowing himself up to kill us?
The Water King gasped for air. This time the water boundary was also very exhausting for him.
A couple more times and he might really not be able to take it anymore.
No good, that stern ghost is still there. Yi Xiaoyu was the first to react. As she pointed into the void, she saw that the Ghost King draped in black gas was staring at them sinisterly in midair, and didn't run away, his eyes filled with hatred and killing intent. After Yi Xiaoyu killed his wife, he never wanted to let these people leave alive.
It's fine, just one Ghost King, we can handle it. It's good that that clown is dead, phew.
The young man exhaled a cloudy breath and pulled a sword flower in his hand and said, "A single stern ghost is no match for them."
Click 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 click, how can art just disappear?
A man with a crazy face and clown makeup painted on his face slowly came out from the darkness and looked at the several people with a strange smile.
Yi Xiaoyu and the others looked at the visitor and their pupils dilated violently. How is it possible? Didn't you just blow yourself up?
The person who came was none other than Joker Man, and was exactly the same as the one from earlier.
Chapter 119 I am. Oh, you mean me?
Behind the clown, another identical man stepped out.
GGG. The clown that walked out looked at the crowd and grinned again. Isn't too little, feel a bit down on you guys, so, snap.
The clown man clapped his hands, and in the darkness, more than a dozen clowns came out in all directions. Each one has a green-haired clown face. A few of the Water King's faces blanched as they watched. If all of these are going to explode, then we might be in some trouble. Yi Xiaoyu's face was ugly to the extreme, and out of the corner of his eye, he also glanced at the sky, where there was still a stern ghost pressing on, ready to attack them at any time.
It's a bit tricky this time,
the young man said with a heavy and serious face. As long as you are good to buy you a strip of that, love or not love you do not need you to guess, shopping cart you want me to give you a shot, clothes hot fire to my bag to put. Just then, music suddenly sounded around the forest. Everyone gave a start, then looked in the direction of the voice.
Honk.
The sound of the phone connecting rang out, along with the sound of a loudspeaker.
Brother, I'm the little massage girl from last time, are you free today? I'd like to ask you out for a sleepover duh. A soft, whiny voice rang through the trees, and the phone was hung up on before the word could be uttered. Yi Xiaoyu. Water King et al. Joker alter ego. Nightmare. Steadily.
The forest resounded with the sound of leaves being trampled. Soon, a man wearing a dog's head mask and a casual outfit stepped into view.
Another one? Interesting. Ka.
Several clowns laughed wryly at the same time.
Who are you?
The Water King looked to the dog-headed man. Another one had popped up. Was this going to be a few ing tables of mahjong tonight? The man in the dog's head mask gave a lurch, stopped, looked round, and instead of answering, pressed to his own dog's head mask, and the dog's head mask's eyes emitted a red light, frightening all of them into a dark defense.
I am Thor, I am Thor, I am Thor, I am Thor.
Repeated mechanical voices echoed in the darkness of the night, and the crowd's faces stuttered.
The Water King's mouth twitched as he looked at the visitor. Can you speak human?
Why are you here, to help us, or are you the enemy? The dog-headed man's voice trailed off, then pressed to another button on top of the dog's head, For the glory of the God of the North. For the glory of the Northern God. For the glory of the Northern Gods. In the silence of the dark night, only for the glory of the Northern Gods echoed in the forest, and everyone's face collapsed as they looked expressionlessly at the dog-headed man.
Treadmill. It's a pain in the ass. Blow him up.
One of the clowns who had been listening to the repetitive mechanical voice of the dog's head mask finally couldn't take it anymore. Raising his hand and throwing it, several thousand paper cranes sprinted towards the dog-headed man.
Help or not?
The sword-browed man raised his eyebrows lightly and crossed his spear. No help, at this time let's find a way to get rid of these bombers first. The other party is not even sure if they are friend or foe. And since the other party dares to venture out, I think it has some strength. Let's wait and see what happens first. The Water King calmly said.
Rumbling.
The bombs were close to the dog heads by the time a few people were whispering. Yi Xiaoyu only saw the bomb explode violently as it approached the dog-headed man, and flames spread everywhere.
Did it blow up?
The Water King's eyes widened as he wondered about the results. No, it exploded before it even got close. The sword-browed man said. Why didn't it come close before? No, something hit the 1,000 paper cranes. Yi Xiaoyu recalled that a few shadows seemed to have flashed by just now.
Mind control.
Controlling something that hit the 1,000 paper cranes, the other party will be able to think of power or something like that. The man in the green thunder twin swords narrowed his eyes at the dog-headed man. Intent to control things, all of them are at least B rank, the other party is not a minion.
The woman next to her frowned, enemy or friend?
Whether it's our enemy or not, it's definitely that clown's enemy now. The Water King let out a grim laugh beside him as the clown man attacked the masked man. Not an enemy is now an enemy.
Ha! Did you intercept my 1,000 paper cranes with something? Being able to control other objects? Interesting. Ha! I've decided to finish you off first.
The clown man was also stunned, reacting and letting out a laugh, a somewhat sick and maniacal smile, just like a mental illness.
Thor of Thunder never yields.
Thor never yields.
Clown man. Seek death.
The three clown men drew back toward the dog-headed man.
The rest still surrounded Yi Xiaoyu and the others. All three of the clown men pulled different origami papers out of their arms and their hands. Throwing it towards the dog-headed man, all the origami looked as if it had come to life.
The volume didn't change, but it moved on its own. Origami spiders, origami centipedes, and paper cranes, all simultaneously approaching quickly from the ground and the air towards the dog-headed man. But the dog-headed man didn't even move, just stood still and watched the three masked men approaching towards him, and the countless origami approaching.
Rumbling. Odd things happen. Obviously the dog-headed man didn't even move,
but the origami that was rushing toe. Ards, the dog-headed man suddenly exploded in the middle of its sprint, and flames were everywhere. Meanwhile, the dog-headed man reached into his pocket and pulled out a small knife.
A knife?
Jia, do you want to kill me with this? The clown man laughed mockingly when he saw the dog-headed man pulling it out.
Call out.
What answered him was a flying knife that pierced his neck.
Eh?
A clown, pierced through the neck, with a look of incredulity on his face as he looks up at the dog-headed man, slowly raising his hand, as if he might fall at any moment. But suddenly, the clown man's demeanor returned to normal and he let out a loud laugh that.
Ha ha ha.
Fooled you.
Knives are useless against me. Ha ha ha.
The clown man let out a loud laugh in place with stiff movements covering his stomach.
Call out.
But it was then that the flying dagger that had just passed through his neck flew back and severed his legs. At the same time, the dog-headed man slowly reached his hand into his pocket again and took out 3 small knives, casually throwing them away as if they were garbage. 2 flying daggers flew towards the clown man at the same time, while another flew towards the sky. He's going to attack that stern ghost. Yi Xiaoyu was the first to notice the dog-headed man's movements.
Chow.
This guy is crazy. Even if he deals with the clowns, he still wants to mess with that ghost. Doesn't he want to die? Several of us combined can't even take on them. The Water King naturally saw the dog-headed man's movements. Jaws nearly dropped to the floor in shock. It's like a death wish on the other side. So many of them had to use all their strength against a clown and a ghost, and the dog-headed man actually provoked both parties at the same time.